Enough, enough. It hurts. You'll leave, you'll leave. Do you little imps know who I am? Do you dare to ensnare my soul, wishing for eternal oblivion? Crack. Oh, it hurts. My father is the king of Xiong. Do you dare to seize my soul? In the shadowy realm, where the air was thick with a chilling miasma, a procession of expressionless ghostly officials wielding soul-catching ropes traversed an ancient path teeming with ghostly energy. The ancient road stretched infinitely ahead, fading into a vast and indistinct expanse. Amidst the swirling ghostly mist, fleeting silhouettes of spirits could be discerned. On either side of the road, vibrant crimson blossoms of the reincarnation flower thrived, their brilliance heightened against the backdrop of the pervasive gloom. This path was none other than the famed road to the Yellow Springs, an ancient thoroughfare connecting the realms of the living and the dead. The ghostly officials, their countenances devoid of warmth, moved with a mechanical indifference along the ancient route, clad in dark robes, surrounded by an aura of chilling dread. In their wake followed a multitude of spirits clad in simple garments. These souls wailed in anguish, wept bitterly, or hurled curses at the indifferent officials. Each lament was met with the cold crack of a whip. Enough of your prattle. Life in the light, death in the dark, such is the decree of fate. Upon entering my realm, you become part of the netherworld's essence. While you still possess a shred of life force, take a moment to experience the afterlife. Once your essence is fully expended, you shall truly cease to exist. One slightly more lenient, ghostly official spoke ominously after delivering a strike. What do you mean? How could I possibly die? I am in the prime of my life, strong and vigorous. How could my lifespan be exhausted? No matter how formidable one's physique may be, it cannot withstand the insatiable hunger of the Crimson Moon Pavilion. You are weakened. Your lifespan has long been exhausted. To perish upon a woman's abdomen could be deemed a stroke of fortune. A cacophony of curses and howls permeated the road to the underworld, accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits, creating an atmosphere of chilling desolation. Suyi wore a grave expression as he walked along one side of the road to the underworld. He had been in this realm, shrouded in ghostly mists, for half a month now. From the initial panic to a gradual numbing acceptance, he had adapted to his surroundings. This was the realm of the dead, a place where souls lingered. He, too, had traversed to this land, becoming a reaper of souls who traversed between the realms of the living and the dead. His daily task was to guide souls back from the world of the living. At this moment, he returned from his grim duty, holding a soul-reaping rope, with a figure cloaked in white trailing behind him. Before him lay a tumultuous river, a swirling expanse of crimson water, the river of oblivion, which separated the worlds of the living and the dead. Crossing this river would lead one into the true domain of the underworld. The waters were blood-red, swirling with malevolent energy, and grotesque faces of tormented spirits emerged from the river's surface. Their visages were twisted in agony, releasing piercing wails of despair. These were the malevolent spirits imprisoned within the river of oblivion. During these past weeks, Suyi had gained profound insight into the nature of the underworld. It was akin to a hidden garden of the living world. Though the underworld watched over the realm of the living, its true oversight extended only to ordinary mortals devoid of influence or status. Moreover, this underworld appeared to diverge significantly from the legends of his previous life, lacking the celestial court that had been foretold. Indeed, there exists a myriad of city deities, each responsible for the affairs of the underworld. When a mortal life of an individual reaches its end, they are drawn into the realm of the dead to continue their existence. This realm of the underworld has decayed to its very core, long since devoid of the power to oversee the world of the living. Suyi mused, shaking his head in quiet resignation. He then guided the wandering souls along the path of the Yellow Springs. At that moment, a disturbance arose from behind, accompanied by a potent surge of yang energy that enveloped him. Creatures of the living world? Suyi's expression shifted subtly. Though he was aware that many influential figures from the realm of the living held disdain for the underworld's messengers, it was the first instance he had witnessed beings from the living world encroaching upon the realm of the dead. He could not help but glance back. Before him, the thick, swirling energy was dispersed by a vibrant wave of yang energy, which spread outward. A group of young individuals appeared upon the path of the Yellow Springs. These youths, both male and female, adorned in exquisite attire, exuded an exceptional aura. The males were handsome, while the females radiated beauty. They engaged in lively conversation, as if they were merely enjoying a leisurely stroll along the road of the dead. Numerous ghostly enforcers displayed their ire, yet remained voiceless in their fury. The dignity of these spectral agents had been utterly dismantled by the denizens of the living world. The underworld, a sanctuary for the departed souls, once instilled dread in the hearts of the living. Yet now, it finds itself powerless to monitor the realm of the living, reduced to a mere garden for their amusement. The living, unimpeded, traverse the gates of the netherworld, treating it as a playground. For the ghostly enforcers, this was nothing short of a humiliation. Yet what to be done? The officials across the lands remained inactive, while many city deities indulged in licentiousness and moral decay. The laws of the underworld were brazenly trampled upon, with rules rendered meaningless and the realm left in a state of disarray. Young Master Li, this is my first visit to the underworld, and it truly is an eerie and terrifying place, remarked a woman in green with a smile. Her almond-shaped eyes and delicate features exuded sweetness, and despite her words of fear, the gleam in her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings revealed her delight. It is young Master Li who has brought us into the underworld today. For your sake, we are all fortunate to be in your company. At these words, the woman in green smiled shyly, casting a lingering gaze at young Master Li, her eyes brimming with unspoken sentiments. Thank you, young Master Li, Yuera replied with a gentle smile, inclining her head slightly. Look at these ghostly enforcers, they are all in service to the deceased. Young Master Li, I am frightened. Upon hearing this, Yuera shifted slightly, tightly clutching young Master Li's arm, nearly burying herself in his embrace. Fear not, Yuera, I shall dispel them at once. Young Master Li reassured her with a smile, patting her waist before turning his attention to the ghostly enforcers, commanding, I am the nephew of Mo Daojin, the governor of Qingyang County. You wretched spirits, begone. His strength was formidable, and by the realms of the living, he was likely at the soul origin stage. Most of the ghostly enforcers on the road to the Yellow Springs were mere specters, their cultivation barely at the first level, rendering them no match for someone at the soul origin stage. The overwhelming aura of yang energy radiating from him was sufficient to scatter them. Upon hearing young Master Li's declaration, the ghostly enforcers hastily retreated, keeping their distance from him. Ding! Detection of a living being from the realm of the yang invading the underworld. The underworld system has awakened. At this moment, a chilling voice echoed in Su Ye's mind, momentarily startling him. System activated. Why only now? The underworld system, to maintain order in the nether realm, establish the underworld, and oversee the mortal world. Initial activation rewards. The Imperial Edict, capable of summoning the fortunes of the underworld to enhance oneself. Reward. Soul binding rope, capable of ensnaring any soul that has exhausted its lifespan. Reward. Enhancement of the cultivation of subordinate underlings by a century. Since the host has no underlings, the reward is converted to increase the host cultivation by a millennium. Instantly, Su Yi felt his cultivation surge with an overwhelming force. In an instant, he broke through to the Qi refinement stage, then to the nascent soul, the true martial realm, finally settling at the level of one Qi returning to origin. This is incredibly powerful. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement within. Such strength gave him the sensation that he could easily obliterate his superior, Yang Dabin, with a mere slap. At the one Qi returning to origin level, He mused that perhaps no spirit within the entire Jiushan Yamen could rival him. Su Yi resided in a place known as Jiushan Yamen, tasked with monitoring the lifespan of the living beings in Qingyang County of the mortal realm. The lord of Jiushan Yamen was Yang Dabin, with higher authorities such as the TC and Chenghuang above him. At that moment, a transparent interface suddenly appeared in Su Ye's mind. Host, Su Yi. Position. Underworld soldier, elevate your position to receive rewards. Realm, 1 Qi returning to origin. Treasures. Imperial Edict, soul binding rope. Divine abilities, none. Cultivation method. Great Scripture. Merit. 1 can be used to enhance cultivation or exchange for divine abilities. Note, maintaining order in the underworld increases merit. Su Ye's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the group of young mortals behind him. Su Yi, hurry up and move. Why are you dazed? At that moment, a ghostly envoy hurried past him, urging him on. Why should I leave? Su Yi retorted, emboldened by his newfound strength, unafraid of the mortals. Su Yi, have you lost your mind? That individual is the nephew of the governor of Qingyang County. How can we dare to offend him? Retreat at once. The ghostly envoy exclaimed, alarmed. In my realm of the underworld, how can I allow those from the mortal realm to act recklessly? Entering the underworld with a living body, according to the laws of the netherworld, 1 must forfeit their mortal life and have their soul drawn. Are you out of your wits? The laws of the netherworld? That is an ancient concept. Furthermore, do the current laws hold any power over them? Apart from those insignificant mortals lacking influence, whom can we still hold accountable? Do not be foolish if you provoke them. Even the Lord of the Underworld will be unable to save you. Yang Dabin, that timid and cowardly lord, who only knows how to bow down to the mortals. What else can he accomplish? Su Yi retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ghostly envoys were taken aback, astonished by his words. It seemed he desired to confront the mortal's heathen. Su Yi, that individual is at the spirit realm, radiating abundant yang energy. Do not act recklessly, 1 ghostly envoy cautioned. As they spoke, the ghostly envoys distanced themselves, wary of the impending confrontation. At that moment, the group of mortals slowly advanced, nearing Su Yi. Young Master Li, the flowers of the other shore along the Yellow Springs Road are truly beautiful. 1 of them remarked that on the ethereal path of the Yellow Springs, Yuera radiated with joy. With 1 hand entwined around the arm of young Master Li and the other pointing towards the blossoms of the ghost flower flanking the road, she spoke. These ghost flowers are indeed a magnificent sight along the Yellow Springs. Unique to the underworld, while the world of the living is resplendent, it finds it difficult to nurture such blooms. At that moment, young Master Li's brow furrowed in sudden concern. All the spectral enforcers ahead had largely retreated, except for 1 who stood resolutely on the path, gazing at them. Young Master, what troubles you? Yuera inquired, noticing his unease. Following his gaze, she beheld a ghostly figure standing solemnly on the Yellow Springs. Instantly, a flicker of disdain and revulsion crossed her features, starkly contrasting with her delicate beauty. Young Master, that little specter is utterly detestable. She keeps staring at us. A bashful voice escaped Yuera's lips as she tugged at the hem of young Master Li's garment, shaking it insistently. Chapter 2. Master Fan Wujiao. Upon hearing the words, young Master Li's eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. This precious Yuer had been a hard-won prize for him. And now, with a mere wisp of a ghost staring at her, a surge of anger welled up within him. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yi, his aura freezing. A ghost seeking death? Isn't it already a lifeless entity? What talk of seeking death is there? Su Yi's expression was icy as he spoke in a low voice. But you, as a being of the living world, entering the realm of the dead in a mortal form, according to the laws of the underworld, should have your lifespan deducted and your soul returned to the nether. Su Yi snorted coldly. Haha. At that moment, young Master Li burst into laughter. Not only him, but even the men and women behind him laughed heartily. Haha. Young Master Li, this little ghost intends to deduct your lifespan. Haha. You're killing me with laughter. One young man behind Li was nearly brought to tears from laughter. It truly is astonishing. I never expected the Nine Mountains Yamen to harbor such an ignorant little ghost. You're hilarious. Behind Su Yi, the lingering spirits bore expressions of bitterness. Su Yi spoke the truth, according to the laws of the underworld. Young Master Li should indeed have his lifespan deducted and his soul sent back below. But who would enforce this law? Young Master Li was the nephew of the governor of Qingyang County, and even the judge treated him with utmost respect. They were merely the lowest-ranking spirits of the underworld. And even their superior dared not invoke such penalties upon him. How could they? Haha, little ghost, are you new here? Do you even know who our young Master Li is? He is the nephew of the prefect of Qingyang County, and how bold you are to make such claims. The group turned to Su Yi, their faces alight with mockery. Several women lifted their cheeks slightly, as if in the presence of spirits from the underworld. They exuded an innate sense of superiority. The young man, upon hearing this, revealed a sinister smile and stepped forward from behind. Is that true? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a piercing scream. The expressions of those in the realm of the living changed dramatically as they gazed ahead, their hearts filled with dread. The young man who had just emerged now found his body fracturing inch by inch, collapsing spectacularly in mere moments, leaving only a bewildered soul drifting along the road to the underworld. My body. His pallid face turned as he beheld his almost transparent soul, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Young Master Li, save me, he implored, his face a mask of desperation. Young Master Li's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such an occurrence upon entering the underworld. How dare a minor ghost lay hands on him? At that moment, Su Yi abruptly swung the soul-reaping rope in his hand, drawing the young man's spirit towards him, upholding the order of the underworld, refining the souls of the Qi realm. Merit. 1. Su Yi felt a shift within, sensing that the merit line in his mind's transparent interface had indeed transformed into 2. Without revealing any emotion, he turned to the wandering soul and coldly declared, your lifespan has been deducted. Your soul shall return to the netherworld. Do you have the authority to decide? Young Master Li's entire being resonated with intense energy as he turned to Su Yi, his voice low and threatening. He dies not in death. Your words hold no weight, mine do. Su Yi paid him no heed. In his eyes, young Master Li was merely another spirit, destined to be drawn out shortly. At this moment, Su Yi turned around to face the onlookers, the ghostly emissaries of the underworld, whose faces were painted with horror. Upon witnessing Su Yi's sudden movement, they instinctively recoiled. In their eyes, Su Yi had gravely erred. Even if he managed to evade peril today, the Lord of Hell would not spare him. Offending the county governor would inevitably implicate even the Lord of Hell. Who among them would dare to escort a soul that had transgressed the laws of the underworld? Su Yi gazed at the ghostly emissaries, who exchanged glances, each hesitating to step forward. They understood well that anyone bold enough to approach today would be seen as complicit with Su Yi. Should Su Yi be branded as a murderer, anyone who advanced would be deemed an accomplice. Observing the cowering ghostly emissaries, Su Yi shook his head with a sigh. These underworld emissaries had long been accustomed to oppression. Though discontent simmered within them, they ultimately lacked the courage to resist. Just then, a menacing figure clad in black robes emerged, a ghostly emissary whose countenance was fierce and intimidating. His features were dark, exuding an aura of dread, and his icy gaze fixed upon Su Yi. Taken aback by the sight of this individual, Su Yi momentarily paused. Brother, your actions today are commendable. They bring great satisfaction to the spirits. Even if my soul were to scatter after today, at least I would have relieved the pent-up frustration within my heart. Otherwise, I would inevitably be consumed by this oppressive anger. They dare not stand forth. I shall. I, Fan Wujiao, am prepared to risk everything today. Damn it, these years have suffocated me. Fan Wujiao? Su Yi blinked in surprise. The name sounded vaguely familiar. He recalled a legendary figure from his past life, Black Wuchang, the 8th Lord, Fan Wujiao. Is your name Fan Wujiao? Indeed. Well done. Su Yi marveled, subsequently entrusting the soul in his hand to Fan Wujiao. It was finished, indeed. Fan Wujiao was doomed as well, having already offended the living. Stepping forward now would be akin to leaping into the flames of peril. Humph. Another reckless spirit. Young Master Li scoffed, advancing step by step towards Su Yi. Meanwhile, a minor spirit hastened towards the Jioshan Yamen, a trusted aide of the Lord of the Underworld. The affairs on the road to the Yellow Springs were of such magnitude that they needed to be reported to the Lord post-haste. Their concern did not lie with Su Yi's safety. Rather, they feared that his grave offenses against the living would implicate the Lord. In the Jioshan Yamen's Grand Hall, a chilling aura permeated the air, with ghastly figures etched upon the surrounding walls. The columns on either side of the hall bore sinister murals, depicting grotesque visages of demons, which appeared even more menacing under the oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, a middle-aged specter clad in official robes occupied the higher seat of the hall. Dressed in ceremonial attire and adorned with a cap, his prominent mustaches added to his imposing presence as he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Flanking him were two alluring female spirits, wreathed in ethereal mist. Their attire was revealing, as they perched upon the middle-aged man's legs, kneading his shoulders and back, while feeding him the exquisite fruits and wines of the netherworld. Below in the hall, several ghostly maidens danced gracefully, draped in sheer veils, their forms enveloped in spectral energy, moving with elegance. Lord of the Underworld, Lord of the Underworld. At that moment, urgent shouts echoed from outside the grand hall. No sooner had the words been spoken than a ghostly messenger rushed into the hall with great haste. Upon beholding an enchanting ghostly figure, his gaze became entranced. How audacious! How many times must I reiterate? You must report upon entry. Above, young Dabin, sporting a formidable mustache, trembled as he bellowed. The subordinate, realizing his error, hastily promised, I assure you it shall not happen again. The ghostly envoy was taken aback, no longer daring to steal glances at the ethereal dancers. Esteemed Lord of the Underworld, this matter is of grave importance. In my moment of desperation, I have acted disrespectfully. I implore your forgiveness. Within the grand hall of the Lord of the Underworld, a thick aura of malevolence swirled, with ghastly apparitions etched in terrifying detail. Young Dabin cast his gaze downward at the ghostly envoy, whose eyes widened in alarm, and then waved his hand dismissively. You may withdraw. At his command, several ghostly maidens slightly bowed and exited the hall. What transpires? Why such haste? Lord of the Underworld. There are visitors upon the road to the Yellow Springs, living ones. The nephew of the governor of Qingyang County. The ghostly envoy's face was grave, his words hurried. Upon hearing this, young Dabin's expression shifted dramatically, rising abruptly. What is their purpose? His voice was urgent, laced with fear. Has some indiscreet spirit entangled them with her kin? Quickly, return them to the realm of the living. Damn it, who is so foolish as to ensnare the souls that should remain untouched? Young Dabin's mustache quivered incessantly. He was filled with dread. Although he held the title of Lord of the Nine Mountains, overseeing the fates of the beings in the realm of Qingyang, he did not dare to offend the governor. The latter was far too formidable, reportedly having attained the realm of true martial. To provoke him would mean inviting death, as he could storm the gates of the underworld and obliterate young Dabin's very essence. Inexorably, the prevailing circumstances dictate a grim reality. Even if one were to sacrifice their soul, no one in the underworld would advocate on their behalf. The entirety of the nether realm is in a state of decay, and should he wish to endure, he must acquiesce to the tides of fate. Lord of the Underworld, you are mistaken. They do not come for the sake of their kin or friends. Then what is their purpose? Do they, too, seek to seize the souls of the departed and forge divine weapons? No, they merely revel in the journey along the path of the Yellow Springs. Upon hearing this, young Dabin exhaled in relief, denying the specter any further opportunity to elaborate, and hastily interjected, You frighten me to death. Let them enjoy their leisure. Why the urgency? Have you offended them? Lord of the Underworld, we would never dare to offend them, but that Su Yi intends to penalize them by claiming their lifespan, alleging they have breached the laws of the Underworld and wishes to retain their souls here. What did you say? Has Su Yi lost his senses? Young Dabin nearly lost control. Even he would treat the relatives of the governor of Qingyang County with utmost respect. How audacious of Su Yi to demand their lifespan. Could he truly enforce such a decree? Lord of the Underworld, we must hurry. A confrontation is likely already underway. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Quickly, let us depart, hoping we do not provoke them further. Without hesitation, young Dabin leapt from the grand hall and hastened toward the exit. Su Yi was doomed. His primary concern was that the eminent figures of the mortal realm would not implicate him in the turmoil. Behind Su Yi, the specter's expressions shifted dramatically, retreating with urgency. Young Master Li's eyes were icy and resolute as he approached step by step, exuding a formidable aura that rendered the ghostly envoys uneasy, as if their very souls were trembling. You have no chance left, Su Yi stated coldly. The living, upon crossing the threshold of the afterworld, shall have their lifespan deducted, returning their souls to the realm of the dead. Su Yi scoffed disdainfully. How dare you, Su Yi? At that moment, Yang Dazhong finally arrived, vociferating from the rear. As his voice echoed, a shadow enveloped in ghostly energy rushed forth. It was indeed Yang Dazhong. With a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, he gazed at young Master Li, repeatedly bowing in a show of humility. Please convey my regards to the governor. Humph. Yang Dazhong, this is no misunderstanding. Your subordinates are utterly audacious, even daring to attempt to claim my soul. Today, I shall witness how they intend to accomplish such a feat, young Master Li replied coldly, refusing to even glance at Yang Dazhong. Yang Dazhong's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, the numerous ghostly envoys behind him felt a deep sense of despair. Their standing was woefully low. Before cultivators of the living realm, they were scarcely regarded. They could only intimidate ordinary beings devoid of influence, unable to effectuate any meaningful action. Now, the living were audaciously looking down upon them. They could not even dare to express their grievances, swallowing their indignation instead. Observing the demeanor of the Lord of Ghosts left them feeling utterly ashamed. Yet, they understood that failing to comply could result in consequences far graver than the mere disintegration of Su Ye's soul. Alas, the underworld is devoid of righteousness. One wonders when this plight shall come to an end. A ghostly envoy sighed within, yet none dared to utter a word. Yang Dabin, bowing low, murmured, "Fear not. Young Master Li, I shall handle this matter." Su Yi paused, glancing at Yang Dabin, her eyes reflecting an expression of incredulity. This gaze instantly ignited Yang Dabin's fury. In a flash, before he could respond, a shadow darted past him. Immediately, a wave of terrifying malevolence surged forth. Young Master Li's form was instantaneously shattered by a single blow, blood and viscera splattering across Yang Dabin. Behind young Master Li, several women were stricken with horror, their anguished screams piercing the air, and even the men stood wide-eyed, incredulous as they beheld the figure before them, cold and shrouded in an aura of darkness. You. The youths, faces pale with fear, were rendered speechless. Young Master Li, formidable in strength and having attained the realm of the primordial spirit, had nevertheless been reduced to mere fragments by a blow from a ghostly envoy. What level of power could this be? How could it be so terrifying? Ghostly envoys possess corporeal forms, albeit of a spectral nature, akin to the bodies of practitioners in the mortal realm, differing only in manifestation. At this moment, young Master Li had failed to withstand even a single strike, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the onlookers. Yang Dabin trembled uncontrollably, having been closest to the scene, acutely aware of the overwhelming force. His lips quivered, yet no words emerged. In that instant, young Master Li's primordial spirit drifted aimlessly along the path of the underworld, and even now, he could scarcely believe that a mere specter had so utterly obliterated his physical form. Had it not been for his ascension to the realm of the soul, he would have perished in that moment, now transformed into a specter. You dare to shatter my corporeal form? You are doomed, regardless of your identity. My uncle will not let you go. In this instant, young Master Li finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, letting out a piercing scream. Silence. Su Yi retorted with a cold snort, then brandished the soul snare in his hand, invoking its power. Come forth, souls, he bellowed. And young Master Li's soul was ensnared by the soul snare, drawn towards him, maintaining the order of the underworld, capturing souls in the realm of the soul. Merit, 10. Current merit, 12. Chapter 4, Lifespan deducted. On the road to the Yellow Springs, everyone was horrified. Su Yi had truly captured young Master Li's soul. Has he lost his mind? Su Yi, splendid work. I, old Fan, am in admiration, Fan Wujiu exclaimed, filled with excitement. All the other ghostly enforcers trembled in fear. This was disastrous. The Zhoushan Yamen was about to be thrown into chaos. The nephew of the governor of Qingyang County had been ensnared, which would instill terror among the spirits. You will regret this, little ghost. You will deeply regret it. Young Master Li's soul contorted with rage, his expression grotesque and hysterical. With a swift motion, Su Yi lashed out with the whip. Entering my underworld, and still daring to be defiant, no matter your background in the realm of the living. Here you are nothing. The strike caused young Master Li's soul to wail in agony. The whip wielded by the ghostly enforcers was designed specifically for the departed, inflicting pain that penetrated the very essence of their being. This blow nearly scattered young Master Li's soul into oblivion. Yangda, do speak up. Tell him the consequences of capturing my soul. Upon hearing this, Yang Dabin's body trembled uncontrollably, and his entire soul felt unstable. Although he was called Yang Dabin, his courage was far from ample. Having struggled through life, he had finally ascended to the position of the Lord of the Underworld. From that moment onward, he indulged in a life of debauchery. Anyone with a handsome countenance was compelled to remain in his office to serve him. Over the years, he tread carefully, fearful of offending any major figures from the mortal realm. To curry favor with the living, he audaciously altered the fates of several prominent individuals from Qingyang County, extending their lifespans by decades, even centuries. In his subservience, he managed to maintain a humble existence, even finding a certain degree of comfort within his small dominion. However, today's events shattered his illusion of happiness. The nephew of the governor of Qingyang County had been ensnared in the afterlife, and it occurred right within his territory. This revelation nearly frightened him to death. At that moment, upon hearing the furious roar of young Master Li, he regained his senses. Su Yi, quickly, release young Master Li's soul. Young Dabin, pale-faced, urged Su anxiously. Silence. Su retorted coldly, his gaze sharp and his aura pulsating with intense malevolence. With a powerful shout, he caused young Dabin's soul to tremble. What do you intend to do? Young Dabin asked, revealing his trepidation as he instinctively took a step back. What do I intend to do? Young Dabin, ever since you became the lord of the underworld, you have lived a life of depravity, seizing female spirits and arbitrarily altering the ledger of life and death. These transgressions alone are sufficient to condemn you to the river of oblivion, where you shall be suppressed eternally. You dare to defy authority? Bring forth the ledger of life and death. Su commanded icily. What do you intend to do? Hand it over. Su bellowed. Young Dabin was reluctant to comply. Yet the sheer terror exuding from Su was overwhelming. He felt an unmistakable aura of malevolence emanating from him. Trembling, young Dabin retrieved a ledger from his person. The very record of life and death for all beings in Qingyang County. The ledger of the underworld comprised a main volume along with numerous sub-volumes, each cascading down to the rulers of various territories. Su possessed a lesser ledger, which governed the life and death of the souls residing in a town within Qingyang County. However, he realized that he lacked the authority to claim the lifespan of the young man surnamed Li. As Su accepted the smaller ledger, he waved his hand, summoning a pen. Yet, as he prepared to inscribe the young man's fate, he suddenly hesitated, uncertain of the man's name. What is your name? Su inquired, fixing his gaze upon the young man. I would rather die than divulge it. The young man, Li, retorted angrily, with a swift crack of his whip. Su struck him, then turned his attention away. He then directed his gaze towards the group of young individuals. What is his name? Su demanded, his voice chilling. At that moment, he appeared utterly terrifying, shrouded in an aura of darkness, with sinister lines creeping across his face, exuding an almost otherworldly horror. Coupled with the intimidation he had displayed when he shattered Li, his presence left the onlookers trembling in fear, with several young women reduced to tears. Do you dare to speak? I will not spare you. Li bellowed in desperation. Another lash of the whip echoed, and Li cried out in anguish. His name is Li Ran. Yue stammered, her voice quaking. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyelids twitched involuntarily. This woman is indeed a harbinger of disaster. From the very beginning, it was this woman who maintained a close relationship with Li Ran. To my astonishment, in the moment of peril, the first to betray Li Ran was none other than she. Curse it, I must be wary of women in the future. Su silently noted this in his heart. You wretched creature, it was for you that I descended into the underworld, yet you have betrayed me. You vile wretch, may you meet a terrible end. Li Ran was driven to madness, howling in anguish. Be silent. With a strike, Su Yi nearly dispersed Li Ran's primordial spirit, which cried out like a banshee. Spirit. Oh, revered spirit, I have spoken his name. Please spare me. I will do anything you desire, serve you in whatever way you wish, just let me be. Yue looked at Su Yi, her expression pitiful. Su Yi cast her a glance but chose to ignore her. How dare she attempt to manipulate me after I have just dealt with Li Ran? Su Yi lowered his gaze to the small ledger of life and death, swiftly locating Li Ran's name. With a swift motion, Su Yi's hand crossed out Li Ran's name with the brush in his grasp. In an instant, Li Ran's primordial spirit dimmed. He felt his lifespan racing away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. His essence began to wither, without the support of earthly life. Even his spirit grew faint. My lifespan, it is gone. Li Ran murmured, his entire essence in a state of decay. You all should take your own lives, for the sake of dignity. At this moment, Su turned his gaze to the remaining few. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically. They had thought that after Su dealt with the instigator, Li Ran, they would be spared. They never imagined he would demand their own demise. Little ghost, you shall not have peace. Await the arrival of the governor. A young man bellowed in fury. Whoosh. As his words faded, an ethereal chain was swiftly cast, ensnaring his very soul. In mere moments, Su Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes, capturing the souls of all present, to uphold the order of the underworld. He harvested the souls of the Qi realm, accruing merit, one merit for each soul collected, totaling 21 merits thus far. Fan Wujiu, detain these souls, he commanded. At once, Fan Wujiu responded, his face alight with excitement. In that instant, Su Yi embodied the essence of his lord of the underworld. The notorious Yang Dedan would inevitably face retribution. Under Su Yi's intense interrogation, several souls divulged their names. Subsequently, Su Yi meticulously deducted their remaining lifespans. Yang Dedan, now trembling, sensed that the events of the day had spiraled beyond his control. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his spine as a piercing gaze fixed upon him. He realized that Su Yi was preparing to settle the score. Chapter 5, Suppressing the Lord of the Underworld. Su Yi turned his gaze towards Yang Dedan, his eyes radiating an intimidating aura that rendered Yang Dedan incapable of meeting his stare. Su Yi, Yang Dedan stammered. Su Yi's countenance was icy, his eyes suffused with a murderous intent. It was imperative to reckon with Yang Dedan. His myriad transgressions had repeatedly violated the order of the underworld. He had callously trampled upon the laws of the netherworld, indulging in debauchery and corruption, arbitrarily altering the ledger of life and death to extend the lives of mortals. He had usurped the spirits of female ghosts and engaged illicitly with the living. Such heinous crimes were sufficient to warrant his execution. With the acquisition of the underworld system, Su Yi's mission was to establish the realm of the dead, to reshape the laws of the underworld, and to ensure that it faithfully undertook the monumental task of overseeing the realm of the living. Such inept rulers as Yang Dedan must be eradicated. Yang Dedan, are you aware of your crimes? At this moment, Su Yi's expression was stern, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Bang! Yang Dedan was immediately struck to his knees by the formidable aura of Su Yi. Su Yi, please spare me. I will not dare to defy you again. Do as you wish. I only beg for your mercy. Hand over the order of the ruler, Su Yi commanded coldly. The order of the ruler? Yang Dedan was taken aback, but suddenly his eyes brightened, and he hastily retrieved a black token shrouded in ominous energy. Su Yi, here it is. From now on, you shall be the ruler of the Jioshan Yamen. Just regard me as insignificant and let me go, Yang Dedan pleaded. Nearly in tears. Release you? What of the restless spirits of those who perished unjustly in the river of Hades? Su Yi accepted the order of the ruler and forcefully struck Yang Dedan, sending him sprawling far away. For half a month, he had heard numerous accounts concerning Yang Dedan. In his domain, he acted like a tyrant. Any ghostly official daring to oppose him was cast into the river of Hades, transformed into vengeful spirits, eternally restless. Furthermore, those female ghosts who resisted his will were mercilessly tormented until they were on the brink of death, ultimately thrown into the river of Hades as well. At this moment, Su Yi's expression darkened as he seized Yang Dedan and strode purposefully towards the path of Huangguan. The multitude of lesser ghosts trembled in fear. Could it be that Su Yi truly intended to cast the ruler into the river of Hades? Their ethereal forms quivered, following Su Yi's imposing figure. Along the way, the lesser ghosts were taken aback, bewildered. Come here, Su Yi commanded sharply. Instantly, under the weight of his overwhelming presence, every lesser ghost encountered obediently followed him onward. Soon, the crowd arrived before a river of crimson. The surging blood river roared fiercely, engulfed in a dense miasma of malevolence. Within it, malevolent spirits writhed, howling in intense agony. Their wails were haunting and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. The river of the underworld stretched long, traversing the entirety of the nether realm. On the opposite bank lay the vast expanse of the underworld, inhabited by numerous spirits, both native denizens of the netherworld and those whose earthly lives had expired, drawn into this realm. Thus, these spirits resided in the underworld. Su Yi, what do you intend to do? Yang Dedan's face was filled with terror, his entire being trembling in fear. The murderous intent emanating from Su Yi sent tremors through his heart. Today, I shall cast you into the river of the dead, to appease the souls of those you have wronged. Su Yi declared coldly. No, you cannot do this. I am the appointed lord of the underworld by the great god of the underworld. You cannot treat me this way. Su Yi scoffed, delivering a swift strike that nearly obliterated Yang Dedan's soul. Having committed countless atrocities and trampled upon the laws of the underworld, your time has come to an end. With that, he pressed his palm down, forcefully subduing Yang Dedan within the river of the dead. As Yang Dedan's soul plunged into the crimson waters, a terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth from the depths. Dozens of ghostly figures erupted from the river, their faces twisted in rage. A mix of both male and female forms, each radiating overwhelming resentment. These spectral figures reached out, clawing at Yang Dedan's soul, dragging him deeper into the river. Oh, get away, get away. Yang Dedan howled in despair, yet he found it impossible to escape. The spectral figures seized him and pulled him further into the crimson depths. The blood-stained waters, swirling with vengeful apparitions and a tempest of wrath and resentment, swiftly engulfed Yang Dabin. Within the river of the underworld, chilling and mournful howls echoed. In but a fleeting moment, the cries were silenced. Suyu stood at the riverbank, his gaze as cold as ice, peering into the depths of the river. Behind him, Fan Wujio wore an expression of fervent excitement upon his dark visage. The numerous Grim Reapers trembled, sensing that the heavens of the Nine Mountains Yamen were about to change. The formidable Lord Yang had been subdued within the river of the underworld. A sense of unease gripped their hearts, uncertain of what was to come, and whether Suyu would turn against them. At that moment, a stir arose from the depths of the river. Shadows of spirits surged forth. Shrouded in a miasma of dark energy, though their resentment appeared somewhat diminished, threads of karma entwined around them, rendering it nearly impossible for them to escape the river's grasp. These specters were the vengeful souls, tortured and perished at the hands of Yang. Now, as Suyu cast Yang into the river, a sense of solace enveloped their hearts. At that instant, the multitude of souls bowed deeply in reverence to Suyu. Rest in peace. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the spirits vanished, returning to the depths of the river. Turning around, Suyu gazed at the trembling reapers behind him, their eyes filled with terror. Previously, they had believed Suyu to be doomed, certain that Lord Yang would not spare him. Yet, who could have anticipated that Suyu not only siphoned the lifespans of those earthly beings, dragging their souls into the nether realm, but also vanquished Yang and cast him into the river of the underworld? This river, a formidable boundary separating the realms of the living and the dead, possessed unparalleled power. Once subdued within its depths, the relentless force of karma would eventually erode any who lingered too long, even if one endures the hardships. The prospect of emerging unscathed remains utterly unattainable. What thoughts do you harbor? At this moment, Suyu gazed at the myriad of ghostly enforcers. From now on, I shall be the lord of the Jioshan Yamen, and you must decide whether to stay or depart. His eyes were as frigid as ice. Surveying the multitude of ghostly figures, none dared to meet his gaze. The hesitation among the ghostly enforcers was palpable as they exchanged glances, caught in indecision. Although Suyu had temporarily gained the upper hand, he knew that the living would eventually seek retribution. He had ensnared the soul of the nephew of the governor of Qingyang County, and retribution would inevitably follow, leaving no room for mercy. Observing the vacillation among the ghostly enforcers, Suyu let out a sigh. Will you, wretched souls, resign yourselves to a lifetime of subjugation by the living? At this juncture, Fan Wujio's expression turned grotesque, embodying a fierce malevolence. Are you so unwilling to take a single step forward, even at the cost of your very essence? Very well. You may depart, but before you leave, surrender your soul-reaping tokens. Lord, I wish to follow you, a ghostly enforcer suddenly declared. I too wish to join. I am willing. With the first enforcer's declaration, one after another, voices arose in agreement. Suyu exhaled in relief. It seemed that the ghostly enforcers of the underworld had not entirely succumbed to despair. The spirit of defiance still lingered among some. You may leave, relinquish your soul-reaping tokens, and cross over to the other side of the river of the dead to become an ordinary shade. At that moment, Suyu cast his gaze upon those enforcers who remained silent. Most of them were loyal to Yang Dabin, and Suyu had no desire to retain them. Lord, we wish to stay. No need, he retorted sharply. Depart swiftly, before I change my mind. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the numerous ghostly officials altered slightly. Should they relinquish the soul-reaping tokens, they would merely be ordinary spirits, indistinguishable from the departed souls summoned from the mortal realm. In this vast underworld, how could one possibly survive? Chapter 6. The list of spirits. At the terminus of the Yellow Springs Road lies the River of Oblivion, a blood-red torrent that flows ceaselessly, shrouded in an eerie mist and the howls of malevolent specters. This realm of shadows is rife with countless ghost gates. Nearly every administrative office features a ghost gate and a Yellow Springs Road leading to the opposite bank of the River of Oblivion. At this moment, beside the River of Oblivion at the end of the Yellow Springs Road of the Nine Mountains Bureau, Suyu stood solemnly, enveloped in a chilling aura. Before him were the ghostly officials of the Nine Mountains Bureau. With Yang Dabin deceased, his confidants were filled with trepidation, and now, with Su Ye's expulsion, their anxiety deepened. They trembled under Su Ye's icy gaze, fearing that if they lingered any longer, he might cast them into the River of Oblivion as well. Above the river, a bridge spanned its expanse, not the fabled bridge of forgetfulness, but rather a mere passage connecting the depths of the underworld. Yet, an elderly woman stood upon it, serving a bowl of broth to the souls crossing the bridge. Upon consuming it, They would forget both past and present, cleansing themselves of the earthly extravagance, henceforth to become denizens of the netherrealm. These were the revelations Suyi had garnered over the past fortnight. At this juncture, the ghostly officials each presented their soul-reaping tokens, subsequently ascending the bridge, making their way towards the far bank of the River of Oblivion. By your command. Within a foreboding grand hall, Suyi sat with authority, gazing down at the assembly of ghostly officials. In a somber tone, he declared, from this moment forth, I am the Lord of the Nine Mountains Bureau, tasked with overseeing the Qingyang County of the mortal realm. From this day forth, all those in Qingyang County who have met their demise, regardless of their identity or background, shall be summoned to the realm of the dead. The laws of the underworld shall no longer be trampled upon. Suye's voice resounded magnificently, echoing throughout the grand hall. The ghostly emissaries below were invigorated. Had they finally awaited this day? The Nine Mountains Yamen had long ceased to speak of the laws of the underworld. Their faces lit up with excitement as they proclaimed, by the command of the Lord of the Underworld. In that moment, the multitude of ghostly emissaries within the hall wholly recognized Suyi as the Lord of the Nine Mountains Yamen. With his elevation in rank came a reward, the Divine Spirits List. Those listed shall partake in the fortunes of the underworld. The reward for his ghostly soldiers was an enhancement of 50 years in cultivation. Host, Suyi position, Lord of the Underworld realm, one chi returning to origin treasure, Edict of the Son of Heaven, soul reaping rope. Divine Spirits List supernatural powers, none cultivation method, Tying canon merit. 22 At that moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall thickened with a palpable aura of the underworld, causing all ghostly emissaries to tremble in astonishment. Their cultivation had experienced a sudden and vigorous advancement, instantly adding 50 years to their mastery. In that fleeting moment, every emissary in the hall struggled to contain their burgeoning energy. Their expressions transformed dramatically. What was the meaning of this sudden increase in cultivation? I too feel it. It seems I shall soon reach a breakthrough. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the ghostly emissaries, their disbelief palpable. Suddenly, every gaze turned towards Suyi, their faces a mask of incredulity. Could it be that all of this was a result of the Lord of the Underworld? This was utterly terrifying, each to their own duties. Upon noticing the ghostly attendants gazing at him, Suyi smiled gently and spoke. Understood. Should any souls from the mortal realm resist the summons, report back promptly. Yes. The multitude of ghostly attendants departed, their hearts brimming with fervor. Fan Wujiao. At that moment, Suyi suddenly called out to Fan Wujiao. Without uttering another word, a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing a large, black tablet. The ghostly deity list. It was shrouded in dense, eerie energy, adorned with intricate golden patterns that shimmered mysteriously. Fan Wujiao's expression shifted dramatically. The enigmatic black tablet instilled within him a profound sense of trepidation. Then, with another flash of light, Suyi produced a large brush, inscribing Fan Wujiao's name directly upon the ghostly deity list. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy enveloped Fan Wujiao. His countenance changed, for this wave was enigmatic and warm, providing him immense comfort. Moreover, as this wave descended, he felt the ghostly energy within him surging with unprecedented speed. His spirit became clear, and he sensed a refreshing vigor coursing through him. It was as if he had embraced some arcane force, fortune. Yes, it was fortune in that moment. He felt as though he had been bestowed with great luck. Lord of the Underworld, this. Fan Wujiao exclaimed in astonishment. Having just experienced an elevation in his cultivation, he now found himself inheriting the fortune of the netherworld. The rapid succession of such blessings was overwhelming and difficult to comprehend. Fan Wujiao, from this moment forth, you shall be a deity of the underworld. Suye's voice resonated from the pinnacle of the grand hall. This, Lord of the Underworld, what exactly is the underworld? Fan Wujiao inquired, bewildered yet astonished. The underworld shall not remain in its current state forever. One day, it will be unified, truly overseeing the heavens. At that time, the underworld shall be the realm of the dead. Suye's gaze flickered, his expression solemn, and his voice resounded throughout the grand hall. The notion of a unified underworld, governing the heavens, the realm of the dead. Fan Wujiao was profoundly moved by Suye's words. He murmured to himself, his spirit invigorated. Lord of the Underworld, I shall obey your command. I am willing to serve as a deity of this realm. Go forth. Suyi nodded, waving his hand. Fan Wujiao clasped his fists and then exited the grand hall. Watching Fan Wujiao's retreating figure, Suyi sighed. At last, he had taken the first step, ascending to the position of the Lord of the Underworld. The path to purging the underworld and restoring order had begun. The underworld was rife with corruption, riddled with countless wounds, and in dire need of reform. The realm of the living struggled against soul harvesting. Lifespans were altered at will and required reckoning. Contemplating this, Siyi produced the small ledger of life and death, which contained the lifespans of all individuals in Qingyang County. Each entry detailed their birth and death dates, dictated by fate. As Suyu opened the ledger, a multitude of names appeared before him. The lifespans of the people in Qingyang County and its many towns were inscribed within. As he scrutinized the entries, his brow gradually furrowed. With each passing moment, Su Ye's expression darkened, until finally, a black line emerged from his neck, slowly spreading across his face. He was enraged. Su Yi was truly furious. The ledger of life and death revealed nothing but increments, each name accompanied by an extension of their lifespan. Wang Xiyang, 20 years, Su Mingdu. 50 years, Yang Xuanda. He Jingji. Absurd. Utterly outrageous. In a fit of rage, Siyu nearly overturned the table. How audacious Yang dared to commit such heinous acts. Within the city of Qingyang, it was shocking to discover that so many lives had been extended by him. Su Yi felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, particularly as numerous young souls, whose lifespans were yet unspent, had been granted decades more by him. Chapter 7. The Rampage of Malevolent Spirits. As Su Yu leafed through the small ledger of life and death, his expression darkened. A network of black lines etched across half of his face. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, landing upon a name, Yang Shou'er. This woman was supposed to live for 65 years. Yet she had only survived 18, her remaining years cruelly deducted. This audacious Yang not only extended lifespans but also siphoned them away. Su Yi recalled that Yang had once been accompanied by a ghostly woman named Yang Shou'er. Ultimately, that Yang Shou'er, refusing to submit to Yang's will, had met her demise in the river of the underworld. With a frown, Su Yi pondered over the fate of this ordinary woman. Devoid of any connections in the mortal realm, it was evident that Yang had been driven by lust, robbing her of her lifespan and dragging her soul into the abyss. Resolving to take action, Su Yi rose and made his way towards the Great Hall's exit. The Jiushan Yamen was neither too large nor too small. It comprised a cluster of buildings roughly the size of a town in the mortal realm. Palatial structures, shrouded in malevolent energy, stood by the banks of the river of the underworld. At that moment, Siyu headed towards the former residence of Yang. It was a foreboding manor, guarded by two ferocious stone statues of malevolent spirits, their visages terrifying and enveloped in an eerie aura. Pushing the door open, Su Yi entered the spacious courtyard. The spectral servants of Yang's residence had fled upon hearing of their master's misfortune. The entire courtyard emanated a chilling aura, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Siyu possessed remarkable sensitivity, with a formidable mastery of the Qi returning realm. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. Moments later, he opened his eyes and strode purposefully towards a nondescript room within the courtyard. This room, rather unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated, emitted faint sounds of weeping from within. Creak. Siyu forcefully pushed the door open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, thick with malevolent energy. A group of disheveled, ghostly women stared at the entrance with expressions of sheer terror. Their garments were tattered, many barely clothed, and their gazes towards Su Yi were filled with dread. Strangely, each of them bore a tag around their necks, inscribed with numbers. Su Yi scrutinized these ghostly women, noting a singular characteristic among them. Each possessed strikingly beautiful features. A thought crossed his mind. This Yang de Bold had indeed underestimated the suppression of the Nether River. A cold scoff escaped Su Ye's lips. "You are free now," he uttered in a low tone. At his words, the ghostly women paused, their faces momentarily stunned. Yet they dared not resist, trembling as they exited the room. "From this day forth, you shall regain your freedom. Yang de Bold has paid the price for all he has done to you," Siyu declared, his voice somber. "I will arrange for your passage into the netherworld. From now on, you shall be souls of my realm." With that, Su Yi turned to leave, leaving behind a group of astonished, ghostly women, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Without delay, he instructed the ghostly officials to escort these women deep into the netherworld. Subsequently, he made his way towards the realm of the living, aware that his subordinates lacked the power to seize their souls. With the current prowess of the spectral emissaries under his command, they could at most entice the ordinary mortals of the town who lack any connections. At this moment, Su Yi, wielding the soul-reaping cord, traversed the path of the underworld, where the passing specters promptly paid their respects upon noticing him. Su Yi acknowledged their gestures with a nod and proceeded directly toward the Gate of Ghosts. The Gate of Ghosts, though not overly grand, stood roughly 10 feet high, shrouded in swirling shades of darkness and pulsating with intense energy. Remarkably, This pivotal portal to the nether realm was devoid of any spectral guards. Contemplating the gate before him, Suyi was lost in thought. He resolved that upon his return from the realm of the living, he would assign spectral soldiers to guard this essential threshold. Taking a deep breath, Suyi stepped through the gate of ghosts. As he emerged, a wave of vibrant yang energy enveloped him. Just as the denizens of the living world are averse to the essence of the underworld, the spirits of the nether realm similarly shun the vitality of the living. Yet, as a soul-reaping emissary, they are compelled to navigate the realms of yin and yang incessantly. Thus, despite their distaste, they gradually acclimatized to it. Before him lay a mountainous expanse, where the yang energy was abundant, yet the summit of the mountain, hosting the gate of ghosts, retained a certain density of yin energy. The mist of darkness coiled around the mountains, adorned with nameless wildflowers and grasses. Emotionless spirits clad in simple garments wandered through the terrain, while spectral emissaries guided the lost souls towards the gate. Many of the emissaries bowed to Suyi before leading the wandering spirits into the portal. Meanwhile, Suyi set his course for Qingyang County, where the night was shrouded in darkness. Wisps of wandering souls drifted across the wilderness, remnants of those who met untimely ends. Without the guidance of the soul-reaping emissaries, these forlorn spirits could not enter the gate of ghosts, left to meander through the thick mist of the desolate fields. Suyi currently lacks the strength to manage these restless spirits, as they pose little threat. Only the malevolent or those with deep grievances in life might be susceptible to the corrupting influence of dark energy, transforming into vengeful spirits. As he traverses a village, an unusual aura envelopes the surroundings, shrouded in a dense, ominous atmosphere. He senses that this village has drawn the attention of malevolent ghosts. Pausing, his gaze flickers as he approaches the village. Upon nearing its threshold, his expression shifts dramatically. The oppressive dark energy within the village is palpable, with the presence of yang energy almost non-existent. Howling winds carry faint cries, echoing hauntingly through the still night, inducing a chilling sensation. How audacious of these malevolent spirits to disrupt the realm of the living. Since I have encountered them, I shall bring them to justice, Suyi declares coldly, striding purposefully towards the village. Although his mission is to collect souls in Qingyang County, he cannot ignore the chaos wrought by these evil spirits and feels compelled to eradicate them. Inside a dilapidated hut in this village, a small girl nestles against a woman. The child buries her head into the woman's embrace, her wide eyes darting around the dimly lit space. The woman, pale and anxious, is unable to find sleep as she listens to the mournful wails outside. Fear grips her heart as she clings tightly to her daughter, curling up in the room. The crumbling hut is drafty, with a sinister ambience outside, completely devoid of light. The icy winds seep through the cracks in the walls and the tattered paper of the windows, chilling the mother and daughter to the bone, instilling a profound sense of dread. They were originally a family of 4, but the man and his son succumbed in their sleep half a month ago. According to the village elders, they were drained of their vital energy by a malevolent spirit. This transformation turned the once complete family into a mother and daughter relying solely on each other. As ordinary individuals, their fates were tragic. The chaos wrought by the evil spirit was beyond their capacity to confront. Their pleas to the heavens went unanswered, and the earth offered no solace. Although the authorities possessed the ability to exorcise demons, they were reluctant to intervene in such remote areas unless there was a significant loss of life. After all, for those officials, braving the bitter cold to hunt spirits was far less appealing than staying snug under the blankets with their loved ones. A chilling wind swept through, and faint cries echoed from outside the thatched cottage. The woman felt an increased sense of dread, clutching her daughter tightly. Suddenly, she noticed that the little girl appeared frightened, her eyes fixed intently on the ceiling. The woman's expression changed abruptly. "Child, what do you see?" she exclaimed. "Mother, there seems to be a person hanging from the beam, and she has been staring at us," the girl replied. Chapter 8. A Day of Disbelief. What? In the room shrouded in eerie energy, the woman was shaken by her daughter's words. Her complexion drained of color, a chill coursed down her spine, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. Terror etched on her face. She scanned the surroundings meticulously, yet saw nothing out of the ordinary. "Where is it? Child, do not frighten your mother." Her voice trembled, her face pale as she clung to her daughter. "But, mother, she is right there. Can't you see her?" The little girl spoke resolutely, her small face etched with tension, seemingly gripped by fear as she pointed towards the beam of the house. It was over. The woman was utterly startled. Legend spoke of children perceiving things that eluded adult eyes. Now, her daughter had seen something, and it was evident that the two were being watched. "Mother, quickly," she asked, coming down. Suddenly, the little girl exclaimed, her voice trembling with fright. Within the dilapidated hut, an oil lamp flickered to life on the wall, casting eerie shadows that drifted ominously. The woman's expression was one of sheer panic. Terror painted across her features, yet she clutched her daughter tightly, gazing towards the direction indicated by the girl. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of the chilling wind outside and what seemed to be the distant wails of an infant. Nothing appeared amiss within the confines of the room. Tick, tick. Just then, a sound echoed within the space, a liquid dripping from the beam onto the floor. Drip, drop. The woman turned her gaze, her lips quivering. The liquid appeared dark. It seemed to be blood. Indeed, it was blood. The woman recoiled in horror, a shiver coursing through her as she hastily retreated, clutching her daughter and backing into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Mother, she has an older sister. Her hair is very long, and she looks so ugly. Her head is covered in blood, the little girl uttered, her face tight with anxiety. Shh, don't say anything, the woman urgently whispered, closing her eyes and swiftly covering her daughter's mouth, huddling in the corner, frozen in place. At that moment, the woman felt a chilling sensation at her nape, a metallic scent permeating the air. She reached up to touch it, only to find it was sticky. Her hand was drenched in dark, viscous blood. The woman, her face awash with terror, swiftly gathered her daughter and fled to another location. Yet, the malevolent spirit trailed her like a shadow, its visage nearly pressed against her neck. The specter's countenance was grotesque, exhaling a chilling breath upon her skin. Mother, this sister is so frightening. Why is she lying on you? At these words, the mother's skin prickled with fear, and she spun around abruptly. There, beside her, stood a ghostly figure with disheveled hair and a pallid face. A ghastly specter with bulging eyes and a countenance as white as parchment, emanating an eerie glow. Blood dripped from her hair, and her attire hung tattered and torn. Her gaze fixated intently upon the woman. This was the ghost's deliberate design. Without it, they would have been blind to her presence. A piercing scream escaped the woman as she clutched her daughter and dashed towards the thatched cottage's exit. However, upon emerging, despair consumed her. Outside, the scene resembled a haunted graveyard, shrouded in an ethereal mist, with gravestones emerging in disarray. Overgrown weeds surrounded the tombs, some marked by crumbling, nameless stones. Faces of the deceased materialized around them, howling at the mother and daughter. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive aura. The entire void ensconced in a heavy miasma of ghostly energy, obscuring the light of day. Strips of white fabric fluttered, propped against the gravestones, dancing in the chilling breeze. Help! Please, someone save us. The woman shrieked as she darted among the chaotic graveyard, yet escape remained elusive. The vengeful spirit exuded an overwhelming malevolence, creating a disturbing phenomenon in this forsaken place. At that moment, the ghost emerged from the cottage, her face contorted in rage, one side grotesquely mangled and bloody. As she gazed upon the woman frantically sprinting through the streets, driven mad by the sinister occurrence. In her eyes devoid of whites, a faint glimmer flickered. Boldly, at that moment, a thunderous shout echoed, and a terrifying wave surged from afar, instantly dispelling the peculiar phenomenon and restoring the scene to its former state. The mother and daughter were startled, trembling as they huddled in the corner, too afraid to move an inch. At this juncture, a shadow approached slowly. It was Suyu. Enveloped in an aura of darkness, his true visage remained obscured, yet his gaze toward the female specter was chilling beyond measure. With a shriek, the female ghost, her long hair stained with blood standing on end, lunged fiercely at Suyi. As a malevolent spirit, she took lives and wreaked havoc in the realm of the living, violating the laws of the underworld, deserving of being torn asunder. Suyu uttered a cold reprimand, then with a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a palm strike. A terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth, shattering the specter's form and extinguishing her true essence. In her final moments, Suyi glimpsed fragments of scattered images. It was a dimly lit room where women were imprisoned. They were to be forcibly sold into brothels, and this female ghost had once been one of those tormented souls. Some women resisted, unwilling to accept clients even when sold into a brothel. The captors resorted to relentless torment until they were driven to death. The woman's spirit remained unyielding, defiant until her last breath. Eventually, she was discarded in the wilderness, her body torn apart by ravenous wolves. The overwhelming resentment transformed her into a vengeful spirit. Though she wreaked havoc upon the living, she found no solace. Yet, as Suyi subdued her, she experienced an unexpected sense of relief. Regrettably, I am but a spirit of the netherworld, unable to intervene in the affairs of the living realm. Nonetheless, those who have exhausted their earthly lifespans will inevitably succumb to death and enter the underworld, where their deeds will be duly assessed. Such transgressions shall be dealt with immediately. Suyi murmured to himself, convinced that he would soon establish a small dominion of the afterlife, even if it were merely to oversee the Qingyang County. He was determined to ensure peace and tranquility in that place. No malevolent spirits would disrupt the realm of the living. The merits and demerits of the living would eventually be judged in the underworld. The virtuous would be rewarded, while the guilty would face their reckoning. At that moment, where the female ghost had dissipated, a beautiful ethereal figure materialized. She smiled at Suyi before vanishing into the ether. This was the true essence of the female ghost. Once her soul had scattered, she would cease to exist, leaving no trace in this world. Suyi sighed softly and then turned his gaze toward the mother and daughter. They were visibly shaken, for they were mere mortals and could not perceive Suyi. Gazing at the suddenly clear void and the dissipating aura of darkness surrounding them, the woman expressed her astonishment. She clasped her daughter and hastily knelt on the ground, bowing to the heavens. Thank you, heavens. Thank you for saving us. Suyi looked up at the sky, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Is there truly a heaven above? This world has descended into such chaos. If the heavens were aware, what would they do? Relying on heaven is futile. One must depend on oneself. If the heavens do not believe, so be it. At that moment, with the dissolution of the female ghost, the malevolent aura that enveloped the village retreated. The villagers emerged from their homes, bewildered as they gazed around. For over a month, death had plagued the village almost daily, instilling profound fear in their hearts. Although they locked their doors at night, they dared not sleep, terrified of succumbing to eternal slumber. Tonight, I suddenly sensed the dissipating aura of negativity outside, prompting me to step out of the house. As soon as I emerged, I heard the sound of a woman kneeling and bowing, accompanied by repeated exclamations of gratitude. Thank you, heavens. Sister-in-law, what has transpired? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, speaking urgently. Uncle Wong, my home has been haunted. It was then that the little girl spoke up. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. And then? It seems that the ghost has perished. Foolish child, can a ghost truly die? Enough of this. The malevolent spirit has indeed vanished. I can no longer sense her presence. At that moment, the old village chief slowly emerged from the throng. Having lived a long life, he held a position of great respect within the village. Possessing the ability to see beyond the ordinary since childhood, and having trained under a Taoist for several years, though his aptitude was modest, his wisdom was unparalleled among the villagers. Vanished? Truly vanished? How splendid! The heavens have opened their eyes. The villagers exclaimed in excitement. Finally, the old chief managed to push through the crowd, arriving before the mother and daughter. While squeezing through his no bother, he was taken aback. Upon witnessing the scene before the pair, he nearly gasped in shock, his thinning hair standing on end. Chapter 9. The Soul Beyond Law. Zhang Sanfan, the old village chief, endowed with the gift of yin-yang sight, had the rare ability to perceive what eluded ordinary eyes. As he broke free from the crowd, he was confronted with a sight that filled him with dread. Before the gathering, not far from the mother and daughter, stood a figure enveloped in swirling negativity. The aura of darkness surrounding him was so dense that his true form remained obscured, resembling a spectral shadow standing still. At that moment, the shadow gazed upward, seemingly lost in contemplation. A ghost? The old village chief was terrified, having just sent away a female specter. Here appeared another malevolent spirit. No, wait. The village chief's gaze suddenly sharpened. This was not a wicked entity, though enveloped in a shroud of darkness. It emanated the purest of ghostly energies, devoid of any malevolent essence. In fact, the village chief sensed a current of righteousness emanating from him. He was not a malevolent spirit, but a ghostly envoy from the underworld. Was it he who vanquished the evil specter? In that instant, all became clear to the village chief. The ghostly envoy, passing through this place, had witnessed the chaos wrought by the malevolent spirit and intervened to quell it. This resembled the legend spoken of by the long-departed elders of the village. It was said that in ancient times, ghostly envoys would patrol the realm of the living, subduing malevolent spirits. But for reasons unknown, such occurrences had ceased. No longer did ghostly envoys traverse the earthly realm. At that moment, Suyi felt a gaze upon him. To his surprise, this village still harbored beings with innate yin-yang sight. A smile crept across Suye's heart. He then nodded at the elder, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Upholding the order of the underworld and slaying malevolent spirits of the Yuanshan realm, he had accumulated 10 merits, bringing his total to 32. Gratitude swelled within him for the heavens that had opened their eyes. Within the village, voices arose from the villagers, their faces awash with reverence as they knelt in worship of the divine. Thank the heavens for their grace, though if they were truly benevolent, they would have opened their eyes long ago. At this moment, the elderly village chief suddenly glared with righteous indignation at the gathered villagers. Everyone was taken aback, their faces painted with disbelief as they gazed at the chief. "Master San, what troubles you?" A young man ventured to inquire. "It is the emissaries of the underworld. They are the ones who subdued that malevolent spirit. It is to them that we owe our gratitude," declared the chief. "Is what you say true, Master San?" Another voice emerged from the crowd. "The emissary was just here, but has since departed," the village chief explained. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present paled, for they could scarcely fathom that the very emissaries of the underworld had come to their aid against the evil spirit. Had they not been the very ones to claim lives? They had often been cursed in secret, yet today it was the emissaries who had delivered them from peril. "From this day forth, should anyone dare to malign the emissaries, I shall tear their tongues asunder. Life and death are predestined. When one's time is up, it is their duty to collect souls. This is fate, and it is their solemn responsibility," the village chief asserted with fierce authority. "Understood, Master San. We shall promptly begin the construction of a temple at the village entrance to honor the spirits of the underworld at dawn tomorrow," they replied in unison. At this moment, the first light of dawn began to break, and the oppressive aura of the underworld gradually receded. By the time Suyi arrived at Qingyang County, the sun had fully risen. Qingyang town was vast, home to nearly 100,000 souls, encompassing both nobility and common folk alike. The city gates stood wide open, with several guards stationed at the entrance. The thoroughfare was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of cheerful chatter. Ordinary emissaries of the underworld would dare not enter the city at this hour to claim souls. Their power was insufficient, and the inhabitants within were just awakening. Infused with vibrant yang energy, entering recklessly would evoke a sense of fervor within them. Should one encounter several adept cultivators, they would perceive him at a mere glance. Consequently, the majority of ghostly emissaries prefer to collect souls during the stillness of the night. However, Su Yi is an exception, with his formidable prowess. The yang energy within Qingyang County poses no hindrance to him whatsoever. Moreover, any cultivator within the city wishing to catch a glimpse of his figure must possess the heavenly eye and at least attain the second qi returning to origin realm. Yet, to his knowledge, there is not a single practitioner of the first qi returning to origin in all of Qingyang County. Even Mo Daojian has not reached such heights, being at most of the true martial realm, making it exceedingly difficult for him to detect Suye's presence. At this moment, Suyu quietly entered the city, and the guards stationed at the gate remained completely oblivious to his presence. They merely sensed a chilling breeze pass by, leaving no trace behind. As Suyi glided effortlessly past one of the sentinels, a sudden shiver coursed through the soldier. "Did any of you feel that fleeting chill just now?" he inquired, casting a glance at his companions. "Not at all. Did you actually sense something?" "In that brief moment, I felt a coldness creep down my spine, and my legs turned to jelly, nearly causing me to falter. Xiaolu, you ought to visit the Yihong courtyard less often. Those places are filled with enchanting temptations. Just look at how worn you've become. You can barely stand your post." "Indeed, Xiaolu, rather than squander your wealth on those little enchantresses, why not accompany me to the gambling house? You might just strike it rich." "Fourth brother, spare me your words. If it weren't for your youthful ignorance of the value of vitality, perpetually lingering in places of indulgence, how would you have ended up impotent? Impudent brat. Are you looking for a fight? Enough of the chatter, stand firm in your posts." Suyi entered the city, gazing at the vibrant scene within, and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. In stark contrast to the underworld, the realm of the living shone with brilliance. Countless shops lined the streets, the incessant calls of market vendors creating a bustling atmosphere. His objective this time was none other than the third young master of the prominent Zhang family in Qingyang County, Zhang Sanfan. This individual was fated to live but 3 years, according to the death ledger, and was destined to perish by that age. Yet, this year, he had already surpassed 20 years of life, and remarkably, his lifespan had been extended 3 times on the ledger. The first extension granted him 3 years, the second, 10 years, and the third, a staggering 300 years. Currently, his existence consumed not the lifespan he was allotted, but rather the fortunes of the underworld. Nothing arises without reason, and the same holds true for longevity. For cultivators in the realm of the living wishing to augment their lifespans, there are several pathways. The first entails elevating one's cultivation level, thereby nourishing the true spirit with the essence of heaven and earth, which naturally extends one's lifespan as it draws upon the power of the universe, increasing the years recorded in the death ledger. The second method involves the consumption of rare elixirs imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, which can prolong life at the cost of the elixir's true essence. thus gaining the acknowledgement of the universe. The third method is to alter the death ledger itself for the contemporary realm of the living. This approach is the most direct and effective. However, it consumes the fortunes of the underworld, meaning that each alteration of the death ledger results in a slight loss of fortune for the underworld. Such methods of prolonging life are detrimental to the cosmic balance and, hence, are not recognized by the heavens, constituting a violation of the laws of the underworld. Zhang Sanfan's 3 extensions of life render him a soul beyond the pale of the law. And Suyu's purpose this time is to bring this lawless spirit to justice. At this moment, within the bustling streets of Qingyang County, an elderly man selling vegetables knelt on the ground, pleading desperately to a young man. Beside him knelt a girl of approximately 14 or 15 years of age. The girl was dressed simply, her face smeared with dirt, and a few leaves of vegetables were tangled in her hair. Despite the grime that marred her visage, glimpses of her delicate and beautiful features were discernible through the strands of hair that fell over her forehead. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept quietly, her shoulders trembling, helplessly hiding behind the elderly man. Master Zhang San, I implore you to spare my daughter. She is only 15 years old, the old man lamented, his gaunt face etched with sorrow as he repeatedly bowed before the young man. Chapter 10. A calamity lasting a millennium on the streets of Qingyang County. Zhang Sanfan wore a cold smile as he stood before the elderly man, with a strikingly handsome face adorned with a sinister grin and eyes narrowed. He exuded an aura of chill. Although he had been frail and sickly in his youth, he had persevered and now possessed a lifespan of 300 years, making him quite renowned among the many young rascals of Qingyang County. As he gazed down at the kneeling old man, his cold smile remained intact. Li Laohan, 15 is not so young. Many have already started families at that age, Zhang San remarked with a sneer directed at the old man. And no, Master Zhang, please. It's truly impossible. My granddaughter has suffered alone since childhood, lacking understanding of propriety, and she knows not many rules. I beseech you, spare her. Old fool. Get out of my way, Zhang Sanfan's expression darkened. I shall say this once more. Today, it will happen, whether you like it or not. I must take Li Xiaolan with me. Young Master Zhang, I implore you, spare my granddaughter, the old man Li pleaded, feeling utterly powerless. Good people seldom live long. While calamity persists for a millennium, why does someone like Zhang Sanfan, who bullies the weak, continue to thrive? There are persistent rumors within the city that Zhang Sanfan will live for 300 years. Is he destined to torment the impoverished for 3 centuries? Poor old Li has just lost his son, and now his granddaughter is at the mercy of this Zhang San. Alas, being a good person is fraught with difficulty. Amidst the crowd, whispers circulated, none daring to let Zhang Sanfan overhear. Why is he still alive? 3 months ago, my distant niece was taken into the Zhang household, and within a month, she was sold to a brothel. Who can we turn to for justice? Indeed, this scoundrel is beyond redemption. His mind is utterly twisted. He treats those unfortunate women as mere playthings, only to dispose of them when he tires, selling them into brothels. It incites fury among gods and men alike. He should have perished long ago. His continued existence brings endless suffering. Shoo, keep your voices down. It is said his father, Zhang Qing, has a close relationship with the magistrate. We must not bring disaster upon ourselves. Rest assured, he cannot hear us. On the street, passers-by pointed and murmured. Yet none dared to approach and intervene. Old man, let me make this clear. Should you attempt to obstruct me again, I will sell your granddaughter into a brothel, and her fate will be far worse than it is now, Zhang Sanfan sneered. Upon hearing this, the old man Li stiffened, his spirit crushed in an instant. He wore a look of despair, kneeling on the ground, unable to utter a single word. Behind her, Li Xiaolan was weeping incessantly, her entire being transformed into a figure of sorrow. Grandfather, I do not wish to go with him. Grandfather, please save me. Grandfather, my father is dead. You are my only remaining kin. I must fulfill my filial duties for my father. I do not wish to go with him. Child Li Laohan's face, etched with deep lines, glistened with tears. I am powerless, my dear. I cannot protect you. I am of no use. As he spoke, Li Laohan turned his body and, in a moment of despair, bowed down before Li Xiaolan. Child, you must go with them. Otherwise, they will sell you to a brothel. And that would mean an existence devoid of hope. Li Laohan felt helpless. How could a destitute family contend with the formidable Zhang clan? Grandfather, I refuse. I refuse. Please, get up, quickly. Faced with her grandfather's bowing, Li Xiaolan was at a loss and hastily knelt before Li Laohan. The onlookers around them sighed in sympathy. Zhang Sanfan was truly despicable. Some could no longer bear to watch and turned away. Such is the tragedy of humanity, where the impoverished have no recourse against the powerful. Get lost. At that moment, a burly man behind Zhang Sanfan kicked Li Laoan aside, crying and causing a scene. If you spoil the young master's mood, can you bear the consequences? With that, the burly man strode forward and seized Li Xiaolan. Grandfather, sob. Grandfather. Her face was streaked with tears as she struggled violently, yet she was no match for the man's grasp. How amusing, Zhang Sanfan scoffed. It's not a matter of life and death. Is it necessary to cry so pitifully? Then, shaking his head, a retainer stepped forward and casually tossed a few copper coins onto the ground. Observing the scattered coins before him, the old man Li was filled with profound sorrow. The lives of the poor are indeed worthless. So you stood not far away, silently witnessing the entire scene. His gaze was icy, and a palpable aura of murderous intent began to permeate the air, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The onlookers could not help but shiver in response. Why has it suddenly become so cold? Behind Zhang Sanfan, several burly men narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning grave. There is a ghostly presence. One man's countenance changed as he spoke in a low voice. How dare this little ghost wreak havoc in Qingyang County? The burly man bellowed, his entire being suddenly radiating a surge of energy, an overwhelming aura of yang energy spreading forth. First, escort the third young master away, he commanded. Understood. Immediately, the other burly men hurriedly surrounded Zhang Sanfan and began to lead him away. Is it really necessary? He is merely a small ghost. Can he truly stir up any significant trouble? With a mere word from my father, he would be reduced to nothingness. I possess 300 years of life. How could he possibly claim my soul? Zhang Sanfan forcefully pushed the others away, declaring loudly, I shall stand right here and see which little ghost dares to claim me. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly trembled, his eyes glazing over, and his body fell rigidly to the ground. Third young master. The burly men exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him. Even the man who had been holding on to Li Xiaolan quickly released her and dashed over. Their sole mission was to protect the third young master. Should any misfortune befall him, they too would not escape unscathed. Li Xiaolan was utterly terrified. She hastily rushed to her grandfather's side, her face ashen as she gazed upon the fallen third master. Grandfather? Is he dead? I don't know. We must leave at once, granddaughter. We need to get out of the city, the old man urged, his face etched with anxiety. Regardless of whether that scoundrel Zhang Sanfan was alive or deceased, the paramount concern was the safety of his granddaughter. The two hurried away. Grandfather, I have a few copper coins left. Let us take them and flee. At that moment, several well-off onlookers extended a few copper coins towards them. Thank you, kind benefactors, the old man said, bowing gratefully before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, all eyes turned towards the motionless third master, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed met his end. Was it true that the heavens had finally opened their eyes and rid the world of this malevolent scourge? A few burly men, their faces etched with urgency, surrounded the fallen figure to examine him. He is dead, one of the men murmured, his expression vacant. Could it truly be that his soul has been claimed? A heavy silence fell over them as they lifted the third master's lifeless body and made their way to the Zhang residence. At that moment, the third master's spirit lingered nearby, accompanied by a shadowy figure shrouded in an eerie aura. As his soul was drawn from his body, he caught sight of that figure, causing his expression to shift drastically. Chapter 11. My son Zhang Sanfan was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. Throughout his life, he had been the tormentor, never once experiencing such a predicament. Beside him stood a shadowy figure wielding a soul-reaping cord, its sinister gaze fixed upon him. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to resist, bound by the very cord that ensnared him. Despite his desperate cries, no one paid heed to his pleas. He witnessed his own body collapsing to the ground, while the guards surrounding him displayed expressions of sheer panic, desperately shaking his lifeless form. Astonishingly, those very guards even lifted his body away, leaving him utterly abandoned in that place. Zhang Sanfan was engulfed by despair, his face ashen and his heart shrouded in darkness. Throughout his life, he had never known such hopelessness. Any trouble he encountered was always resolved by his father. Even in his frail state, during critical moments, his father had consistently ensured his survival. Now, his father had even extended his life by 300 years. He could never have anticipated that a mere specter would dare to claim his soul. In that moment of utter desperation, Zhang Sanfan turned to Suya with a fierce glare. Suya's gaze was chilling, directed at Zhang Sanfan's spirit with an icy intensity. Your time has not yet expired? Zhang Sanfan, you should have perished at the age of 3. You have lived an additional 20 years, and today, The debt must be repaid. Enveloped in a haze of malevolent energy, Su Ye's voice resonated with an eerie authority that unsettled the very core of Zhang Sanfan. "No, my father is Zhang Qing. You cannot claim my soul, or he will not spare you. Having claimed you, it is now your father's turn. All 27 members of the Zhang family who have extended their lives must be taken." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfan was left utterly stunned. This specter was exceedingly audacious. Zhang Sanfan has finally met his demise. This coward truly deserves a miserable end, perishing while idly shopping, a truly gratifying spectacle. Zhang Sanfan had committed countless heinous acts over the years, and this fate was undeniably poetic justice, a manifestation of retribution that was bound to arrive. At that moment, the citizens on the street applauded in approval, were it not for the fear of incurring the wrath of the Zhang family. Some might have even considered setting off firecrackers and celebrating. Today marks a momentous occasion in my household, where tea flows freely for all. Even the scent of the leaves evokes a sense of joy among the local villagers. Do you see? Your demise brings delight to the masses, as if they wish to ring bells and beat drums in celebration. Do you still believe you should not have perished? So you cast a cold gaze at Zhang Sanfan as he spoke. Maintaining the order of the underworld, he cultivates the souls of the Qi realm, accumulating merit, currently standing at 33. At this very moment, within the Zhang family estate. The Zhang family, though not the foremost clan in Qingyang County, holds considerable influence. The family head, Zhang Qing, is a shrewd businessman, his establishments thriving throughout the county, thus amassing great wealth. Even the most prestigious families in Qingyang County afford him a measure of respect. The Zhang estate lies at the eastern edge of Qingyang County, situated in a bustling market district where every inch is precious. Yet, the estate sprawls impressively, a testament to the family's power. Its architecture is both ancient and dignified, with two imposing stone lions standing guard at the entrance. At this moment, several robust men hurriedly approached, bearing the lifeless body of none other than Zhang Sanfan, the third young master, accompanied by his loyal guards. Upon seeing them, the two gatekeepers exchanged startled glances. "Stop your chatter," swiftly informed the master. "The third young master is in grave danger." One of them shouted urgently. At these words, the gatekeeper's expression shifted dramatically as confusion enveloped him. Who in Qingyang County is unaware of the third young master? He is said to possess a lifespan of 300 years. How could he possibly be dead? Such claims, often boasted by Zhang Sanfan himself, had spread far and wide across the county. Now, to announce his death, who would dare believe it? What are you standing there for? Hurry and go. The house servant's countenance shifted with alarm as he cast another glance at the third young master, who appeared pallid and devoid of any color, causing an unsettling heaviness to settle in his heart. Could he truly be deceased? The servant dared not linger, hastening away. Several burly men, their faces etched with sorrow, bore the lifeless body of Zhang Sanfan into the Zhang family residence. "What has befallen my son?" At that moment, Zhang Sanfan's biological mother, Lady Zhang Lin, emerged from the inner courtyard. Upon seeing her son, her expression altered dramatically, and she could not restrain a cry of shock. "Speak quickly. What has happened to my son?" A mother's status is elevated by her child. Lady Zhang Lin had originally been a minor concubine of Zhang Qing. Since giving birth to Zhang Sanfan, her standing within the Zhang family had risen, second only to that of the legitimate wife. Thus, her affection for her son was profound. Could it be that my son has perished? This is inconceivable. Lady Zhang Lin could hardly believe the reality. "My child." She threw herself upon her son, overwhelmed with grief. His body felt cold to her touch. He had lost all warmth. Who is responsible for this atrocity that has claimed my son's life? Lady Zhang Lin's anguished wail pierced the air. Meanwhile, the servant rushed to the threshold of Zhang Qing's chamber. Standing at the door, he could hear sounds within that stirred the imagination. What is happening? The two guards shot him a frosty glare. "I have urgent matters to report to the master. The master has decreed that no one is to disturb him at this time." Upon hearing this, the servant's expression shifted. Yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. If anything were amiss on his watch, he would bear the blame. "Master!" A desperate voice erupted from the servant's lips. "You seek death." The guard's expressions darkened as they prepared to subdue the servant. "What is the matter?" Inside the room, a low voice resonated. "Master, the third young master is in trouble." Instantly, hurried sounds of dressing filled the air. "Sir, it is not yet finished." Moments later, a distinguished middle-aged man emerged from within, exuding an air of authority and unmatched dominance. His expression was grim as he turned to the servant. "What is the matter?" "The third young master. It seems he has passed away." The servant, filled with apprehension and stammering, struggled to convey the dreadful news. "What did you say?" Zhang Qing's face paled as he grasped the servant roughly. "My son." At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the entire estate. Chapter 12. The threshold of death within the Zhang residence, a piercing cry reverberated through the halls. Upon hearing this sound, Zhang Qing felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. His beloved son was gone. Throughout his life, he had toiled relentlessly for this child. Upon his birth, a fortune teller had proclaimed he would not survive beyond 3 years. Indeed, the boy had been frail and ailing, requiring medication nearly every day. Yet there was no sign of improvement. At that time, Zhang Qing had not attained his current stature. In a desperate bid to extend his son's life, he had nearly exhausted his savings until he finally encountered a certain individual. He exchanged all his wealth for essence, entrusting it to this person in hopes of granting Zhang Sanfan 3 more years of life. The essence was coveted by practitioners far and wide. For cultivators, gold and silver held little value compared to essence, which contained the quintessence of the universe, capable of being refined into one's own cultivation. Even the spirits of the underworld could absorb this essence, transforming it into ghostly energy, thus enhancing their own power. Since then, Zhang Qing has diligently endeavored in business. And fortunately, he achieved success. As Zhang Sanfan approached the age of 6, he expended precious energy to extend his son's life by another decade. Through his tireless efforts, he finally established a firm foothold in Qingyang County. In fact, he even cultivated a relationship with the county magistrate. After attaining prosperity, he personally ventured into the underworld, seeking out Yang Dadong, and directly added 300 years to his son's lifespan. How brief a time has passed. His son has perished? All his years of toil have vanished into thin air? It could be said that half of the Zhang family's stability in Qingyang County was due to the efforts of his third son, Zhang Sanfan. Were it not for the purpose of extending his son's life, he would not have exerted himself so fervently. At this moment, upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries of Zhang Sanlin's mother, he realized that his youngest son might truly be gone. In that instant, Zhang Qing's heart was shattered with sorrow. He cast aside his servant and strode towards the front courtyard. At this time, all the family members of the Zhang clan emerged from the estate. Their expressions varied as they gazed upon the lifeless Zhang Sanfan in the courtyard. Inside the grand courtyard, Zhang Sanfan lay upon a bed, a white cloth draped over him. Zhang Lin's wife knelt beside Zhang Sanfan's bed, weeping tragically, consumed by grief. "Master, uncle." At this moment, upon seeing Zhang Qing, several family members bowed in respect. Zhang Qing's countenance darkened as he walked step by step towards his son's lifeless body. "My lord, you must seek justice for our son. Whoever is responsible must pay the price." Upon seeing Zhang Qing approach, Zhang Lin's wife, as if seeing a lifeline, lunged forward in desperation, filled with sorrow and indignation. "My son met a tragic end." Zhang Qing supported Zhang Lin, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he approached Zhang Sanfan. He raised his hand to uncover the white cloth draped over Zhang Sanfan, revealing a face so dark that it seemed ready to weep. At that moment, Zhang Sanfan's complexion was ashen, tinged with a faint blue, his body rigid yet unscathed. The several burly men present were stricken with terror, collapsing to their knees in a flurry. They trembled in fear, their hearts filled with trepidation. "Speak." Zhang Qing's piercing gaze fell upon them as he bellowed. "Why, yes." They stammered, nodding vigorously. One of the men, his voice quivering, recounted, "Today, while we accompanied the young master through the streets, we felt a chilling wind pass by. And then the young master collapsed, unresponsive. A ghost seizing the soul?" Zhang Qing's eyes narrowed. "My son is blessed with 300 years of life. How dare a specter claim his soul? Did you merely stand by as that wretched spirit took away Fanner?" "My lord, we did not see the ghost. Had we seen it, we would never have allowed the third master to be taken." "Humph. My son is dead, yet you still draw breath?" Zhang Qing's face darkened, his rage boiling within. He raised his hand to strike one of the burly men. "Please spare me, master." The man begged in terror, but with a resounding crack. Zhang Qing's furious blow shattered the man's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, the headless corpse crumpling to the floor instantly. In an instant, servants rushed in to clean up the scene. "Please spare us, master. Spare us." The remaining burly men were horrified, trembling uncontrollably as they gazed at their companion's lifeless body. Several individuals lay prostrate on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Zhang Qing, the head of the Zhang family, was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm. They were utterly no match for him. At this moment, their only hope lay in imploring for clemency, perhaps to preserve their lives. Zhang Qing's countenance darkened, and he refrained from further action, instead turning his gaze to a figure beside him. "Steward, master." An elderly steward responded promptly. "Ensure that the corpse of the third young master is preserved intact, without any damage." "Yes," the steward replied dutifully. Those surrounding them exchanged furtive glances, as if contemplating a disturbing possibility. "Master, you intend to?" Zhang Linshi wiped the tears from her face, astonished. Zhang Qing's gaze was icy, exuding an aura of murderous intent that instilled fear. "Fourth, do not neglect the union for Fanner. Continue discussions with the other party." "Understood." "Elder brother," a middle-aged man affirmed. "Third, keep searching for a teacher for Fanner. He must cultivate the heavenly eye. The chaos between yin and yang is too great. If he cannot perceive the spirits, it will lead to dire consequences." "Yes." "Understood, elder brother." "Very well, master. However, one thing must be clear, the spirit that ensnared Fanner's soul must not be spared." A sinister glint appeared on Zhang Linshi's face as she declared, "My son has suffered such great adversity, he must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Humph, that spirit shall not have an easy fate. I will ensure it understands the consequences of offending the Zhang family." Zhang Qing replied coldly. "Zhang Jin, Zhang Yin, you two shall accompany me to the underworld," Zhang Qing said in a low tone. "Yes, master." The two middle-aged men stepped forward to stand behind Zhang Qing. Both were exceedingly powerful, their prowess lying in the late stage of the Yuanshan realm, only slightly inferior to Zhang Qing himself. "The master of the house, should we inform the governor?" At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion spoke up. This individual, known as Zhang Bulo, was a sage of the Zhang family and the right-hand man of Zhang Qing. "There is no need. Such trifling matters do not warrant troubling the governor." Zhang Qing replied in a subdued tone. "It is merely the Jioshan Yamen. I have been there before." Chapter 13. Fear not, my son. Father has arrived. Zhang Qing swiftly attended to family matters, bringing along Zhang Jin and Zhang Yin as they made their way towards the gates of the underworld in Xinjiang County. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhang family followed Zhang Qing's instructions to prepare the body of Zhang Sanfan. They laid him upon an ice bed, surrounded by precious herbs to prevent decay. The Zhang family members busily went about their tasks, showing no signs of mourning. Some engaged in theatrical performances, while others indulged in wine, leaving the onlookers in Xinjiang County perplexed. Zhang Sanfan, the third son of the Zhang family, had passed away. Yet, why was there no visible reaction from his kin? The crowd murmured in confusion. "I had anticipated a funeral, and even prepared a fine coffin. Why have they not purchased one?" lamented the owner of the coffin shop. "Not only have they neglected to procure a coffin, but they have also failed to bring mourning garments or white silk." Observing the eerily silent Zhang residence, the onlookers gradually dispersed. There was not a single sound of weeping. What was the Zhang family up to? Amidst the murmurs of doubt, Zhang Qing departed the city with Zhang Jin and Zhang Yin. At that moment, a voice resonated from the east gate, causing the faces of the townsfolk to pale. Fearful, they hurriedly scattered, falling silent. Within the gates of the underworld, Xi guided the spirit of Zhang Sanfan along the path of the Yellow Springs. Zhang Sanfan's complexion was ashen. Until this moment, he could hardly believe the reality before him. He had truly perished, his soul claimed. A sharp slap echoed as he cried out in anguish. This young man was intriguing, daring to threaten the lord of the underworld. Nearby, a minor spirit chuckled. "Focus on your duties." Xi spoke in a calm tone. "As you command." The accompanying specters quickened their pace, some making their way toward the gates of the netherworld, others guiding souls back home. Lord of the underworld?" Zhang Sanfan's expression shifted. Despite his debauched demeanor, he possessed a modicum of awareness. The underworld's lord was, in a sense, an official. For instance, in Xinjiang County, a certain lord presided over the lifespans of its inhabitants. It was said his name was Yang Daden, and he operated from the Jioshan office. The 300 years of life Zhang Sanfan enjoyed were granted by his father, Zhang Qing, through Yang Daden. To his astonishment, the specter before him was none other than the lord, Yang Daden. What was the meaning of this? Had Yang Daden reneged on his agreement? Contemplating this, Zhang Sanfan turned to Su Yi and inquired, "What do you desire?" Su Yi was taken aback, failing to grasp Zhang Sanfan's implication. Did he find his father's offerings insufficient? "How much do you wish for?" A resounding slap interrupted. Yang Daden, what are your intentions?" "If you seek my essence, my father will provide it." "What does it mean to have drawn me into this predicament?" Su Yi chuckled. Zhang Sanfan seemed to have mistaken his own identity for that of Yang Daden. There was no need for further contemplation. Having consumed the soup of the underworld, he was destined to become one of its denizens. Moreover, Yang Daden was no more. No more? Zhang Sanfan's expression changed. What does that mean? A sharp slap followed. Ah. Soon, under the relentless lashes of the whip, Zhang Sanfan's spirit became utterly despondent. He could utter no more words, being led by Su Yi towards the banks of the River of the Dead, Lord of the Underworld. Within the Nine Mountains Yamen, numerous ghostly officials bowed in deference to Su Yi. Deliver the soul to the opposite shore of the River of the Dead. Su Yi gazed at one of the ghostly officials and spoke in a solemn tone. As you command. The official nodded, giving a flick of the soul-reaping rope in his hand, which swiftly ensnared Zhang Sanfan's spirit. Follow me. The official commanded sharply. No. I want to go. I want to go. In that moment, Zhang Sanfan was completely panicked. He understood that once he drank from the infernal waters of the River of the Dead and crossed over, all his memories would be erased, leaving him with nothing. I don't want to go. Father, hurry and save me. Zhang Sanfan cried out in desperation. Yang Dabin. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. The sound was profoundly powerful, resonating throughout the entire Nine Mountains Yamen. All the ghostly officials' expressions changed, as they suddenly turned to gaze toward the path of the Yellow Springs. 3 radiant figures approached rapidly from the direction of the Gate of Ghosts. They were immensely strong, their bodies shimmering brilliantly. And the intense waves of yang energy they emanated dispelled the lingering shadows on the path of the Yellow Springs. Powerful beings from the mortal realm. The ghostly officials exclaimed in astonishment. They treaded carelessly through the underworld, and it was evident that these 3 were not here for a benevolent purpose. Their very beings brimming with formidable battle intent. Father, you have finally come. Father, please save me. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Sanfan felt a surge of excitement. He turned to face the approaching figures, calling out loudly, Do not fear, my son, your father is here. Zhang Qing bellowed as he arrived at the Nine Mountains Yamen. Accompanied by Zhang Jin and Zhang Yi, the multitude of specters retreated in fear, their meager cultivation overwhelmed by the radiant vitality emanating from Zhang Qing and his companions. Father. It is him. He is the one who has ensnared my soul. Zhang Sanfan exclaimed, pointing towards Su Yi in the distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing turned his gaze towards Su Yi, his eyes ablaze with a fierce murderous intent. How audacious of this spirit to dare to ensnare the soul of my son. Zhang Qing. His life has come to an end. According to the laws of the underworld, his soul must return to the realm of shadows. Su Yi maintained a serene expression, looking at Zhang Qing without a hint of disturbance. Father. Zhang Sanfan gazed at Zhang Qing, his face a mask of grievance. Father, I have yet to live enough. I do not wish to die. Rest assured, my son, your fate is not determined by their words, but by mine. Zhang Qing declared. Where is Yang Dabin? Let him step forth and speak. Zhang Qing snorted coldly. In this Nine Mountains Yamen, how can any spirit dare to seize my son's soul? Yang Dabin has indeed shown remarkable audacity. I have cast Yang Dabin into the River of the Dead. So you spoke slowly. At this, Zhang Qing's expression changed dramatically. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Su Yi, his voice low and ominous. What did you say? Yang Dabin has already transformed into a ghost of the River of the Dead. From this day forth, I shall have dominion over the Nine Mountains Yamen. The lifespans of all in Qingyang County shall be under my scrutiny. Su Ye's eyes glimmered with icy resolve, a chilling aura emanating from him. None among the 3 who dared to enter the gates of the underworld today would leave unscathed. He would not relent. Zhang Qing looked at Su Yi, astonished. He had not anticipated such a turn of events in the underworld's Nine Mountains Yamen. Yang Dabin has fallen from grace. This newly appointed lord of the netherworld seemed rather unyielding. Yet, he believed that through coercion and temptation, he could surely compel the return of his son to the world of the living. The entire underworld is in such disarray, given the prevailing circumstances. How virtuous can Su Yi truly be? 100 essence souls, allow me to take my son's spirit, Zhang Qing stated in a low voice. Ridiculous. Take Zhang Sanfan's soul across the River of the Dead, Su Yi scoffed, casting a glance at the ghostly official. As you command. The official replied with a renewed spirit. Responding loudly. You dare. Zhang Qing bellowed, his hair bristling in fury. He had lowered himself to offer 100 essence souls in exchange for his son's spirit. Would he allow the new official to burn his own head with such reckless authority? Chapter 14. A shift in Qingyang County before the Jioshan Yamen. Su Ye's visage was frigid, enveloped in swirling dark energy and rising ghostly mists. Opposite him, Zhang Qing was equally furious, his rage palpable. His son must not be sent across the River of the Dead. What do you truly desire? Zhang Qing inquired, his expression darkening as he gazed at Su Yi. I desire peace for Jioshan Yamen. I wish for no more foreign souls in Qingyang County. Zhang Qing's countenance shifted, astonished by Su Ye's declaration. Haha. Zhang Qing suddenly erupted into laughter. Perhaps it would be best to replace the current official of Jushan Yamen. Upon uttering these words, he struck forth with a hand, unleashing a torrent of vibrant yang energy directed at the ghostly official restraining Zhang Sanfan. The ghostly official's face paled, attempting to evade, yet the overwhelming yang energy, imbued with terrifying strength, locked onto him. Boom. Just as the ghostly official felt his soul about to shatter, a colossal wave of dark energy surged forth, shattering Zhang Qing's strike. Lord of the Ghosts! The official exclaimed in alarm. So you had intervened, effortlessly raising his hand to block the powerful blow. Crossing to the other side of the river of Hades, within the confines of the Nine Mountains Yamen, I shall witness who dares to act against me. Su Ye's entire being radiated an ominous energy. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Yu could so swiftly counter his strike. Such strength appeared to surpass even that of Yang Deran by a considerable margin. It was no wonder he could subdue Yang Deran. His cultivation level must surely be at the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm. Yet, merely with this power, to think he could harm my son is a delusion. Just as he contemplated making another move, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, directly pressing against him. The magnitude of this force was overwhelming, sending tremors through his heart. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with a malevolent aura, as ethereal apparitions of ghosts and deities manifested, striking fear into the very core of his being. A ghostly energy swirled around Su Yi, erupting from his chest. Wan Qi returns to origin. Zhang Qing exclaimed in horror, his face a mask of disbelief. He had never encountered such a formidable being. Even the esteemed Governor Mo Daojian had not reached the realm of Wan Qi returns to origin, at best attaining the true martial realm. A figure of such strength could only be matched by the Lord of Dongzhou Prefecture. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming certainty that any movement on his part would result in Su Yi swiftly dispatching him. Behind him, Zhang Jin and Zhang Yin wore expressions of terror, utterly paralyzed by fear. The three men's faces shifted through myriad expressions, yet ultimately, they dared not strike. The surrounding ghostly enforcers were taken aback. They had never witnessed Su Yi unleash his full power. Upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him, their expressions changed dramatically. The power of Lord Si Jun is indeed formidable. The ghostly enforcers exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the ghostly enforcer escorting Zhang Sanfan approached the river of Hades, about to step onto the bridge. Father, save me. Father, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. The mournful voice of Zhang Sanfan echoed through the air. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. Yet he remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Soon, Zhang Sanfan ascended the underworld bridge, where an elderly woman transformed into a bowl of soup, which she offered. I will not drink, I will not drink, he protested, but the spectral figure dismissed his defiance with a cold huff, forcibly prying open his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. Zhang Sanfan consumed the soup in great swallows. In mere moments, a haze clouded his eyes, his face transforming into a mask of bewilderment. My son. Zhang Qing cried out in despair, his voice breaking. Master, given the circumstances, we should depart swiftly, Zhang Jin suggested gravely from behind. At these words, Zhang Qing's heart sank further. Never had he imagined that this journey to the underworld would lead him to witness his own son traverse the river of oblivion and partake of the soup of the nether realm. Let us leave. Zhang Qing's face was so grim it seemed capable of weeping, and he barked an order, ready to turn away. Do you think I will allow you to depart? Came a haunting voice. Su gazed at the trio. What more do you desire? Zhang Qing retorted with a cold snort. To enter the underworld as a living being, to disregard the laws of the dead. To trample upon the order of the nether realm incurs the forfeit of one's lifespan, leading the soul to its eternal rest in the underworld. You dare. Zhang Qing bellowed in fury. Having come to my realm, you shall remain here. Suddenly, Zhang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. For Su Ye's gaze was filled with an icy dread that instilled fear within him. At that moment, a dark tome appeared in Su Ye's hand. Zhang Qing, with a lifespan of 136 years, has violated the laws of the dead. All your remaining years are forfeited, and your soul shall return to the underworld. Zhang Jin, with a lifespan of 127 years, has also transgressed the laws, and thus his years are likewise forfeited, leading his soul to the underworld. Zhang Yin, having lived for 115 years, now departs this world, leaving behind the mortal realm. See, he peruses the ledger of life and death. decisively marking a cross above the names of 3 individuals. "No, you cannot do this," the trio screams in terror, yet before they can utter another word, a dark chain swiftly manifests. With a sudden thrust, Zhang Qing's spirit is wrenched from his body. Following closely, the spirits of Zhang Jin and Zhang Yin are similarly extracted. The soul-reaping chain of the underworld possesses an enigmatic power, exerting a formidable restraint over the departed souls. Once ensnared by the chain, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to escape. Moreover, Suye's chain is extraordinary, capable of claiming the souls of any whose lifespans have been exhausted. This implies that even the mightiest, those at the pinnacle of power, cannot evade their fate once their time runs out. Suyi can draw forth their spirits with ease to uphold the order of the underworld. He reaps the souls of those at the primordial spirit realm, earning 10 merit points for each. With the extraction of the 3 spirits, his merit increases by 30, bringing his total to 63. Zhang Qing's spirit gazes upon his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, his entire being consumed by despair. Zhang Jin and Zhang Yin are equally struck dumb. Having accompanied their patriarch, they find themselves eternally bound to this realm? "Sir, what do you desire?" "Anything you wish." "I possess an abundance of essence. Name your price." Suyi, disinterested, turns his gaze to the 2 accompanying specters and solemnly instructs, "Remove these 3 bodies from the gates of the underworld. Let them hang at the threshold, a warning to the living. Those who dare trespass shall meet their demise." "Understood." Suddenly, 3 ghostly emissaries emerged, directly seizing the lifeless bodies of the 3 individuals and making their way toward the gate of hell. Zhang Qing was engulfed by terror. The thought of his corpse being displayed at the gate of hell struck fear into his heart. All the prestige he had cultivated throughout his life would be obliterated in an instant. Having stirred the forces of the underworld to reclaim his soul, he was now faced with the grim reality of his own demise, his body destined to hang at the very entrance of the afterlife. Even in death, his family in Xinjiang County would be unable to hold their heads high. Unperturbed, Siyu fixed his gaze upon Zhang Qing, his voice icy as he declared, "It is not only you. Every individual from the Zhang family who has extended their life shall be apprehended. And this reckoning shall extend to all those in Xinjiang County who have similarly defied fate. From this day forth, any soul in Xinjiang County whose lifespan is exhausted shall inevitably return to the underworld." "You are utterly arrogant." Zhang Qing was taken aback by Su Ye's words. Yet, he could not deny the truth in them. Siyu possessed a power that had surpassed even that of the governor. A foreboding sense washed over him. Change was imminent for Xinjiang County. Chapter 15. The deities of the underworld are appointed by me. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. He realized he had met his downfall. However, reflecting on Su Ye's proclamation that an entire reckoning would befall Xinjiang County, he felt a strange sense of equilibrium. "Damn it! If I am to perish, neither shall you find peace," he mused, recalling those who had suppressed him over the years, the governor, Mo Daojian, and the heads of several prominent families. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him as they were escorted to the banks of the river of Hades. Su Ye's demeanor remained indifferent as he instructed his ghostly subordinates. "Proceed as commanded." The emissaries behind him were invigorated, their spirits lifted by the overwhelming strength of their lord. The fact that even the soul of Zhang Qing, a member of the illustrious Zhang family of Xinjiang County, had been claimed filled them with immense confidence. Although Zhang Qing may not be a top figure in Xinjiang County, he still holds a certain prominence. Even among the underworld's ghostly emissaries, his name is well known. This time, not only did Lord Sijuan seize his son Zhang Sanfan, but he also retained Zhang Qing's soul in the Netherrealm, a truly gratifying act for the spirits. As he watched several ghostly emissaries escorting the souls of Zhang Qing and his companions across the river of oblivion, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor. He yearned to purge Xinjiang County at once, yet he understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Though he possessed formidable strength, his subordinates lacked the requisite cultivation. Only Fan Wujiao had barely attained a level comparable to that of a young realm practitioner in the nascent soul stage. If he wished to cleanse the mortal realm and establish a minor underworld, he must recruit and train additional followers. While inscribing his subordinates' names upon the divine ghost list would grant them the blessings of the underworld's fortune, significantly enhancing their abilities, especially in cultivation, Siyu would not act recklessly. Only those spirits he could trust would be inscribed upon it. Moreover, according to his memories from a past life, the underworld harbors numerous divine positions, the 10 Yama Kings, the 4 great judges, the 5 ghost emperors, and the 10 great ghost generals, all of whom are significant figures in their own right. However, as far as he knew, these positions were currently vacant in this realm. Only various city gods governed the territories. Yet, Upon meeting Fan Wujiao, an idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps such beings truly existed in this underworld, but they had yet to rise, or perhaps the underworld itself had not yet taken shape, leaving them unfulfilled in their roles. Thus, he resolved to establish the underworld and appoint the myriad divine spirits himself. In the future, the deities of the underworld would be appointed by him. Upon this reflection, Siyu resolved with unwavering determination. Fan Wujiao, summon all the ghostly messengers who have not yet ventured into the realm of the living for a council in the hall of the Lord of Death. At that moment, Siyu spoke up. As you command. Within the hall of the Lord of Death, an oppressive aura pervaded, surrounded by malevolent spirits etched in grotesque forms. The atmosphere within the grand hall was thick with ghostly energy, exuding an eerie chill. Seated at the pinnacle of the hall, Siyu exhibited an air of authority. His presence shrouded in swirling ghostly mist, exuding an extraordinary aura. Below him gathered all the ghostly messengers from the 9 Mountains Yamen who had yet to embark into the realm of the living. Are we all present? Siyu inquired. Reporting to the Lord of Death, we are ready. Fan Wujiao responded in a low voice. I have 2 matters to discuss. Siyu proceeded directly to the point. Upon hearing this, the numerous ghostly messengers within the hall were taken aback, attentively listening. First, from this day forth, our 9 Mountains Yamen shall assign ghostly messengers to guard the Ghost Gate, prohibiting all living beings from entering. Second, Fan Wujiao, along with several ghostly messengers, shall traverse the underworld river to secretly recruit spectral beings to serve in our 9 Mountains Yamen. I shall not claim any share of the fortunes allocated to our 9 Mountains Yamen. Instead, I shall distribute them entirely among the ghostly messengers of the 9 Mountains Yamen. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the ghostly messengers shifted dramatically. Fortune. It was a necessity for both the cultivators of the living realm and the ghostly messengers of the underworld. Though elusive and intangible, it undeniably existed. Its significance was profound, the most direct effect being that those with greater fortune could achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. The ghostly messengers in the underworld, when collecting souls, would indeed experience the arrival of fortune, though it would not all be conferred upon them. The Lord of Death, the chief of the underworld, and the city god would all partake in its distribution. This was also the reason the underworld could oversee the living realm countless years ago. Yet, the circumstances of their decline remain shrouded in mystery, for the underworld has since lost its power to monitor the living realm. At this moment, Siyu astonishingly decided to share his entire portion with the ghostly subordinates, leaving them in utter shock. My lord, this is unacceptable. We cannot accept this. This is an order. Fan Wujiao listened attentively. Once we cross the river of souls, it is imperative that we remain discreet and avoid drawing the attention of other spirits. Understood. Fan Wujiao replied, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. My lord, I have a request. Speak. In the past, I had 8 brothers, 6 of whom have tragically perished, leaving only my 7th brother, Xie Bian, who is currently serving elsewhere. I wish to bring him under your command. What say you? My lord? Xie Bian? Indeed. Very well, once you locate him, have him join you in seeking out suitable spirits across the river of souls for recruitment. As you command. A gleam of joy crossed Fan Wujiao's face as he bowed respectfully to Siyu before departing. Xie Bian. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Suyu's mouth as Fan Wujiao left. The black and white impermanences, 7th brother Xie Bian, and 8th brother Fan Wujiao. Soon they would all be under his command. Siyu had already resolved that upon Xie Bian's arrival, he would inscribe his name on the divine roster, ensuring he harnessed the fortunes of the underworld, thereby accelerating his cultivation immensely. Songqi. I appoint you as the guardian of the Ghost Gate at the 9 Mountains Yamen, along with several ghostly subordinates. Can you fulfill this task? I shall obey, thundered Song He, a ghostly subordinate, from beneath the grand hall. Subsequently, Siyu named several other ghostly subordinates to accompany Song He in safeguarding the Ghost Gate. Upon completing all necessary tasks, Siyu commanded all the ghostly emissaries to withdraw. He opened the small ledger of life and death and began to peruse its contents. Although Zhang Sanfan's soul had been accounted for, there remained numerous souls beyond the law in Qingyang County. Within the Zhang family alone, there were 27 individuals seeking to prolong their lives. At that moment, Song He led a contingent of ghostly emissaries towards the Ghost Gate. They had shed their black robes, donning suits of black armor, armed with long spears enveloped in a swirling aura of Yin energy, standing before the Ghost Gate. Suspended outside the towering ghost gate were the bodies of 3 individuals, specifically those of Zhang Qing and his companions. As the ghostly emissaries returned to collect souls, they were taken aback upon seeing the 3 corpses. This was the body of Zhang Qing from Qingyang City. How could it be displayed here? Zhang Qing had trespassed into the netherworld and had his soul seized by the Lord of Souls, his corpse hanging at the ghost gate as a form of punishment. Song He explained. Upon hearing this, the countenance of all the ghostly emissaries changed dramatically. The Lord of Souls was indeed fearsome beyond measure. The Lord of Souls decreed that from this day forth, all spirits entering and exiting the netherworld must present a token. Song He turned to several ghostly emissaries and spoke. Though they were initially dissatisfied, upon realizing it was the command of the Lord of Souls, they complied and presented their soul-seizing tokens. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family mansion, several prominent figures had gathered. Before them lay several tables laden with sumptuous food and wine, prepared to cleanse Zhang Sanfan of the malevolent influences from the netherworld. Chapter 16. The netherworld insults the Zhang family. Despite the pretense of celebration, unease lingered in the hearts of those in the grand hall. As twilight approached, the absence of the family head was increasingly distressing. Zhang Bulo sat quietly in the grand hall, his eyelids twitching incessantly, plagued by an unshakable sense of foreboding. As time gradually slipped away, the meal had long since grown cold. Something felt amiss. At that moment, Zhang Bulo suddenly spoke, his fair visage etched with gravity. The head of the family had yet to return, undoubtedly having encountered some predicament. What could transpire? The second master of the Zhang family narrowed his gaze and inquired urgently. Indeed, my elder brother is a formidable presence at the Yuanshan realm. It seems improbable that any misfortune could befall him. I am uncertain. Yet an ominous premonition lingers within me, Zhang Bulo replied somberly. Bring away this food, he commanded, glancing towards the second and third masters of the Zhang family, as well as several other brothers. Second master, I propose we dispatch someone to the ghost gate for inquiries, suggested Zhang Bulo. Upon hearing this, the second master of the Zhang family was taken aback, responding gravely, I shall make arrangements immediately. Moreover, the absence of our master must remain undisclosed to other families. Understood. Swiftly, a few agile disciples of the Zhang family departed the city, hastening towards the ghost gate. In the latter half of the night, they finally reached the mountain range where the ghost gate was located. Within the mountains, a dense aura of malevolence enveloped the air, and the presence of spirits was palpable. Especially during this eerie late hour when the entire range lay in an unsettling silence, foreboding and chilling. As the two advanced towards the ghost gate, they felt no reverence for the spirits of the underworld. However, traversing through the haunted depths of the mountains on such a dark and foreboding night still instilled a sense of dread within them. Ghostly emissaries flitted through the mountains, and they exchanged astonished glances at the two men. Yet, the duo remained oblivious to the presence of those spectral figures and wandering souls. I sense a multitude of ghostly emissaries passing nearby, as if they are exhaling a chilling breath upon us, one remarked. Disregard them. They dare not do anything to us. Once we cross the threshold of the underworld, we shall undoubtedly encounter those spectral enforcers. These ethereal beings wander the realm of the living, invisible to those devoid of the yin-yang eyes or the celestial sight. However, once one enters the netherworld, their forms become manifest. Rest assured, we are nearing our destination. I once accompanied the family patriarch into the gates of the underworld. It is not as terrifying as it seems. Fear is an impossibility. Yet the surrounding oppressive aura evokes a chill along the spine. The two conversed as they approached the gates of the underworld when, suddenly, their expressions shifted. Nearly gasping in alarm, there, suspended outside the ominous gates, hung 3 lifeless bodies. The corpses swayed ominously in the chilling wind, presenting a frightful sight. It was the patriarch. Indeed, it was the patriarch. One of the cultivators stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in horror. He felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, his entire being fraught with dread. How could this be? How could this be? The two became disoriented, their minds clouded with panic, rushing toward the gates of the underworld. Halt. At that moment, figures cloaked in swirling shadows emerged, brandishing long spears. Each was clad in black armor, their faces twisted in malevolence, emanating an air of foreboding. The gates of the underworld are sacred. The living must not advance. Song He's countenance darkened as he spoke in a low tone. The Zhang family members exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts pounding. When did the gates of the underworld acquire guardians? The realization struck them with fear. Their patriarch had perished here. a testament to the terror that lies within the realm of the dead. The two men felt a sense of trepidation. Who on earth had claimed that the gate of hell could be traversed at will? Why had he not come? Zhang Qing, the head of the Zhang family, had unlawfully entered the gate of hell, violating the laws of the underworld, and as a consequence, our Lord had decreed the forfeiture of all his lifespan, leading his soul to return to the netherworld, his corpse displayed at the gate of hell as a warning. Upon hearing this, the two members of the Zhang family nearly gasped in shock. The head of the family had lost all his lifespan? When had the underworld grown so audacious? Anxiously, they prepared to rush forward to reclaim the body. Boldly, if you dare to take another step, I shall immediately summon your souls to be escorted to the underworld, bellowed Songhe. At his words, several underworld soldiers erupted, their bodies enveloped in a chilling aura, their spears aimed menacingly at the two. Terrified, the men realized that if the underworld dared to seize Zhang Qing's soul, they were certainly not exempt. Let us depart. We must leave at once. In a state of panic, they fled with unprecedented speed, as if a tail had been stepped on, fleeing frantically. In their haste, they exhausted 3 fine steeds and finally reached Qingyang City by dawn. Their thighs were raw and battered, but they paid no heed to their injuries as they hastened toward the council hall of their family. Inside the hall, important members of the Zhang family gathered. Their expressions grim, and silence reigned. The atmosphere was oppressive. One could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. "Second Master, something has happened. Something terrible," came the low, frantic call. The faces of those within the hall shifted dramatically as they turned to the entrance. 2 disheveled family members rushed in, collapsing to their knees with a thud. "What is it? Speak," the second master commanded. "The head of the family is dead." The head of the family is dead. The 2 individuals were utterly bewildered, their faces etched with horror as they murmured in disbelief. "What did you say?" The great hall erupted with a deafening clamor, every person rising from their seats, their expressions a tableau of shock directed at the 2 members of the Zhang family. Under the scrutinizing gaze of so many prominent figures, the 2 grew increasingly anxious. The family head had perished, his lifeless body hanging ominously at the gates of the underworld. His soul had been seized by the ruler of the netherrealm, seized. This was an affront to the Zhang family. The second master thundered with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Summon all clan members, and let us storm the underworld to vanquish that ruler. As you command." The clan members rose in unison, their voices resounding as they prepared to march out of the hall. Their hearts were ablaze with indignation. Not only had the family head's soul been taken by the underworld, but his body was also displayed as a mockery at the gates of hell. This was a profound humiliation for the Zhang family. In the future, anyone entering the ghostly gates of Qingyang County would inevitably see the body of the Zhang family head hanging there, a source of disgrace for the clan. "Second Master, this cannot be." At that moment, Zhang Bulo spoke urgently. "You must remain composed. How can I be calm when my elder brother lies dead? His body displayed at the gates of hell? This ghost from the underworld is far too insolent." The second master of the Zhang family was consumed with rage. "Your recklessness will lead you to the same fate as the family head," Zhang Bulo warned solemnly. Inside the grand hall of the Zhang family, the members seethed with fury, a palpable aura of vengeance enveloping them. As Zhang Bulo's words resonated, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. "What do you propose? Shall we allow that insolent specter to trample upon the dignity of the Zhang family?" The second master bellowed, fully aware of Zhang Bulo's esteemed position within the clan. Although he is not a member of the Zhang family, the surname was bestowed upon him by the family patriarch. Having grown up in the Zhang household, he is, in a sense, a half-member of the family and remains fiercely loyal to them. Over the years, he has assisted the patriarch in managing the family's affairs, serving as his right-hand man. His words carry considerable weight, earning the respect of the Zhang clan. "Second master, listen to me. This matter is unusual and undoubtedly fraught with complications," Zhang Bulo declared, taking a deep breath. "Yang Dabin is timid and cowardly, utterly incapable. I refuse to believe he has ensnared the patriarch's soul. Since the 3rd young master was claimed by this soul harvesting, the situation has reeked of the uncanny. The patriarch has entered the underworld, yet remains trapped there, with his body displayed at the gates of the netherworld. Does Yang Dabin possess such audacity? Even if he did, does he have the strength to accomplish this?" Zhang Bulo's words resonated heavily, causing a solemn silence to envelop those present from the Zhang family. "Are you suggesting that others are involved?" the second master inquired, regaining his composure. "Certainly, there must be other parties at play. Or perhaps there are disturbances occurring in the underworld," Zhang Bulo replied. "What course of action should we take?" the second master asked. his expression grave as he turned to Zhang Bulo. I must inform the governor. If there are indeed disturbances in the underworld, this is no longer solely a matter for the Zhang family. The entire Qingyang prefecture may be at risk, Zhang Bulo stated. Upon hearing this, the second master fell into contemplation, feeling increasingly uneasy. First, the third young master was ensnared. Zhang Qing ventured into the underworld to retrieve his soul, and he himself became trapped there as well. Perhaps, as Zhang Bulo suggested, something indeed amiss has transpired in the underworld. Bulo, accompany me. We must pay a visit to the governor, the second master finally uttered after a moment of reflection. Very well. Do not speak of this matter. Feign ignorance. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone in the grand hall bore solemn expressions and responded accordingly. The second master of the Zhang family nodded, and before dawn, the two made their way to the governor's mansion. Su Yi was unaware of the Zhang family's reaction, yet he surmised that they were undoubtedly in a state of great disarray. At that moment, he opened his eyes in the secret chamber of the Lord of Spirits and exited the hidden room. The Tyan scripture was his ghostly cultivation technique. He possessed the great fortune of the underworld, enabling him to harness its energies for his own gain. His rate of cultivation was consequently astonishingly rapid, and after just 1 hour of practice, he sensed a significant advancement in his abilities. Just then, a small ghost rushed into the hall, kneeling with a thud and lamenting. Lord of Spirits, I am powerless. Su Yi turned his gaze to the ghostly envoy, observing that he was enveloped in chaotic yin energy, his soul unstable, as if he had sustained grave injuries. A flicker of insight crossed Su Ye's eyes as he inquired, "What has happened?" Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes grew cold, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. He had long been aware that there were practitioners in the mortal realm who specialized in extending lives for a fee, profiting from the deceased. They appeared to belong to a particular sect. Beings lacking background who wished to prolong their lives sought their assistance. As long as one could afford the cost, these practitioners would intervene to extend their lives. Their method was quite straightforward. They compiled a list of ordinary individuals who had paid and submitted it to their sect. The sect would then dispatch individuals to negotiate in the underworld, thereby assisting these souls in extending their lives. Depending on the amount paid, life extensions could last anywhere from 3 to 5 years. However, most ordinary people were impoverished. They could scarcely afford to extend their lives, let alone secure sufficient food. However, there are exceptions. Some individuals devoid of any background possess wealth, and in their desperation for survival, they might resort to selling their own children or liquidating all their possessions. Su Yi harbors a deep-seated loathing for the means of prolonging life. Those who violate the laws of the underworld and trample upon its order shall find themselves bereft of even the opportunity to enter the nether realm after death, destined to have their souls scattered. Follow me. At that moment, Su Ye's gaze was icy, his voice low and somber. Yes. The ghostly envoy promptly rose and accompanied Su Yi out of the grand hall. Lord of the underworld. Soon, the pair arrived at the Gate of Ghosts, where Sangyi was taken aback and bowed respectfully to Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and led the ghostly envoy into the realm of the living. Qishan Town, a settlement nestled against verdant mountains. This place is not in close proximity to the Gate of Ghosts. Su Yi urged the ghostly envoy forward, and after 2 hours of swift travel, they finally reached Qishan Town. At this hour, many villagers had already ventured out to work, leaving only the elderly and children behind. To avert unnecessary panic, particularly from those under 3 years of age who might see him, Su Yi harnessed his cultivation to cloak both themselves in a protective aura. As they approached the village, a chill of yin energy swept past them. Master of the underworld, that household. At that moment, the ghostly envoy pointed toward a particular courtyard. The courtyard was substantial, constructed of blue bricks, with a pair of red lanterns hanging at the entrance, flanked by 2 stone lions. Judging by the size of the residence, this family was indeed among the affluent in Qingshan Town. Su Yi gracefully entered the courtyard with the ghostly envoy. Inside, a servant was sweeping the fallen leaves. Upon their entrance, he could not suppress a shiver. Hiss! The servant involuntarily inhaled sharply. It is time to don more clothing. Su Yi disregarded the servant and proceeded directly towards the main house. At that moment, joyous laughter resonated from within. Thank you, Taoist Li. Come. Allow me to toast to you. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Aha, let us drink together. Inside the main house, a Taoist clad in a robe sat at a round table with the middle-aged man. Upon the table lay an array of food and wine. On a bed in the inner chamber rested an elderly man, his expression somber, clearly nearing the end of his life. Taoist Li, Come, let us drink another cup. The middle-aged man raised his glass, once more toasting the Taoist. Ha, too courteous. Taoist Li raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and tilted his head back, downing the exquisite wine in one gulp. Humph. Profiting from the dead while drinking the living's wine. How delightfully indulgent you are. Just as the two were toasting, a sharp voice abruptly pierced the room. Instantly, a chilling wind swept in, rustling the paper of the windows. The door of the main house was forcefully flung open. A bone-chilling gust from outside rushed in, sending shivers down their spines, leaving them feeling cold in the back. Their expressions changed dramatically as they turned to the entrance. Yet aside from the foreboding wind, nothing was discernible. Little ghost, this humble priest is present. Do you dare to cause a disturbance? Chapter 18. An incident at the ghost gate inside the main house. The air thickened with malevolence, and both the middle-aged man and the Taoist's faces shifted in apprehension. The Taoist shouted fiercely, unleashing a powerful surge of yang energy in an attempt to dispel the ghostly aura within. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him. The room was thick with malevolent energy, virtually impossible to dispel. How audacious! The Taoist exclaimed in fury, a flash of luminescence illuminating his hand as he produced a yellow talisman and affixed it to himself. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial of liquid and applied it to his eyelids. Such courage! His eyes glowed, radiating a golden light as he gazed at the ghostly figure before him. Rest assured, Brother Wong, with me here, this little specter shall not stir up any significant turmoil. With that, he drew a precious sword from behind him and aimed it at the ghostly enforcer. Perish, wretched spirit! He bellowed, as the sword erupted with searing brilliance, pulsating fiercely. However, the blade halted a mere 3 inches above the ghost's head, unable to descend further. The ghost felt a wave of relief wash over him, even sensing the intense heat emanating from the sword. Yet, despite this, the blade could not fall. The Taoist's expression shifted, perplexed as he exerted his strength. Yet the sword remained suspended. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, and the sword in the Taoist's grasp shattered instantaneously. His countenance changed dramatically as he was hurled backward. Thud. The Taoist crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Who? He gasped, his face a mask of terror. To defy the laws of heaven and earth. To extend a life, and thus violate the order of the underworld, your life shall be forfeit to repay the debt. A chilling voice resonated through the room, and a soul-reaping noose was swiftly conjured, hurtling toward the Taoist. No. The Taoist's complexion paled as he sensed the dread of the noose. Thud. His eyes instantly lost their luster, and his body collapsed with a resounding crash. In the void, a soul, face etched with horror, drifted, ensnared by the soul-reaping noose. With a sharp crack, the soul of the Taoist master was instantly reduced to nothingness, devoid even of the qualification to enter the underworld. Maintaining the order of the nether realm and slaying those who prolong their lives through chi cultivation, his merit stood at 1, currently totaling 64. Master, what has happened to you? At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed over in alarm upon seeing the Taoist collapse to the ground. Lacking the ability to perceive yin and yang, he could not see the spirits, reap the souls. Suyi turned and directed his gaze towards the ghostly constable. The constable's expression shifted. Awakening from his shock, he approached the elder in the inner room, wielding his soul-reaping rope. In mere moments, a soul was drawn forth. The elder's spirit appeared pallid as he gazed at his son, shaking his head with a sigh. Such is fate, he murmured, before following the ghostly constable out. The middle-aged man, realizing the Taoist had ceased to breathe, suddenly recollected something and rushed into the inner chamber. Upon seeing his father, he was rendered utterly speechless. He has gone. My father is gone. Oh, my dear father. As Suyi and the ghostly constable exited the courtyard, they were met with the sounds of anguished weeping emanating from the main house. They proceeded towards the Gate of Ghosts. At this very moment, in Qingyang County, within the governor's mansion, the imposing edifice stood grand and magnificent, its entrance vast and commanding. Above the crimson doors hung a large plaque, inscribed with the powerful characters for Governor's Mansion, exuding an extraordinary presence. Flanking the entrance, 2 massive stone lions stood sentinel, radiating an air of formidable authority. Inside the mansion, in a grand hall, Governor Mo Daojian sat regally upon his seat. With thick, flowing hair and a vigorous aura, his countenance bore an air of authority. His formidable presence pressing down upon all with an innate intimidation, even in the absence of anger. Below stands a middle-aged man named Li Qinggong, who is the brother-in-law of Mo Daojian. At this moment, Li Qinggong's expression is grave as he gazes at Mo Daojian, slowly articulating, "My son, Li Ran, has been missing for several days, and there has been no word." I implore you to take charge of this matter. Mo Daojin lifts his eyes to glance at Li Qinggong, but remains silent. He holds a disdainful view of Li Ran, who is known for his ostentation and reckless behavior, boasting about his connection to the governor. This conduct deeply irks Mo Daojin, as it mirrors that of his own son, Mo Shogawei. Both have been mockingly referred to as the second-generation heirs of the governor's residence by the influential figures of Qingyang County, a testament to their notorious reputation within the city. Since Li Qinggong has come to him, Mo Daojin cannot dismiss him outright. After all, they are family. You must take responsibility for your nephew, Mo Daojin, or else I shall not spare you. A sharp voice pierces through from beyond the great hall. A woman adorned in resplendent robes and wearing a golden hairpin strides in. Despite being in her middle years, her beauty remains striking and captivating. Upon seeing her, Mo Daojin lets out a sigh. He is the foremost cultivator in Qingyang County, a practitioner of the true martial realm, and the governor himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, he finds himself utterly ensnared by this woman. She is none other than the governor's wife, Madame Mo, of the Li family, who is also Li Ran's aunt and Mo Shogawei's mother. Impudent! This hall is no place for your unrestrained behavior. Mo Daojin thundered. Begone! Do not attempt to deceive me. Mo Daojin, if you fail to locate my nephew, do not expect to retire for the night, she declared. Sister, perhaps it is best for you to retreat. Do not provoke the magistrate, Li Qinggong urged. Brother, you are unaware. My husband requires pressing, she retorted. Leave at once, Mo Daojin glared fiercely. Please, sister, depart swiftly. My husband is fully aware of the situation. Eventually, the woman took her leave. Mo Daojin turned to Li Qinggong, his voice heavy with concern. Have you searched every possible location? I have scoured nearly every corner of Qingyang County, yet they seem to have vanished without a trace. Do you think they may have been captured by bandits beyond the city? If they dare to abduct my nephew, they shall face dire consequences, Mo Daojin asserted. Wait. You mentioned several individuals. It is not merely Li Ran? Indeed, there are several young men, all hailing from Qingyang County. Have you considered the realm of the underworld? Mo Daojin inquired. The underworld? Li Qinggong was taken aback. They are all living individuals. Why would they venture into such a place? It is shrouded in ominous energy and quite terrifying. Send someone to investigate. They may have inadvertently encountered a female specter, Mo Daojin suggested. At this, Li Qinggong was startled. There is indeed a precedent for such occurrences. We must remain vigilant. My son once had an unfortunate encounter with a female ghost, and he nearly perished as a result. I shall attend to this immediately. Just as Li Qinggong prepared to depart, two others entered the grand hall. Ah, Zhang Yiri, Li Qinggong exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Brother Li is here as well. Zhang Jia clasped his fists and then turned his gaze towards the governor seated at the pinnacle of the grand hall, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Governor, the matter is urgent. I could not take the time to report it. There has been an incident at the Gate of Hell. Chapter 19. The Governor's Methods. Zhang Jia. You claim there has been an incident at the Gate of Hell. What transpired? Li Qinggong inquired with a grave expression, urgency evident in his tone. At this moment, he felt an unsettling conviction that his son, Li Ran, had indeed ventured into the realm of the dead. Above in the hall, Mo Daojin suddenly fixed his gaze upon Zhang Jia, his voice low and serious. What do you mean? Bu Lao, please elaborate. Zhang Jia turned to Zhang Buliao, who, upon hearing this, displayed a respectful demeanor as he bowed to the governor and solemnly stated, Governor, our Zhang family has encountered a calamity. First, the third young master was taken by the spirits of the underworld, and shortly thereafter, the family had ventured into the nether realm to retrieve his soul, only to be ensnared by those same spirits, his body now hanging above the gate of hell. I dispatched individuals to investigate, and those spirits claimed that Zhang Qing had trespassed into the underworld, forfeiting his mortal lifespan, resulting in his soul's return to the nether realm, with his corpse displayed at the gate of hell as a warning. Upon hearing this, a palpable chill spread throughout the grand hall, emanating from above. Mo Daojin's eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness, his power surging as a murderous intent enveloped him. The audacity of the spirits from the underworld was truly outrageous. Mo Daojin snorted coldly, turning his attention to Zhang Buliao, and gravely inquired, was it Yang Dede who orchestrated this? I do not believe so. He lacks the audacity. Mo Daojin conceded, affirming that Yang Dede indeed did not possess such courage. However, one thing was certain, an incident had indeed occurred in the underworld. Governor, could it be that Li Ran is also in the underworld? Li Qinggong asked urgently at that moment. Mo Daojin's expression grew grave as he spoke in a somber tone. It is highly likely. Brother-in-law, you must save Ranner. Li Qinggong's countenance changed dramatically, and he fell to his knees with a thud. I am aware of this matter. You may rise. Mo Daojing gestured dismissively, his mood slightly irritable. Brotherly, your son? Zhang Buliao inquired, puzzled. He has been missing for days. Neither seen alive nor dead. Li Qinggong lamented. Upon hearing this, Zhang Buliao's expression shifted. It seemed that disturbances in the underworld had already commenced days prior. Governor. Zhang Buliao suddenly turned to Mo Daojing, eager to say more, but was silenced by a wave of Mo Daojing's hand. No need for further words. He replied in a low voice. Understood. The two members of the Zhang family nodded and subsequently exited the grand hall. Li Qinggong once again bowed to Mo Daojing before following suit. Mo Daojing's demeanor remained serious. As the governor of Qingyang County, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Now, having regained his composure and conducted a brief analysis, he began to understand the situation. It was highly probable that the official from the Jioshan Yamen, Yang Daden, had encountered unforeseen circumstances, or perhaps he had been ousted. Presently, a new official had arrived at Jioshan Yamen. Humph. Regardless of who you are. If you come to Jioshan Yamen to serve, you must greet me, Mo Daojing. Otherwise, in the future, not even the souls of ordinary people shall you be able to claim. Mo Daojing snorted coldly, suddenly turning his gaze toward the corner of the hall, and spoke in a grave tone. Go notify Taoist Mo. It is time to capture the ghosts. At your command. Instantly. A ripple emanated from the corner of the hall as a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Bowing to Mo Daojing at the pinnacle of the hall before turning to leave. You shall venture into the underworld to meet the Lord of the Nine Mountains Yamen, if necessary. Apprehend him. At this moment, do not let your gaze wander elsewhere. Understood. Another figure emerged from the shadows and subsequently departed the grand hall. A day later, amidst the mountains housing the Ghost Gate, a group of young individuals arrived at this location. They were enveloped in a powerful aura, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Several among them had attained the realm of Yuan Shun, with the leader, clad in black, possessing strength that surpassed Zhang Qing's, nearly on the verge of breaking through to the true martial realm. As they gazed upon the Ghost Gate, shrouded in ominous energy, their expressions remained impassive. Along the way, numerous soul-collecting spirits, upon perceiving them, hastily retreated. The intensity of their vitality was so formidable that it rendered the little soul collectors uncomfortably scorched. Keep your distance, dare to approach, and you shall find your souls scattered, a young man proclaimed solemnly. Upon their arrival, they had employed secret techniques to temporarily open their heavenly eyes, thus enabling them to perceive the soul-collecting spirits. The multitude of little spirits was driven back, unwilling to draw near. Understood. With that, they approached the Ghost Gate. Upon observing the three corpses hanging above the gate, the black-clad youth's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and a flash of light flickered, severing the three bodies from their suspension. Who dares to cause unrest here? Within the Ghost Gate, a dense aura of ghostly energy permeated the air, and several spectral figures flickered into visibility before the gate. Each clad in dark armor, their faces were menacing and chilling. These spectral soldiers were none other than the guardians of the Ghost Gate, led by Song He. Stop right there. Song He, upon seeing the group, could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment, yet he steeled himself to speak. The youth clad in black narrowed his gaze, astonished to discover that the Gate of Ghosts was now guarded by spectral sentinels. Begone, he commanded coldly. By the decree of the Lord of the Underworld, no living soul is permitted to trespass into the realm of the dead. Those who dare transgress shall have their life force diminished and their souls returned to the netherworld. Huh, such audacity. Since when has the underworld possessed such authority? Scoffed the young man in black, his disdain palpable. I warn you once more, step aside. The Gate of Ghosts is sacred ground. Living beings must retreat. Although Song He was merely at the Qi refinement stage, entrusted with a significant responsibility by Su Yi, he dared not falter. After much effort to stand tall under Su Ye's guidance, he could not allow himself to bend once more. Even if his soul were to scatter, he would not take a single step back. Preposterous. The black-clad figure retorted, waving his hand as a surge of yang energy erupted forth. With a resounding crash, several spectral guards were sent flying, crashing heavily against the Gate of Ghosts. Their ethereal forms dimmed, and cracks began to appear, from which wisps of ghostly energy escaped. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Without casting a glance at them, the youth in black strode forward, accompanied by his companions, straight through the Gate of Ghosts. On the path of the Yellow Springs, the countenances of the ghostly officials shifted dramatically. This group radiated an overwhelming yang energy, foreboding ill intent. Several ghostly officials rushed towards the Jioshan Yamen. Lord, Lord, people from the Yang realm have arrived. One ghostly official exclaimed breathlessly as he burst into the hall of the Lord. Upon hearing this, Suye's expression tightened, and he rose abruptly from his seat. In an instant, he vanished before the astonished gaze of the ghostly official. Before the Jioshan Yamen, Suye stood resolutely, his countenance icy as he gazed ahead. As the figures swiftly approached along the road to the underworld, the voice of the young man clad in black echoed even before reaching the Nine-Mountain Yamen. Suye's countenance darkened as he gazed ahead on the road to the underworld, his eyes radiating an eerie luminescence. Without uttering a word, he raised a hand and exerted his will towards the path ahead. Chapter 20. The body of the divine spirit, a deafening roar resounded. On the road to the underworld, a terrifying wave of sinister energy surged, coalescing in the void into a colossal black hand. This hand brimmed with overwhelming power, causing the surrounding space to seethe and shatter inch by inch. The faces of the young man in black and his companions paled in horror as they felt the intensity of this force, their hearts trembling in fear. A living person dared to tread into the gates of the dead. Such audacity was deserving of demise. A grand voice echoed, instilling dread within their souls. As the voice faded, the black hand descended with authority. No, how can it be so powerful? The young man in black, engulfed in terror, unleashed his full strength to counter this blow. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The hand in the void descended with a crushing might. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous sounds, several bodies crumbled to dust, leaving behind only a few bewildered souls drifting along the road to the underworld. What is this power? Is it the return to the primordial essence? The young man's spirit murmured. At that moment, they beheld a figure shrouded in swirling dark energy approaching from the end of the road to the underworld. It was Suye. Is it you? Who was making a move? The young man's spirit quivered. Did Mo Dao truly send you? Yes, it is understood. Suye nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the souls of several individuals soared towards the banks of the river of Hades, destined for the other side. As commanded, several ghostly enforcers approached, brandishing their soul-reaping ropes, drawing the souls away as they proceeded to the opposite shore. Suye's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that Mo Daojian would act so swiftly. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Let him suffer for a few days, to uphold the order of the underworld and eliminate those of the soul realm. He accrued a merit of 10 points. With a total of 5 souls from the soul realm shattered by Suye, their corporeal forms reduced to naught, they returned to the underworld. At this moment, his merit reached 114. Ding. With merit exceeding 100, he could exchange it for divine powers or enhance his cultivation. Divine Power 1. The body of the ghost god bestows the strength of a ghostly deity upon oneself, significantly enhancing power. Divine Power 2. The shadow of the ghost. Upon invocation, speed dramatically increases. Divine Power 3. Suye chose not to continue perusing the options. He relinquished the idea of enhancing his cultivation and opted for the divine power body of the ghost god. His strength was already sufficient, for the time being. He did not require further cultivation. His shortcoming lay in the absence of formidable subordinates capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Thus, the body of the ghost god, which would augment the strength of the spectral beings under his command, was precisely what he needed. With a consumption of 100 merit points, he exchanged for the body of the ghost god, leaving him with a current merit of 14. As Suye made his choice, mysterious runes began to flicker within his true spirit. In but a moment, the method for cultivating the body of the ghost god was imprinted within his true essence. As he contemplated this newfound knowledge, his spirit was stirred with profound resonance. The body of the ghostly deity is indeed remarkably powerful. Upon activation, it manifests as if a divine spirit has possessed the bearer, exuding an aura of dominance. Perhaps this extraordinary ability could serve as the foundation for the spectral soldiers under my command. Suye contemplated, realizing that any specter serving under him could cultivate this body of the ghostly deity. Subsequently, he established a restriction on this technique, allowing only for personal cultivation while preventing its dissemination. Within the grand hall of the Lord of Spirits, Suye sat in command, surrounded by his spectral enforcers. The guardians of the Ghost Gate, including Song He and several other specters, had survived, albeit grievously wounded. They had endured the ordeal. Suye gazed at the assembly, his voice resonating with gravity. Esteemed colleagues, in a few days, I shall commence the purge of Qingyang County. I urge you to dedicate yourselves to your training during this interval. At these words, the spirits were invigorated, the prospect of purging Qingyang County igniting their spirits. With a grand gesture, Suyi produced sheets of black paper that appeared in the hands of each specter. Inscribed in crimson characters was the name of the technique, the body of the ghostly deity. The countenances of the specters shifted dramatically. The very name signified the exceptional nature of this power. Most importantly, none had ever practiced such a technique, and the opportunity to acquire it filled them with ecstatic joy. As time passed, 2 days swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, Suyi delved deeply into the intricacies of the body of the ghostly deity, becoming increasingly adept. In that moment, as he manifested the technique, a swirling aura of ghostly energy enveloped him, and a terrifying phantasm emerged behind him, exuding an eerie dread. Suyi felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Days rolled by, yet there was still no word from Fan Wujiao, leaving Suyi uncertain as to whether he had successfully recruited any spectral soldiers. Nevertheless, he must expeditiously cleanse Qingyang County. Once Qingyang County is purged, he shall establish a minor underworld. The gathering of souls, the judgment, and the boiling punishment await. The innocent shall descend into the netherworld, while the guilty shall face retribution akin to that of the punishment department. At this moment, within the hall of the Lord of Souls, Suyi sat solemnly, when a ghostly emissary hurriedly appeared. "My lord." The emissary saluted, his expression grave. "What is it?" "Reporting to you, my lord. An incident has occurred with the ghostly emissaries of the Jiushan Yamen." Upon hearing this, Suyi's countenance shifted, his gaze suddenly piercing as he focused on the emissary. "Elaborate." At this, a chilling glint flashed in Suyi's eyes. Without a doubt, it was the work of that Mo Daoshan. To dare lay hands on my ghostly emissaries is indeed a summons for death. With a frigid glare, Suyi rose abruptly, an aura of terror emanating from him, causing the entire hall to tremble. "Continue the gathering of souls. I shall witness who dares to act against us." As he spoke, Suyi's figure flickered, and he ascended from the hall, departing. "As you command." The ghostly emissary, feeling the overwhelming aura of Suyi, exclaimed with fervor. In the deep of night, the void was profound, with chilling winds howling ominously. Within a town, a ghostly emissary, wielding a soul-collecting rope, advanced slowly. Clad in a black robe, his visage was ghastly, and a swirling mist of malevolent energy enveloped him as he approached the town ahead. Inside a humble cottage, an elderly man lay upon a bed, his face etched with wrinkles and devoid of color, lacking any trace of vitality. At that moment, he had already passed away, his soul lingering nearby. Without the guiding hand of a ghostly emissary, it would not be long before he transformed into a wandering spirit. At this moment, the spectral messenger entered the room, gazing at a bewildered soul standing beside the corpse of the elderly man. He brandished the soul-reaping cord, drawing forth the spirit of the old man. "Wu Guichio, your earthly life has reached its end. I shall escort you," he proclaimed, guiding the wandering spirit towards the threshold of the room. However, as they emerged, the messenger's expression shifted dramatically. There stood a Taoist priest, clad in a flowing robe and bearing a long sword upon his back, just outside the thatched cottage. The autumn wind whispered, rustling the priest's garments, while strands of moonlight filtered through, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. "Little ghost, come with me," the priest intoned, raising his gaze to confront the soul collector with a voice that resonated deeply. "Who are you?" The messenger tightened his grip on the soul-reaping cord, his countenance grave. "To collect souls in the realm of the living, the consent of those present in the mortal world is required. If they refuse, how can you little specters claim a soul?" The Taoist scoffed, one hand clutching a yellow talisman while the other unsheathed the sword from his back. "Do not compel me to take action. Should I do so, I shall sever your spirit from its corporeal form." The messenger's expression darkened, wisps of ghostly energy swirling ominously around him. Anger surged within, for the priest's words were infuriating, igniting a fire of fury in his chest. The notion that a soul could only be reaped with the consent of the living was utterly absurd. Life and death were governed by the laws of nature. Once a being's earthly existence had expired, their soul was to be claimed by the underworld. Yet now, this fundamental principle lay trampled beneath their feet. But as the Lord of the underworld had decreed, any being of the living realm, regardless of status, must have their soul reaped upon the conclusion of their earthly life. At this very moment, the messenger's respect for Suyi grew profoundly. With this thought, the ghostly figure's eyes suddenly hardened. In the realm of the underworld, the living must retreat. A commendable slogan indeed. The Taoist let out a disdainful laugh before striding towards the ghostly emissary. "Accept your fate. Such is the way of the world. The grandeur of the underworld has faded, and you are merely the victims of a tumultuous age." As the ghostly emissary spoke, he swung his longsword, conjuring a translucent web of light that enveloped the space before him. "Little spirit, submit," he declared, and with a flourish of his sword, the web descended in an instant. Boom. At that moment, the void erupted with a cacophony of tumultuous energy, a terrifying wave sweeping across the surroundings. The air thickened with malevolent aura, as if a legion of spectral figures howled through the sky, an image both horrifying and awe-inspiring. A ghastly visage, formed from the very essence of the underworld, materialized within the void. Its power was overwhelming, causing the surrounding space to quiver and gradually be consumed, an utterly chilling sight. With an air of indifference, the ghostly face gazed down upon the Taoist, its eyes radiating an icy chill. "You, a mere Taoist, dare to judge the heavens and the earth?" As the ghostly visage emanated a terrifying force, it shattered the luminous web with ease. "Who are you?" The Taoist's spirit trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the apparition, which threatened to obliterate the very fabric of reality, causing his body to quiver involuntarily. With a sharp crack, the Taoist's form disintegrated, leaving only a lingering essence adrift in the ether. Terrified, the essence yearned to flee, yet found itself utterly immobilized. "Where are my ghostly emissaries of the underworld?" The ghostly visage intoned, its voice frigid and devoid of emotion. In the Mu family fortress." Upon the utterance of these words, a terrifying power descended upon the colossal visage, obliterating the essence of the Taoist. In the pursuit of preserving the order of the underworld and vanquishing practitioners of the primordial spirit realm, merit was accrued, 10, bringing the total to 24. Subsequently, the malevolent aura gradually receded, and the ghastly visage slowly dissipated. Concurrently, a shadow shrouded in spectral mist approached with a languid grace. Sir June." At that moment, the ghostly envoy was filled with fervor. "As you command." The Mu family fortress, located beyond Qingyang County, was enveloped in a swirling miasma of darkness, exuding an eerie dread. This circular edifice, seemingly forged from steel, was entirely cloaked in black. Surrounding it, a chilling ghostly energy surged, with phantoms flickering in and out of sight. This ominous structure was none other than the Mu family fortress. Within the fortress lay a series of cells, constructed from an unknown material, apparently possessing a potent restraining effect on the spectral beings confined within. The ghostly envoys, evidently wary of these enclosures, refrained from approaching, their anguished roars echoing as they cowered in the corners of the cells. At this moment, in a spacious grand hall within the Mu family fortress, a being enshrouded in swirling black mist stood in the center. Clad in a dark robe, this figure emanated powerful waves of energy, suggesting a mastery that had reached the true martial realm. "How many have been captured?" rasped a voice from the mist-laden figure. Reporting to Elder Mu, "Over 100. spoke a practitioner from below the hall. "Indeed. What reaction has the underworld shown?" "None as of yet." "That will suffice. We may now report to the prefect." "Understood." The cultivator spoke and then proceeded towards the entrance of the grand hall. At that moment, a terrifying wave emanated from beyond the Mu family fortress. The surrounding atmosphere thickened with malevolent energy, and a colossal ghostly visage materialized in the void. This ghostly face was devoid of emotion, its presence pulsating with an intensity that was utterly fearsome. As this wave spread forth, the expression on the Elder Mu's face drastically changed. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was outside the Mu family fortress. Gazing at the ominous apparition in the void, Elder Mu's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "I am unaware of when my Mu family fortress has offended you," he spoke gravely. The ghostly visage remained silent, only a dreadful aura radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings in an atmosphere of terror. Noticing the ghost's silence, Elder Mu continued, "If there has been any offense, I kindly ask you to enlighten me, and I shall duly offer my apologies." He understood well that such malevolent spirits were no ordinary foes, should a conflict arise. The Mu family fortress could very well face annihilation. This cage has imprisoned many a restless spirit. At this juncture, the ghostly face finally responded, its tone cold and devoid of any emotion. "If you are interested in those spirits, I would be willing to bestow them upon you." Elder Mu's gaze flickered, and he replied in a low voice. He was aware that certain malevolent spirits not only consumed the essence of living beings but also sought to devour those restless souls. Humph! The ghostly visage snorted, and then suddenly unleashed a terrifying force that surged forth from its form, directly crashing toward the Mu family fortress. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment of the Elder Mu, the dark edifice of Mu family fort erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Shadows of specters surged forth, initially intent on fleeing. Yet upon sensing the tremors of the immense ghostly visage looming in the void, they hesitated. "What is thy intention, my lord?" Elder Mu exclaimed in alarm. I have already consented to bestow those spirits upon you. Why then must you obliterate my Mu family fort? His voice resonated with fury as he crushed a jade pendant upon his person. This pendant, gifted to him by Mo Daojian of Qingyang County, would allow Mo to sense the moment it shattered. As the elder crushed the pendant, a wave of dread surged forth in Qingyang County. Mo Daojian erupted from the town. His mind unsettled over the past few days. Could it be that the newly appointed lord of the underworld dared to threaten even him, the governor? Thus, he commanded Taoist Mu to commence the exorcism, intending to draw out the new lord of the underworld for a personal encounter. Chapter 22. Targeted by a minor ghost at this moment, the jade pendant upon Mo Daojian's person suddenly radiated intense heat. He looked down, startled. This pendant bore an exact resemblance to the one he had given to Taoist Mu, now glowing with warmth, indicating that the lord of the underworld had indeed reached Taoist Mu. With this realization, Mo Daojian dashed forth from the governor's residence, soaring into the air. Lightly alighting upon the rooftops, he propelled himself towards the outskirts of Qingyang City. As he ascended above Qingyang County, he beheld a grotesque, ghostly face materializing above Mu family fort. The visage was colossal, emanating malevolent energy, tendrils of ghostly mist wafting through the air, casting a shadow over the entire Mu family fort. Mo Daojian's expression shifted subtly. The power emanating from the ghastly visage was overwhelmingly potent. Even at a distance of several dozen miles, he could sense a chilling dread enveloping him. From whence did this malevolent spirit originate? Mo Daojian's countenance grew grave as he gazed towards the ghostly face looming over the Mu family fortress. At that moment, the spectral visage abruptly lifted its head and turned its gaze towards Qingyang County, its eyes devoid of any emotion, instilling terror within the hearts of onlookers. It appeared to have fixated upon Mo Daojian, revealing a sinister grin, and then unleashed a wave of terrifying power directed straight at Taoist Mu. No, Taoist Mu howled. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of resisting this overwhelming force. His corporeal form was instantly shattered, leaving only a wisp of his primordial spirit lingering in the void. Subsequently, that spirit began to fracture, inch by inch, until a gust of malevolent wind swept through, causing it to dissipate entirely. Concurrently, outside the ruins of the Mu family fortress, several Taoists under Taoist Mu's command emitted anguished cries as their bodies and souls were extinguished, their essences scattered, interfering with my ghostly emissaries, imprisoning them, and depriving them of their lifespans. The soul shall not enter the underworld, their spirits shall be shattered. A cold, indifferent voice resonated, instilling dread. To uphold the order of the underworld, slaying a true martial realm cultivator yields 100 merit points. Slaying a primordial spirit realm cultivator yields 10 merit points. Current merit, 184. Mo Daojian was struck with horror. He was acutely aware of Elder Mu's formidable prowess, which ranked amongst the finest within Qingyang County, second only to his own. Yet, before this colossal specter, he was rendered utterly powerless, crushed without a fight. What level of cultivation did that ghastly face possess? Was it at the level of Qi returning? Such a cultivation level seemed to surpass his understanding. Perhaps only the lord of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture could wield such strength. Moreover, the words he uttered seemed to safeguard the depths of the underworld. Could it be? Could that ghastly visage be the longing for a beloved from the Nine Mountains Yamen? If not, how could he dare to be so audacious? At this thought, Mo Daojian was utterly taken aback. What on earth is this fortuitous encounter? How could he have stumbled upon such a harbinger of doom? Just then, the ghostly face outside the Mu family fortress vanished abruptly. Mo Daojian's expression shifted, and he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, a chill gripped him anew. Above Qingyang County, a terrifying aura of ghostly energy began to stir ominously. Shadows flickered, coalescing into a fearsome and grotesque visage. This ghastly face, cold and unfeeling, loomed over the entirety of Qingyang City. The strong within the city turned pale, rushing out of their abodes, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the eerie phenomenon in the void. What is that? One cultivator gasped. Such a dense aura of ghostly energy. Has our Qingyu city attracted the attention of specters? What a terrifying visage. Is this the malevolence of the underworld? How can it be so fearsome? One by one, cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, gazing in horror at the immense, indifferent face in the void. Their hearts raced with dread and unease, particularly those who had previously escaped death, growing increasingly apprehensive. The ghostly face was colossal, overshadowing the entire city, rendering Mo Daojian's figure atop the loft inconceivably diminutive. Mo Daojian. At that moment, the cold visage spoke, its resounding voice echoing throughout Qingyang County. Who are you? Mo Daojian replied, his face filled with trepidation. Prepare the coffin. Subsequently, the ominous atmosphere gradually dissipated, and the ghastly visage vanished, restoring tranquility to the void. It was only at this moment that Imo Daojian realized his garments were drenched in cold sweat. Lord Governor, who was that malevolent spirit? Has it set its sights on Qingyang County? At that moment, the head of a prominent family soared forward, standing atop a pavilion. Indeed, Lord Governor. That fiend is exceedingly powerful. We are not even on the same plane of existence. Shocked voices emanated from the patriarchs of Qingyang County's esteemed families. Qingyang County has become their target. The governor's expression darkened as he murmured, "You all must refrain from any clandestine activities. Sea salt dealings that may jeopardize the underworld's 9 Mountains Bureau. Especially those who are fond of ghostly companions, keep your hands in check, lest you face retribution. Do not say I did not warn you. Rest assured, my lord, we shall comply," the heads of families replied solemnly. This is no jest. Who would dare to be careless in such matters? Lives are at stake. Should one fall into the clutches of a minor spirit and have their soul ensnared, it would spell disaster. Indeed, although the ghostly visage above Qingyang County was tumultuous, only a handful of individuals truly sensed its presence. The majority remained oblivious, lost in slumber, unaware of their perilous situation. Coupled with the deliberate concealment by those prominent families, the populace of Qingyang County continued to revel in laughter and merriment. However, the following day, within the governor's residence, Imo Daojian set forth. He needed to report this matter to the lord of the manor, seeking assistance to fend off the malevolent spirit. If the lord of the 9 Mountains Yamen sets his sights on Qingyang County, it would spell disaster. The inhabitants of Qingyang County would find it exceedingly difficult to sustain their lives. Gradually, Qingyang County may decline, potentially becoming the least significant among the 12 counties of the eastern Zhou prefecture. Do not be misled by the absence of any companions. He departed quietly. Aside from the heads of the prominent families and their key members, no one in Qingyang County is aware of his exit. At this moment, within the 9 Mountains Yamen in the underworld, Su Yi is seated in a secluded chamber. Last night, he vanquished a Taoist of the true martial realm in the mortal realm, earning himself a merit of 100 points. He had anticipated exchanging this merit for divine abilities or enhancing his cultivation, only to be met with the requirement of 500 points upon attempting the exchange. This left Su Yi rather disheartened. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he was on the brink of cleansing the mortal realm, and his merits would surely accumulate in due course. Chapter 23. The return of Fan Wujiao. In recent days, Qingyang County has been remarkably tranquil, with no notable events occurring. The prominent families have maintained a tight-lipped silence, revealing nothing. The ghostly emissaries of the 9 Mountains Yamen have been diligently collecting souls in Qingyang County. Strangely, they have encountered little in the way of significant obstacles. Everything has proceeded smoothly. Su Yi has remained at the helm of the 9 Mountains Yamen, patiently awaiting developments. Indeed, a day later, on the opposite bank of the river of Hades, a throng of spirits approached. On the bridge spanning the river, an elderly woman was taken aback and hastily retreated. Shadows of spirits materialized on the far bank. At the forefront stood 2 spirits, one clad in dark garments, with a fearsome countenance and a pitch-black visage. Exuding an aura of menace, this was the infamous He Wuchang, Fan Wujiao. The other was a young man, fair-skinned and dressed in white. He possessed an ethereal grace. And were it not for the ominous aura enveloping him, many would scarcely believe him to be a specter. This individual is named Xie Bayan, the 7th brother of Fan Wujiao. Behind him stood a multitude of phantoms, each shrouded in dark energy, their powers formidable, all surpassing the realm of Yuanshan. A sweeping glance revealed a dense throng, numbering in the hundreds. These were the spirits that Fan Wujiao and Xie Bayan had gathered from the underworld. Moreover, both Xie Bayan and Fan Wujiao had ascended to the Yuanshan realm themselves. As this legion of phantoms appeared on the opposite bank of the River of the Dead, a stir rippled through the entire 9 Mountains Yamen. The countenances of all the ghostly officials transformed in shock. The formidable strength of these spirits, all above the Yuanshan realm, sent tremors through their very souls. It is Fan Wujiao. At that moment, a soul-reaping specter recognized Fan Wujiao and could not help but exclaim, "Quickly, report to the Lord of the Underworld." Soon, a ghostly official hurried away towards the grand hall of the Lord. Without the necessity for a spectre-esque report, Su Yi also perceived the ominous energy. He exited the grand hall, standing just outside. At that moment, Fan Wujiao and the phantoms approached, each exuding an extraordinary aura as they made their way towards the Lord's hall. Fan Wujiao pays respects to the Lord of the Underworld. Upon seeing Su Yi, Fan Wujiao's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully. "I have fulfilled my mission. bringing 300 spirits to pledge their loyalty to the Lord. Su Yu nodded, casting his gaze upon the phantoms behind Fan Wujiao, all remarkable, their powers clearly surpassing the Yuanshan realm. It was a mystery from whence Fan Wujiao had gathered such exceptional spirits. We pay our respects to the Lord of the Underworld. The phantoms behind Fan Wujiao bowed to Su Yu. No need for formalities. Su Yu waved his hand and then turned to face the specters. His voice resonating with authority. Brothers, the Underworld is devoid of order. We struggle to survive in these chaotic times. And I hope that we can unite in the future to oversee the lifespan of the living. Just then, a sinister-looking specter behind Fan Wujiao let out a cold snort. The realm of the living flourishes while the underworld wallows in decay. We no longer possess the strength to monitor the living. So what grounds do you have to claim that you will lead us in this endeavor? The dark-faced specter glared at Su Yi, his tone heavy with disdain. Upon hearing this, Fan Wujiao's expression darkened completely. He had not anticipated that this malevolent spirit would question Su Yu even upon reaching the Nine Mountains Yamen. My lord, please forgive me. Most of these specters were once servants in the underworld, discontent with the rampant corruption they encountered. They left in a fit of rage and may exhibit some volatility. I ask for your understanding. Fan Wujiao bowed respectfully to Su Yi, his voice subdued. Not at all. Su Yi smiled, his interest piqued as he gazed at the dark specter. What do you propose? If you can subdue me, I will follow you. The dark specter replied gravely. At this, the 300 specters exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they regarded Su Yu. Deep down, they too harbored doubts. What capabilities could this seemingly pristine and refined specter possess? When Fan Wujiao first approached them, he had declared that if someone were to lead them in overseeing the living, they would follow without hesitation. Yet now, confronted with Su Yi, they felt a sense of disappointment. He appeared frail, with a delicate visage, seemingly untainted, yet lacking the fierce demeanor of a true specter. Such a spectral presence, upon first glance, lacks the overwhelming aura of a deity capable of overshadowing the heavens. It bears no resemblance to the imposing might of a formidable spirit. Can he truly lead the multitude of ghosts in overseeing the realm of the living? The 300 spirits were skeptical. At this moment, the dark ghost voiced this doubt, earning the agreement of many other spirits. Very well, Su Yi responded with a serene demeanor, his voice calm and composed. Let it commence. With a thunderous roar, the dark ghost unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy, engulfing the vicinity of the river of the underworld. His entire being vibrated with intensity, the chilling aura swirling around him, emanating an overwhelming force that seemed to pierce the heavens. Su Yi stood outside the grand hall, his expression tranquil, devoid of any tremor. As he regarded the dark ghost king and raised his right hand, instantly the world dimmed. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and a wave of terror radiated throughout the space. The air thickened with surging ghostly energy, and phantoms of deities manifested in the void, standing tall and imposing, instilling fear in every direction. The faces of all spirits turned ashen. They gazed at Su Yu with palpable astonishment and dread. In that moment, Su Yu's figure appeared infinitely towering, silently commanding a sense of awe that deterred any approach. He resembled an insurmountable mountain, exuding an air of oppression, no longer merely a delicate spirit. He now embodied the essence of a celestial overseer, gazing down upon all living beings from a lofty height. At this juncture, Su Yi's palm descended slowly, seemingly devoid of any force, akin to a hand that bore no weight. Yet, the dark ghost's expression shifted dramatically. This seemingly innocuous gesture filled him with an unspoken dread, as if the entirety of the underworld conspired against him, concentrating all its power into that singular hand. The sound of clapping echoed ominously. A series of crisp sounds emanated from within the dark specter. He attempted to raise his hand, yet found it utterly devoid of strength, lacking even the courage to resist. His soul began to crack, wisps of malevolent energy seeping from the fissures in his essence and dispersing into the ether. His body contorted, surpassing the limits of his endurance. Thud. His knees buckled, and with a resounding thump, he collapsed to the ground, subsequently succumbing entirely to the oppressive force. It was futile. I, the dark specter, yield. Trembling. He declared his unwavering loyalty to Lord Sijun, vowing never to stray. All present were struck with astonishment, their gazes towards Su Yi brimming with reverence. With a mere gesture, he subdued the dark specter at the primordial spirit level, a display of might that instilled fear. At that moment, Su Yi's palm remained suspended in the air, yet the sheer aura emanating from him had already rendered the dark specter prostrate and immobile. Should that hand descend, even a warrior of true martial prowess would be reduced to mere fragments. In that instant, they all knelt, bowing to Su Yi. We pledge to follow Lord Sejun, vowing eternal allegiance. Chapter 24. The three offices beneath the underworld gazing upon the 300 spectral entities kneeling before him. Sejun nodded. With a sweeping gesture, he lifted the 300 spirits with a surge of power. The Dark Spectre King was unable to rise, his essence in tatters, gravely wounded. Suyi waved his hand, releasing a stream of malevolent energy that enveloped the Dark Spectre King. Instantly, the Dark Spectre King felt a warm wave of energy permeate his being. His ethereal form swiftly regenerated, and in a mere instant, all his injuries were restored to their former state. With a sudden burst, he stood upright and once again bowed deeply to Suyi. "What is your name?" Suyi inquired, directing his gaze towards the Black Ghost King. "Reporting to you, esteemed lord, I am called the Black Ghost King," he replied. Suyi paused, taken aback. The name was indeed fitting. "From this day forth, you shall serve under me as the ghostly emissaries of the Nine Mountains Yamen. Soon, Fan Wuju will arrange accommodations for you. I urge you to master this divine ability swiftly." As he spoke, a flurry of black papers flew from Suyi's hands, landing in the grasp of the 300 ghostly emissaries. It was none other than the cultivation method for the body of the ghost deity. The crowd gazed down in astonishment. This technique was extraordinary. Although they had previously practiced various abilities, they had never encountered one of such formidable strength. Once invoked, it felt as if a ghostly deity had possessed them, radiating unparalleled might. They believed that with this divine ability, their combat prowess would ascend to new heights. "We are deeply grateful, esteemed lord." Suyi nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze towards Xiebayan. "You must be the Xiebayan mentioned by Fan Wujiu, correct?" "Indeed, that is I," Xiebayan responded solemnly. "Excellent. You and the Black Ghost King shall remain, while the others will follow Fan Wujiu to rest for the time being." "Understood." The others departed, leaving only Xiebayan and the Black Ghost King in the vicinity. "Follow me inside," Suyi instructed, turning to enter the grand hall. Xiebayan and the Black Ghost King exchanged a grave glance, then solemnly followed Suyi into the hall. Within the hall of the Lord, Suyi sat regally upon his throne. A dense aura of malevolence enveloped the grand hall, where grotesque and terrifying specters lurked in the shadows. Xiebayan and the Black Ghost King were beset by an unsettling unease, following Suyi's earlier display of power. Both men were filled with trepidation and an overwhelming sense of caution towards him. In this moment of silence, their hearts raced with anxiety. "Do you understand why I seek to recruit the souls of the departed?" Suyi inquired. "We do not," they replied in unison, their voices trembling. "I intend to scrutinize Qingyang County, to summon all souls beyond the realm of law, and subsequently oversee the lifespan of every living being within Qingyang County. I require assistance." Upon hearing this, the two souls shuddered with shock. "We pledge our lives and unwavering loyalty to you, Master." Their voices resonated with fervor. "Excellent." Suyi nodded approvingly. And with a flourish of his hand, the ghostly deity list materialized before him. He inscribed the names of Xiebayan and the Black Ghost King upon it. Instantly, a peculiar wave of energy descended, enveloping the two men. Their expressions shifted dramatically, overwhelmed with astonishment. "Master, what is happening?" they exclaimed in alarm. They sensed a surge of ghostly energy within them, their awareness sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Such a transformation left them astounded. "Henceforth, you shall serve as my ghostly deities, assisting me in the establishment of the underworld and partaking in its ethereal fortune." The underworld? Ghostly deities? Ethereal fortune? An undercurrent of anticipation stirred within them. "Thank you for your elevation, Master. Now, you may retire and rest." Suyi gestured dismissively. "Understood." Their souls quivered in affirmation as they turned to depart. In that moment, a sense of purpose blossomed within them, a mission to oversee the world of the living. Watching their retreating figures, Suyi inhaled deeply, a mixture of resolve and anticipation filling the air. The legendary deities of the underworld are joined by two more. There is no need to elaborate on Xiebayan, who is one of the emissaries of the Black and White realms. The Black Ghost King is equally remarkable, being one of the 10 Great Yin commanders. Upon first encountering him, Suyi sensed the extraordinary nature of the Black Ghost King. Later, when he subdued him, he felt a distinct aura of ghostly divinity emanating from him, akin to that of Xiebayan and Fan Wujiu. Of course, had Suyi not inscribed their names upon the ghostly deity list, even with their latent potential to ascend as deities, their rise would have been improbable. Now that their names have graced the list, embodying the fortune of the underworld, their cultivation is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. As one day swiftly passed, on the following day, Suyi summoned the multitude of ghostly attendants to the Hall of the Underworld Lords. He intended to purify Qingyang County. Before this, he first needed to establish a minor realm of the underworld. The souls drawn from the mortal realm must undergo judgment and punishment before being ferried across the river of oblivion to enter the netherworld. Brothers, today, I hereby rename the Zhoushan Yamen as the minor underworld and establish the 3 departments. Su Ye's resounding voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this, the ghostly attendants were struck with a jolt of excitement. Even the 300 spirits, after their recent interactions with the ghostly attendants of Zhoushan Yamen, understood Su Ye's vision. The announcement of the establishment of the minor underworld invigorated them all. Should the underworld flourish in the future, they would surely become its esteemed elders, possibly securing official titles for themselves. Under the underworld, we shall provisionally establish the 3 departments, Su continued. The first department, the soul-reaping department, will oversee the retrieval of souls from the mortal realm, to be managed by Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu. The second division, the tribunal division, is tasked with judging the souls summoned from the mortal realm, assessing their merits and sins in the world of the living, and for the time being, I shall personally oversee this process. The third division, the punishment division, is responsible for penalizing those who have committed grievous sins in the mortal realm, with the enforcement of penalties under the jurisdiction of the king of the underworld. We shall comply with your orders. Below, the many spirits of the underworld echoed in unison. Lord of the tribunal, now that the minor underworld has been established, you are no longer merely the lord of the tribunal. I humbly propose we honor you as the king of the minor underworld. At that moment, Fan Wujiu spoke in a somber tone. Indeed, henceforth, we shall revere you as our esteemed king. We pay our respects to the king. Ding. The minor underworld has been established. With changes in positions and rewards, the mirror of merits. Reward, a century of cultivation for the underworld emissaries. Instantly, the expressions of the numerous spirits in the grand hall shifted dramatically. An overwhelming aura of dark energy erupted from their beings, enveloping the entire hall. Puff, puff, puff. Within the hall, the sound of breakthroughs resonated continuously, as each emissary of the underworld experienced successive advancements. Some ascended to the realm of the primordial spirit, while others surged directly from the primordial spirit realm to the true martial realm. What is happening? The faces of the emissaries turned pale, each feeling their cultivation soaring, an increase equivalent to a century of progress. It is the king. The king has bestowed upon us a century of cultivation. At that moment, one of the emissaries exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, it is indeed the king. Do you remember? When the king first took over the 9 Mountains Yamen, our cultivation surged significantly then as well. That time, it seemed we gained an additional 50 years of cultivation. Indeed, how short a time has passed since then. Once again, we have ascended a century. If we were to continuously follow the king of hell, perhaps we could attain sanctity. Haha. That notion of becoming a saint is rather exaggerated, yet reaching the pinnacle of the 3 flowers should certainly be within our grasp. The ghostly officials were filled with excitement, prostrating themselves before Su Yi, particularly the 300 soldiers, who were utterly astonished. At this moment, they truly realized that accompanying Su Yi would undoubtedly grant them the power to oversee the mortal realm. Chapter 25. The Ghost Gate. The Eastern Zhou Mansion stands as one of the many grand estates of the Great Qi, encompassing 12 counties beneath its aegis. Among these, Qingyang County is one of its illustrious cities. At this juncture, Mo Daojian had already arrived at the Eastern Zhou Mansion. His countenance was grave as he hurried towards the residence of the mansion as lord. The situation in Qingyang County was of monumental significance. The ruler of the underworld was immensely powerful, and he felt utterly incapable of suppressing such force. Should he delay his efforts to restore order, the entirety of Qingyang County would face reckoning. By that time, Mo Daojian would find himself bereft of all, and the county would surely languish. Now, Mo Daojian had reached the Lord's residence of the Eastern Zhou Mansion, gazing upon the magnificent and grand estate before him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Halt. At that moment, 2 attendants barred his way at the entrance of the mansion. Please announce my presence. The governor of Qingyang County, Mo Daojian, has urgent matters to discuss with the Lord. Upon hearing this, the 2 attendants were momentarily taken aback, not expecting a county governor to be the visitor. Please wait. The attendants, not daring to be negligent, quickly dispatched one of their own. Thank you for your patience. Although Mo Daojian was anxious, he maintained his decorum and followed the attendant into the mansion. Within the grand hall, he encountered the Lord, Zhou Tianxian. Zhou Tianxian, clad in a flowing robe, exuded an extraordinary demeanor as he sat atop the grand hall, radiating an imposing authority. Waves of energy surged around him, with two strands of true essence emanating from his chest, faintly visible as they coiled around his form. As a formidable practitioner of the dual essence returned to origin, the Lord of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture held dominion over the realm, suppressing all who dared to challenge him. Esteemed Lord, I, Imo Daojian, pay my respects. Imo Daojian declared solemnly, bowing deeply before Zhou Tianxian, his respect palpable in the presence of such greatness. What brings you here in such a flurry, Daojian? Zhou Tianxian inquired, his voice resonant and commanding. Reporting to the Lord, there has been an incident in Qingyang County, Imo Daojian replied, his expression grave. Zhou Tianquan's gaze sharpened. Qingyang County was one of his 12 subordinate counties, and the mention of trouble there caused a flicker of concern. What transpired? To be precise, it is the underworld that has encountered turmoil, Imo Daojian elucidated. The new magistrate of the Nine Mountains Yamen in Qingyang County, Yang Dabin, seems to have fallen from grace, while his successor is unyielding in his resolve to purge our Qingyang County. In that case, let the suppression commence, and we shall appoint another magistrate. Zhou Tianxian affirmed with a measured tone. My lord, I am but an incompetent servant, unable to enforce such suppression, Imo Daojian lamented. Even you find it difficult to exert control? Zhou Tianxian furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. What level of strength does this individual possess? I am uncertain. But he is certainly not of the true martial realm. I once encountered him. His combat prowess is astonishing, rendering even true martial practitioners incapable of withstanding a single strike. At this revelation, Zhou Tianquan's expression shifted. Such power, and he is merely a magistrate of a yamen? This is quite irregular. Has he taken action? For the time being. There is no news, but I believe he is about to take action. Understood. You shall remain in the capital for a day while I send someone to inquire at the underworld's department. Yes, I implore you, esteemed lord, to act swiftly. I fear that if he strikes, it may be too late. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. This day will not make a difference. Esteemed lord, is there a possibility of requesting their intervention? Are you referring to the Gate of Ghosts? Indeed. At this, Zhou Tianquan's gaze flickered as he solemnly replied. Should the situation escalate to that extent, we may indeed seek their assistance. The Gate of Ghosts is a formidable force dedicated to dealing with the emissaries of the underworld. They seek neither wealth nor fame, but rather aim solely to resolve troubles in the mortal realm, confronting those ghostly figures unwilling to yield to the living. The origins of this force remain shrouded in mystery, yet they have established branches throughout the various prefectures of Deqi. They maintain a strict neutrality concerning the political affairs of Deqi, refraining from involvement in imperial disputes. To them, the identity of the emperor holds no significance. However, should matters concerning the underworld arise that the living cannot resolve, they will intervene. This force is enigmatic, and even Deqi is hesitant to provoke them, allowing their existence to persist unchallenged. Typically, the lords of each prefecture liaise with their branches to tackle difficult issues related to the underworld. It is precisely due to the existence of this force that the various offices of the underworld have faced continual hardships. Now that the Lord has spoken, Imo Dao truly feels a sense of relief. If this force can take action, Qingyang County will undoubtedly overcome its trials. What are the Nine Mountains Bureau in comparison to such a force? Soon, Zhou Tianxian dispatched practitioners to negotiate within the underworld. Imo Daojian had been anxiously waiting within the city of the mansion, feeling a sense of urgency yet utterly helpless. Even if the lord of the mansion intended to assist him, it was imperative to thoroughly understand the situation. The information he had brought was too vague. All he possessed were mere conjectures about the underworld, having never ventured there to investigate. As Imo Daojian continued his wait, a day swiftly passed. On that day, within the grand hall of the mansion, Zhou Tianxian and Imo Daojian sat together. Zhou Tianxian occupied the foremost seat in the hall, while Imo Daojian sat below, feeling as though he were perched upon a bed of needles, filled with unease. At that moment, a cultivator entered from outside the hall. He was a middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura, his strength formidable. Imo Daojian sensed that this man was significantly stronger than himself. This individual was Liang Yong, the person Zhou Tianxian had dispatched to negotiate with the underworld. Greetings to the lord of the mansion, Liang Yong respectfully addressed Zhou Tianxian. No need for formalities, Liang Yong. What news do you bring? Zhou Tianxian inquired. My lord, during my foray into the underworld, I did not encounter the underworld official, Liang Yong reported. You did not see Li Ruan? Indeed, he was not present at the official's office. However, through my inquiries, I learned that the Jioshan office has not issued any documents regarding a change of officials. No documents? Zhou Tianquan's gaze narrowed. How could that be? I have personally seen the new official. He is certainly not Yang Darren. At this moment, Mo Daojin interjected urgently. This implies that the new official must have usurped power. Zhou Tianquan's expression grew solemn. In that case, eliminating him would also serve to clear the way for the underworld official. Zhou Tianxian sneered coldly. Liang Yong, you are to make a trip to summon He Gongming. Upon hearing this, Liang Yong's expression shifted dramatically, and he solemnly nodded. My lord, who is this He Gongming? Mo Daojin inquired, his confusion evident. Do you not desire their intervention? He Gongming is the leader of the Zhen Guimin here in the Dongzhou prefecture. Indeed, it is Zhen Guimin. Mo Daojin's complexion paled, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. With the Zhen Guimin's involvement, Qingyang County would be safe. Yet, where had the officer Li Ruren gone? Mo Daojin's expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. Although Li Ruren was under his control and had assisted him with many matters, altering numerous fates, he understood that Li Ruren would never acquiesce to being subdued by the living. If given the chance, he would be the one to strike the hardest. Therefore, Li Ruren's absence from the officer's office raised his suspicions. He must investigate where he had gone. Chapter 26. Purging Qingyang County as time passed, half an hour later. A figure entered the grand hall, a middle-aged man exuding a heavy aura of menace. The moment Mo Daojin laid eyes on him, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. This man was terrifying, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. As he stepped into the hall, the temperature plummeted abruptly. What a formidable presence, Mo Daojin thought, startled. The prefect. The man gazed at Zhou Tianxian, who sat above in the hall, and offered a slight bow. He Xiong. Zhou Tianxian replied with a faint smile, displaying utmost courtesy. What orders do you have, prefect? He Gongming stood in the hall, neither overly humble nor arrogant. As the leader of the Zhen Guimin in Dongzhou prefecture, he maintained his own stature, feeling no particular reverence for Zhou Tianxian, yet there was no animosity either. After all, residing in the Eastern Zhou mansion requires one to occasionally afford the mansion lord a measure of respect. Brother He, I have summoned you today for a specific matter. Zhou Tianxian began slowly, continuing, an unforeseen incident has transpired in my jurisdiction of Qingyang County. Upon hearing this, He Gongming raised an eyebrow and turned to his companion. Mo Daojin. Greetings, Chief He. Mo Daojin nodded with a smile, showing his respect. He Gongming acknowledged him with a nod, then turned to Zhou Tianxian. Speaking in a grave tone, the Lord should be aware of the protocols. My role at the Ghost Gate pertains solely to matters of the underworld. Rest assured, Brother He, since I have invited you, it pertains indeed to underworld affairs. Then, please proceed, my lord. There has been a new magistrate appointed to the Nine Mountains Yamen within the Ghost Gate of Qingyang County. He appears intent on altering the status quo, seeking to purge those who have altered their fates, aiming to genuinely oversee our earthly Qingyang County. Humph, the young ghost has audacity. He Gongming scoffed, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he gravely stated, leave this matter to me. If that little ghost stirs trouble, he shall be dealt with. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear from you, Brother He. Daojin, did you catch that? I did, and all those at the Ghost Gate are heroes. Ridding our realm of malevolent spirits, I hold them in great esteem. He Gongming waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am uninterested in flattery. My focus lies solely on the malevolent spirits disrupting the underworld. Governor Mo, you may depart first. I shall prepare and join you shortly. Very well. I shall set forth at once, Mo Daojin replied eagerly. With the Ghost Gate stepping in, he felt a great sense of assurance. Moreover, He Gongming possesses formidable strength, at least at the realm of Qi returning to origin, which should suffice to suppress the newly appointed official. Subsequently, the two departed from the grand hall, with Mo Daojin leaving first. Anxious and unwilling to delay even for a moment, he hurried forth. Meanwhile, in the minor underworld, numerous spectral entities were hastily constructing three grand halls: the Hall of Soul Reaping, the Hall of Judgment, and the Hall of Punishment. Once these edifices were completed, Suyi issued a decree for a thorough cleansing. At that moment, the Black Ghost King rushed into the Hall of Yama, exclaiming, Lord Yama, why am I, a ghostly envoy of the Punishment Department, unable to venture to the mortal realm to reap souls? Haha, Black Ghost King, as a member of the Punishment Department, it is the duty of my Soul Reaping Department to venture to the mortal realm, replied Fan Wujie with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King's expression darkened as he retorted, Fan Wujiao, do you think I am ignorant? We are all ghostly envoys. Why is it that your soul-reaping department can go to the mortal realm while my punishment department cannot? You scoundrel are merely quibbling. Take a look in the mirror. How much fairer are you than I? Laughter erupted within the hall, with many ghostly envoys chuckling heartily. Even Siyi, seated above, could not suppress a grin. It was only when Siyi spoke that a sense of equilibrium returned to the Black Ghost King. Your subordinate obeys. On this day, in the deep night of the mortal realm, a chilling aura of malevolence emanated from the gates of Qingyang County. Waves of ghostly envoys emerged from the gates. Clad in black robes, they stood solemnly before the gates, wielding soul-reaping ropes, their entire beings shrouded in an ominous mist, exuding a terrifying presence. Before them stood Skebian and Fan Wujiao, the two jointly commanding the soul-reaping department on this venture into the mortal realm. On the day Siyi established the small underworld, all the ghostly emissaries experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, gaining a century's worth of cultivation. Both he and the Black Ghost King achieved breakthroughs, their strength now comparable to the true martial realm of the mortal world. At this moment, they stood solemnly before the Ghost Gate, awaiting Su Ye's command. Inside the Ghost Gate, Su Ye's figure gradually emerged, enveloped in a swirling aura of ghostly energy. His eyes glinting with a chilling light, he gazed at the multitude of soul-reaping emissaries and spoke in a deep voice, "From this day forth, I decree that there shall not be a single soul beyond the law in Qingyang County. We shall obey." The soul-reaping emissaries responded in a thunderous chorus. With that, they set forth, marching towards Qingyang County. They made no delays along the way and arrived at Qingyang County in the late hours of the night. The county was eerily quiet, as all its inhabitants had long since succumbed to slumber. The streets were deserted, save for the lost souls of inebriated wanderers and the diligent night watchmen. At this juncture, upon the command of Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao, the numerous ghostly emissaries stealthily infiltrated Qingyang County. The streets remained desolate, and as the ghostly emissaries entered, a chilling wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. Now, the emissaries stood upon the streets of Qingyang County, their forms shrouded in dark energy, each retrieving a small ledger from their person. These ledgers contain the quotas assigned to each emissary before their departure. The air is dry. Be cautious with fire. At that moment, a voice resonated from ahead. An elderly night watchman approached from the end of the street. The air is dry. Be cautious with fire. As the night watchman drew closer to the ghostly emissaries, he could not suppress a shiver. He then passed through the ranks of the emissaries. Fan Wujiao perused the small notebook in his hand, ultimately shaking his head. The name of the night watchman was absent from the list. According to their respective rosters, they commenced the soul collection, ensuring that not a single soul was misidentified or overlooked. Understood. One by one, the ghostly messengers set forth, their bodies light and ethereal as they drifted into various mansions. Instantly, the entire Qingyang County became enveloped in a thick atmosphere of gloom, the air rife with spectral energy, foreboding and chilling. As time slipped by, the ghostly agents emerged from those mansions, each leading a wandering soul. They proceeded toward the outskirts of the city. The souls appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. Upon being drawn out of the mansions and witnessing the scene on the streets, their expressions changed dramatically. How dare these little specters stealthily claim my soul? Truly audacious. At that moment, one soul exclaimed loudly. With a sharp crack, a ghostly messenger struck down with a whip, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from that soul. Your lifespan has expired. To extend your existence illicitly, today you shall be taken to the underworld to face punishment. The ghostly messenger intoned, shrouded in an aura of chilling energy. The wails of the souls echoed as they were escorted out of the city, under the watch of ghostly messengers stationed outside. How bold these little spirits are, daring to create chaos in Qingyang County. Just then, within the confines of Qingyang County, a powerful figure awakened, bellowing in rage. Chapter 27. Bring me 10 coffins. With that resounding shout, a surge of yang energy erupted within the city. It was a figure radiating brilliant light, clad in a thin nightgown, evidently roused from slumber. Upon sensing the dense ghostly energy within the city, he understood. The little specters from the underworld had come to claim lives. Everyone awaken. Lives are at stake. Just then, another thunderous voice rang out. A resplendent figure ascended gracefully. At this moment, within the Lord's manor, Imo Daojian's son, Imo Shogui, was in an expansive chamber. The room housed a grand bed, upon which reclined 5 or 6 enchanting women. At that moment, Imo Daojian was engaged with one of the ladies. Suddenly, A loud shout echoed through the city, causing the women to pale in shock. "Young master, what has happened?" one exclaimed. "Ah, please, pause for a moment. Young master," urged the woman anxiously. "What is there to fear? Do you know why I am called Imo-shogawe? It means do not abide by the rules. My father is astute. He knows my disposition and has bestowed upon me a fitting name." Haha. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through the room, causing the temperature to plunge. In an instant, Imo-shogawe kicked his legs, shuddered, and collapsed onto the lady. "Young master, what is wrong with you? Young master?" Cries of alarm erupted. The women, stricken with dread, reached out to touch him, only to find that Imo Daojin had ceased to breathe. "Ah, the young master is dead. The young master is dead." The room was filled with terrified exclamations from the women. Simultaneously, unrest spread throughout the entire Qingyang County. "Master, it is terrible news. Fifth young master has lost his breath." A voice of panic emerged from within a residence. "Father, how could you leave us? My lord, just last night you were so lively. How could you fall asleep and never awaken? With your departure, will I not be branded as a blood-sucking demon? What kind of wine was this? How could it have led to my brother's demise? Fake spirits, fake spirits." The cries echoed throughout the city, accompanied by a chorus of wails, creating a desolate atmosphere. At this moment, everyone was roused from their slumber by the cacophony within the city. They hastily donned their garments and opened their windows to gaze into the urban chaos. What met their eyes was a scene shrouded in malevolence, reminiscent of a haunted realm, causing the expressions of those with the ability to see both the living and the dead to shift dramatically. Shadows flitted about, revealing ghostly figures, each more sinister than the last, brandishing soul-reaping ropes as they escorted the departed souls away. The small spirits have entered the city. The practitioners endowed with the sight of yin and yang were struck with terror, their voices rising in a panicked outcry. "Light the lamps!" A commanding shout rang out, prompting practitioners to ascend to various pavilions. Atop these structures, lamps flickered to life, igniting flames fueled by a rare substance. Where the light shone, all malevolent entities were compelled to reveal themselves. As the lamps illuminated the skies over Qingyang County, the entire city was bathed in brightness. The figures of the ghostly enforcers became visible beneath the glow, their faces contorted with malice, enveloped in a chilling aura as they traversed between the grand residences, dragging forth the lost souls. The sight was horrifying as these spirits cried out in despair, desperately clawing at their captors, only to be met with the sting of whips. "Ah, you audacious little specters!" came the furious roars from the mouths of the departed. The citizens of Qingyang County were left in a state of shock, their gazes fixed upon the ominous figures of the ghostly enforcers, dread etched upon their faces. "It is over. Qingyang County is doomed. The soul-reaping spirits have invaded our city. We are all finished." "What do you mean finished? Close your windows and go to sleep." At that moment, an elderly man bellowed in outrage. "Father, do you still have the luxury to sleep? The malevolent spirits roam freely outside. Should I not venture forth to vanquish them?" The youth urged anxiously. "The night parade of 100 ghosts heralds the souls of those whose vitality has waned. It is of no concern to you," came the calm reply. "But what if they come to claim me? Rest assured, the cosmos abides by its own rules. Your life force remains intact, and you have yet to extend your days. They shall not seek your soul. Now close the window and sleep." At that moment, chaos reigned throughout Qingyang County, particularly among the prominent clans, many of whom had relatives who had previously extended their lives. Amidst the uproar, family members perished silently, their souls seized by the spectral enforcers. Within the Zhang household, Zhang Lin sat solemnly before the lifeless form of her son, Zhang Sanfan. Her face was streaked with tears as she gazed out at the anguished figures of her kin. Emotionless, she whispered, "My dear son, do not fear. Your siblings will soon join you." Just then, a formidable figure erupted in Qingyang County, charging towards several soul-reaping specters. "Leave my son's spirit alone," he bellowed. This was the head of a notable clan, who, upon witnessing the abduction of his son's soul, was consumed by madness. A radiant light emanated from his being as he extended his glowing hand towards the ghostly agents. Suddenly, a dark beam descended from the void, cleaving through the air to strike the clan leader. With a resounding crack, his body disintegrated. Subsequently, a spectral chain shot forth from the abyss, binding his primordial essence. The head of the family was struck with terror, abruptly raising his gaze to behold a towering pavilion atop which stood a ghastly figure enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. "Who are you?" the chilling voice echoed. "I am Fan Wujiao from the Soul Retrieval Department of the Underworld." The head of the family, utterly bewildered, had never before encountered such a name. Yet, it was precisely this unfamiliar name that led to the instantaneous obliteration of his corporeal form. Being a being of the soul realm, he realized that if this entity could so effortlessly shatter his physical body, then it must possess at least the strength of the true martial realm. Why are you dawdling? Flee at once. Just as the head of the family was lost in a daze, a whip lashed out with ferocity. Aka's soul trembled, unleashing a piercing scream of anguish. You little specter of the underworld, dare to steal a member of the Lee family? You seek death. In another corner, another head of the family bellowed, preparing to retaliate, only to have his body disintegrated by a sudden surge of energy. He turned to see a figure, cloaked in an aura of malevolence, standing atop a different pavilion. His eyes were icy, fixated on the head of the family. It was none other than Xiabian. Prevent the underworld from claiming souls, and take them all away. Xiabian's voice was cold and deep. Throughout Qingyang County, not a single soul beyond the law had managed to escape. All were ensnared by the emissaries of the underworld. The entire town of Qingyang was engulfed in wails of sorrow, the populace shrouded in grief. Amidst the procession of wandering spirits, a man clad in a brocade robe navigated through the throng of ghosts. His expression was fraught with anxiety, his heart racing with fear. Yet, relying on the fact that he had not extended his life, he believed the ghostly emissaries would not claim his soul, and he dashed desperately through the streets. He bolted into a coffin shop, forcefully breaking open the door. Boss, bring me 10 coffins. Chapter 28. The magistrate's terror. The coffin shop owner was enveloped in a state of dread when, without warning, the door was kicked open, leaving him utterly stunned. However, upon hearing the visitor's request, he momentarily froze, as if a revelation had struck him, igniting a surge of excitement within. Business in Qingyang City had been rather dismal. Yet at that moment, the coffin shop owner seemed to awaken to a newfound purpose. What are you dawdling for? The visitor barked. Esteemed guest, I currently lack sufficient stock, but I shall hasten to produce them. Would you be so kind as to provide a deposit? Upon hearing this, the visitor produced a silver ingot from his robes and uttered in a grave tone, Is this sufficient? Quite enough indeed. It covers the cost of 20 coffins. I can even offer you a few additional ones as a bonus. The visitor scoffed, If I do not see 10 coffins completed by tomorrow, I shall see you buried alongside them. With that ominous statement, he turned and departed. The coffin shop owner trembled, shouting into the back of the shop, Business has arrived. We must work swiftly. Lao Wu, go inform your third aunt to expedite the preparation of mourning garments. Tomorrow promises to be prosperous. Father, what are you thinking? Given the circumstances, should we not be concerned about our own safety? A quivering voice responded from within. What of the spirits? They seek the lives of those scoundrels. If you have no desire to prolong your existence, then what is there to fear? Unambitious fool, what do you propose we do about our livelihood? It has been ages since we last opened for business. After the spirits depart, we must still survive. Yes, I understand, Father. As the entire Qingyang County found itself ensnared in a chilling atmosphere, those engaged in the business of the underworld busied themselves. Coffin makers, paper offerings artisans, and funeral attire merchants all became industrious. It seemed they sensed the impending surge of trade. Despite their trepidation, they steeled themselves to commence their labor. Beyond Qingyang County, ghostly emissaries stood vigil, wielding their soul-reaping ropes, an aura of ethereal dread enveloping them. These spectral figures guided the departed souls out of the city, subsequently handing them over to the waiting specters outside, before returning to the city to continue their grim task. Outside the city, a thick fog of ominous energy swirled, and the presence of malevolent spirits was palpable, painting a scene of sheer terror. A guardian of the ghostly gates took action, his heart finally at ease. Believing the crisis of Qingyang County had been averted, he lifted his gaze towards the county, situated 100 miles away, feeling a sense of relief. However, in that very moment, his countenance shifted dramatically. A sense of dread enveloped him. Something was amiss. Mo Daojian felt his heart leap into his throat. Above Qingyang County, a colossal visage of a ghost loomed, its vast shadow casting an ominous pall over the land. This ghastly face, formed from an overwhelming mass of dark energy, was surrounded by swirling specters, exuding a chilling aura. The ghostly visage, cold and indifferent, surveyed the entirety of Qingyang City, sending a wave of despair through Mo Daojian. The little spirits have entered the city, he exclaimed in horror. In an instant, he unleashed his full power, radiant brilliance erupting from his being as he surged towards Qingyang County. Many within the county had once evaded death. Should the underworld commence its grim endeavors, Qingyang City would face utter obliteration. Mo Daojian dared not linger for even a moment, hastening his journey towards the city gates. At last, he arrived at the city gate, only to be met with a scene that nearly shattered his composure. Beyond the city gates, terrifying phantoms loomed ominously, their grotesque visages shrouded in an aura of malevolence. Behind them stood a procession of souls draped in simple garments, their faces etched with dread. Among them, Mo Daojian's gaze fell upon his son. In his lifetime, he had but this one offspring, and though he was not particularly capable, he was nonetheless his flesh and blood. Upon witnessing the spirit of his son, Mo Shogawei, being summoned, Mo Daojian felt as though he were on the brink of madness. His son, oblivious to the need for restraint since childhood, had squandered his vitality in frivolous pursuits, leaving him a mere shell of his former self, with his days nearly numbered. In desperation, Mo Daojian had ventured into the underworld to plead for his son's life. He understood that once the underworld commenced its purging, there would be no mercy shown to his child. "Release my son," Mo Daojian bellowed, rushing toward the ghostly enforcers with fury. Despite his rage, as the prefect, he maintained a sliver of composure. He was acutely aware that striking at the ghostly enforcers would invite dire consequences. He had witnessed the might of Su Yi. A cultivator of the true martial realm would be reduced to nothingness before him. If he dared to assault the ghostly enforcers, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Upon his approach, the countenances of the ghostly enforcers shifted, for they were well aware of Mo Daojian's formidable reputation. Before Su Ye's rise, all enforcers had refrained from any interaction with him, and even the once audacious Judge Yang had shown him the utmost respect, as they regarded Mo Daojian. A restless unease coursed through the ranks of the enforcers. Yet, to release Mo Shogawei was an impossibility they could not entertain. Tonight is unlike any other. Su Yi has issued a decree. Regardless of who it may be, once one's lifespan is exhausted, they must be summoned to the underworld. Not even the son of a governor is exempt. Why are you all standing there in shock? My father has arrived. Release me at once. Mo Shogawei shouted. Silence. At that moment, a minor spirit bellowed and struck him with a whip. Mo Shogawei, unaccustomed to such torment, winced in pain, his very soul feeling as though it might shatter. Outrage. Witnessing his son's suffering, Mo Daojian's eyes filled with rage. Mo Daojian, your son's time has come. He must accompany us to the realm of the dead today. With that, the spirits began to move, intending to depart from Qingyang County. Halt. Mo Daojian thundered, stepping forward, his aura radiating with vibrant yang energy. At that moment, two figures appeared before the throng of spirits, Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao. Their gazes sharpened as they regarded Mo Daojian, and then turned to one of the spirits, asking in hushed tones, Are we ready? Aside from the 7 souls not present in Qingyang County, all others are to be apprehended. The spirit replied with enthusiasm. Understood. Mo Daojian's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. These two spirits had already attained the true martial realm. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Mo Shogawei cried out in despair. Mo Daojian's countenance darkened to an extreme. At this moment, he could scarcely contain his desire to intervene. If he could merely delay these spirits, it would not be long before the guardians of the Ghost Gate arrived, and then not only his son, but the souls of all Qingyang County could be spared. Mo Daojian radiated an intense brilliance. His gaze towards the infernal specters was laced with murderous intent. Little ghosts, it is you who seek death. Since you are oblivious to the rules, let your existence be extinguished. A surge of power coursed through Mo Daojian, propelling his strength to its zenith in an instant. His perception heightened instantaneously. Yet, at that moment, his countenance shifted dramatically, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He abruptly looked up, only to be met by a ghastly visage coldly gazing down upon him. Within that spectral face, he perceived a shadow draped in black. Mo Daojian felt a chill run down his spine, a profound unease enveloping him. Chapter 29. The Ghost Gate arrives beyond Qingyang County. Numerous infernal specters stood vigil outside the city, the chilling winds howling as ghostly energy swirled around them. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao stood before the gathering of specters, their faces shrouded in dark energy as they regarded Mo Daojian. Mo Daojian exuded a torrent of yang energy, his fluctuations intense, nearly ready to strike. However, just as he was about to unleash his full power, he sensed a terrifying presence locking onto him from above, a sensation akin to knowing that should he act, his corporeal form would be shattered instantaneously. He raised his gaze, only to behold a cold, indifferent ghostly face looking down upon him. Damn it! Mo Daojian cursed inwardly, a cold sweat enveloping him as he trembled in fear. Father, what are you waiting for? Quickly, take action and slay these little ghosts. Hurry and save your son. Imo Shogue shouted desperately. Imo Daojin, his expression dark and brooding, remained silent, his eyes fixed on Skiabayan and Fan Wujiao, his face nearly dripping with intensity. Within the city, a cacophony of weeping filled the air. The prominent families suffered grievously, their anguished cries piercing the night sky, sending shivers down one's spine. Qingyang County was engulfed in tragedy, with the deaths of its inhabitants appearing in the most bizarre of forms. Some perished from excessive drinking, others choked on food, succumbed to water, drowned in latrines, or simply passed away in their slumber. In short, at this moment, Qingyang County had fallen, utterly subjected to the reckoning of the underworld. Those who had been granted a reprieve, along with those whose lifespan had expired, were unable to escape their fate. Listening to the mournful wails echoing throughout the city, Imo Daojin felt a profound darkness, helplessness, and uncertainty envelop him. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in his heart, the ghost gate of the town. If only they could arrive swiftly. My son, my dear son, you wretched spirits, return him to me at once. At that moment, a figure dashed out from within the city, a woman, the county magistrate's wife, Imo Leisure. Her face was etched with despair, her hair disheveled. As she rushed towards the outskirts, under the glow of the mysterious lights within the city, she beheld the spectral enforcers outside. Gazing at these apparitions, Imo Leisure was momentarily seized by fear. Yet, her eyes quickly fell upon Imo Daojin standing defiantly, alongside Imo Shigue, who was being led by the ghostly officials. How dare you, with such audacity, come to Qingyang County to capture spirits? What kind of county magistrate are you? You could not protect my nephew. And now you cannot even safeguard your own flesh and blood? Act swiftly, you coward. You are no man at all. A torrent of vitriol erupted from Imo Leisure as she glared at Imo Daojin, her voice a piercing shriek. Silence! Imo Daojin bellowed in anger. How he wished to take action, but did he possess the courage to do so? He dared to assert that should he make even the slightest movement, the ghastly visage above could instantly shatter his corporeal form, dragging his soul into the netherworld. You bastard, strike me! Imo Leisure shrieked, lost in hysteria. With a resounding slap, Imo Daojin, in a fit of fury, struck her. Imo Leisure stood frozen, as Imo Daojin had never laid a finger on her before. Yet today, he had shattered half of her face with a single blow. Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiao, their expressions frosty, had refrained from departing, biding their time for Imo Daojin to act. Should he dare to raise his hand, the Lord of the Underworld would assuredly seize his soul. The Lord watched from above, invisible to the common eye. Remarkably, however, Imo Daojin exhibited restraint. He had not sought to extend his life, and as a true martial artist, his lifespan was ample. Forcibly claiming his soul would contravene the rules. Observing Imo Daojin's hesitation to act, the two decided not to linger any longer. At that moment, all souls beyond the law in Qingyang County had been exorcised, thoroughly purged. With a command from the two, the legion of specters began to stir, wielding soul-reaping hooks as they guided the departed towards the gates of the underworld. Father, save me, Father. Lord Prefect, help. The lamentations echoed mournfully from the souls, heart-wrenching in their despair. Outside the city gates, the faces of the cultivators were ashen, their expressions bereft of hope, their hearts heavy with sorrow. After this night, no soul would remain in Qingyang County to extend their life. From the moment the ghostly officials entered the city to the present moment of soul extraction, nearly half an hour had passed. In just half an hour, Qingyang County had been utterly cleansed. At this moment, the dawn had yet to break. Yet an overwhelming sorrow enveloped the entire Qingyang city. There is no need for excessive grief, spoke Imo Daojin. Governor, why do you not take action? Our Qingyang County is doomed. At that moment, an elderly cultivator interjected. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the governor, their faces etched with despair. Do you think I am unwilling to act? My son has also fallen victim to the soul-snatching specter. Do you believe I would stand idly by? Imo Daojin bellowed, casting a fierce glance at the old cultivator. Just moments ago, a terrifying malevolent spirit fixated upon me. Should I take action, I would be instantly ensnared by its wretched grasp. At his words, the countenance of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically. I have stated that you need not mourn excessively. When dawn breaks, your loved one shall return to life. And Qingyang County will once again be as it was, with the underworld's minions daring not to wreak havoc here. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in the eyes of the crowd as they gazed intently at Imo Daojin. Governor, what do you mean by this? Is it truly so, Governor? The people of Qingyang County were filled with elation. Surely the governor's words are not mere jest? An astonished cultivator exclaimed. Long live the governor. The populace of Qingyang County was invigorated by this proclamation. Mo Daozhen nodded, choosing to remain outside the city, awaiting the arrival of the ghostly gatekeepers from the Dongzhou prefecture. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, Yi Gongming arrived at the outskirts of Qingyang County with a contingent of cultivators. Yi Gongming exuded a chilling aura, and even those behind him radiated an atmosphere of lethal intent. Clad entirely in black, they bore a dark token at their waists, upon which the words Ghost Suppression glimmered with a cold light. As these figures approached, an involuntary shiver coursed through the crowd. If it were not for the knowledge that they were indeed living beings, the inhabitants of Qingyang County might have believed that mischievous spirits were once again at play. Leader He. Upon seeing Yi Gongming, Mo Daozhen's expression turned solemn, and he hastened to greet him. There is ghostly energy. Yi Gongming's countenance shifted as he suddenly gazed at Mo Daozhen, speaking in a hushed tone. Have they been here? Upon hearing this, Mo Daozhen sighed deeply and replied, Leader He. All those in Qingyang County who had previously extended their lives have been entirely claimed. Humph. Such audacity from the spirits. Yi Gongming snorted coldly. Understood. The group of ghostly enforcers responded somberly. Chapter 30. Invasion of the Ghost Gate before the Ghost Gate. An air of malevolence hung thickly as one ghostly emissary after another entered the portal. Su Ye's heart was far from tranquil. Ever since the establishment of the minor underworld, he had sensed a gradual accumulation of his merits. However, today, as he cleared Qingyang County and saw the souls being collected by his ghostly subordinates, his merits surged dramatically. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. With the formation of the minor underworld and its subsequent operation, merits would manifest, and these merits were evidently bestowed upon him. Current merits, 556. After his last merit reached 100, he exchanged it for a divine ability, the divine body of ghosts. Now, he had finally achieved it. He had merely cleansed one Qingyang County. Ahead lay the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, as well as the Great Qi and beyond, the Yongzhou. According to his understanding, the entire realm of the living encompassed 9 major provinces. Great Qi was merely one dynasty within the Yongzhou, one of the 9 great provinces. Besides the realm of the living, the realm of the dead also required cleansing. In such a grand environment, over 90% of the rulers in the underworld had succumbed to the corruption of the living, indulgent and utterly depraved. If one wishes to establish dominion over the underworld and subsequently oversee the realm of the living, it is imperative to hold accountable all the corrupt officials of the netherworld, including the magistrates and city gods. The task is daunting and the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Su Yi comprehends that this journey is destined to be tumultuous and laden with peril. Currently, he has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in this world. Numerous formidable beings remain unmanifested. Even in the underworld, there undoubtedly exist powerful entities, far from the desolation they appear to embody. He must tread with utmost caution, for a single misstep could lead to his utter downfall, with no hope of redemption. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu, accompanied by a multitude of ghostly enforcers, traverse the road to the Yellow Springs. The two are filled with exhilaration. Under Su Ye's guidance, they have successfully purged the Qingyang Prefecture. This region was home to all the souls beyond the law. Most of the practitioners extending their lives were from within the prefecture, while the towns beneath it had only a handful of individuals capable of prolonging their existence. However, there were a few who possessed the means to do so. During this cleansing of Qingyang Prefecture, ghostly enforcers were dispatched to each town to collect souls, drawing the scant lawless spirits into the underworld. The road to the Yellow Springs is vast and shrouded in a dense aura of Yin energy, with wisps of ghostly essence swirling above. The crimson blossoms of the other shore stand out in their haunting beauty. It is still fresh in memory that not long ago, the magistrate had vanquished the soul of young Master Li upon this very road. The consequences were irreversible, leading to the suppression of the magistrate himself. Now, all lawless souls in Qingyang Prefecture have been drawn into the depths of the underworld. Brother 8, we have followed the magistrate. We have not erred, Xie Bian declared at this moment. Brother 7, await with patience. Soon, the magistrate shall lead us to cleanse the Eastern Zhou Prefecture in the realm of the living, and subsequently, the entire Great Qi. The distance is not far. The emotions of the two individuals surged, while behind them, numerous ghostly enforcers brimmed with confidence. They advanced toward the small underworld, where these souls, who had escaped the clutches of death, were destined to face judgment. All the merits and sins from their earthly lives were to be repaid in the realm of the afterlife. Suddenly, as they traversed the road to the Yellow Springs, a disturbance erupted behind them. An overwhelming surge of yang energy assailed from beyond the Ghost Gate, flooding into the underworld. Beings from the mortal realm had invaded. At that moment, both Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao's expressions shifted dramatically. How could beings from the Yang realm dare to intrude upon the realm of the dead? Instantly, all the ghostly enforcers turned, their bodies enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, their faces grave. The audacity of these underworld spirits to disrupt our realm will not go unpunished. A chilling, resounding voice echoed from the ghost gate behind them. They soon beheld figures from the mortal realm, infused with potent yang energy, advancing towards the road to the Yellow Springs. These figures exuded an aura of terror, their presence radiating intense fluctuations and a palpable sense of murderous intent, charging forth relentlessly. Our people have arrived. Our people have arrived. Aha! Underworld spirits. Your doom is nigh. At that moment, a soul burst into laughter. Suddenly, a whip lashed out, striking that very soul. You foolish spirits, do not be so brazen. Your end is imminent. The laughing soul continued unabated. At this juncture, all the souls felt a surge of excitement, invigorated by the overwhelming yang energy trailing behind them. Within the ghost gate, figures brimming with yang energy stood resolute. He Gongming, radiating an aura of lethal intent, gazed coldly at the ghostly figures ahead. At your command. At the command of Yi Gongming, the numerous ghost suppressors sprang into action, charging forth towards the road to the underworld. The overwhelming yang energy surged above the path, repelling the wisps of lingering yin energy. Yi Gongming's gaze was sharp and unwavering. As the ghost suppressors advanced, a brilliant light emanated from his hand, materializing into a long sword as he stepped forward, each stride covering an impressive distance. With each step he took, the intensity of his aura grew ever stronger. In mere moments, he reached the pinnacle of his power, fixating on the expanse before the road to the underworld, where his battle intent surged like a tempest. While others may have been oblivious, he, as a master of Qi returning to origin, possessed an extraordinary perception. He distinctly sensed a figure standing amidst the void ahead, shrouded in rolling yin energy. An intuition struck him. This figure was none other than the newly appointed lord of the Jioshan Yamen. The tumult occurring in Qingyang County today was orchestrated by him. Arrogant and deluded, seeking to oversee the realm of the living, you remain blissfully unaware of the depths of the mortal world. The ghost suppressors, the Taoist of Lushan, the sovereigns of the Yang realm, none of these could be so easily monitored by the mere underworld. The audacity of the lesser spirits must be quelled. At this moment, the multitude of ghost suppressors, armed with their ghost-repelling swords, charged towards the spectral enforcers. You go ahead, even if our souls scatter today. We cannot allow these brigands of the living to succeed, they proclaimed. To trample upon the order of the underworld, we shall pay any price to ensure they face retribution. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao both shouted fiercely. The ghostly enforcers, upon hearing this, wore grave expressions. The forces of the living were mobilizing, breaching the gates of the underworld, showing utter contempt for their existence. At this very moment, an overwhelming impulse to strike surged within them. Yet, pressing matters compelled them to rush towards the small underworld. They wielded the mournful staves known as the crying sticks. Xie Bian held a white crying stick, while Fan Wujiao grasped a black one. Chapter 31. Annihilation at this juncture. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao stood resolutely upon the road to the Yellow Springs, their bodies enveloped in a chilling aura, exuding an imposing presence. They were formidable beings, channeling the essence of ghostly deities as ethereal spirits coalesced behind them. Both bore names inscribed upon the ghostly deity list, drawing upon the fortunes of the netherworld, rendering them even more terrifying. Despite merely being at the true martial realm, their combat prowess was unparalleled, rendering other practitioners of the same realm utterly powerless against them. Kill. As they beheld the multitude of ghostly wardens from the mortal realm charging towards them, they shouted in unison and surged forward. Clang. At last, the two engaged in fierce combat with the ghostly wardens. An aura of dread permeated the road to the Yellow Springs. Clad in white, Xie Bian swung his crying stick with a torrent of force, shattering the corporeal form of one of the wardens. In the instant the opponent's primordial spirit was forced to flee, a wave of power erupted, obliterating the spirit and scattering its essence. The duo displayed unparalleled valor and astonishing offensive capability, their crying sticks a blur in their hands, causing those from the mortal realm to hesitate in their approach. Their assaults were grand and decisive. With a single strike, both body and spirit were annihilated. Meanwhile, He Gongming wore a grim expression, taken aback to discover that, apart from the Lord of the Underworld, there existed other formidable entities in the Nether Realm. Despite being merely at the primordial spirit realm, their terror was undeniable. Seeking death, He Gongming let out a cold snort, and with a sweep of his longsword, he charged directly at Xie Bian and Fan Wujie. In an instant, a formidable aura locked onto the two. Their expressions changed dramatically. The intensity of this force had surpassed the true martial realm. This is bad. Xie Bian's countenance shifted as he spoke in a low tone. Ethereal specter, be extinguished. He Gongming retorted with a cold snort, bringing his sword down with decisive force. Whoosh. Just as Xie Bian and Fan Wujie were struck with terror, a soul-reaping rope shot forth from the void. The rope vibrated intensely, shrouded in sinister energy. Its terrifying power annihilating the space around it, emerging from the void itself. Clang. With a sharp sound, the longsword shattered instantly, and surrounding forces surged outward, dissipating into the atmosphere. He Gongming's expression changed as he rapidly retreated, his face filled with apprehension as he gazed into the void. Within the void, a dense aura of ghostly energy spread, revealing a ghostly visage that stared coldly at He Gongming. From within that ghostly face, a figure gradually emerged. With its appearance, the visage transformed into a swirling mass of sinister energy, ultimately coalescing behind the figure into a spectral apparition of a ghostly deity. Lord of the Underworld. Xie Bian and Fan Wujie bowed respectfully. Xie nodded slightly and spoke in a grave tone. No living soul shall be spared in the realm of the dead. Understood. With this command, the two erupted with overwhelming power, their bodies enveloped in ghostly energy, embodying the terrifying essence of a ghostly deity. They charged into the throngs of cultivators in the realm of the living, unleashing a massacre. Cries of anguish echoed through the crowd, as numerous cultivators gasped in horror. Among them were many at the true martial realm, yet they were no match for the two. And what was that ghostly figure looming behind them? Their terror stems not only from their formidable strength, but also from the ominous phantoms that accompany them. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as the practitioners from the realm of the living displayed expressions of sheer horror. He Gongming's mind trembled, engulfed by dread. Despite the heavy casualties among his subordinates, he dared not divert his attention to their plight. From their recent confrontation, it was evident that Su Yu surpassed him in skill. With a single strike, Su Yu had shattered his longsword, revealing an unparalleled ferocity. Yet, as the ghost tamer of the Ghost Suppression Gate, he could never bow to his specter. After a lifetime of tormenting spirits, how could he allow himself to be dominated by one? Young ghost, you are indeed powerful. But your youth blinds you to the dread that my Ghost Suppression Gate instills, He Gongming scoffed. With that, a radiant light flickered in his grasp, revealing an ancient lamp adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. This lamp, known as the Ghost Suppression Lamp, was designed specifically to deal with unruly, malevolent spirits like you. He Gongming sneered once more before waving his hand, causing the ancient lamp to glow brightly, flames dancing forth to consume the surrounding malevolence. This lamp possessed a peculiar nature, seemingly targeting ethereal entities, causing even the surrounding darkness to recoil in trepidation. Rules? Su Yi gazed at the burning lamp in the void and spoke coldly. The living returned to the realm of light, while the dead descended to darkness, such is the law of the universe. With that declaration, Su Yi raised the soul snare in his hand. The phantoms of deities behind him trembled suddenly, and a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, enveloping him. Ignoring the ancient lamp ablaze in the void, he directly summoned the soul snare, directing it towards He Gongming. What a farce! He Gongming let out a cold laugh, his hands gracefully manipulating the ancient lamp that stood before him. As the leader of the Ghost Town Gate, this ancient lamp was a treasured gift bestowed upon him. Known as the soul-guarding lamp, or the flame of souls, it possessed the power to incinerate malevolent spirits. The lamp erupted with a terrifying aura, shielding him from harm. Suddenly, the soul-snaring rope shot forth, striking the lamp. The lamp trembled violently, its flame flickering before it extinguished abruptly, the lamp itself shattering into countless fragments. Impossible. He Gongming's expression shifted dramatically, his entire being rendered speechless. The precious artifact granted by the Ghost Town Gate had been shattered, destroyed by a mere specter wielding the soul-snaring rope. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he was utterly taken aback. This was the first instance of losing composure since his descent into the underworld. Even when his sword had been severed moments ago, he had not felt such terror. Su Yi remained composed. Though the ancient lamp was extraordinary, the soul-snaring rope in his grasp was a divine weapon. As long as one's life force was depleted, it could summon deities above or subdue spirits below. Nothing was impossible. Throughout his life, he had claimed the lives of countless ghostly emissaries. And it was time to pay the debt. With a frigid gaze, Su Yu had earlier glimpsed He Gongming through the mirror of virtue, uncovering all his deeds of merit and sin. This individual had slain numerous ghostly envoys, driven by disdain for their attempts to snatch souls from the living realm. With a swift motion, Suyi offered no further chance, and with a decisive flick of the soul-snaring rope, he extracted Igoming's very essence from his corporeal form. Such sins, leading to the scattering of one's soul, may seem a fitting punishment. Let this wretched soul traverse the halls of my underworld's court of punishment, should they endure. They shall be confined to my realm to atone for their misdeeds. With these words, I bound Igoming's spirit amidst his astonishment. To maintain the order of the netherworld, I executed the annihilation of those in the Qi returning realm, accruing a merit of 1,000. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu left their souls intact while casting their corporeal forms outside the Ghost Gate. I shall render this Ghost Gate a forbidden domain for the living, to which none shall approach. We shall obey your command. The two executed their tasks with increasing ferocity, lamentations echoing throughout, while Suye's merits surged swiftly. Chapter 32. The torture of boiling oil. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu unleashed their full wrath, and before long, they subdued all intruding cultivators from the mortal realm. Their souls were extracted, leaving their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. How dare these mortal scoundrels provoke me in my underworld? At that moment, a furious voice resonated from behind the Yellow Springs Road. A dark-skinned specter rushed forth, enveloped in a swirling aura of malevolence. It was the King of Black Ghosts. What? Is it all gone? The King of Black Ghosts exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Xie Bian, Fan Wujiu, you two are utterly ungracious. Why did you not leave some for me? Ha! King of Black Ghosts, you arrive at an opportune moment. Quickly arrange for the ghostly messengers to cleanse the battlefield and dispose of these corpses beyond the Ghost Gate. I'll toss your grandmother. I did not come here to toil like a laborer. You two brothers are no good. The King of Black Ghosts retorted angrily. This is the command of the Lord of the Underworld, Fan Wujiu replied, rolling his eyes. Is that so? The King of Black Ghosts glanced hesitantly towards Suyi in the void, retracting his neck slightly. Indeed, it is true. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire. At that moment, Suyi spoke from the void. As you command, replied the Black Demon King respectfully. These lost souls require no judgment. They shall be directly escorted to the Department of Punishment to face their penalties, enduring every form of punishment, before being suppressed within the depths of hell. Having uttered these words, Suye's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Xie Bian and the others followed suit, guiding the souls from the mortal realm towards the lower hell. Within the hall of Yama, Suyi sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, his merit continuously fluctuating. At that moment, his merit stood at 1,600. He chose to expend 500 merit to elevate his cultivation, reaching the realm of 2 Qi returning to origin. With this expenditure, the requirement for the next increase would be 2,000 merit, leaving him with a current total of 1,100 merit. Suye's gaze sparkled as he assessed his own cultivation. Feeling a significant surge in power, 2 streams of ghostly energy emanated from his chest, swirling around his form, augmenting his strength. He then departed the Hall of Yama, making his way towards the Department of Judgment. Thus, it was imperative for Suyi to personally preside over their judgment. Although he lacked the innate talent of a judge, he possessed the mirror of merit, through which the deeds and sins of the souls in life could not escape his scrutiny. At this moment, within the Department of Judgment, a chilling aura enveloped the space, with malevolent spirits etched ominously upon the walls, evoking terror. Inside, 8 ghostly officers stood solemnly at attention, wielding clubs. While the upper wall bore the grotesque visage of a ghoul, its eyes wide and menacing, instilling dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. Clad in a black robe, Suyi sat prominently, his expression dark and forbidding, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Bring forth the lost souls. At this moment, Suyi wielded the wooden tablet of authority and struck it forcefully upon the table before him, declaring, as commanded. Instantly, a figure clad in simple garments, burdened with iron chains, entered the grand hall. This individual was none other than Mo Shogui, the son of Mo Daojian, the governor of Qingyang County. Mo Shogui's countenance was ashen as he was escorted into the hall by 2 fearsome ghostly enforcers. Upon laying eyes on Suyi, his expression shifted dramatically, particularly when he beheld the immense carved visage of a ghastly face looming behind Suyi on the high platform, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The face was a terrifying sight, grotesque and menacing, instilling profound dread. Mo Shogui. At that moment, Suye's voice pierced the air, cold and devoid of mercy, resonating with an eerie chill. I am here. Mo Shogui stammered, no longer daring to act defiantly. Initially, he had been unwilling to accept his fate, causing a ruckus in his rebellious spirit. However, after enduring several brutal beatings from the fearsome ghostly enforcers, he had become subdued. In your mortal life, you committed numerous atrocities, oppressing the weak and indulging in hedonistic pursuits, leading to a significant reduction of your lifespan. You were granted only 21 years, yet now, at the age of 27, you have lived 6 additional years. These 6 years of vitality were drawn from the fortunes of the underworld. Today, you shall face punishment in the Department of Retribution, enduring the torment of the boiling oil to atone for your sins. And no, this was my father's intervention to prolong my life. I should not be the one punished. My father should bear the consequences. Imo Shogue shrieked in despair, horrified at the prospect of being subjected to the boiling oil. In all honesty, the suffering he had endured in his lifetime paled in comparison to the torment he faced in the realm of the dead. After just a few lashes, he felt on the brink of collapse. How could he possibly survive being plunged into boiling oil without losing his very soul? With a resounding crash, Suyu brought down the wooden stick in his hand, causing Imo Shogue's spirit to tremble, prompting him to hastily close his mouth. When you were 13, you coerced a maidservant into bearing your child, only to later have her cruelly thrown into a well to drown. A betrayal most vile, deserving of the harshest penalty. At 15, you set your sights on a married woman and, in front of her husband, forcibly claimed her, leading to her untimely demise. After which you savagely murdered her husband. Your sins are profound, warranting a fiery punishment. At 16, at 17, as the list of transgressions unfolded, Imo Shogue's face turned a ghastly shade of green. The punishments of being sent up the mountain of blades, plunged into boiling oil, or cast into the sea of flames, each name alone instilled dread. Is the document prepared? At last, Suyi concluded the enumeration of Imo Shogue's misdeeds, feeling a deep sense of outrage at the unforgivable nature of his crimes. I report to the King of Hell, it is ready, came the respectful voice of a ghostly messenger from Suye's left. He held out a document with reverence, presenting it to Suyi. After a brief inspection, Suyu nodded in approval. Take this malevolent spirit to the Department of Punishment, Suyu commanded, handing over the document. Instantly, 2 ghostly messengers emerged from the hall, receiving the document with deference before escorting Imo Shogue out. No, you cannot do this. I am truly repentant. Please spare me. Spare me. The desperate pleas poured from Imo Shogue's lips, his cries echoing in anguish, yet no one paid him heed. The sins of the living must be repaid in the realm of the dead, a saying that has echoed through the ages. However, prior issues in the underworld have impeded its duty to oversee the realm of the living. Next, Suyi forcefully slammed the wooden block, which echoed ominously. At this moment, within the punishment department, anguished wails of souls reverberated, and a chilling aura enveloped the space. This was a circular chamber, where terrifying rivers of magma flowed beneath, and tendrils of ghostly energy rose, forming grotesque faces above the molten river. Above loomed massive blood-red stones, upon which souls were bound, enduring the searing heat of the magma. This was the most fundamental form of punishment. Upon entering the punishment department, one would be tethered to those stone pillars. On some of the stone platforms, boiling cauldrons of oil bubbled, and ghostly enforcers cast the souls into them. The piercing screams emanating from those souls sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, other enforcers compelled souls to leap into a pit ablaze with black flames. Within, a sea of fire roared, transforming into a ghastly visage that howled in fury at the souls above. Further ahead lay mountains of blades, where souls were driven by enforcers to ascend the razor-sharp peaks. The entire punishment department was shrouded in a grim atmosphere, filled with the cries of the damned, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At this moment, in the realm of the living, in Qingyang County, Mo Daojian sat solemnly within the governor's mansion, surrounded by various heads of families. Chapter 33. Stealthily worshipping the deities of the underworld. The atmosphere within the governor's mansion was heavy with tension. The heads of families sat below, their expressions grave, awaiting developments in silence. Before departing, the cultivator from the ghost suppression gate had proclaimed that at dawn, all souls who had been claimed would return to the light. Would the governor encounter unforeseen circumstances? At this moment, a patriarch spoke with a grave expression. Rest assured, you are all well aware of the formidable reputation of the Ghost Gate. Their strength is beyond measure. With their intervention, the specters of the underworld shall be utterly incapable of withstanding them. We need only await their favorable news. The other patriarchs nodded, harboring great confidence in the Ghost Gate's capabilities. However, as dawn broke, their absence instilled a sense of unease within them. Amidst the anxious waiting, the day finally brightened. Yet Qingyang County lay in eerie silence, devoid of any human presence. Everyone remained confined within their homes, while the courtyards of grand manors were filled with lifeless bodies. They too were waiting, anticipating the moment when those corpses would stir. In this palpable tension, the entirety of Qingyang County was shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation. Finally, at noon, one patriarch could no longer endure the suspense. "Governor, we cannot continue to wait idly. I propose we send someone to the Ghost Gate to ascertain the situation." Upon hearing this, several other patriarchs nodded in agreement. The governor, Mo Daojian, wore a solemn expression. Even he felt a flicker of impatience at this moment. Each family dispatched a swift-footed individual to the Ghost Gate to gather intelligence. Yes. Instantly, the patriarchs issued their commands with urgency. As time elapsed, several cultivators arrived at the Ghost Gate, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Outside the Ghost Gate, corpses were piled high, sprawled across the ground in disarray. All of them the remains of beings from the mortal realm. Their attire was uniform, each adorned with a token, unmistakably belonging to the Ghost Gate's enforcers. The sight left them aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Ghost Gate loomed atop the mountain, flanked by a sea of bones, with tendrils of ominous energy swirling ominously, creating a scene that was both haunting and terrifying. Several cultivators, unwilling to linger, hastily made their way towards Qingyang County. Within the governor's mansion of Qingyang County, a palpable tension gripped the assembly, their brows furrowed in concern. As twilight approached, the absence of any news fostered a sense of unease, a foreboding feeling settling in their hearts. Suddenly, outside the grand hall, a few cultivators rushed in, breathless and stricken with terror. The assembly's attention was immediately drawn to them, and Mo Daojian's voice resonated with gravity as he inquired, "What have you discovered?" "Governor, it's over. It's over. Qingyang County is doomed." The disheveled cultivators blurted out, their words tumbling forth in a disordered frenzy. "What do you mean it's over? Speak clearly." Mo Daojian's expression darkened, urging them to elaborate. "They're all dead. Everyone is dead. Corpses, there are corpses everywhere." Their faces were ashen, eyes wide with fear as they recalled the horrific scene they had witnessed at the gates of the netherworld. "Clarify, what corpses?" "The bodies of the gatekeepers. They are all piled at the gates of the netherworld." "What?" Mo Daojian sprang to his feet, shock etched across his face as he scrutinized the terrified cultivators. "Did you see them clearly?" Not only he, but even the family heads nearby turned pale, their gazes fixated on the newcomers in disbelief. "Wang Meng, ensure you speak with conviction. Should I discover a single falsehood in your words, I shall flay you alive." "Esteemed family head, I would never dare to speak falsely." They all witnessed it. The gates of the netherworld are indeed heaped with corpses. Those bodies all wore the attire of the gatekeepers, with talismans hanging from their waists. If not the gatekeepers, then who else could they be? As these words were spoken, the countenance of everyone in the grand hall darkened, and they instantaneously lost their vitality. It was over. Mo Daojian's eyes became vacant, and he felt utterly drained of strength, sinking heavily into his seat, his spirit utterly deflated. "Our Qingyang County is doomed," he murmured despairingly. "What shall we do, Lord Governor?" The other family heads bore equally pallid expressions, their hearts shrouded in gloom. Their trepidation extended beyond the fallen kin. They were apprehensive about the days to come. If Qingyang County were truly under the scrutiny of the underworld specters, how could they prolong their lives? Were they truly to submit to the whims of fate? Most troubling was the fact that while others could find means to extend their lives, Qingyang County alone was condemned to this grim destiny, which was the most repugnant aspect of their plight. One could easily envision the gradual decline of Qingyang County. No one would wish for their offspring to be born there. To be born in Qingyang County meant their names would be inscribed in the small ledger of life and death at the Jioshan Yamen, subjecting them to the oversight of the underworld, rendering any hope of altering their fate nearly impossible. They could foresee a significant depopulation in the future. Though their own fates were inscribed in the ledger and immutable, they were loath to see their descendants follow the same path. They understood that even if they fled Qingyang County, they would still fall prey to the pursuit of the underworld's enforcers, for their fates were recorded in that ledger. And no matter where they sought refuge, their whereabouts would be traceable. Yet, as long as their descendants were not listed in the Jioshan Yamen's ledger, even if they managed to prolong their lives, they would remain blissfully unaware. They gazed upon the somber faces of the family heads, each reflecting the weight of despair. In our grand nation of Qi, how can we permit the mischief of underworld specters? Even if they venture into the capital, I shall ensure that these malevolent spirits from the netherworld pay dearly for their transgressions. Mo Daojian's countenance darkened. In this moment, he was consumed by rage and resolved to take decisive action. With his son's demise and the fall of Qingyang County, he felt utterly unencumbered. He vowed to confront the forces of the underworld, for to oversee Qingyang County, a price must be exacted. Mo Daojin waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. Instantly, the mournful cries echoed from every residence, a sorrowful symphony that enveloped the entire city. White silk banners were raised, shrouding the city in a profound melancholy. Coffins were borne out of the city, while those in mourning, clad in sackcloth and mourning caps, wept inconsolably. It had been years since the prominent families had conducted a funeral, yet today they collectively mourned. Many had long been deserving of death. A thought surfaced among the onlookers. Those who had evoked calamity upon Qingyang County, oppressing the common folk, were indeed unworthy of lamentation. Whispers amongst the lower echelons of Qingyang County resonated. The underworld's emissaries had performed a noble deed. At this moment, some citizens stealthily retrieved small effigies of deities from their homes, placing them upon altars and kneeling before them, offering incense. They expressed gratitude to the spirits of the netherworld for claiming the lives of the debauched youths, ridding Qingyang County of their menace. In the present world, no one dared to worship the deities of the underworld due to the edicts imposed by the earthly rulers for fear of retribution. Yet today, they unearthed the time-worn effigies left by their ancestors and began to kneel in reverence. Chapter 34. A journey to the netherworld. The news of the cleansing of Qingyang County spread like wildfire throughout the eastern Zhou prefecture. Among the 12 counties under the eastern Zhou jurisdiction, all but Qingyang were left in a state of turmoil. The various governors were filled with trepidation, their hearts weighed down by an ominous foreboding. They hastily sought to gather any useful intelligence, yet their efforts proved futile. No one could elucidate the specifics of the events that had transpired. All that was known was that, in the span of a single night, every soul that existed beyond the law in Qingyang County had been claimed by the emissaries of the underworld. When had the netherworld become so formidable? Qingyang County was home to numerous powerful beings, with many at the primordial spirit realm, and even the esteemed Mo Daojin, a master of the true martial realm, had succumbed to the fear instilled by mere specters of the underworld. The unease among the governors deepened as the purge in Qingyang County hinted at something decidedly unusual. They resolved to travel to the prefectural capital, certain that the prefect would possess crucial insights. Consequently, the 11 governors set forth, all making their way toward the capital. At this moment, within the grand hall of the prefect's residence in eastern Zhou City, Zhou Tianxian sat with a grim expression, while below him, Mo Daojin bore a countenance of despair. He recounted the entirety of the events in Qingyang County to Zhou Tianxian, who was taken aback and seething with rage. The audacity of the underworld spirits was truly egregious. They not only seized so many souls from Qingyang County, but also caused the demise of the guardians at the Ghost Gate. He Gongming, a formidable force at the Return to Origin realm, had likewise fallen. This stark reality underscored the immense power wielded by these underworld entities. However, with the loss of life at the Ghost Gate, it was certain that they would not take this matter lightly, and would undoubtedly send individuals to the capital to investigate. At that time, inform them that the town Ghost Gate will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to enter the underworld to suppress it. However, as the lord of the eastern Zhou prefecture, it would be difficult to ease the hearts of his subordinates if a county under his command were to be cleansed by the underworld without him taking action. At this moment, Zhou Tianxian turned to Mo Daojin and said in a low voice, "Daojin, rest assured, that insignificant underworld will never amount to anything significant. Even without our intervention, the town Ghost Gate will certainly not allow any forces from the underworld to rise. They exist solely to suppress the underworld. And should any power begin to emerge, they will take action." "I understand." Mo Daojin nodded in agreement. "My lord, do they still have hope?" He looked at Zhou Tianxian, murmuring softly, "In the end, we must give it a try. Let us hope that their movements are not so swift. The soul of Qingyang County has yet to be sent deep into the underworld. If it is dispatched there, it is likely that they will have lost all memory. Even if we were to find them, with our current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to restore their memories." Mo Daojin nodded solemnly, realizing that they could only place their hopes on the soul of Qingyang County still being within that insignificant underworld. "There is no time to lose. We must descend into the underworld now," Zhou Tianxian declared. Yes, Mo Daojin felt immense gratitude in his heart. "I shall never forget the grace of the Lord of the Prefecture in this lifetime. Let us proceed." Zhou Tianxian nodded and rose from the high seat of the Grand Hall, preparing to descend. "My lord, the 11 governors under the Eastern Zhou Prefecture request an audience," a servant reported at that moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianquan's gaze narrowed, and he replied, "There is no need for them to enter the hall. Let them accompany me as we descend into the underworld." "Understood." The attendant responded accordingly. Subsequently, Zhou Tianxian led Mo Daojian away from the Grand Hall. Within the estate, Zhou Tianxian encountered the 11 governors. As several governors were about to pay their respects, Zhou Tianxian waved his hand and said, "Formalities are unnecessary. Follow me." Upon hearing this, the governors were momentarily taken aback, and Yang Shanhe inquired, "My lord, where are we headed?" "To the underworld," Zhou Tianxian replied in a somber tone. And then he took the lead, departing the Grand Hall. "As you command." The others nodded, hastily following suit. The ghost gate of the Eastern Zhou estate was shrouded in an aura of ominous energy. There were a total of 13 ghost gates within the Eastern Zhou estate, one for each of the 12 county cities, along with the main gate of the estate. This particular ghost gate was the largest, towering approximately 30 feet high. Pulsating with a powerful energy and thick miasma emanated from its entrance. In ancient times, this gate was guarded by spectral soldiers, but since the decline of the underworld, it had remained unmonitored. As long as the living could withstand the underworld's malevolent aura, they could enter freely, with no one to impede their passage. At that moment, before the ghost gate, several ghostly officials were seen entering and exiting, escorting souls without connections into the gate. Upon noticing Zhou Tianxian accompanied by the 12 governors approaching this mountainous region, their expressions shifted dramatically. Zhou Tianxian's name was well known among the ghostly officials in the underworld. His eyes gleamed with a supernatural light. Having attained the celestial eye, he could see through the ghostly officials passing by. However, he chose not to speak, instead leading the 12 directly into the ghost gate. The group of 13 traversed the ghost gate and began their journey along the Yellow Springs Road. The magnificent aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings, causing all specters to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach even slightly. Under the leadership of Zhou Tianxian, the group swiftly arrived at the Tisi Yamen, a vast architectural complex filled with many eerie halls, most of which lay abandoned. Some of these grand chambers were established in ancient times for the administration of various affairs in the netherworld. Upon the arrival of Zhou Tianxian and his companions, the ghostly attendants in the Tisi Yamen were stirred into a frenzy, hastily retreating as they dared not act recklessly. In fact, some had already departed to notify the higher-ups. Zhou Tianxian navigated the premises with familiarity, heading directly towards the Grand Hall. At that moment, the Tisi Hall was eerily empty. The figure of Tisi Li Ruren was conspicuously absent, causing Zhou Tianchuan's gaze to narrow. "Ah, esteemed lord of the mansion, please take your seat." A voice echoed from outside the hall. An ethereal being, shrouded in an aura of darkness, entered. Wang Xiaoyan's expression stiffened as he replied, "To be frank, I am unaware of his whereabouts." Zhou Tianxian retorted coldly, "You, a supervisor in the Tisi Yamen, do not know where the Tisi is?" The supervisor, the second in command of the Tisi Yamen, who assisted the Tisi in managing the affairs of the court, insisted, "I truly do not know. The Tisi has been absent for half a month, and no one knows where he has gone." At this, Zhou Tianchuan's gaze sharpened, his heart stirring with unease. He understood Li Ruren's character well. He would never yield to the realm of the living, despite being constrained by it. He had always been on the lookout for an opportunity, and when the moment arose, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Thus, Zhou Tianxian was perplexed by his movements. Previously, he had expressed a desire to investigate Li Ruren's movements, but he had not yet found the opportunity to do so. Once the matters concerning Qingyang County were resolved, he would undoubtedly conduct an inquiry. With Li Ruren absent, who now holds authority in the Yamen of TC, in the Grand Hall of TC, an air of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. Upon hearing these words from Zhou Tianxian, Wang Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly, and he declared, "I am capable of taking charge." "Oh." Zhou Tianxian appeared momentarily taken aback and continued, "Then let me pose a question. Has the Yamen of TC received any souls sent by the Jioshan Yamen today?" The Jioshan Yamen dispatches souls daily, which the TC Yamen then gathers along with the souls from the 12 other Yamen to present to the city god. Upon hearing this, Mo Daojian's expression altered, and he pressed urgently, "Are there any souls from within the city of Qingyang County?" Wang Xiaoyan shook his head and replied with a smile, "None, I assure you." "Why do you ask? Has no one in Qingyang County extended their life?" "Humph." Wang Xiaoyan, "It seems you are utterly oblivious. The Jioshan Yamen has undergone a transformation, and as the supervisor of the TC Yamen, you remain completely unaware? What do you mean? The Jioshan Yamen has changed?" Wang Xiaoyan's countenance shifted, for he truly had no knowledge of this, nor had he heard any whispers about it. "Humph. The current lord of the Yamen disregards the rules and has established a miniature underworld, siphoning the souls of those in Qingyang County who have extended their lives. Such a violation of protocol cannot bode well. Wang Xiaoyan's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to abscond with the souls of those who had prolonged their existence. Was it a matter of insufficient compensation? Wang Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards Zhou Tianxian. That fellow is impervious to reason. What does the lord of the manor intend to do? As for other matters, there is no need for your interference. The Ghost Gate will handle them. The mere mention of the Ghost Gate caused Wang Xiaoyan's spirit to shudder, and he exclaimed in alarm. He was well aware of the terror that the Ghost Gate instilled. He had heard tales of a just and incorruptible official from the underworld who attempted to collect the souls of those in the mortal realm whose time had expired. As a consequence, the Ghost Gate descended upon the underworld, annihilating the entire lineage of ghostly officials associated with that official. For all these years, the underworld has been powerless to oversee the mortal realm, and this was solely due to the formidable strength of those from the Ghost Gate. Do you wish to avoid the wrath of the Ghost Gate? At this moment, Zhou Tianxian raised his gaze towards Wang Xiaoyan and spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyan's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, Lord Zhou, you jest. I shall proceed to the Jushan Yamen at once. That is splendid. We shall await your return here. Zhou Tianxian replied in a somber manner. Very well. Though reluctant, Wang Xiaoyan found himself with no alternative but to comply. Soon, he set forth, accompanied by a contingent of ghostly soldiers, making his way toward the territory of Jioshan Yamen. The various yamen of the underworld that faced the mortal realm were all situated beyond the River of Souls. The official yamen, however, resided within the River of Souls, where the departed souls sent by the officials were escorted to the city god for centralized allocation. At that moment, the small underworld was bustling with activity, as numerous soul-reaping ghostly officials ventured into the mortal realm to collect those souls whose lifespans had waned. They were subsequently escorted to the tribunal, where Siyu would render judgment and issue the verdict. Ultimately, those deemed guilty would be sent to the punishment division for retribution, while the innocent would be transported to the opposite bank of the River of Souls. In recent days, Suyi has been quite occupied. However, he has noticed a remarkable increase in his merits. Whether it be through the souls he guides or those he judges, his virtues continue to grow. At this moment, Suyi is presiding over the court of judgment when suddenly a ghostly messenger stands outside the grand hall, calling out, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Please detain this soul. Suyi speaks up, let him enter. The messenger complies and steps into the hall. I report to Your Majesty. Someone from the supervisory office has arrived, claiming to seek an audience with you. The supervisory office? Suyi raises an eyebrow. Indeed, Your Majesty. I have heard of this supervisor. He is known to be the most corrupt within the supervisory office. It is said he oversees the ledger of life and death, and most of the time he is the one aiding the practitioners from the mortal realm in extending their lives, the messenger explains. And what of the supervisor himself? Alas, regarding the supervisor, I cannot help but sigh. Though he is upright, he is unfortunately a man out of time. The realm of the dead has long since descended into decay. He possesses noble aspirations, yet finds himself unable to achieve even the slightest success. It is said that in the past, he once entangled himself with a significant figure from the mortal realm, and later, the city god personally intervened, bringing that figure back to life. Even the supervisor himself nearly fell victim to the guardians of the ghostly gate. Fortunately, a wise individual offered guidance, allowing him to escape disaster. Since then, he has grown disillusioned with the underworld and has ceased to manage the affairs of the supervisory office. This indeed benefits Wang Xiaoyan, who holds dominion over the death registry, committing every conceivable atrocity while amassing wealth, inciting the ire of both gods and men alike. Upon hearing this, Siyu nodded. Comprehending the current state of the death registry, Li Ruren, the head of the registry, dissatisfied with the prevailing circumstances, reluctantly relinquished his authority, retaining only the title without engaging in governance. Meanwhile, the second-in-command, Wang Xiaoyan, monopolized power, colluding with the mortal realm and perpetrating heinous deeds. Such a character truly deserves condemnation. Siyu now firmly believed that Wang Xiaoyan had come regarding the affairs of Qingyang County. Having purged Qingyang County, he had adversely affected the interests of certain individuals in the mortal realm, indirectly obstructing Wang Xiaoyan's financial avenues. It could be said that someone from the mortal realm had sought him out, prompting his intervention to seek retribution against Suyu. Since he willingly acts as a pawn for the mortal realm, I shall pass judgment upon you. Siyu snorted coldly, directing his gaze towards the ghostly envoy, and spoke in a low tone. Inform him that this King Yin is currently presiding over the trial of souls. He should await his turn. Upon hearing this, the ghostly envoy was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. Within the small Yin Wang Hall of the underworld, Wang Xiaodian was seething with rage. As the supervisor of the esteemed death registry, he found himself relegated to this insignificant Jioshan court, left to languish in the grand hall, which fueled his inner fury. The very name of the hall elicited derisive laughter from him. Yin Wang Hall. How audacious! In a matter of days, you shall be taken by the ghostly enforcers of the mortal realm to be refined into a soul. At that moment, a ghostly envoy approached slowly, regarding Wang Xiaodian, and spoke. Sir Supervisor, our King Yin is currently engaged in the trial of souls. Please bear with us for a moment. Impertinent. A shadowy soldier behind Wang Xiaodian shouted vehemently. How could the esteemed monitor of the underworld be disregarded by a mere junior judge? Humph. Such arrogance is utterly outrageous. A trifling junior judge dares to display such insolence and must be dealt with accordingly. Another spectral soldier bellowed in fury. Alas! At that moment, Wang Xiaodian raised his hand, silencing the two enraged specters. Inform your junior judge that this monitor awaits him right here, Wang Xiaodian said with a smile. His countenance was grim, and an intense aura of murderous intent enveloped his eyes. The monitor took a brief seat before dispatching someone to fetch tea. The ghostly messenger paid his respects and then departed. Wang Xiaoyan's expression darkened as he and his subordinate specters sat in the hall of Yama, awaiting the arrival of refreshments. Half an hour passed, yet the tea still had not arrived. This provoked the ire of his spectral subordinates. How dare the Jioshan Yamen treat us with such contempt? Monitor. I cannot endure this indignity. Chapter 36. Punishment of the monitor within the hall of Yama in this small underworld. Wang Xiaoyan's visage was somber. It was evident that this minor underworld was deliberately neglecting them. Even the specters behind him could hardly contain their frustration. Monitor, the Jioshan Yamen is far too presumptuous. Humph. Since they wish to test our patience, let us show them a glimpse of our might. Wang Xiaodian was genuinely enraged. He turned to the specters behind him and spoke in a low tone, since he is so burdened with affairs of state. Let us see how he judges the souls of the departed. With that, Wang Xiaodian led several specters out of the grand hall. Meanwhile, in the court of judgment, Su Yi sat regally at the pinnacle of the hall, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. Below him, souls were being judged one by one as he issued decrees, sending some to the punishment court and others to the shores of the river of oblivion. At this moment, a wretched soul knelt in the hall, his countenance pale and his spirit trembling. Your Honor, the judge, I acknowledge my transgressions. I shall not err again. I beseech your honor for mercy. Li, the judge retorted. In your mortal life, you indulged in debauchery, squandered your wealth, and descended into a beastly existence, even selling your daughter into a brothel. In your gambling frenzy, you forsook your own mother, leading her to perish in the streets, unclaimed and forgotten. You have shown disloyalty, ingratitude, and a lack of filial piety. Thus, you shall face the punishment of being cast into the cauldron. Your Honor, I implore your mercy. The wretched soul howled in despair. It was forcibly dragged away by two ghostly attendants. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause resonated from outside the grand hall as several spectral figures entered. At the forefront stood none other than Wang Xiaodian. How dare you so brazenly disrespect this court? A constable bellowed from within the hall. Kneel. Another constable shouted, brandishing a staff in fury. Seated at the pinnacle of the grand hall, Siyu gazed upon the approaching spirits, noting that the foremost among them possessed commendable strength. Having reached the realm of Qi returning to origin, a surge of ghostly energy emanated from him, enveloping his form. Su Yi immediately recognized him as the official dispatched from the Department of Justice. Despite this, he did not intervene against the constable's fierce reprimands. Arrogant. At this juncture, a specter behind Wang Xiaodian shouted angrily. Who dares to create a disturbance here? Siyu spoke in a low tone. Humph. A mere minor official. How grand your authority? Retorted the ghostly attendant behind Wang Xiaodian. This is Wang, the supervisor from the Department of Justice. Wang Xiaodian maintained a calm demeanor upon hearing this. He slightly raised his head and cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi, his eyes reflecting his contempt. Sees this impostor masquerading as the overseer. Just as Wang Xiaodian anticipated that Siyu would be taken aback, a single remark from Siyu rendered him utterly speechless, leaving him at a loss for words. Daring to impersonate the overseer of the TC office, seize him, administer 50 strikes with the rod, and then transport him to the punishment office for deep frying. Su Yi commanded with a cold tone. How dare you? At this moment, Wang Xiaodian finally erupted. Ever since his arrival at the Joshan office, he had been brimming with pent-up rage. During his time at the TC office, he had been humiliated by the denizens of the Yang realm. He had hoped that coming to the Joshan office would provide some relief, but instead, he found himself even more constrained, left to languish in the Grand Hall. And now threatened with deep frying. Who in the world bestowed upon you the audacity to attempt to deep fry the overseer of the TC office? I see you recording death, foolishly contemplating such an act against the overseer. Wang Xiaotian bellowed, his body radiating a chilling aura, his power surging. Humph. The overseer? He awaits my summons in the underworld. What status does he hold that he would dare to create a scene in my judgment office? Sui scoffed, his gaze imbued with murderous intent as a spectral apparition materialized behind him. A horrific pressure enveloped the air, descending upon Wang Xiaotian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The aura emanating from Su Yi was overwhelmingly terrifying, pressing down on him to the point where he could scarcely breathe. And the flow of ghostly energy within him slowed considerably. Behind Wang Xiaotian, several spectral soldiers paled instantly, their ethereal forms trembling. A wave of dread swept over them. Bang, bang, bang. To their astonishment, several of them collapsed to their knees. Do you dare to defy authority? Wang Xiaotian's countenance darkened. Defy authority? The young spirit. You impersonate the magistrate. It would be difficult for you to escape punishment, even if cast into the boiling oil. After the plunge, you shall be suppressed within the depths of the underworld. Wang Xiaotian's expression changed dramatically, a weight settling in his heart. It is over. If Siyu is determined that he is an impostor, then even his authenticity would be of no avail. In this Nine Mountains magistrate office, one's fate remains unspoken. Moreover, he was certain that Suyu was fully aware of his true identity. Yet, despite this, he still intended to subject him to punishment, indicating that the other party had no genuine desire to meet him. This was a trap laid for him, waiting for him to fall into it. At this moment, Wang Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. If he did not devise a means to escape, he would be unjustly treated as a counterfeit. With this thought, Wang Xiaotian erupted. A torrent of sinister energy radiated from him, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Humph! Disrupting my court of judgment, do you think you can flee? Suyi scoffed, then struck with ferocity. Bang! Wang Xiaotian's figure was violently thrown back into the hall, his face a mask of horror, utterly disheveled. At that moment, all his cultivation was sealed. 50 lashes, strike. Suyi commanded coldly. Instantly, several ghostly officials seized Wang Xiaotian and his companions, pinning them to the ground to commence their punishment. A cacophony of anguished screams echoed within the court. The rods wielded by the officials targeted the soul, possessing tremendous power. As they took turns to strike, Wang Xiaotian and his companions were left shrieking in agony. Young spirit, retribution awaits you. The guardians of the Ghost Gate shall soon come to collect you. You shall suffer immensely. Wang Xiaotian roared in anguish. When had he ever endured such a grave injustice? At this moment, he felt as if his very soul was on the verge of disintegration. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of wailing and striking echoed in a relentless crescendo. Behind Wang Xiaotian, a spectral soldier was struck, his essence dimming, nearly dissipating into nothingness. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, and that spectral soldier vanished into thin air, his soul becoming translucent, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke before disappearing entirely. His spirit shattered. Under the weight of punishment, even the spectral soldiers found it unbearable. At last, the 50 strikes concluded. Wang Xiaotian's essence was weakened, devoid of any strength. 2 of the spectral soldiers behind him had their souls shattered, while the remaining few lay motionless on the ground, resembling mere puddles of despair. Leave this soul behind. Escort the rest to the punishment department. Siyu gestured toward Wang Xiaotian. As commanded, the officials responded in unison, subsequently escorting the remaining spectral soldiers out of the Grand Hall of Judgment. At that moment, only Su Yi and Wang Xiaotian remained within the chamber. Wang Xiaotian's face was twisted with resentment as he glared at Su Yi, his eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glow. In response, Su Yi unexpectedly broke into a grin. Wang Xiaotian, in the new lunar calendar year 31,460, for your selfish gain, altered the lifespans of 36 individuals within a single day, thereby jeopardizing the balance of the underworld, a crime unforgivable. In the new lunar calendar year 31,540, you conspired with the living to alter the lifespan of your adversaries, resulting in their premature demise, leading an entire family to their untimely deaths. At this moment, Su Ye's voice resonated hauntingly throughout the hall, sending a chill down Wang Xiaotian's spine, causing him to feel utterly shattered. Chapter 37. The Judge's Quill Within the Punishment Office. Su Ye's voice resonated like a mournful dirge from the depths of the abyss, leaving Wang Xiaotian utterly shaken. He had seemingly pierced through the veil of his clandestine actions. How could he possess such knowledge? His deeds had been shrouded in secrecy, even from his own subordinates. After all, although the underworld was rife with corruption, every ghostly emissary was acutely aware of the unspoken rules. No one would divulge their misdeeds to others. It was an unwritten law of sorts. Everyone pursued their own interests without a word of complaint. Yet, at this moment, the individual before him meticulously enumerated his transgressions. How was this possible? Had he conducted a covert investigation into his affairs? Such a notion was absurd. He was the supervisor of the Department of Punishments. And even Li Ruren, the chief of the department, wielded less authority than he did. After all, Li Ruren had relinquished the Book of Life and Death and ceased to meddle in the affairs of the department. If the Lord of the Nine Mountains were to investigate him, it would undoubtedly come to his attention. Who are you? At this point, Wang Xiaotian was convinced that the other party was fully aware of his true identity. Everything that had transpired was merely a theatrical performance. The king of the underworld. Su Yi, the one who would pass judgment upon you. Su Yi replied coldly, arrogant and deluded. Do you truly believe you can judge me? Such insubordination. Do you not fear the city goddess retribution? Insubordination? Su Yi scoffed, continuing, the hierarchy of the underworld has long since crumbled, riddled with countless flaws. As this king of hell, I do not belong to your system. Thus the concept of insubordination is irrelevant. As for the city god you mentioned, there will come a day when he too will face a fiery demise. You are truly the epitome of arrogance. Su Ye's words instilled a profound sense of dread in Wang Xiaotian. Was he truly contemplating the destruction of the city god? Wang Xiaotian, since you have chosen to be a lackey of the mortal realm and have come to my humble underworld, prepare to experience the punishments of this realm. For a malevolent spirit like you, a single frying would be far too lenient. You deserve to be fried 100 times. Summon the enforcers. With Su Ye's commanding shout, ghostly officials swiftly entered the grand hall, seizing the wicked spirit and dragging him towards the punishment department. Inform the Black King that he shall personally fry this one 100 times. The enforcer's eyelids twitched at the thought. To be fried 100 times meant to be utterly obliterated. As you command, they replied, albeit in terror, as they forcibly led Wang Xiaotian away. Su Yi, retribution shall come for you. Over the years, many formidable spirits have emerged from the underworld, all vainly aspiring to restore order, yet none have succeeded. Ultimately, they are all vanquished by the forces of the mortal realm. Just wait, your time is not far off. Wang Xiaotian's furious curses echoed from beyond the hall. Crack. The sound of a whip resonated. You'd better behave. If you're going to curse, direct it at me, King Yin, and perhaps you'll be fried an additional 100 times. Hearing Wang Xiaotian's enraged outbursts, Su Yi remained unfazed atop the grand hall, unperturbed. As he settled accounts with Wang Xiaotian and his ilk, his merits surged dramatically, increasing by over 1,000 points. Current merits, 2,300. Following his last ascension, he had been informed that he could only elevate his status again after accumulating 2,000 merits. Now, with a total of 2,300 merits, he was well prepared for consumption. At that moment, Su Yi connected with the system, intending to expend 2,000 merits to enhance his cultivation. However, the system detected that the host had just elevated his cultivation and could not do so again at this time. The host had the following options: to consume 2,000 merits to exchange for a supernatural ability, ghostly shadow, or to acquire a treasured artifact, the judge's pen. Su Yi hesitated not for a moment and chose to exchange for the judge's pen. This magnificent writing instrument was the exclusive pen of the supreme judge of the underworld, possessing boundless utility. Upon expending 2,000 merits for the judge's pen, the next exchange would require 5,000 merits. Current merits, 300. Su Yi felt a pang of regret. All his hard-earned merits had vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, he remained elated. At that moment, he had no judge under his command, so he would have to keep the judge's pen for himself for the time being. He also recognized two crucial points. First, his cultivation could not increase indefinitely. It seemed bound by time constraints. Second, each exchange of merits would elevate the requirements for the subsequent exchange. However, Su Yi was untroubled. As his strength progressed and the underworld expanded, the beings transgressing the laws of the nether realm would grow increasingly formidable. When the time came to reckon with them, he would accumulate even greater merits. Furthermore, with the future expansion of the underworld, the number of ghostly soldiers under his command would also increase. As the underworld functioned normally, the merits generated would multiply. Su toyed with the judge's pin in his hand, a sense of joy swelling within him. The pin was entirely black, adorned with mysterious engravings along its shaft, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ultimately, Su secured the judge's pin and sat quietly in the grand hall, seemingly lost in contemplation. Beside the river of oblivion, a hell was being constructed. Once completed, those souls burdened with grave sins would be confined within, subjected to the purifying flames of hell to atone for their transgressions. Next, Su Yi aimed to purge the entire eastern Zhou prefecture and expand the jurisdiction of the underworld. However, before cleansing the eastern Zhou prefecture, it was imperative to first eliminate the officials of the underworld's Department of Appeals. Beneath this department, in addition to his original Nine Mountains office, there were 11 other officials responsible for overseeing the various counties under the eastern Zhou prefecture. Su Yi speculated that none of these officials were untainted. These officials would become his next targets. He instructed Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu to come forth. At this moment, Su Yi sat within the hall of Yama and spoke. Immediately, a ghostly envoy swiftly departed towards the soul-collecting division. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu, as the overseers of the soul-collecting division, typically did not venture into the realm of the living. However, with the recent cleansing throughout Qingyang County, few dared to resist the summons of the soul collectors, thus granting them some leisure. Before long, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, entered the hall. They were none other than Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu. "We pay our respects to the Yama," they said upon entering, bowing to Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and gazed at them, stating, "Now that Qingyang County has been purged, I intend to hold the officials of the Department of Appeals accountable." Upon hearing this, both men's eyes brightened, and they exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Yama, is truly wise. We stand ready for your command." Su Yi nodded and continued, "I hereby order you both to investigate the 11 counties under the Department of Appeals. Look into whether any ghostly envoys or living individuals are colluding with the officials and violating the laws of the underworld." "Understood," they responded, taking their leave. Watching their departing figures, Su Yu's gaze flickered with contemplation. Though he possesses the merit mirror, which reveals the virtues and sins of individuals, he cannot possibly scrutinize all the ghostly emissaries. Thus, he dispatches Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu to investigate thoroughly, intending to settle accounts collectively when the time comes. In the 38th chapter, the Register of Life and Death wanders in the mortal realm. Within the grand hall of the underworld's official office on the other side of the Nether River, they awaited news throughout the day, yet no tidings arrived. This left a heavy weight upon their hearts. The minor underworld of the Nine Mountains Bureau appeared to be quite sinister. It seemed that anyone who entered would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge again. The situation may be dire. At this moment, Zhou Tianquan's expression grew grave. "Master of the Bureau, what troubles you?" Mo Daojin inquired anxiously, his face paling. "Are you suggesting that Su Yi dares to suppress even the overseer of the official office?" The group gasped, suddenly turning their gazes towards Zhou Tianxian. With a darkened countenance, Zhou Tianquan's eyes flickered as he intoned, "Since Su Ye's rise, what has he ever shied away from? He seems to have trampled over all in his path. From Yang Dabin of the Nine Mountains Bureau to the prominent families of our realm, he has even dared to suppress those who guard the gates of the underworld. It is evident that there is little he fears." Upon hearing these words, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. "Master, what course of action shall we take now?" a Grand Guardian asked gravely. "If Su Ye's ambitions in this minor underworld are allowed to flourish unchecked, it is likely that the entire Eastern Zhou Bureau will become his target. We must uncover the full extent of this minor underworld's secrets. However, my lord, we are all living beings. If we adhere to the regulations of that small underworld, it is likely that a person from the realm of the living who seeks information would also be detained within that nether domain. Humph. Why must we rely on those from the realm of the living?" Zhou Tianxian snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, several of the governors were taken aback. Over the years, our Eastern Zhou mansion has cultivated numerous spies in the underworld, and these spirits are now ready to be of use. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and immediately, a ghostly envoy entered the grand hall. "Master Zhou, what is your command?" "Bring forth Hui from the Department of Justice." At once, the ghostly envoy swiftly departed. Before long, a spirit shrouded in a mist of energy entered the grand hall. Upon seeing Zhou Tianxian, he was momentarily taken aback and respectfully stated, "I pay my respects to the master." Hui, a ghostly envoy of the Department of Justice, had become one of Zhou Tianquan's spies in the underworld through years of careful maneuvering. Hui is not the only one among Zhou Tianxian's network of spies. He is but one of many. Hui, assist me in a task, discreetly infiltrate the Nine Mountains Department and ascertain what they are truly up to. As you command. Hui replied as he set forth on his mission. He moved with great speed, crossing the River of Oblivion within half a day, arriving at the Nine Mountains Department. Upon witnessing the scene of the small underworld, he was utterly astonished. This was no longer the semblance of the Nine Mountains Department. It had completely transformed into a different place. The various ghostly envoys emanated overwhelming auras as they escorted numerous souls into grand halls for judgment, punishment, or suppression. All of this directly subverted Hui's mindset. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the punishment department, he could no longer afford to linger and hurriedly departed. Upon encountering Zhou Tianxian, Hui remained unsettled. Have you gleaned any information? Zhou Tianxian inquired. Master, the Nine Mountains Yamen is formidable, Hui replied, his expression animated, his very soul trembling. In what manner? Zhou Tianxian and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Master, that minor underworld operates with remarkable order. There are soul collectors, soul judges, and even soul friars, Hui stammered. What? Zhou Tianxian echoed, astonished. Indeed, I learned that any soul burdened with sin is dragged into the punishment department to be fried, thereafter imprisoned in hell. At this revelation, Zhou Tianxian and the others' countenances turned grave. This minor underworld cannot be allowed to persist, Zhou Tianxian declared, his expression darkening. Given our actions, should we ever fall into the clutches of that minor underworld, we would undoubtedly face a similar fate. The various governors' expressions shifted dramatically. Master, what should we do? Leave. Depart from the underworld, and when the ghost gate arrives, inform them of the situation concerning the minor underworld. Understood. Master. If that is the case, the souls from Qingyang County are likely still within the minor underworld, Mo Daojian interjected. Very likely. Zhou Tianxian nodded. Then suddenly turned to Hui, asking, Do you know where the life and death ledger of the punishment department is? Hui was taken aback and shook his head. I do not know. However, the inspector usually handles affairs in the secret chamber. Take me to the secret chamber. As commanded. With that, they strode towards the Great Hall's exit. The ghostly emissaries of the official department observed Zhou Tianxian with trepidation, daring not to obstruct his path. They soon arrived at the chamber's entrance. This secret room was heavily warded, impenetrable to ordinary individuals. An aura of malevolence enveloped the entrance, where mysterious runes flickered. Zhou Tianxian, a formidable master of dual energies, faced Wang Xiaodian, who possessed but a single energy. The barriers set by Wang could scarcely hinder Zhou Tianxian. In a mere moment, Zhou Tianxian shattered the ward protecting the chamber. Inside, the room was vast and desolate, shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. Apart from a stone bed and some tables and chairs, there was nothing else. Upon the table lay a black ledger, the Book of Life and Death. Zhou Tianxuan's gaze sharpened as he strode forward and seized the ledger. The expressions of the several governors changed dramatically, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they looked at Zhou Tianxian. My lord, Wang Xiaodian has already met his demise. If this ledger remains here and falls into the hands of Su Yi from the minor underworld, it would spell endless troubles for us. Our fates would be at his mercy. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. If the Book of Life and Death were in our possession, we could alter our destinies without needing the interference of those from the netherworld. Zhou Tianxian gazed at the ledger in his grasp, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Holding the Book of Life and Death felt akin to seizing control of his own fate. However, he cautioned, My lord, the ledger is a spectral artifact. Should it be brought into the realm of the living, it could invite dire consequences, as one must bear the weight of karma. Zhou Tianxian spoke solemnly, fully aware of the repercussions that awaited. Yet, the sight of the ledger ignited a fervent desire within him to claim it. After all, it contained the destinies of every soul within the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. If one could wield the Book of Life and Death, the destinies of all individuals within the Eastern Zhou Manor would lie firmly within their grasp. Having stated this, the other governors dared not utter another word. Hui, continue your stay here and gather intelligence. As commanded. Following this, Zhou Tianxian departed the scene with several governors. Upon exiting the Ghost Gate, they proceeded directly towards the Eastern Zhou Manor. At that juncture, a contingent of cloaked figures had already infiltrated the manor. Each of them was formidable, possessing strength beyond the true martial realm, with several among them even achieving the One Qi returning to origin stage. The leader of this formidable group had astonishingly reached the Tu Chi returning to origin level. Their presence exuded a chilling aura, saturated with murderous intent. Clad in dark garments and bearing black tokens at their waists, these were the ghostly enforcers dispatched from the capital to investigate the Ghost Gate. The casualties among the Ghost Gate guards of the Eastern Zhou Manor had been severe, with even the leader, He Gongming, having perished. It was only natural for them to come and conduct an inquiry. Chapter 39. The former glory of the underworld outside the estate of the Eastern Zhou Manor. A procession of cloaked individuals entered without hesitation, with even the guards at the entrance daring not to impede their passage. The gatekeepers, upon sighting these figures, felt a tremor of foreboding and hastily approached. They were acutely aware of the identity of these visitors, with their cold auras and the ghostly tokens at their waists. These were indeed the ghostly enforcers. Although they displayed humility and greeted them with smiles, the visitors paid them no heed and proceeded directly into the manor. "Where is Zhou Tianxian?" the leading ghostly enforcer inquired in a low, resonant voice. With a strikingly handsome visage and an air of authority, he emanated a powerful presence, two streams of true energy swirling around him. This individual was named Yun Tianyang, a ghostly enforcer of the Tu Chi returning to origin stage. "My lord, the master of the estate is not present," a servant respectfully announced within the residence. "Where has he gone?" Given the gravity of the situation at the Eastern Zhou estate, how can he be absent? "Reporting to you, my lord, the master has departed for the underworld." "Departed for the underworld?" Upon hearing this, Yun Tianyang's expression softened slightly. "How long has he been gone?" 2 days. Yun Tianyang nodded, then seated himself upon the grand hall, falling into silence. The servant quietly retreated, subsequently bringing forth tea. "As you command," the servant said respectfully before withdrawing. As Zhou Tianxian entered the estate, he sensed an unusual presence. It seemed that a stranger had arrived. "Where?" Zhou Tianquan's expression shifted as he spoke darkly. "Inside the grand hall." "I shall proceed there at once." Zhou Tianquan's countenance grew serious, for he understood that the individual from the Ghost Suppression Gate this time was not to be underestimated. Unlike He Gongming, this was a Ghost Suppression envoy from the capital. Casting a glance at Mo Daojian, he hastened toward the grand hall. Mo Daojian's expression altered, and he quickly followed, for he still depended on the Ghost Suppression envoy to rescue the souls of his Qingyang county. Within the grand hall, Zhou Tianxian beheld Yun Tianyang. Upon seeing Yun Tianyang seated at the head, Zhou Tianquan's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, "Zhou pays his respects to Protector Yun." Astonishment filled his heart. He had not anticipated that Yun Tianyang would be the one to arrive. Although Yun Tianyang was merely at the second stage of Qi returning, his true combat prowess approached that of the third stage. He was a protector of the Great Qi's Ghost Suppression Gate, tasked with handling particularly troublesome affairs. Traversing the lands surrounding Great Qi, the realms of the cultivators in the mortal realm extend from Qi refinement to nascent soul to true martial, and then to the 5 Qi returning to 1, culminating in the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Above these lies the realm of the divine. This is a terrifying state, one so formidable that even Zhou Tianxian cannot fathom its true extent. Throughout the entirety of the Great Qi, no such powerful beings exist. Though he himself has achieved the state of 2 Qi returning to 1, he fears that he would be utterly unable to withstand even 3 strikes from Yun Tianyang. Yun Tianyang's expression was icy. He sat imperiously, his gaze piercing. He turned to Zhou Tianxian and spoke in a low voice, "After I meet with you, I shall venture into the underworld to eradicate malevolent spirits. Do you have anything to say?" At these words, Zhou Tianquan's countenance shifted, and he looked at Yun Tianyang with gravity. "Guardian Yun, my purpose in journeying to the underworld is to gather intelligence." "Pray, elaborate." The small underworld of the 9 Mountains Yamen is shrouded in mystery, meticulously organized. That Suyi has divided this diminutive realm into various spectral institutions, each tasked with specific duties. Some are responsible for soul retrieval, others for judgment, and yet others for punishment. They draw the departed souls into the underworld, hold trials, and ultimately subject them to the punishment department, where they are fried. Humph! Such audacity! The beings of the mortal realm shall not be subject to judgment by the underworld. Yun Tianyang scoffed. Simultaneously, a flicker of astonishment coursed through him, as Zhou Tianquan's words invoked memories of the distant past, tales so ancient that even he had only heard whispers of them. It is said that the underworld once flourished magnificently, overseeing the mortal realm. When the fates of those in the mortal realm were exhausted, they were invariably drawn into the underworld. Each major hell had its own warden, powerful and unmatched in might. In those days, The underworld shone brilliantly, and the mortal realm was utterly powerless to resist. Yet, as time progressed, the underworld appeared to gradually decline. Moreover, the mission of the underworld impacted the interests of many individuals, resembling a sword poised above the heads of those who cultivate in the mortal realm, ready to strike at any moment. Subsequently, the specifics of what transpired became unclear. It seemed several fierce battles were fought, ultimately leading to the underworld's deterioration, rendering it incapable of monitoring the mortal realm. Consequently, practitioners in the mortal realm began to enter the underworld at will, altering the ledger of life and death, capturing spirits, and refining souls to create treasures. Yun Tianyang's eyes narrowed. The mission of the Ghost Suppression Gate was to oversee the underworld. Should they detect any emerging forces within the underworld, they would respond with swift and fierce suppression. Over the years, signs of resurgence in the underworld had emerged, yet they were all quelled by the Ghost Suppression Gate. This minor underworld must be eradicated. Yun Protector, many souls from Qingyang County of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture may still be suffering punishment within this minor underworld. I implore you to rescue them, Zhou Tianxin remarked at that moment. I understand, Yun Tianyang nodded. He then rose and walked towards the Great Hall's exit, followed closely by a group of individuals clad in black. Only after Yun Tianyang departed did Zhou Tianxin let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Prefect, Mo Daojian exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The minor underworld operated with remarkable efficiency. Aside from adjudicating the souls, Su Yi immersed himself in comprehending the profound techniques of the Tine scripture. This scripture undoubtedly stood as one of the pinnacle techniques among ghostly cultivators. With each session of contemplation, he gleaned deeper insights into its essence, which seemed to encapsulate the ultimate truths of the cosmos, deeply enigmatic. The news of Su Ye's efforts to cleanse Qingyang County had already spread across the various offices of the underworld. Additionally, the lords of the other 11 offices were left astounded. They never anticipated that amidst this realm of shadows, there would still be individuals daring enough to take the lead. Regarding Su Ye's efforts to cleanse Qingyang County, the various lords of the underworld scoffed dismissively. No matter how formidable Su Ye might be, confronting the ghost gate of the Yang realm was akin to striking a rock with an egg. It would not be long before he faced annihilation at the hands of the ghost gate, and when that time came, his true spirit would be seized and refined by the ghost gate, condemned to eternal damnation. At this moment, upon a shadowy mountain 1,000 miles away from the office of the Lord, a spectral figure sat in meditation. The spirit appeared pallid, donned in flowing white garments, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Shadows of Yin energy swirled around him, with 2 tendrils of ghostly essence emanating from his chest, enveloping his entire being. He remained motionless, cross-legged atop the mountain, gazing in the direction of the office of the Lord. You are still unable to let go. A voice echoed in his ear, ancient and profound, as if emerging from a millennia-old well, devoid of any ripples. The elder exuded an air of authority, surrounded by a dense aura of ghostly energy, which spread ominously around him, casting a vast and eerie shadow behind. Chapter 40. Li Ruren and the Elder of Urgency on the shadowy mountain, surrounded by swirling ghostly energies. A man sat in quiet contemplation. Elder of Urgency. He rose and offered a slight bow. It is no wonder that the office of the Lord is your labor of love. Given its current state, it is understandable that you remain restless within. Yet, there is nothing we can do. The entire realm of shadows is in such disarray, and we are powerless to effect change. The elder sighed, speaking slowly. The man heaved a sigh of his own, turning his gaze towards the elder. Elder, recently one of my subordinate lords was slain by a spirit under his command. And after that spirit ascended to the position of lord, he immediately proceeded to cleanse the Qingyang County of the Yang realm. Is this true? The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Such a formidable ghostly hero, the path ahead may prove treacherous, Elder Chui remarked with a furrowed brow. To cleanse a county in the realm of the living, it is likely that the ghostly enforcers of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture will not let him escape unscathed. Indeed, the ghostly enforcers of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture came to collect him, only to have him ensnare their souls and cast their corporeal forms beyond the gates of the netherworld. Elder Chui's gaze narrowed. Remarkable. This Lord C is truly extraordinary. I am in awe. Do you harbor any thoughts? Elder Chui inquired, turning his attention to the man. If he is indeed a ghostly hero, I wish to offer my assistance. Li Ruren, the one who presides over the Department of Ghostly Affairs, replied, You must consider carefully. Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back, and the outcome may very well be the disintegration of your soul. I understand. but it is far better than languishing in ignorance while the living trample upon the realm of the dead." As he spoke, a palpable aura began to rise around him. "Throughout my life, I have compromised, yet all that yielded was a relentless encroachment. I have taken a stand, only to be pressed by the living and targeted by the dead. Were it not for Elder Chui's intervention, I might have already been lost to the void." Upon witnessing the ghostly spirit, I realized that his actions mirrored my own desires. Li Ruin's words plunged Elder Chui into contemplation. "How do you intend to assist him?" "I shall facilitate matters in my capacity as the presiding officer." Elder Chui fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged pause, he spoke slowly. "Li Ruin, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall refrain from further admonition. However, remember that this kind of ghostly hero is a paragon of our underworld. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do your utmost to preserve him." Li Ruin nodded, his expression grave as he turned to Elder Chui and slowly inquired, "Elder Chui, will you not emerge from seclusion? Your ancestors were the great judges of the ancient underworld, esteemed by both the spirits and deities. Will you remain hidden away, languishing upon Een Mountain?" "The machinations of the underworld are in disarray," Elder Chui murmured. "I sense that a great calamity is brewing, heralding the arrival of an unparalleled ghostly hero, yet his whereabouts remain unknown. I await his emergence." "Could this be the hero of whom you speak?" Li Ruin queried. "Uncertain," Elder Chui replied, nodding. Then, with a respectful clasp of his hands, Li Ruin said, "Elder Chui, I take my leave." He departed gracefully, making his way toward the TC Yamen. He was acutely aware of all that transpired within the Yamen. Wang Xiaodian had ventured to the Jiushan Yamen and had not returned, an event that naturally did not escape his notice. He was well aware of which ghostly officials within the Yamen were complicit in corrupt dealings. His mind was as clear as a mirror regarding these matters. Li Ruin harbored a ledger in his heart, meticulously documenting the myriad transgressions of the malevolent ghostly officials within the Yamen. One day, he would settle the accounts. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the TC Yamen was fraught with anxiety. With the TC absent and the chief steward of affairs unaccounted for, unease spread among the ghostly officials. The TC Yamen was in disarray, leaderless and chaotic. At that moment, Li Ruin's figure appeared within the TC Yamen. "It is the TC," a ghostly official exclaimed, filled with joy. Though he had not engaged in official duties for many years, his status within the TC Yamen remained unmatched by Wang Xiaodian. Most ghostly officials held him in high esteem. Only a select few trusted individuals were permitted to enter the esteemed hall of the immortal deities, leaving many of Wang Xiaodian's subordinates in a state of unease. They were all reliant on Wang Xiaodian, having participated in numerous clandestine activities. However, they dared not voice their concerns, nor display any signs of discontent. Each of them possessed formidable strength, with the weakest among them reaching the true martial realm, while several were even formidable beings at the primordial unity stage. The leader of this group had ascended to the second primordial unity level. This company was none other than the ghost wardens tasked with guarding the ghost gate, with Yun Tianok at the helm. As he gazed upon the heap of ghost warden corpses piled outside the ghost gate, a grim expression settled upon Yun Tianyong's face, nearly dripping with tension. "Who dares approach? This is the sacred ground of the ghost gate. Living souls should retreat." At that moment, several spectral figures flickered into view at the ghost gate. Their ethereal forms trembled, overwhelmed by the formidable yang energy emanating from these intruders. Despite their fear, they stood resolute before the ghost gate. Yun Tianyong raised his gaze towards the spectral soldiers, letting out a disdainful snort. "Even spirits dare to obstruct my path?" With a mere wave of his hand, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, instantly shattering the souls of the spectral soldiers and extinguishing their true spirits. After dispatching the spectral soldiers with ease, Yun Tianyong strode forward, stepping into the ghost gate. Upon entering, he was met with a flurry of ghostly messengers traversing the Yellow Springs Road. The messengers paused momentarily, their expressions shifting dramatically. The sheer intensity of the yang energy emanating from these beings from the mortal realm was unparalleled, instilling fear in their very essence. The realm of the living has invaded. The realm of the living has invaded. It is the guardians of the ghost gate. A spectral enforcer, wielding a soul-snaring rope, was poised to venture into the realm of the living when he beheld a group of individuals whose countenances transformed dramatically. In haste, they turned and fled towards the minor underworld. Yun Tianyong and his companions advanced resolutely along the path of the Yellow Springs. En route, a minor spirit, unable to evade in time, was swiftly obliterated by a powerful strike. Numerous enforcers of the ghostly realm had perished in this place. igniting a tempest of fury within Yun Tianyang. We must move swiftly. Lingering here would spell our doom. At that moment, all spectral enforcers along the Yellow Springs retreated. For these individuals were formidable, instilling a palpable fear that deterred them from approaching. Dispatch the order, Yun Tianyang declared coldly. Not only must we eliminate that lord of the underworld, but we shall also eradicate every last one of these minor spirits from the Nine Mountains court. Those who dare to assail the members of my ghostly order shall come to understand that the wrath of the ghostly order is not to be trifled with. Chapter 41. One sword is sufficient. With a fierce determination, Yun Tianyang and his cohorts surged towards the minor underworld, causing all ethereal beings to scatter in fear. Yet, some were still met with the grim fate of being subdued by the ghostly enforcers. Their speed was remarkable, and it was not long before they arrived before the gates of the minor underworld. Gazing at the foreboding structure, Yun Tianyang's expression darkened. Their arrival had already drawn the attention of many spectral enforcers within the underworld. Quickly, inform the King of Hell. One enforcer urged urgently. Stop the intruders. Another enforcer bellowed. Stepping forth, Yun Tianyang, cloaked in an aura of radiant energy that repelled the encroaching shadows, surveyed the grand hall shrouded in ghostly mists. A menacing aura of murderous intent emanated from his eyes. Charge in and vanquish all malevolent spirits. Yun Tianyang spoke in a low voice, as commanded. With that, numerous ghost town enforcers drew their ghost-slaying swords and advanced step by step towards the underworld. Meanwhile, Suyi was in the secret chamber of the King of Hell's palace. Enveloped in a swirling mist of energy, wholly engrossed in deciphering the Tyrant Sutra. As he delved deeper, he increasingly sensed its boundless utility. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and he opened his eyes wide, a fierce killing intent radiating from his very being. Just moments ago, he had perceived a potent surge of yang energy within the underworld. This energy arrived swiftly, without any prior indication, sweeping through the realm in an instant. Beings from the realm of the living. Suya's expression darkened. He exited the secret chamber, and as he stepped out of the King of Hell's palace, he felt the pervasive presence of yang energy approaching. His gaze, intense and piercing, fixed upon the world beyond the underworld, where he beheld several formidable figures wielding long swords, charging toward the ghostly enforcers. These individuals were remarkably powerful, each at least at the true martial realm, their auras resonating fiercely, their swords glinting ominously in the light. Annihilate all malevolent spirits here. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed, its sound waves dispersing the ominous clouds in the void. The ghost town enforcers sprang into action, their swords cutting through the air with lethal precision, cleaving towards the ghostly enforcers. These specters offered no resistance. The mere brush of the ghost-slaying swords rendered them into nothingness. Those who offend the underworld shall be exterminated. At this juncture, an enraged shout erupted, followed by a terrifying figure descending from the void. This figure was cloaked in a dense shroud of energy, obscuring the space around it. Behind him loomed a colossal ghostly deity, its silhouette manifesting in the air. The figure's long hair billowed fiercely as he brandished a soul-reaping rope, glaring furiously at the gathered assembly. Whoosh! As soon as the figure appeared, it immediately unleashed the soul-reaping rope, targeting several true martial realm practitioners. With a series of crisp sounds, those practitioners did not even have time to scream before their bodies were shattered, their very souls obliterated. Rage surged within Suyi, after slaying several cultivators. He waved his left hand, releasing a terrifying aura of darkness that summoned the ghostly emissaries to stand behind him. Lord Yen Wang! The crowd exclaimed with excitement, bowing in respect. In their eyes, Suyi held a divine stature, instilling a sense of tranquility in their hearts. At this moment, the ghostly enforcers ceased their actions. Standing solemnly in place, gazing intently at Suyi, Yun Tianyang's expression turned cold, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. This malevolent spirit was indeed formidable, having reached the level of second chi returning to origin. Yet, regardless of his realm, he would inevitably meet his demise today. You are the wicked spirit, Suyi? Yun Tianyang declared, his battle intent surging fiercely. Who are you? Suya's eyes gleamed ominously as he spoke in a low tone. I am Yun Tianyang of the Ghost Suppression Sect, here today to subdue you. Another Ghost Suppression Sect member. Just a few days prior, he had dealt with several of them, and yet they returned so soon to seek their end. You underestimate the malevolent spirits I, as the protector, have vanquished. Suyi retorted. Yun Tianyang snorted coldly, then suddenly swung his longsword, unleashing a sharp blade of sword energy aimed directly at Suyi. After executing this strike, he sheathed his sword, standing still in the void, calmly observing the fierce sword light hurtling towards Su Yi. He was confident that no malevolent spirit at the second chi returning to origin level could withstand this attack. Indeed, the Cloud Guardian exemplifies unwavering confidence, a trait I can scarcely emulate. The formidable power of that sword stroke seems to approach the realm of the three chi returning to origin. A ghost suppressor murmurs, suggesting that the vibrations contained within this strike are exceedingly potent. Even aimed at that malevolent spirit, it fills me with trepidation. One by one, the ghost suppressors display their astonishment, engaging in hushed discourse. All of this transpires amidst flashes of lightning, while Su Yi maintains a serene expression. Observing Yun Tianyang sheath his sword after a single strike, he grins broadly. This marks his inaugural encounter with such audacious confidence in a practitioner. The adversary is yet to be vanquished, yet he has sheathed his sword, gazing at the brilliant sword light. Su Yi shakes his head and gently flicks the soul snare in his grasp. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surges forth, extinguishing the sword light in an instant. Moreover, the soul snare shows no sign of hesitation, advancing directly towards Yun Tianyang. What? Yun Tianyang's expression shifts dramatically as he regards the approaching soul snare. The composure he once held dissipates entirely. The strike he had so proudly unleashed is effortlessly neutralized by his opponent, now turned against him. How can this be? Even the ghost suppressors behind him are taken aback. Has the Cloud Guardian truly faltered? What, then, was the source of his earlier composure? The gazes of the numerous ghost suppressors shift to Su Yi, filled with astonishment and dread. The Cloud Guardian's most formidable blow has been effortlessly countered. What is the extent of his cultivation? Is he truly at the second chi returning to origin? In this moment, confronted with Su Yi's strike, Yun Tianyang's countenance grows grave. He dares not exhibit even a hint of negligence. His opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his expectations. He had initially presumed that the adversary was merely an ordinary practitioner at the second chi returning to origin. Little did he expect that his opponent's strength was not only on par with his own but had even surpassed it. The sinister energy of the soul-reaping chain surged through the void, creating intense fluctuations that rendered the surrounding space precarious. Yun Tianyang, realizing the peril, did not dare to delay. In a moment of desperation, he unsheathed his longsword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Radiant sword light erupted as he aimed several slashes at the soul-reaping chain. Clang, clang, clang. The consecutive sounds of metal clashing resonated as his sword strikes met the chain. Yet, the soul-reaping chain merely sparked a few embers, showing no signs of yielding. It was as if it were an immovable force, as heavy as a mountain. Yun Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him as he grappled with the fact that he could not even budge the soul-reaping chain wielded by Su Yi. He had always harbored a sense of superiority, convinced that under the mastery of the three chi returning to origin, none could rival him. One sword was all it took. Yet today, his confidence had been utterly shattered. Not only had he failed to vanquish his foe with a single strike, but he was now cornered by the very soul-reaping chain that threatened his existence. Feeling the terrifying power and oppressive force emanating from the chain, Yun Tianyang realized there was no escape. He could only endure. With this thought, he steeled himself for the confrontation. He summoned all his strength, even igniting his vital energy. Flames swirling around him. He positioned his longsword horizontally before him to withstand the impending strike of the soul-reaping chain. At last, the chain lashed out, crashing against Yun Tianyang's sword. A wave of overwhelming force surged forth, directly impacting his arm. He felt a piercing pain as his palm shattered. A dreadful shockwave radiated outward, forcing those around him to retreat. I have withstood it. I have held my ground. Yun Tianyang let out a sigh of relief, but just then, a sharp crack echoed in his ears. He looked up and was struck with dread. Chapter 42. All must enter the cauldron. The crisp sound of shattering resonated through the void. The faces of those present changed dramatically as they turned to Yun Tianyang. To their astonishment, the long sword in his hand had developed cracks, which rapidly expanded. Soon, the sword known as the Demon Slayer shattered completely, disintegrating into fragments that fell into the abyss. Simultaneously, Yun Tianyang's right hand, which gripped the sword, began to crack as well. Blood seeped from the fissures, but before it could fall, a terrifying force extinguished it. No. A piercing pain surged through Yun Tianyang's arm, rendering it numb. He felt as if his entire arm was vanishing, his hand completely obliterated. Enveloped by a dreadful power that exuded a chilling aura. Yun Tianyang's face was filled with horror. After the force annihilated his hand, It began to consume his arm. Alarmed, he swiftly struck his own arm with his left hand. With a sickening sound, his arm fell away, plummeting into the void, and was instantaneously obliterated. Gazing at the vanishing remnants of his arm, Yun Tianyang's expression was one of sheer terror. He sensed that if he hesitated even for a moment longer, that force could very well extinguish his entire being. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, particularly the demon suppressors, whose eyelids twitched as they cast wary glances at Su Yu. How could he be so formidable? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This level of power seemed to transcend the realm of dual chi reversion. Indeed, Su Yu's combat prowess had surpassed the realm of dual chi reversion. He was enveloped in the profound energies of the underworld, an overwhelming aura of ghostly essence surrounding him. Possessing the embodiment of ghostly powers, his combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. Most significantly, he harnessed the fortunes of the nether realm, wielding that vast reservoir of spectral energy for his own advantage. Though Yun Tianyang was formidable, his encounter with Su Yu marked a stroke of misfortune. At that moment, Su Yu's long hair billowed as shadows of ethereal energy coiled around him, with a ghostly figure suspended ominously in the air behind him, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. His eyes, icy and resolute, fixed upon Yun Tianyang, radiating a palpable intent to kill. Yun Tianyang, a man of decisive action, swiftly severed his own arm in a desperate bid for survival. Had he not done so, the previous strike would have undoubtedly obliterated his corporeal form. Retreat, he bellowed suddenly, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the Gate of Ghosts. Su Yu's might was overwhelming. Even he harbored no illusions of victory. Should he linger any longer, he too would succumb to the fate of a soul lost to the underworld. Channeling every ounce of his strength, even igniting his vital essence, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Gate of Ghosts. Behind him, the guardians of the Ghost Gate paled in fear, hastily retreating, with Yun Tianyang fleeing. Their presence here would only invite doom. Observing the frantic exodus of the Ghost Gate guardians, the spectral messengers of the underworld were filled with exhilaration. The King of Hell was overwhelmingly powerful. With a single strike, he had sent the guardians fleeing in disarray. With the King of Hell at their side, the underworld would undoubtedly rise to prominence. At that moment, voices resonated among the ghostly officials, their gazes fixed upon Su Yu, filled with profound admiration. A living being dares to enter the Gate of Ghosts and yet aspires to depart? Su Yu's voice resonated softly, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the fleeing guardians of the Ghost Gate. Although the sound was faint, it harbored an overwhelming intent to kill, chillingly profound, causing the guardian of the Ghost Suppression Gate to change countenance dramatically. The ghostly visage, indifferent and imposing, materialized in the firmament above, surrounded by swirling malevolence, exuding unparalleled terror. Yun Tianyang's expression turned grave. Today's tribulation was the gravest crisis he had ever encountered in his life. A moment's inattention could plunge him into inexorable doom. You dare, little ghost, Yun Tianyang thundered. If you dare to strike at us, the Ghost Suppression Gate will not let you go unpunished. At that moment, fear gripped Yun Tianyang. The Ghost Suppression Gate, I shall ascend upon it sooner or later, came the cold voice. From within the ghostly face, a figure emerged slowly, clad in dark garments, with long hair billowing, enveloped by a shroud of malevolence, dragging a long soul-reaping cord in hand, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The moment the figure appeared, it swung its arm fiercely, summoning the soul-reaping cord. The cord erupted with a terrifying aura, hurtling directly toward Yun Tianyang. Guardian Yun? Humph, merely a buffoon. Su Yu remarked nonchalantly as the soul-reaping cord struck the crown of Yun Tianyang's head. With a resounding crack, the body of Guardian Yun shattered, and a primordial spirit was extracted by the soul-reaping cord, soaring towards Su Yu. Yun, Guardian Yun. The others from the Ghost Suppression Gate were taken aback, their faces drained of color, gazing in astonishment at the figure suspended in the void. At this moment, Guardian Yun's primordial spirit bore a pallid expression, ensnared by the soul-reaping cord, imprisoned in the ether. He looked upon the spirit entwined in malevolence beside him, his entire essence trembling. He had never imagined that he would one day fall into the clutches of a mere ghost. Past encounters had instilled in him a delusion that wherever he tread, the spirits would retreat in fear. At this moment, he comprehended the irony of his fate. Having spent a lifetime vanquishing spirits, he now found himself bested by one. Below, the numerous ghost wardens stood petrified, paralyzed by fear. Yun Tianyang was effortlessly subdued, leaving them no courage to act. The fluctuations emanating from the figure in the void were overwhelmingly potent, a terrifying pressure descending upon them, causing their bodies to tremble and crackle. "Spare me, O Lord of Ghosts. Have mercy." At this juncture, a true martial realm warrior could no longer withstand the intensity and fell to his knees before Su Yi, bowing deeply. "How dare you kneel before a mere spirit?" The countenance of another ghost warden darkened as he regarded the supplicant. Upon hearing this, the other ghost wardens seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Their expressions shifted, and one by one, they all knelt in submission. "O Lord of Ghosts, we swear never to set foot in the underworld again. Please, have mercy." A chorus of voices arose from the ghost wardens, their pleas echoing with desperation. "You wretches!" Yun Tianyong's primordial spirit thundered in fury. "Yun Tianyong, you deserve this. Over the years, how many spirits have you slain? This is your retribution. O Lord of Ghosts, I suggest that we subject Yun Tianyong's primordial spirit to 100 fryings at the punishment office." One of the ghost wardens proclaimed loudly. "Preposterous!" Yun Tianyong's primordial spirit roared in indignation. "Yun Tianyong, do you still dare to be arrogant? Do you still think you are the protector, Yun? You are dead now. You are merely a prisoner of the netherworld. O Lord of Ghosts, we are willing to confess all of Yun Tianyong's transgressions. Please spare us." The ghost wardens implored, continuously bowing before Su Yi. This spectacle left the ghostly officials in the background utterly astonished, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The King of Hell exudes an unparalleled majesty, instilling fear not only among the spirits but also compelling the cultivators of the mortal realm to prostrate themselves. The ghostly emissaries, filled with fervor, expressed their excitement. At this moment, Su Yi stood resolutely in the void, casting his gaze upon the kneeling ghost wardens below, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Each of these individuals bore the stains of countless spectral souls upon their hands. They had hunted and slain an innumerable array of spirits. How could he possibly grant them mercy? "The sins of Yun Tianyong must be atoned for, yet your transgressions equally demand reparation." Su Ye's voice was frigid, slowly articulating. "Your myriad crimes shall all lead you to the cauldron of retribution." The expressions of all the ghost wardens shifted dramatically, their gazes suddenly fixated on Su Yi, eyes brimming with venomous resentment. "You vile specter, you leave us no path to survival." They bellowed in outrage, rising abruptly to launch a collective assault upon Su Yi. Chapter 43. Tremors in the underworld. On the road to the Yellow Springs, the ghost wardens seethed with fury, their desperation igniting an intense desire for victory. Even when fully aware of their inferiority against Su Yi, they charged forward. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the spectral figure behind Su Yi, unleashing a commanding force that obliterated the corporeal forms of the true martial realm ghost wardens. Their primordial spirits were ensnared by an overwhelming power, drifting aimlessly in the void. The remaining few, of the Qi returning realm, had their eyes flash with a crimson glow. In that instant, they realized their demise was imminent. Yet the instinct for survival compelled them to flee. With a swift motion, they turned and hastened towards the gates of the underworld. Subsequently, he made his move, binding each of those souls upon the soul snare. Yun Tianyong led the procession, with a string of souls tethered behind him. Su Ye's expression remained serene as he wielded the soul snare, guiding the array of souls towards the underworld. The numerous spectral enforcers of the underworld erupted in cheers. For Su Yi was immensely powerful. Those individuals were utterly no match for him. "Lord Yama, how shall we handle these departed souls?" At this moment, the Black Ghost King was filled with excitement. "Why not leave them directly to me? I assure you, I will ensure they experience exquisite discomfort. Afterward, I will have them swim in the sea of flames and dance upon the mountain of blades, ensuring they repay their debts to the netherworld." The Black Ghost King, with a visage dark and fearsome, exuded an aura of malevolence, his countenance twisted in a sinister glare directed at Yun Tianyong and his companions. As he spoke, Yun Tianyong and the others could not help but tremble in their very souls. "Dare you defy me?" Crack! The Black Ghost King lashed out with his whip. "Do you still have the audacity to retort?" The Black Ghost King roared. "In the past, I was nearly sent into a state of utter disarray by you lot. Had I not fled swiftly, would I be here today? Lord Sijun, leave them to me. I will ensure they undergo every punishment from the Department of Punishment for Evil." The Black Ghost King's words nearly frightened the guardians of the Ghost Gate into submission, though they were unaware of the specific tortures employed by the department. The mere mention of the Mountain of Blades and the Sea of Flames sent shivers down their spines. Every single one of them? At this juncture, Su spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King nodded, gazing at Su with a hint of confusion. "Lord Yama, is that not excessive? Far too little, Su Yi replied, his voice grave. Upon hearing these words, the Black Demon King was momentarily taken aback, only for his eyes to glimmer with newfound intensity. Goodness! The King of Hell is even more formidable than I, the Black Demon. First, they shall be escorted to the Judgment Hall for trial, where their crimes will determine their punishments. I fear they may be fried 100 times over. At this pronouncement, the numerous ghostly enforcers of the Ghost Suppression Gate turned pale, their ethereal forms trembling. Su Yi, you shall not meet a favorable end, bellowed Yin Tianyang. Take them away. With a cold snort, Su Yi flicked the soul-collecting rope, sending the chain of departed souls flying. Their spiritual essences were ensnared and taken away by several ghostly officials. Your Majesty, the Ghost Suppression Gate possesses formidable influence in the mortal realm. They are unlikely to relent easily. As the spirits from the Ghost Suppression Gate were led away, the Black Demon King grew solemn. Su Yi nodded, recognizing that this path would be fraught with turmoil and peril. Yet, having embraced the mission of reconstructing the underworld, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Regardless of the might of the mortal realm, he would swim against the current and persist to the end. Soon after, Su Yi personally adjudicated the souls of Yun Tianyang and his companions. Although their mortal lives had not yet reached their conclusion, their reckless intrusion into the Ghost Gate and the slaying of ghostly officials warranted the forfeiture of their lifespans. Following Su Yi's judgment, all those from the Ghost Suppression Gate were issued sentencing documents and sent to the Punishment Department for their due retribution. This day was destined to be anything but tranquil. Both realms, the Yin and the Yang, were keenly observing the minor underworld. Upon learning that the minor underworld had indeed slain the guardian of the Ghost Suppression Gate on the road to the Yellow Springs, chaos erupted in both realms. In the underworld, the 11 other Yamen officials bore grave expressions. They seemed to sense an unusual shift. Su Yi appeared to possess an extraordinary strength, one that even the formidable beings of the Ghost Suppression Gate could not contend with. The majority of these lords of the underworld possess formidable strength, most of them being at the true martial realm, with several reaching the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. At this moment, upon hearing the news, the 11 lords were filled with trepidation. The news quickly spread throughout the underworld's Department of Justice. Within the Grand Hall, Li Ruren maintained a calm demeanor, seated with poise. These spirits were his loyal comrades, having fought alongside him through thick and thin. The atmosphere in the hall was laden with a chilling aura, tendrils of ghostly energy swirling within, while grotesque apparitions adorned the surroundings, emanating an unparalleled terror. Lord of Justice, a report has come in. Disturbances have arisen in a minor underworld. A spirit with a grave expression entered the hall. Upon hearing this, Li Ruren's gaze sharpened, his attention fixating on the spirit as he spoke in a low voice. Speak. Your Excellency, not long ago, the guardian of the Ghost Gate from the human realm, Yun Hufa, led a contingent of ghost envoys to invade the Ghost Gate of the minor underworld. What? Li Ruren exclaimed in astonishment. The Great Cheese Ghost Gate boasted numerous guardians, traversing the realm to manage troublesome affairs. Yun Hufa was notably prominent among them. Years ago, Li Ruren had narrowly escaped being subdued by this very ghost envoy, saved only by the timely intervention of Chui Lao. Now, hearing that they had once again breached the Ghost Gate, aiming their wrath at the newly emerging lords of the underworld, he inquired anxiously, what is the situation? Has Su Yi managed to evade capture? Li Ruren's expression darkened with concern. In his mind, Su Yi could hardly be a match for Yin Tianyang, whose formidable prowess left no spirit with a chance of escape once he intervened. The news of Yun Tianyang's incursion into the Ghost Gate of the underworld sent Li Ruren's heart racing with unease. Do not panic, Lord TC. Su Yi is not in danger. Observing Li Ruren's evident concern, the ghostly envoy refrained from prolonging the suspense and spoke candidly. Su Yi is remarkably powerful, beyond imagination. With a single strike, he shattered Yun Tianyang's corporeal form and seized his soul, along with those of numerous ghostly wardens. At this moment, their primordial spirits are likely undergoing intense punishment in the Punishment Department. Upon hearing this, Li Ruren was taken aback. How could he accomplish such a feat? His mind was in turmoil. It was unfathomable that the extraordinarily formidable Yun Tianyang could be vanquished by a single blow, his essence obliterated. This was utterly terrifying. Even Li Ruren himself would certainly not stand a chance against Yun Tianyang. The sword wielded by his adversary, known as the Ghost Slayer, possessed a potent ability to counteract malevolent spirits. I have no idea how he managed it, the envoy continued, but with a mere flick of the soul snatcher, Yun Tianyang's soul disintegrated, and his essence was drawn forth, he perished. Li Ruran's lips twitched. Was it truly that simple? Chapter 44. The invitation from the TC office. Within the grand hall of the TC, Li Ruran felt a palpable unease. As he listened to his subordinate's report, his heart raced with disquiet. This king of hell seemed to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Anyone from the mortal realm who dared to enter the underworld would be met with immediate annihilation. Their corporeal forms would be destroyed, and their souls left to languish in the underworld as punishment. A strange exhilaration coursed through Li Ruran. Su Ye's actions resonated with him profoundly. However, he lamented his own lack of strength, often feeling a sense of impotence. He must meet Su Ye. If his assumptions were correct, how could he not assist him? At that moment, Li Ruran had completely disregarded the notion of being Su Ye's superior. In his heart, he had long ceased to be merely a subordinate. Instead, he was a spirit brimming with ambition yet lacking the means to express it. Lu Lingji, I implore you to visit the lower realms and summon Su Ye. Li Ruran declared, casting a glance at a nearby spirit. Lu Lingji's expression shifted, and he replied solemnly, I shall obey your command. With that, he departed in haste. At this moment, within the underworld, Su Ye had completed the judgment of Yun Tianyang and others, all of whom were escorted to the punishment department for their transgressions. The lower hell had been established, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary form, yet it served as a place to contain malevolent souls. Su Ye was currently seated in a meditative posture within the secret chamber of the King of Hell's Hall. Today, he had subdued numerous powerful beings from the mortal realm. Yun Tianyang, who had reached the second stage of the Qi return, along with several at the first stage and in the true martial realm. His merits had received a substantial enhancement, with the second stage alone contributing 2,000 merits. The individuals at the first stage added an additional 5,000 merits. Coupled with the practitioners of the true martial realm, his merits had surpassed 9,000. With 5,000 merits available for exchange, he now possessed sufficient merit. Though he initially intended to elevate his cultivation, he found himself unable to do so for the moment, as the system indicated that he could only enhance his abilities once within a month. Thus, He opted to directly exchange for a treasure. Each time he exchanged rewards, the system's offerings appeared to vary. This time, He acquired a token, the Qin Guang Wang Ling. This token was imbued with an enigmatic power, seemingly embodying a certain will. The bearer of the token would be endowed with this mysterious intent. Qin Guang Wang, the foremost among the 10 kings of hell. In Su Ye's recollection, this individual was named Jiang Xian. However, he had yet to encounter this person. Thus, the Qin Guang Wang Ling would remain in his possession for the time being. The exchange was successful, with his current merit standing at 4,000. For the next exchange, he would require a total of 10,000 merits. Su Ye paid little heed to this, as accumulating 6,000 merits was a trivial task for him. At that moment, he sat cross-legged in the secluded chamber, resuming his practice of the Taiyin Sutra. Threads of ghostly energy coursed through his body, traversing every inch before ultimately converging at his chest. The return to origin realm comprises 5 minor stages, ranging from 1 Qi returning to origin to 5 Qi returning to origin. At present, Su had only attained the 2nd Qi returning to origin. From his chest, 2 streams of ghostly energy surged forth, swirling around him. Once he perfected the 5 Qi returning to origin, he would be able to condense the 3 flowers. The verses of the Taiyin Sutra were imprinted in his mind. As he cultivated, those verses transformed into enigmatic runes that circulated within him. Each inch of his soul body bore an imprint of these mysterious runes. Although Su Ye remained oblivious to the nature of these runes, he could sense their formidable power. Imprinted within his soul body, it seemed to grow increasingly robust. Moreover, these arcane runes appeared to emit a luminescent glow, forming a spectral image within him. If one were to observe Su Ye's soul body from the outside, they would discover a ghostly figure composed of myriad runes, shrouded in mystery. Su Ye was unaware of what this apparition represented. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of the inexplicable. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, time swiftly passed, and before long, half a day had elapsed. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the river of oblivion, a spectral being crossed the waters. Clad in dark garments, the figure bore a stern countenance, enshrouded in swirling ghostly energy, radiating with intense fluctuations. The spectral figure was none other than Lu Lingji, dispatched by the magistrate Li Ruran to summon Su Ye to the magistracy. Upon entering the netherworld, Lu Lingji proceeded directly towards the Hall of Yama. He was not unfamiliar with this realm, although Li Ruran had not been present at the magistracy previously. Lu Lingji navigated the underworld with ease. The denizens of the netherworld did not regard his arrival with much vigilance, as their defenses were primarily oriented towards the living, leaving little attention for a wandering spirit. With a grave countenance, Lu Lingji felt an overwhelming aura of dread as he passed by the entrance of the punishment department, where an eerie cacophony of wails echoed, sending a chill down his spine. In a fleeting glance, he spotted a familiar face, Wang Xiaotian, the overseer of the magistracy. Days had passed, yet this wretched soul remained ensnared within the punishment department, enduring untold torments. Lu Lingji could not suppress a sense of grim satisfaction. Wang Xiaotian, devoid of conscience, had committed numerous heinous acts, and this fate was undoubtedly retribution. Lu Lingji felt a surge of relief, having served under the magistrate for these years. He was fortunate to have refrained from any grievous misdeeds himself. Otherwise, he might one day find himself traversing the very halls of the punishment department. How astute and discerning was the magistrate? Lu Lingji thought to himself as he quickened his pace toward the front. Lu Lingji, save me. Please, help me. To his astonishment, Lu Lingji's fleeting glance had not gone unnoticed. Wang Xiaotian, as if clutching at a lifeline, shouted desperately from within the punishment department. This sudden outcry caught the attention of the overseer, the dark figure known as the Black Ghost King, who followed Wang Xiaotian's gaze outward. Emerging from the grand hall of the punishment department, the Black Ghost King soon encountered a formidable specter. Within the realm of the underworld, true martial realm ghost envoys were a rarity. Upon seeing Lu Lingji, the Black Ghost King's eyes narrowed, and he involuntarily felt a spark of recognition. Halt! He commanded in a low voice, his heart secretly startled by the undeniable power radiating from the ghost envoy, which evoked a profound sense of pressure. Who are you? What brings you to my underworld? The Black Ghost King inquired darkly. This must be the esteemed Black Ghost King of the punishment department, Lu Lingji replied with a smile. The Black Ghost King's gaze tightened. How could this figure know his name? It appeared that he was well acquainted with the hierarchies of the underworld, even being aware of the punishment department. I am Lu Lingji from the Department of Prosecution. Here at the behest of the chief prosecutor to summon King Yin to the department, he continued. At these words, the Black Ghost King's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this specter was affiliated with the Department of Prosecution, which, on the surface, was still the direct superior of the Nine Mountain Bureau. You will accompany me, the Black Ghost King said, unable to make a decision on his own, and thus led Lu Lingji towards the King Yin Hall. Thank you. Black Ghost King, Lu Lingji responded as he followed. Throughout the journey, his mind was restless. Everything in the underworld was meticulously organized, although the ghost envoys were busy. Their responsibilities were distinctly delineated. Soon, they arrived before the ominous King Yin Hall. Taking a deep breath, the Black Ghost King led Lu Lingji inside. Enveloped by the chilling aura of the hall, where the walls were adorned with depictions of malevolent spirits, appearing exceptionally fearsome under the haunting glow of ghostly energy. At this moment, the Black Ghost King and his companion entered the grand hall, gazing at the desolate space. The Black Ghost King respectfully addressed, Your Majesty. The envoy from the Department of the Underworld has arrived. After a brief pause, a figure emerged from the concealed chamber at the back of the hall. The figure's piercing gaze was captivating, exuding a powerful aura that was utterly astonishing. Lu Lingji's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Su Yi, feeling an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in reverence. How terrifying! Lu Lingji was astonished within. I am Lu Lingji, paying my respects to Your Majesty, he declared, cupping his fist before him. Logically, as a representative of the Department of the Underworld, he was not required to bow before a local lord. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself compelled to do so in Su Yi's presence. Su Yi nodded slightly, graciously accepting the gesture. A representative from the Department of the Underworld? Su Yi pondered inwardly, though his countenance betrayed no emotion as he inquired, What brings you here? I have been dispatched by Lord TC to invite Lord Su to the Department of the Underworld, Lu Lingji replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's gaze sharpened, and he fixed his eyes on Lu Lingji, who trembled internally under the weight of Su Yi's stare. I shall take my leave, Lu Lingji said with a nod, taking a deep breath before withdrawing from the hall of the underworld. Only after departing did he feel a sense of relief, as Su Yi's formidable presence had been overwhelming and discomforting. Meanwhile, within the hall of the underworld, Su Yi sat in silence, his expression impassive. Yet his mind was a whirl of contemplation. Li Ruan from the Department of the Underworld, it was said, had once angered a significant figure in the mortal realm. Subsequently, The city god had personally intervened to restore that individual to the world of the living, nearly resulting in Li Ruren's own demise. Since then, Li Ruren had become disillusioned with the underworld and, in a fit of frustration, ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the TC Yamen. However, he was unexpectedly summoned by them. For what purpose? Was it due to his suppression of the officer in charge of the TC Yamen? That seemed implausible. It was rumored that the officer was corrupt and incompetent, fundamentally misaligned with Li Xianyu. Given that he had quelled the officer's tyranny, one would expect him to be pleased. As the king of hell pondered, it seemed unlikely that this summons from the TC would bode well. At that moment, the Black Ghost King wore a grave expression. "Oh, speak, if you will," Suyu replied with a smile. Encouraged by his words, the Black Ghost King stepped forward, stretching his neck slightly while speaking with a hint of mystery. "Based on my analysis, it must be that the King of Hell has recently been in the limelight, which displeased the TC. Moreover, your suppression of his subordinate has caused him to lose face. Thus, he seeks to eliminate you." "Eliminate me? How so?" Suyi inquired, a smile playing on his lips. "By frying you," the Black Ghost King declared emphatically, asserting that only by such means could the officer's resentment be alleviated. Suyu grinned and replied, "Do you truly believe the TC possesses the power to suppress me?" The Black Ghost King hesitated. "The King of Hell's might is unparalleled. Who could possibly suppress you?" "You, my friend." Suyu chuckled softly. "Prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit to the TC Yamen." "Are you truly going?" The Black Ghost King recoiled slightly. "Of course, we must go." Suyu's gaze deepened as he looked beyond the Grand Hall. "The invitation from the TC is not something to be ignored." Nodding in agreement, the Black Ghost King remarked, "I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." He then exited the Grand Hall. On the other side, within the city of Dongzhou, Zhou Tianxian and Mo Daojin had been anxiously awaiting news from Yun Tianyang. However, as the moments stretched on, no word arrived. To be candid, both men were beginning to feel a sense of unease. They recalled past lessons. When Yi Gongming had ventured into the underworld, he, too, had exuded confidence and bravado, only to ultimately be ensnared by Su Yi, who cast his physical form out of the gates of the netherworld, resulting in a lamentable fate. Now, with Yun Tianyang's prolonged absence, their concerns intensified. What if? Their expressions turned grave as they exchanged glances, hesitant to entertain further thoughts. "Master, shall we send a spy to investigate in the underworld?" Mo Daojin finally suggested, his demeanor solemn. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianquan's expression shifted as he contemplated the proposal, ultimately conceding, "It seems we have no other choice." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the hall, causing both men to startle and glance toward the entrance. A ghostly figure floated into view. "What brings you here?" Zhou Tianxian exclaimed, his countenance shifting with urgency upon recognizing the apparition as one of his informants from the underworld. "My lord, the situation is dire." "I could not afford to delay," the specter replied hastily. "What has transpired?" Zhou Tianxian inquired, his heart racing. "A grave incident has occurred in the underworld. The news has spread throughout the TC Yamen. The King of Hell, Su Yi, has mercilessly subdued Yun Tianyang, imprisoning his soul within the punishment division for retribution." The ghostly messenger explained, urgency palpable in his tone. "You claim that Guardian Yun has been vanquished in the underworld?" Zhou Tianxian and Mo Daojin gasped in shock, their faces paling. Indeed, what one fears most tends to manifest. Not long ago, the two had pondered this matter, never expecting it to materialize so swiftly. The revelation that Su Yi possessed such terrifying power, capable of vanquishing even the Guardian of Clouds, left one to wonder who could possibly subdue him in the future. Zhou Tianquan's expression shifted dramatically. Li Ruren of the TC Yamen was a figure of considerable menace, undoubtedly unwilling to remain subjugated. Though he had managed to suppress his adversary over the years, he was acutely aware that this state of affairs could not persist indefinitely. Should an opportunity arise, Li would undoubtedly retaliate. The events of the past remained vivid in his memory. He had dared to entangle himself with the illegitimate offspring of a prince from the Great Qi. What else could he possibly shy away from? In times gone by, a prince of the Great Qi had taken a mistress, resulting in the birth of a child. This offspring was secretly nurtured within the Eastern Zhou mansion. Yet the young heir did not enjoy a long life, passing away in his 20s. At that time, not a single Grim Reaper within the TC Yamen could claim the soul of the young master. It was only when Li Ruren assumed his position and took matters into his own hands that he successfully captured the soul of the young heir. Upon hearing this, the prince was furious and sought out the city god of Sanluo City, unleashing his wrath. The underworld Luo city governed the territories of the mortal realm pertaining to the Great Qi. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Li Ruren did not meet his demise. In a state of disillusionment, he chose to disregard the affairs of the TC Yamen, which inadvertently allowed him to maintain his grip over it for many years. Otherwise, given Li Ruren's temperament, he would have never acquiesced to the mortal realm. Chapter 46. The Ruthlessness of Zhou Tianxian. Yet the situation had not reached a state of utter disquiet. What troubled him most was the fact that Li Ruren had summoned the King of Hell, Su Yi. At this juncture, what could possibly be the purpose behind such a summons? One is a madman, and the other is equally deranged. What transpires when two lunatics collide? Zhou Tianxian dared not contemplate the outcome. Undoubtedly, unforeseen events would ensue. At this moment, Zhou Tianxian felt an unsettling apprehension. If Li Ruren remained true to his nature and, with Su Ye's assistance, purged his eastern Zhou manor, the consequences would be dire. Setting aside the potential reactions from the Great Qi, Zhou Tianxuan's fate would be sealed. Even if Great Qi intervened and subdued the underworld's King of Hell, Su Yi, he might already find himself simmering in the depths of the infernal cauldron. By then, he would emerge both crispy and tender, golden and fragrant, provoking tears of envy from the neighboring children. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him. He must prevent this calamity from unfolding. Reporting to Great Qi? Absolutely not. If he reported before any action was taken by the adversary, his political rivals would undoubtedly smear him with accusations of incompetence, cowardice, and weakness. Such epithets would severely tarnish his career. Moreover, once a report was filed, the purging of Qingyang County could no longer remain concealed. When Great Qi inquired, what could he possibly say? That he lacked the power to suppress the threat? Yet he had never even confronted the King of Hell Su. Once news of the Eastern Zhou manor reached the court of Great Qi, his position as lord would be irrevocably compromised. Thus, he must rely on the Ghost Suppression Gate. However, the Ghost Suppression Gate operates under their own protocols, and he found it exceedingly difficult to gain an audience with their higher-ups. Each major manor in Great Qi is assigned members from the Ghost Suppression Gate, tasked with dealing with malevolent spirits. In this instance, it should have been He Gongming to intervene in the affairs of the Eastern Zhou manor. Yet, alas, He Gongming had perished in the underworld. This matter has been intercepted by Yun Tianong, who patrols the vast realm. Among the various guardians, there exists an unwritten rule. Once a guardian halts a mission, others must refrain from intervening. In other words, even if Zhou Tianxian were to encounter the higher-ups of the Ghost Suppression sect, they would not send anyone to assist, unless Yun Tianong were to perish. However, the question of Yun Tianong's fate is not for Zhou Tianxian to decide. It must be investigated by the members of the Ghost Suppression sect. At this moment, Zhou Tianxuan's heart raced with anxiety. If Li Ruren and Su Yu truly allied, he would be in grave danger. Even if, in a few days, the members of the Ghost Suppression sect discovered that Yun Tianong had died, the time for action would likely be too late. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he fixated on Mo Daojun below the Grand Hall. Mo Daojun wore a face of sorrow, his heart shrouded in darkness. Upon sensing Zhou Tianxuan's stare, Mo Daojun lifted his head. His expression shifted. Zhou Tianxuan's gaze was imbued with an intense fervor. Master, what troubles you? Mo Daojun inquired, his tone revealing concern. It seems this presents an opportunity for Qingyang County, Zhou Tianxian murmured softly, as if to himself. What did you say? Mo Daojun's complexion changed, pressing for clarification. I said nothing, Zhou Tianxian replied with a sigh. Mo Daojun's expression grew increasingly grave. He had distinctly heard Zhou Tianxuan's words, which hinted at an opportunity arising from Su Ye's departure from the underworld to visit the office of the inspector. What opportunity? Suddenly, Mo Daojun's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him, and he turned sharply to Zhou Tianxian. Master, are you suggesting? Daojun, I have said nothing. Perhaps you are experiencing auditory hallucinations? Before Mo Daojun could finish speaking, Zhou Tianxian interjected, impossible. Mo Daojun mused inwardly, convinced he could not be experiencing auditory hallucinations. For the lord of the manor had clearly spoken moments ago. Yet now, he seemed to deny it. Why? As the prefect, Mo Daojun was quick to react. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. The lord of the manor was indicating a path to him, albeit one he was reluctant to traverse. With this realization, Mo Daojun cast a deep bow toward Zhou Tianxian and spoke solemnly. My lord, I understand. With that, he turned and exited the grand hall, making his way beyond the city walls. Throughout this exchange, the ominous specter remained within the hall, sending a chill through Mo Daojing's heart. To have been cultivated as a spy by Zhou Tianxian, the character of such individuals must be formidable. While Mo Daojing grasped one aspect of the Lord's intent, he failed to perceive the deeper implications. This guidance appeared to illuminate the path ahead, yet in truth, it pushed him toward a perilous abyss. Was this the essence of sacrificing the chariot to preserve the commander? The specter felt a wave of dread wash over him, a shiver running down his spine. To betray Mo Daojing and yet receive such a significant favor in return, what were they contemplating? At that moment, Zhou Tianxuan's gaze suddenly fell upon the specter. The specter's expression shifted, and he hastily remarked, "My lord, I was merely contemplating your unparalleled wisdom." "Withdraw," Zhou Tianxian commanded. "Continue to monitor the movements of the underworld." "At your command," the specter replied promptly, before slowly retreating from the grand hall. Watching the specter depart, Zhou Tianxian sighed. "Daojing, I am sorry. But this is the only way. Perhaps it will delay the relentless advance of King Su Yan. Only in this manner can we await the arrival at the gate of the ghost town, and only thus can we safeguard the Eastern Zhou Manor. I must reluctantly impose upon you." At that moment, one might seize a fleeting opportunity. Although Qingyang County has met its demise, it ultimately serves to buy a modicum of time for the entirety of the Eastern Zhou Manor. Zhou Tianxuan's actions are exceedingly ruthless, casting Mo Daojing directly into the abyss. At this juncture, Su Yi, accompanied by the Black Ghost King and another, has embarked on their journey towards the TC Yamen. This marks Su Ye's inaugural passage across the River of Souls, stepping onto the shores of the Netherrealm. As they traverse this eerie expanse, the ground beneath them is a dark crimson, illuminated by flickering ghostly lights. Above, a blood-red sun radiates its ghastly glow. In the haunting illumination of this sanguine light, the pervasive aura of darkness appears particularly ominous. In the underworld, there is no day or night. When the blood sun sets, the blood moon ascends, marking the passage of a day. Siyu surveys this realm of shadows, his heart stirred with awe. The vastness of this domain is unfathomable, stretching beyond sight. With a diverse landscape comprising mountains, lakes, marshes, and treacherous, unnamed terrains rife with peril. As the two proceed amidst a range of mountains, they advance towards the TC Yamen. However, as they continue, Su Ye's brow suddenly furrows, and his expression darkens. "Lord of Hell, what troubles you?" inquires the Black Ghost King. "There is a presence of young energy," Siyu replies gravely. Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King's expression shifts, and he responds solemnly, "Where?" Siyu gazes towards the opposite side of the mountains, murmuring, "Over there." With that, Siyu strides forward, hastening towards the source of the young energy. Chapter 47. Wherever Su Yan Wang passes, there lies the underworld at this moment, on the opposite side of the mountain range. A gentle aura of young energy permeated the air. Although it was not particularly strong, Siyu could still perceive it. Why does the young master indulge in such peculiar tastes, preferring the company of ghostly maidens? Who can say? The young master, of noble lineage, possesses a rather unique palate. Having grown weary of the pleasures of the mortal realm, he seeks to explore the enchanting allure of the spectral domain. Is he not afraid that one day a ghostly maiden might drain him of his essence? Do you truly think it necessary to fret over such matters? A ghostly maiden feeds upon one's lifespan. Does she not? Does our young master lack for years to live? The underworld city god has personally extended his life. Indeed, our young master is not short on vitality. A hearty laugh resonated through the air. Alas, if I possessed such fortune, I too would indulge in the company of ghostly maidens daily. A voice, laced with debauchery, echoed. Enough of that. You are but a mere errand runner. The expressions of Su Yi and his companion grew increasingly somber. At this juncture, he had discerned the unfolding scene across the mountains, and a surge of rage ignited within him, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. On the other side of the mountain, several elegantly attired cultivators, their faces adorned with lewd grins, were escorting a group of terrified ghostly maidens. These spectral women were enveloped in a shroud of energy, their delicate forms trembling in fear, tears cascading down their faces. The more they weep, the more delightful it becomes. I must admit, these ghostly maidens from the underworld possess a captivating charm. At this moment, one of the cultivators erupted in laughter, making unwelcome advances toward the ghostly maidens. Damn it, the mortals are utterly arrogant, daring to intrude upon the underworld and torment our spirits. The Black Ghost King's countenance darkened with fury. Lord Yan Wang, let me take it upon myself to eradicate them. The Black Ghost King, filled with righteous indignation, was incensed to witness the practitioners of the mortal realm wreaking havoc in this domain. Suyi made no attempt to intervene, but instead regarded the group of celestial cultivators with a cold gaze. Their strength was not insignificant. Among them stood one at the true martial realm, while the others were at the primordial spirit realm. As Suyi stood atop the mountain, the Black Ghost King plunged downward, catching the attention of the celestial practitioners. "Brother, there's a ghost!" exclaimed one of the cultivators, his eyes widening in alarm. At this, the others turned their gaze toward the mountain peak, where they beheld a figure clad in dark robes. Before him loomed a malevolent specter, shrouded in swirling dark energy, descending rapidly. I never imagined that even in the underworld, there would be malevolent spirits daring to confront us. Do they wish for a heroic rescue? The leader of the celestial practitioners sneered, releasing his grip on the female ghost he had captured. In a low tone, he declared, "In that case, let us refine this wicked ghost." With that, he stepped forward and bellowed, "You vile spirit ahead, do you seek to have your soul scattered? Scatter to your grandmother," roared the Black Ghost King as his massive fist bore down upon them. "Impudent! A mere wretch dares to strike at those of the mortal realm?" The leader scoffed. Though the Black Ghost King appeared fearsome, he was merely at the true martial realm. The leader was unconvinced that a little ghost of the same realm could overpower him. With this thought, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The energies of yin and yang erupted, dispersing in all directions. Crack! A sharp crack echoed through the air, swiftly followed by a piercing scream as the leader was propelled backward. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. One of his arms rendered useless, bones shattered, flesh torn. "You." The leader attempted to speak, but instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Black Ghost King was formidable, albeit merely at the true martial realm. However, he had cultivated the ghostly divine body, his name etched upon the ghostly divine rankings, inheriting the fortunes of the underworld. Capable of channeling that fortune to bolster himself, a mere true martial practitioner from the Yang realm stood no chance against him. Observing the fallen Yang realm cultivator, he couldn't help but sneer, disdainfully declaring, "With your cultivation, how dare you venture into the underworld?" He strode forward, approaching the leader. "You. What do you intend to do?" The leader's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that as a dignified, true martial practitioner, he would be unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Now, as he beheld the Black Ghost King, whose visage was twisted and terrifying, he was utterly horrified. He had never envisioned such a wild and malevolent spirit existing in the underworld, one daring enough to slay cultivators from the Yang realm. Meanwhile, the few cultivators behind him were equally astonished, their faces pale as they gazed at the Black Ghost King, paralyzed with fear. To enter the underworld while alive meant certain doom. The Black Ghost King growled, advancing with relentless determination. Upon hearing his words, the Yang realm cultivators nearly lost control of themselves in terror. What sorcery is this? Why had they never heard of such a concept before? "Do you dare? We are mere attendants of the young master, entering the underworld to assist him in finding companions. If you dare to harm us, the young master will assuredly not let you go." The young master? The Black Ghost King's expression momentarily shifted, only to return to its icy demeanor as he cursed vehemently. "Damn it! What does it matter who the young lord is? If you dare to enter the underworld in your mortal form, I shall not hesitate to extinguish you." As he spoke, the Black Ghost King raised his fist, ready to strike. "Are you not aware of who the young lord is? Years ago, when Li Ruren entangled the young lord's soul, even your city god came forth to apologize. Li Ruren was pursued relentlessly, with no refuge above or below. If you dare to annihilate us, prepare for the young lord's vengeance." The leader spoke in a hurried tone, fearing that any delay would result in his own demise at the hands of the Black Ghost. Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King's expression changed, his fist hesitating. Though his sensibilities were blunt, he comprehended the gravity of the words spoken by the mortal. The young lord appeared to be a figure of considerable significance, one whom even the city god of the underworld dared not offend. The fact that his soul was ensnared prompted an apology from the city god himself. Such a personage, and yet Li Ruren had managed to ensnare his soul? Truly, Li Ruren was formidable. In that moment, the Black Ghost King found himself in a quandary. He maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes suffused with a chilling intent. He was aware of the incident when Li Ruren had ensnared a prominent soul, only to face dire consequences. However, he never anticipated encountering a servant of that illustrious individual today. Yet, what of it? Since they had intruded upon the underworld uninvited and crossed paths with him, they would be dealt with accordingly. Though his dominion in the underworld was currently limited to a small region, overseeing merely the minor city of Qingyang, he understood that in time, this underworld would belong to his domain. Despite the present weakness of the underworld, He was resolute that one day it would unify and oversee all realms. Where Su Yin, the king of the underworld, walked, there lay the territory of the underworld. At this moment, the practitioners of the mortal realm trembled inwardly as they gazed toward the summit of the mountain, their hearts laden with unease. They understood that while the black specter before them was indeed formidable, the true source of terror lay in the figure atop the mountain. This black specter was merely a subordinate of the greater power that loomed above. Presently, Su Ye's calm demeanor only heightened their anxiety, for reasons unknown. The intensity of his gaze instilled within them a profound sense of dread. His eyes were devoid of warmth, chilling them to the bone. In this moment, they could only hope that their connections to the young master and the king of the underworld would instill a modicum of caution in him, sparing them from his wrath. Not only they, but the several female spirits also quivered, casting furtive glances between the black specter and the imposing figure on the mountaintop, their eyes shimmering with the tumult of emotions. Such a ghostly sovereign, if permitted to stand by their side, would provide them with solace even in the face of their own disintegration. The ghostly maidens silently contemplated the figure atop the mountain. Chapter 48. The future of the underworld. At this juncture, Su stood resolutely at the mountain's peak, his gaze piercing and frigid. He did not cast his eyes upon the ghostly maidens, but instead focused on the practitioners from the mortal realm. Their expressions were grave, as they dared not meet Su Ye's penetrating stare. Under his scrutiny, they felt as though their very souls were quaking. The black specter remained rooted in place, uncertain of Su Ye's forthcoming decision. The weight of his lineage was immense. Even the king of the underworld would think twice before incurring his wrath. Would Su Ye take action? Black specter, why do you linger in silence? Su Ye's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, the black specter managed a grin. I, the king of hell, remain steadfast in my identity, and I, the Black King, take great pleasure in this. As Su Ye spoke, the expressions of the individuals from the mortal realm shifted dramatically. Their hearts sank into despair, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, chilling them to the core. Su Ye's words were tantamount to pronouncing their doom. No, you cannot do this, you cannot. The young master will not spare you. The multitude of cultivators cried out in terror, their voices filled with anguish. What does it matter about the young master? Soon, their souls will return to the underworld. The Black King roared, and with a single strike, he shattered the leader's corporeal form. Just as the leader's spirit attempted to escape, it was obliterated by a terrifying force. The Black King struck again, extinguishing the lives of those beings from the mortal realm amidst their fearful cries. Their souls fled in terror, and even their essence could not evade destruction. After completing this grim task, the Black King chuckled and turned his gaze toward the ghostly maidens. He attempted to soften his expression, endeavoring to appear amiable, forcing what he perceived to be a charming smile, which ultimately resembled a grotesque flower. With an air of politeness, he inquired, "Ladies, have I frightened you?" The maidens, pale and shaken, found the Black King's visage too fearsome to bear. "And no, we are grateful for your salvation." As they spoke, the maidens unexpectedly knelt before the Black King. "Ha ha, there is no need for such reverence." He chuckled, scratching his head. Raising his gaze towards Su Ye, his countenance shifted once more. Atop the mountain peak, Su Ye's figure had vanished. The Black King refrained from further engaging with the maidens, offering a few hasty words of caution before hastening after Su Ye. Who could that spectral being be? One of the maidens murmured, uncertain, yet assuredly beyond our reach. This formidable figure, a mere subordinate of the adversary, has proven to be immensely powerful. At this moment, Su Ye had departed, well aware of the Black Ghost character. Any female specter could incite his fervor. The Black Ghost King swiftly pursued Su Ye, and they journeyed together until, after half a day's travel, they arrived at the TC Yamen. The TC Yamen dwarfed the Jiao Shan Yamen in grandeur. Majestic halls shrouded in swirling dark energy stood in every direction, within which ghostly figures flickered and malevolent spirits thrived. This place resembled a small city, with walls adorned with grotesque carvings of malevolent spirits, evoking terror. At the city gate, several spectral soldiers stood guard, their expressions shifting as they beheld the approaching Su Ye and the Black Ghost King. "Halt!" One of the spectral soldiers commanded. "Announce our presence, the King of Hell. Su Ye seeks an audience." The Black Ghost King stepped forward, his voice low and resonant. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' expressions changed dramatically, their gazes fixed upon Su Ye, astonished. The King of Hell, Su Ye. His name reverberated through the ranks of the TC Yamen. stirring admiration among the ghostly officers for this audacious figure who dared to cleanse the mortal realm. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the authorities. One of the soldiers replied hastily before departing. Shortly thereafter, Lu Lingji approached at a brisk pace. Su Yi, I come at the behest of the TC to welcome you. Please. Lu Lingji's demeanor was humble as he bowed before Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and followed Lu Lingji into the small city. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall of the TC. Gazing upon the imposing structure, Su Yi felt a flicker of intrigue. The TC hall was far more magnificent than his own king of Hell's palace. The grand hall was enveloped in an abyssal blackness, shrouded in a chilling aura that evoked fear. Su Yi's countenance remained serene as he stepped into the hall, closely followed by the Black Ghost King and Lu Lingji. As they entered, an oppressive, eerie atmosphere assailed Su Yi. The hall was vast and desolate, with tendrils of malevolence swirling around. Sinister, grotesque demons were intricately carved into the walls that surrounded the hall. Above, a figure stood with his back turned, hands clasped behind him. Esteemed Lord TC, the King of Hell, Su, has arrived, Lu Lingji announced respectfully. Upon hearing this, the figure slowly turned to regard Su Yi below. His features were striking and distinguished, his eyes imbued with a commanding presence. As he gazed upon Su Yi, Li Ruren offered a faint smile. Hearing of Su Yi's remarkable youth and his fearless demeanor against the threats of the mortal realm, having purged Qingyang County, Li Ruren remarked, Today, I see you truly are extraordinary. Su Yi slightly cupped his hands in reverence and replied softly. At this exchange, both men shared a smile. Lord of Hell, you have achieved great feats, while I, Li Ruren, though principled, have accomplished naught. In contrast, you have already cleansed an entire county, Li Ruren sighed, shaking his head. Huh. What a case of being born in the wrong era. Li Ruren laughed heartily. Lu Lingji, fetch the wine. At this command, Lu Lingji's expression shifted, and he hurried away. The Black Ghost King stood by, bewildered, his mind racing. This atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Was it not supposed to be a confrontation? King of Hell, please, take a seat. Li Ruren gestured, then seated himself first. Su Yi smiled and followed suit. Soon, attendants arrived with wine, serving the two men. King of Hell, may I inquire what your next steps will be after the cleansing of Qingyang County? At this moment, Li Ruren raised his glass, offering a respectful toast from afar. Su Yi tilted his head back and drank deeply. He then spoke softly. The underworld is desolate and riddled with wounds. Although there exist bureaucratic structures, they are mere facades. The local authorities are feeble and ineffectual, while the higher officials are wanton and unscrupulous. Such institutions ought to dissolve. The underworld requires a unified governance, a sovereign to oversee the realm of the dead and monitor the lifespan of the living. Moreover, there should be an inspection bureau to patrol the mortal world, apprehending malevolent spirits. The gates of the underworld must be fortified, with a stronghold established to prevent any living beings from entering. This is the true essence of the underworld, a sanctuary for all departed souls and a forbidden domain for the living. Su's words seemed to be amusing, yet they were also directed at Li Ruren. Ultimately, they conveyed a profound dissatisfaction with the current state of the underworld and Su Yi's yearning for its future. He raised his cup again and drained the exquisite wine of the underworld. Su's declaration left Li Ruren utterly astonished. He had never contemplated that the underworld could one day transform into the vision articulated by Su Yi. A shiver coursed through him. If the underworld truly existed as Su Yi described, then even if his soul were to scatter, he would have no regrets. Gazing at Su Yi, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Overcome with emotion, he gradually rose and bowed deeply to Su Yi. Chapter 49. Your name on the Divine Spirits list within the Hall of the Chief. Silence reigned supreme, and Su Yu's words resonated with clarity and strength. The Chief, Li Ruren, bore an expression of astonishment, with tumultuous waves surging within his heart. Trembling, he stood and offered a profound bow to Su Yi. Your words have illuminated my mind, Lord of the Underworld, Li Ruren solemnly declared. His bow left Su Yi utterly astonished. Even the nearby He Gui Wang gaped in disbelief. Could it be that Yin Wang Yi is truly remarkable, swaying TCE with merely a few words? Little did he know the profound impact Su Yi's words had on Li Ruren. Su Yin Wang, you deserve this bow. Li Ruren's breath became somewhat unsteady. He gazed at Su Yi, his face alight with excitement, saying, I have long pondered the fate of my realm in the underworld. Though I may be insignificant in the grand scheme of yin and yang, I constantly reflect on how my realm can escape its current plight. Yet I have found no clarity. Today, your words, Su Yin Wang, have captivated me. If the underworld truly unfolds as you envision, I would welcome my dissolution without a shred of resentment. I yearn to witness such a flourishing underworld. TCE, you exaggerate, Siyu replied gravely. Suyin Wang, may I dare to inquire, is the underworld you speak of the path you intend to pursue? At this, Suya's expression shifted, and he regarded Li Ruren with utmost seriousness, stating, this is indeed my future path, as well as the aspiration for the spirits of the underworld. Excellent. Well said. Li Ruren laughed heartily. I raise a toast to you. He lifted his cup and drank deeply. Su Yi, too, felt a surge of excitement as he lifted his cup and drained the fine wine. Since arriving in this realm of the underworld, he had encountered someone whose temperament resonated with his own for the first time. Though Li Ruren's strength may not be overwhelming, his courage and insight are commendable. The fact that he dared to ensnare even the soul of the air demonstrates his remarkable audacity. Such individuals, if they were to enter his underworld, would undoubtedly become a significant asset. King Su Yin. At this moment, Li Ruren suddenly turned to Su Yi and spoke in a low voice. If King Su Yin does not find me unworthy, I shall no longer be a mere TC, but will willingly enter your underworld to assist you in your grand undertakings. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression brightened with delight. He looked at Li Ruren and replied, if Lord TC is willing to join, I would be most honored. Excellent. Aha. Li Ruren laughed heartily, then poured himself another drink and downed it in one gulp. Siyu nodded. Li Ruren was bold and righteous, a figure worthy of the ranks of gods and spirits. Although he had candidates in mind for the 10 Yama Kings, Yin Shuai, Judges, and Ghost Emperor, there remained many crucial positions without defined candidates. With this thought, Siyu took out the divine position list from his own belongings, holding the judge's brush, and inscribed Li Ruren's name upon it. Lord TC, what is this? Li Ruren inquired, puzzled by Su Ye's sudden display of a brush and a list. His curiosity piqued. At that moment, as Su Ye's brush touched the paper, a mysterious force began to permeate the TC hall. In an instant, Li Ruren's expression changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming wave of energy descend upon him, enveloping his entire being. All his senses and thoughts became extraordinarily heightened, rendering him a completely different person from before. This left him in shock. This is the power of fortune. Li Ruren's face shifted wildly, a tumultuous storm rising within his heart. He had indeed inherited the fortune of the underworld. Could it be that his entry into the underworld and that list in King Su Yan's hands were the cause? Is this underworld truly the path born from the destiny of the nether realm, embracing the fortunes of the underworld? At this moment, Li Ruren could no longer remain composed. He recalled the words of the Elder of Aging. The celestial order of the underworld is in disarray, and a peerless ghostly hero is destined to descend. Could it be that Suyama is the extraordinary ghostly hero spoken of by the Elder? Beside him, the King of Black Ghosts laughed heartily and remarked, Lord, your name has been inscribed upon the ghostly deities roster? You have embraced the fortunes of the underworld. The ghostly deities roster? Li Ruren was increasingly perplexed. Indeed, from this day forth, you, Lord Li, shall be a true deity of our realm. Siyu declared solemnly. In that instant, Li Ruren comprehended the situation. This was all orchestrated by Su Yi. He was the sovereign of the underworld, the deity of ghosts, and it was he who conferred such honor. Li Ruren must have earned his recognition, which allowed his name to be inscribed upon the roster, embracing the fortunes of the underworld. I am deeply grateful, Suyama. Li Ruren bowed respectfully. No need for such formality, Su Yi replied coolly. At this juncture, he turned his gaze toward Li Ruren and inquired, Lord Li, do you possess the ledger of life and death from the department of the deceased? Upon hearing this, Li Ruren's eyes flickered as he responded. Are you planning to take action against the Eastern Zhou Prefecture? If such is the case, the Eastern Zhou Prefecture will undoubtedly face a swift purge. Upon hearing this, excitement spread across Li Ruren's face, but it quickly dimmed. Alas, in my despair, I departed from the department of the deceased, and the ledger is now in the hands of Wang Xiaotian. After you vanquish Wang Xiaotian, the ledger's whereabouts will remain a mystery. I suspect it may have found its way into the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's gaze narrowed. The minor ledger of life and death in the underworld is fundamental to the soul-collecting process. It is astonishing that it could have ended up in the mortal realm. Does this not imply that they could alter destinies at will? However, there is no need for Lord Yin to worry. Although I am not present in this magistrate's office, I am fully aware of those in the Eastern Zhou Prefecture whose lifespans have reached their end and who continue to exist through the extension of their lives. Upon hearing this, Siyu was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Ruren would remember such details. I have meticulously recorded all those in the various county cities whose lifespans have expired yet have not transitioned to the underworld. I did not expect that the magistrate would have a habit of keeping notes, Suyi remarked with a smile. I maintain my accounts, and when the time is ripe, I shall settle them. Then, I would trouble you, magistrately, to document those souls beyond the law. I shall write them down immediately, Li Ruren responded. He then procured paper and pen and began to write. Suyi sat quietly within the grand hall, initially intending to first eliminate the 11 magistrate offices before addressing the realm of the living. Before long, Li Ruren had compiled a comprehensive list of those cultivators in the eastern Zhou prefecture whose lifespans had expired. It spanned several large sheets. Gazing at the densely packed names, Suyi felt a chilling sensation in his heart, his eyes darkening profoundly. Lord Yin, it appears to be quite a lot. Li Ruren seemed a bit embarrassed. As he was, after all, the magistrate in name. These individuals had extended their lives under his watch. Although not directly through his hands, he ultimately remained powerless to prevent their continued existence. Li Ruren nodded, then appeared to recall something. He turned to Suyi and spoke. Lord Yin. 1,000 miles away from the magistrate's office, there lies a mountain of shadows, upon which resides a spirit whose ancestors were the judges of the ancient underworld. If the Yin Lord could summon him from the mountain, it would undoubtedly benefit the realm of the dead. The judge of spirits? Indeed, the one who hastens aging. Chui. Suyi's gaze grew increasingly radiant as he turned to Li Ruren and asked in a low voice, what is his name? Chui Ju. Chapter 50. The vastness between Yin and Yang within the Hall of Judgment. Suyi's expression shifted profoundly. Upon hearing the name from Li Ruren's lips, he was taken aback. Chui Ju, the foremost judge of the underworld, Lord Chui. So he is here. Suyi resolved that upon leaving the Hall of Judgment, he would venture to Yin Mountain to pay a visit to Chui Ju. He must persuade him to emerge from seclusion. The sooner he does, the greater the assistance he would provide. Lord Yin, I believe it is best for me to refrain from going to the underworld for the time being, Li Ruren interjected. Taken aback, Suyi inquired, why? I feel that continuing my role in the Hall of Judgment will be beneficial for the development of the underworld. At the very least, it will prevent the city god from discovering the existence of the underworld too soon. Nodding in agreement, Suyi recognized the validity of Li Ruren's words. Although the underworld's strength had been steadily increasing, it still struggled to contend with the city god. After all, the city god of the underworld was, in a structural sense, overseeing an entire dynasty in the realm of the living, the Great Qi. In name, the entirety of the Great Qi was under his watchful eye. Such a figure, even if weakened, likely possessed strength surpassing the 4 Qi returning to origin, and could very well be a formidable 5 Qi returning to origin practitioner. Despite Suyi's own formidable prowess, he would not stand a chance against a 5 Qi returning to origin opponent. Should the city god become aware of the establishment of the underworld and its separation from the Yin official structure, he might very well seek to eradicate it. In that event, even if the living realm did not annihilate the underworld, the city god of the underworld would likely endeavor to obliterate it. At this very moment, Suyi yearned for time to hasten, longing for his strength to ascend with swiftness. Once he attained the realm of 4 Qi returning to origin, with his formidable array of divine abilities, he would no longer fear the city god of the underworld. 2 months, merely 2 months, and he could elevate himself from the realm of 2 Qi returning to origin to that of 4 Qi returning to origin. What level of cultivation does the city god possess? Suyi inquired. At the pinnacle of 4 Qi returning to origin. I am uncertain if he has since broken through to 5 Qi returning to origin, Li Ruren replied. Is there any rank above that of the city god in the underworld? Suyi directed his gaze at Li Ruren, for he understood that the highest official position in the underworld was that of the city god, and beyond that, he was unaware. The city god of the underworld merely oversees the affairs of one nation in the mortal realm. In the mortal world, there exist hundreds of nations akin to Deqi across a single continent. Deqi is located in Yongzhou, as far as I know. The vast expanse of the mortal realm comprises 9 continents. Correspondingly, our underworld has 9 major cities, each governing a continent, with 9 deities residing within these cities. These are the most formidable spirits known in the underworld. Of course, legends speak of an ancient underworld warden who might have evaded the calamities of yore and possibly survived. Yet this remains unverified folklore. However, one such figure is indeed real, the master of Tyrant Mountain. Tyrant Mountain? Suyi's heart stirred. The technique bestowed upon him by the system was the Tyrant scripture. He pondered whether it bore any connection to Tyrant Mountain. Indeed, this place is shrouded in mystery, its origins unknown. It is said that atop the Tyrant mountain resides a woman known as the Tyrant Nu, a figure of formidable strength, likely surpassing even the 9 great divine lords. Li Ruren spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath each divine lord, there are countless city lords, with hundreds of them and thousands of officials, not to mention the innumerable deities. Li Ruren continued, shaking his head with a wry smile, then turned his gaze to Su Yi and said, thus, the current realm of the underworld feels exceedingly diminutive. Su Yi's expression remained tranquil. He was not disheartened. Instead, he looked at Li Ruren and declared, there is no need for you to underestimate yourself, Li. One day, our underworld shall undoubtedly unify the realm of shadows and oversee the living. After uttering these words, Su Yi rose and said, you may continue your duties here, Li. I shall handle the matters of purification. Understood. Li Ruren nodded as he stood. Subsequently, Su Yi turned to leave, while the Black Ghost King flashed a grin at Li Ruren before following suit. It was through Li Ruren that Su Yi truly grasped the vastness between the realms of yin and yang. Yet, he fully understood that one must take life one step at a time. He was resolute that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of the underworld, surveying all living beings below. Where to now, King Yin? At this moment, the Black Ghost King was filled with profound respect for Su Yi. With just a few simple words, he had managed to garner the allegiance of the esteemed official. Such poise was truly admirable. Seek someone. Whom do you seek? Ju. The Black Ghost King scratched his head, having also heard Li Ruren's earlier remarks. But who exactly was Ju to warrant such significance from the King of Hell, prompting a personal visit to that shadowy mountain? Yet he dared not inquire further and could only follow Su Yi as they advanced. At this moment, they stood before the ghost gate of the underworld. In the deep of night, the air was thick with a chilling aura. Wisps of lost souls were being guided by ghostly messengers towards the gate. At this juncture, dozens of practitioners clad in black emerged within the mountains. Each one was formidable, exuding a palpable energy that surged around them. The collective presence of these practitioners was icy, and not a sound escaped their lips. Their expressions were grave, embodying an air of extreme caution. Leading them was none other than Mo Daojian. Indeed, Mo Daojian had arrived. The Qingyang County had been cleared, and most significantly, his only son had been drawn into the realm of the dead. Although he was acutely aware of the risks involved in this endeavor, he felt compelled to act. At worst, after rescuing his son, he could send him away to the capital under the cover of night. Even if the King of Hell were to seek retribution in the future, he would dare not pursue souls in the capital. Should the day ever come when the ghostly messengers truly ventured into the capital to claim souls, he would have to accept his fate, and it would likely spell doom for the entire Dachi. Brother Mo, shall we proceed? A practitioner of the true martial realm intoned solemnly. Among this group, many were practitioners of the true martial realm, most of whom were friends Mo Daojian had gathered over the years. This was his singular opportunity, and thus he had summoned them all to assist him in this quest to retrieve souls from the underworld. Mo Daojian turned to his companions and solemnly declared, esteemed friends, today this undertaking is entirely a personal matter for me, Mo Daojian. It may entail peril. If anyone finds it inconvenient, now is the time to withdraw without reproach. Brother Mo, what time is it to be speaking thus? We who have come will not falter. Indeed, Brother Mo, we have shared many years of camaraderie. Today, in your time of peril, we shall not stand idly by. Moreover, the mere realm of the underworld holds no terror for us. Mo Daojian nodded, clasping his fists towards the assembly, and solemnly declared, what I have promised you will undoubtedly come to fruition. Brother Mo, you are being overly courteous. We are not motivated by such trifles, came the response. Mo Daojian silently scoffed within, for in this world, human sentiment is worth but little. When true need arises, it is one's foundation that truly matters. Let us depart. Mo Daojian called out, leading the charge toward the ghost gate. They paid no heed to the spectral enforcers entering and exiting the gate, boldly breaching it instead. The countenance of the numerous ghostly sentinels shifted dramatically as they beheld the sudden appearance of these intruders, their shock palpable. Who goes there? The ghost gate is of great significance. The living must retreat, bellowed the guardian of the gate. Yet these individuals were ferocious beyond measure. Scarcely had the command been issued when they surged forward. In a flurry of blades, the gatekeepers were swiftly severed from their essence. Charge in, dismantle the underworld, and rescue the souls of our kin from the realm of the dead. The underworld has grown arrogant. Today they shall pay the price. A chorus of fervent shouts erupted from the practitioners of the living realm. They unleashed their power, racing headlong into the Ghost Gate. Chapter 51. The Underworld's soul reaping within the Ghost Gate of the Underworld, a thick miasma of Yin energy swirled. At that moment, a terrifying surge of Yang energy crashed forth, flooding into the gate. Figures imbued with radiant Yang energy emerged within the confines of the Ghost Gate. Along the Yellow Springs Road, the faces of the ghostly sentinels transformed in alarm. Gazing at the assembly of practitioners from the mortal realm, they stood in a state of utter bewilderment. Yet, none would emerge alive, all left to remain in the underworld by King Su. They had presumed that under such formidable intimidation, no one would dare to breach the gates of the netherworld. However, to their astonishment, today marked an incursion of beings from the mortal world. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a ghostly officer bellowed. Yet, no sooner had his words escaped his lips than a wave of terrifying Yang energy surged forth, obliterating his soul and rendering him utterly dissipated. "True Martial." "A practitioner of the true martial realm," a ghostly officer exclaimed in alarm. "Quickly, retreat." Panic ensued among the ghostly officers, most of whom were at the soul realm, and they stood no chance against the might of a true martial expert. In an instant, many ghostly officers wore expressions of horror as they collectively retreated, barely catching a glimpse of the faces of those from the mortal realm. They could only feel the searing Yang energy wash over their souls. Mo Daojian's countenance was cold and resolute. He led his companions forward without the slightest deceleration, making a beeline for the underworld. At this juncture, the commotion along the Yellow Springs Road had already drawn the attention of numerous ghostly officers within the underworld. They emerged from the depths, casting their gazes toward the direction of the Ghost Gate. What a dense presence of Yang energy. How many from the mortal realm have come? Captain, trouble looms. The mortal realm has invaded with dozens of practitioners, the majority of whom are at the true martial realm. A ghostly officer rushed in, their faces pale and voices frantic. Upon hearing this, the captain's expression shifted dramatically. "True martial, dozens of them. How can we possibly withstand such an onslaught? With King Su absent, there are hardly any true martial spirits in the underworld. How could we ever hope to defend ourselves?" In the realm of the underworld, a voice resonated, commanding the spirits of Qingyang County to be surrendered. The sound waves reverberated, dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy. It was he, the prefect of Qingyang County, Mo Daojian. The captain's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the king of hell had departed, they had arrived. Could it be that some spectral entity had leaked information? Though doubt lingered in his heart, he dared not dwell on it. With the king of hell absent, the entire netherworld relied upon them for defense. Any misstep was unacceptable. He issued a command. All ghostly soldiers and emissaries were to prepare for battle. Yes, instantaneously, the entire underworld stirred, with numerous spectral soldiers surging forth, their dark energy billowing and obscuring the void. "Humph! Little ghosts, meet your demise." Before long, a multitude of cultivators from the mortal realm charged in, launching their attacks. Chaos ensued, with the underworld's emissaries suffering heavy casualties. They were no match for their adversaries from the realm of the living. "Our spirits from the mortal realm are confined within the punishment division and hell. We must act separately to liberate them," Mo Daojian bellowed. "Understood." A host of true martial cultivators entered the underworld, confronting the ghostly soldiers as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, crushing all in their path. "Humph! The king of hell? Do you truly believe that the resurrected king Su can continue to thrive for much longer?" The spectral soldiers were utterly incapable of halting their advance. Mo Daojian swiftly made his way to the punishment division, where he ruthlessly eliminated several malevolent spirits within. His gaze fell upon Mo Shogue, who was submerged in a cauldron of oil, utterly dejected, his spirit dim and devoid of vitality. "Do not explode it. I am afraid. I truly am." Even in his weakened state, he murmured in a daze. Witnessing this scene, Mo Daojian was utterly distraught. "How dare the underworld spirits act so brazenly towards my child?" Mo Daojian roared, sweeping his hand and toppling the cauldron of oil. The soul of Mo Shogai tumbled forth from the cauldron. He opened his eyes, gazing at Mo Daojian, murmuring, "Father, why have you come? You must leave quickly, or you will be fried in the oil." "Father, I will not leave. You must hurry away. If that black ghost king sees you, it will be disastrous for me." "Father, I truly regret my actions. I shall never act recklessly again. Please, speak to the king of hell and ask him to desist from frying me. I understand my mistakes now." "Son, awaken," Mo Daojian bellowed. In that moment, he comprehended that his son was irreparably damaged, thoroughly terrified by the underworld's horrors. "Come with me." Mo Daojian's countenance darkened as he forcefully summoned Mo Shogai's soul. Charging towards the punishment department, Simultaneously, he waved his hand, liberating numerous souls trapped within the punishment department. Lord Magistrate, you have finally arrived. I never wished to return to this ghastly place. At this moment, the souls trembled, bowing repeatedly to Mo Daojian. All of you follow me, Mo Daojian commanded, leading the charge out of the punishment department. Ungrateful wretch, after I exerted so much effort to rescue you, this is how you repay me? Whether you live or die is for me to decide. Mo Daojian was nearly driven to madness by his useless son. Young master, cease your protests and hurry along with the magistrate. Think of the vibrant world of the living. How splendid it is. Indeed, there are so many women waiting for you in the realm of the living. Why remain in this dreadful place? Do not torment me further. I find myself ensnared by the whims of women, and yet you dare to mention them. Despite these thoughts, he could not withstand Mo Daojian's insistence for him to leave this place. With a firm grip, Mo Daojian pulled him out of the punishment department. Halt! We must not let those souls escape. At that moment, the ghostly soldiers roared in anger. They were in a state of utter desperation. Without the king of hell, they had inadvertently lost these souls. A grave transgression indeed. Slay these specters. They have tormented my son to this state. Not a single one shall be spared. Instantly, a multitude of cultivators surged forth, charging towards the ghostly enforcers. I shall fight you to the bitter end. At this juncture, a particularly irate ghostly enforcer lunged forward. As he spoke, many ghostly soldiers retreated toward the opposite bank of the River of Oblivion. Once they crossed the river, the vastness of the underworld would make it exceedingly difficult for the living to hunt them down. Chapter 52. The Return of the Souls One by One. The ghostly enforcers withdrew, as they were clearly ill-equipped for battle. Remaining would only lead to their utter annihilation. Charge forth and eradicate them, Mo Daojian bellowed. He glanced at the dimming spirit of Mo Shogue beside him, his heart heavy with sorrow. His once vibrant son had been ensnared by the underworld and had been reduced to this wretched state. Brother Mo, it is best to retreat. The souls of the living have all been rescued, and it is unnecessary to expend further effort on those minor specters. Moreover, they have crossed the River of Oblivion, making pursuit a formidable endeavor. At that moment, a cultivator spoke up. Upon hearing this, Mo Daojian regained a semblance of composure. He looked at the souls around him, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Retreat." At this very moment in Qingyang County, despite the late hour, the streets were ablaze with light. A multitude of cultivators emerged from the city gates and ventured into the nearby graveyards, commencing the unsettling task of exhumation. They had received a directive from the governor, instructing them to unearth the bodies of their kin who had passed away just days prior. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. How could the deceased, already buried, possibly return to life? The notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the leaders of several prominent families were filled with fervor. The corpses had been interred only recently, and their preservation was likely intact. After a few days of care, there was a possibility of reviving their spirits. Thus, under the guidance of these influential families, the cultivators of Qingyang County began their grim task of digging up graves. A palpable aura of death permeated the entire area. Alas, the corpses that had been disturbed now threatened to awaken. Within the confines of Qingyang County, the common folk wore expressions of sorrow. Those capable of revival were predominantly the scions of affluent families, many of whom were notorious for their debauchery. These young lords had habitually bullied the ordinary citizens, causing fear and resentment among the populace. Recently, many despotic figures had perished, and the people had secretly rejoiced. However, mere days later, the bodies were being exhumed, instilling both shock and dread in their hearts. Sleepless nights plagued the citizens as they burned incense and prayed to the deities. The families engaged in the exhumation were elated, meticulously arranging the remains in anticipation of the return of their departed souls. To guide the spirits home, countless candles were lit within each household. As time ebbed away, a chilling wind swept across the outskirts of Qingyang City. At the entrance to Qingyang County, Mo Daojian gazed back at the multitude of souls, his voice resonating as he spoke. Gratitude poured forth for the governor. As these words were spoken, the souls of the departed began to drift into the city. Father, come quickly. Second brother's body has moved. Third uncle, my father has returned to life. Laughter and exclamations of joy resonated throughout Qingyang County. Mo Daojian sighed softly. However, witnessing the jubilant celebrations among the prominent families of Qingyang County filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He, Mo Daojian, had successfully traversed the underworld to retrieve souls today. His name would be etched in history within Qingyang County, forever remembered by the descendants of those noble families for his benevolence. As for the common folk, they were of no concern to him. Such was the nature of any place in the great Qi. The lives of the poor held little value. A truth as old as time. As long as he maintained the favor of the noble families, be they from the imperial court or local officials, his position would remain secure. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall deliver the promised items into your hands, he proclaimed, directing his gaze toward the cultivators of the true martial realm. Mo Xiong, please do not stand on ceremony. Today's circumstances are exceptional, so I shall not detain you. Laughter echoed as everyone clasped their fists in greeting before departing. Subsequently, Mo Daojin led the soul of Mo Shogue into the residence. Within the governor's estate, a coffin lay in the courtyard. The body of Mo Shogue had been brought out, and servants were tidying his appearance. Surrounding him were numerous individuals, with Mo Leisure standing anxiously by the corpse, her expression grave. Governor. The crowd hastily bowed in respect. Daojin, where is my son? Where is my son? Mo Leisure implored, her voice filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Mo Leisure abruptly turned around, gazing at Mo Shogue, who, to her astonishment, exhibited a slight tremor in his ashen face. His eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Though his lips moved, he remained rigid, unable to utter a single word. Indeed, I have been overly agitated, Mo Leisure exclaimed anxiously. You there? Hasten to carry the young master inside. She directed a few attendants. Yes, madam, they replied, promptly lifting Mo Shogue into the chamber. Come here. At that moment, Mo Daojin grasped Mo Leisure firmly. At dawn, we must leave with our son immediately for the capital of Deqi. Why? Mo Daojin inquired gravely. And you? I am the governor of Qingyang County. I cannot depart. Do not worry, it may not be as dire as it seems. The guardians of the Ghost Gate may have already mobilized. If we can eliminate the king of Su Yan, everything will settle. Then very well. As Mo Daojin was absconding with the souls of the departed, Su Yi, accompanied by the Black Ghost King, had already reached the foot of Yin Mountain. Gazing up at the ominous aura enveloping the mountain, Su Yi's eyes gleamed with a formidable intensity. Shall we ascend, Lord of the Underworld? Indeed. With that, the two commenced their ascent. The mountain loomed majestically, adorned with unknown spectral flowers and grasses. As the chilling wind swept through, they radiated an eerie luminescence. At this moment, a figure atop the summit suddenly opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon Su Yi, who was climbing from the foot of the mountain. Cui Ju's expression altered. Sensing an inexplicable mystique emanating from Su Yi, his demeanor grew serious as he calculated the situation, and his expression changed dramatically. The fortune surrounding Su Yi was truly vast. Behind him, Cui Ju beheld an expanse so profound that he could not deduce even a sliver of insight. This young man was shrouded in mystery, his destiny cloaked and impossible to fathom. Chapter 53. The movement of Su Yama brings turmoil to the underworld. Cui Ju's expression grew solemn as he fixated intently on Su Ye's figure, his gaze deep and penetrating. Su Yi lifted his head towards the mountain's peak, where he faintly discerned a figure seated in meditation. Majestic. The aura was overwhelming. Indeed, he was no ordinary being. Su Yi mused internally before quickening his pace towards the summit. The Black Ghost King wore a grave expression. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the mountaintop, pressing heavily upon his soul, instilling a sense of great pressure. At last, Su Yi and his companion reached the pinnacle. Before them sat an elder in meditation, prompting Su Yi to blink in surprise. May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you the venerable Cui? Su Yi clasped his hands in greeting and spoke. Young friend, have you come specifically for me? Cui Ju asked, his tone laden with seriousness. Indeed, Su Yi replied. Do you seek my assistance? I wish to invite you to descend the mountain and serve as the judge of the underworld. At this, Cui Ju's gaze flickered with an inscrutable expression. The moment he laid eyes on Su Yi, he sensed his extraordinary nature. The young man's fortune was immense and beyond measure. Yet, he had not anticipated that he stood before the recently renowned Su Yama of the underworld. Cui Ju regarded Su Yi and slowly replied. I have been withered and seated upon Yin Mountain for so long that I rarely descend. Su Yi smiled and said, Your destiny is such that you are destined to be the foremost judge of our realm. This cannot be altered. At these words, Cui Ju's expression shifted with a jolt. Destiny? Young friend, do you comprehend destiny? I may not grasp the destinies of others, yet I clearly understand the destiny that pertains to you, venerable elder. Ha! Cui Ju laughed heartily and said, I have encountered countless spirits, yet I have never met anyone capable of perceiving my destiny. So you remain silent? And with a flash of light in his hand, a grand pin appeared, the judge's pin. Upon seeing the pin in Su Ye's grasp, Cui Ju's expression shifted. His soul began to tremble, as if the magnificent pin bore an irresistible allure for him. This pin. Cui Ju was astounded. It was the judge's pin. Your designated tool, upon entering my realm, to serve as a judge in the underworld, this pin shall belong to you. Cui Ju chuckled. For although this pin was extraordinary and he longed for it, it alone was insufficient to persuade him to dwell in the underworld. In his heart, there resided a legendary ghostly hero, the only one capable of transforming the state of the netherworld. Though he deemed himself lacking, he was willing to assist that illustrious figure. The one destined to rise was undoubtedly the protagonist of this realm, embodying the grand fortune of the underworld. While the individual before him also possessed a degree of fortune, it paled in comparison to the vast fortunes of the netherworld. Why do you assume I will certainly join your underworld? Cui Ju inquired. It is destined thus, immutable. Came the reply. Cui Ju's lips twitched. This Suyu was indeed amusing. The constant mention of destiny left even this seasoned diviner feeling somewhat helpless. If even he was unaware of his own fate, how could Suyi possibly know? Cui Ju smiled, but remained silent. This alone was insufficient to compel him to descend the mountain. Noticing Cui Ju's silence, Suyi smiled faintly and turned to leave, which startled the Black Ghost King. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Black Ghost King hurriedly pursued him. Even Cui Ju was taken aback. He did not anticipate that Suyi would relinquish his endeavor so swiftly. It appears he lacks fortitude. Although his attitude towards the mortal realm aligns with Cui Ju's wishes, his disposition ultimately seems rather superficial. Lord Sijuan, were you not supposed to send him to the underworld to serve as a judge? Why has he departed so soon? The king of the underworld lamented. He will come, Suyi replied with a smile. Cui Ju, the foremost judge of the underworld, revered as Lord Cui, possesses skills beyond mere adjudication. He is also adept in the art of divination. The reason he hesitates to accompany me is that he perceives his own powers as insufficient to bear the significant responsibilities of the Netherrealm. However, once he realizes that he embodies the very essence of the underworld's fortune, I am certain he will eagerly seek to ally himself with me. Suyu chuckled softly, then summoned the energies of the underworld, drawing them toward himself. Instantly, a terrifying wave emanated from the mountain's peak. The underworld trembled, its formidable power of fortune spreading outward, warping the very fabric of the void. Though the essence of fortune is elusive and intangible, it undeniably exists. At this moment, as Suyi beckoned it forth, the void reverberated with a thunderous roar, and spectral blossoms began to bloom, swirling around the shadowy mountains. At this very instant, the sky above the shadowy mountains became a tumultuous vortex of fortune, enveloping Suyu. The entire underworld erupted in chaos, tremors shaking its expanse, and myriad spirits filled with dread. What has transpired? Who possesses such extraordinary fortune? At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from a dimly lit gorge. Who is this? Who can summon such a phenomenon in the underworld? Another voice emerged from a desolate realm, ancient and still, as if it had not spoken for millennia. Is it possible that this realm of shadows harbors a spirit so favored by the forces of the underworld? Atop an awe-inspiring mountain, a voice of great authority resounded. Had the ominous spirit spoken of by my father years ago finally made its appearance? At this moment, upon a mysterious mountain of shadows, a breathtaking figure stood poised. Clad in garments as white as snow, she emanated an ethereal grace, surrounded by blooming spectre flowers in the void, encircling the summit. Her form was delicate and curvaceous, her enchanting eyes shimmering with reflections of light. There she stood, gazing towards Suyu's direction, murmuring softly to herself. Should a formidable being be present, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. The mistress of the Dark Moon Mountain, the celestial maiden of the Dark Moon, had revealed herself today. In the 9th capital of the underworld, within the city of specters, a figure soared into the void in an instant. His entire being radiated a powerful energy, a dense aura of ghostly essence enveloping the air around him. Above his head, 3 spectre flowers unfurled, emitting an eerie glow. His face was etched with disbelief as he looked toward the mountain where Suyi stood, his eyes wide with shock. Such a profound concentration of underworld energy had gathered. Could it be that a peerless spectre had emerged? His expression grave, he murmured softly. This figure was none other than Gui Xian, one of the 9 mighty deities of the underworld, tasked with guarding the city of specters and overseeing the realm of the living in Yangzhou. At this moment, he surveyed other regions of the underworld. His eyes filled with a swirling mist of ghostly energy. In every corner, another figure soared into the sky, faces reflecting similar astonishment. Like Gui Xian, they were equally taken aback. The underworld had remained silent for many years. Had a legendary specter finally risen? As Suyi harnessed the energies of the underworld, a palpable shift reverberated across the realm. with beings everywhere sensing the extraordinary changes in the fabric of existence. Their expressions were filled with trepidation and disbelief. Even those spirits that had lingered for countless ages were taken aback by this unprecedented phenomenon. They had never witnessed such commotion within the underworld. On the summit of Een Mountain, Suyi was enveloped in a swirling aura of dark energy, while a colossal vortex slowly revolved in the void above. Within it, an immense power descended gradually, bestowing its might upon Suyi. In that moment, he resembled an untouchable deity, surrounded by an ethereal congregation of spirits chanting sacred verses in reverence. Beside him, the Black Ghost King, overwhelmed with awe, collapsed to the ground. Gazing up at Suyi with a face full of devotion, "Great King of Hell, please do not cast me aside. I can hardly stand," he murmured solemnly, bowing repeatedly before Suyi. In the background, Chueju was utterly dazed, his soul trembling as he beheld the majestic figure of Suyi, who stood with his back turned. Could it be that this extraordinary phenomenon was all summoned forth by him? Chapter 54. Suyi's Wrath. Atop Een Mountain. Chueju's face was a mask of horror. In that instant, he felt an undeniable conviction that the figure before him might indeed be the person he had awaited, the destined hero of the underworld. His heart raced in terror as he realized that this very underworld champion had just invited him to join the realm of the dead, a proposal he had foolishly declined. Chueju wished he could strike himself across the face in frustration. "Chueju, what on earth were you thinking? How could you reject such a formidable being? Destined to be the emperor of the underworld?" A torrent of self-reproach surged through him as he gazed at the towering man ahead. Despite his apparent lack of strength, he radiated an aura that attracted the favor of heaven and earth, embodying the fortune of the underworld. At that moment, Chueju was engulfed in trepidation. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly rose and bowed deeply before the man. "In the presence of Lord Su Yin, I, the aged Chueju, am but a blind man, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Today, I shamelessly request to be accepted into the underworld. I earnestly hope that Lord Su Yin will not disdain me." With a deep bow, Chueju spoke sincerely, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his aged face. Moments ago, when he was sincerely invited, he held himself in high regard and refused to follow. Now, he found himself awkwardly seeking to join, and the thought alone made him feel utterly humiliated. A smirk curled at the corner of Suye's lips, and as he felt a stirring in his heart, the strange phenomenon in the void dissipated. The heavens returned to tranquility, with a blood-red moon hanging high, casting an eerie crimson glow. "My humble underworld may not accommodate a descendant of the Judge of Spirits," a faint voice emanated from Suyi. Chueju's face contorted in distress. He wished he could find a crevice to hide in. In the presence of this son of the netherworld, Chueju felt insignificant. Indeed, the manner of invitation differs vastly from that of seeking allegiance. "Lord Su Yin, I jest. I acknowledge my misstep," Chueju admitted, his face flushed with shame. At this moment, Suyi turned, a slight smile gracing his lips, and said, "Do not take offense, Elder Chui. It was merely a jest." Chueju's allegiance was not something he could refuse, especially since he was the first judge Suyi had sought for so long. "Your magnanimity is admirable, Lord Su Yin," Chueju expressed, feeling a surge of gratitude. "You're too polite, Elder Chui," Suyi replied, as a radiant light flickered in his hand, revealing the judge's pin. Alongside it appeared a black list. Upon gazing at this enigmatic list, Chueju's expression shifted dramatically. The list was shrouded in mystery, adorned with golden patterns that spread across its surface. Ignoring Chueju's astonishment, Suyi inscribed Chueju's name upon the list of spirits. Instantly, Chueju's countenance changed profoundly. He felt a chilling aura of terror enveloping him, instantly augmenting his being. This is the essence of the underworld. Chueju was taken aback. At this moment, he was utterly convinced that Su Yi was indeed the harbinger of the underworld's fate. The aged Chueju vowed to wholeheartedly assist King Yen Su. Tears almost brimmed in his eyes. Today, he had nearly missed the opportunity to encounter this son of the underworld's destiny, a formidable figure born of fate itself. In this realm of shadows, only by following the Son of Fortune could one achieve great feats. Contemplating this, Chueju's resolve solidified even further. Such individuals rarely pledge their loyalty to a single person, but once they do, they would never betray. At this moment, Suyi nodded and then grasped the Black Ghost King, commanding, "Descend the mountain." Even at this juncture, the Black Ghost King had yet to recover from his shock. The astonishing phenomenon that had manifested above Suyi was utterly terrifying, leaving him trembling and in a state of fright, his legs still weak. No wonder the King of Hell had mentioned that Chueju would come on his own. Such was the truth. With such a manifestation, who could withstand the weight of such honor? The three descended the mountain, making their way toward the underworld. Along the journey, the Black Ghost King chattered incessantly, recounting many tales of the underworld, much to Cui Ju's astonishment. He had not anticipated that King Yin Su possessed such a clear vision. Cui Ju's admiration for Su Yu nearly eclipsed all else. As they progressed, they suddenly encountered a group of restless spirits ahead. Their energies were disordered, surrounded by swirling dark mist, in a pitiful state. Many bore injuries, their souls cracked, with wisps of dark energy seeping from the fissures in their forms. They were the ghostly emissaries of our underworld. The keen-eyed king of hell swiftly recognized the group of specters approaching. They were aware that Su Yi had ventured to the yamen. Suddenly, one of the specters gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It is the king of hell, the king of hell." At this utterance, the expressions of all the ghostly officials changed dramatically, and they turned to behold him, unable to suppress their sorrowful cries. A chorus of wails emanated from their lips as they beheld Su Yu. A wave of grief washed over them, compelling them to lament uncontrollably. Su Yi furrowed his brow upon witnessing the ghastly visages of the ghostly officials, their faces pale and souls seemingly lost. A pang of alarm struck his heart. In an instant, he darted to their side, demanding, "What has transpired? Your Majesty, we are powerless." The ghostly officials chorused, falling to their knees in despair. "What has happened? Why do you all appear thus? Where are the other ghostly officials?" Su Ye's countenance darkened. Each specter bore injuries, some on the verge of dissipating entirely. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, enveloping them to stabilize their souls. It was evident to him that these officials had endured a fierce battle, suffering grievous losses. Over half had perished. "Your Majesty, after your departure, the governor of Qingjiang County, Mo Daojin, along with a cadre of true martial realm cultivators, invaded. They wreaked havoc, slaughtering and seizing all the souls we had imprisoned in the underworld." One ghostly official lamented. At this revelation, a surge of wrath enveloped Su Yu. A terrifying aura radiated from him, shattering the ominous clouds that filled the void. All the spectral beings trembled in fear, for the aura emanating from Su Yu was exceedingly terrifying, instilling a sense of dread within them. How dare they act so recklessly? Su Ye's expression darkened as he spoke with venomous anger. He had not anticipated such audacity, taking advantage of his absence to brazenly breach the gates of the afterlife to seize souls. He never imagined that upon joining the underworld, he would encounter such a dire situation. Su Ye's eyes turned icy, and an overwhelming intent to kill enveloped the air around him. As commanded, the numerous ghostly envoys, invigorated by his words, followed Su Yi towards the underworld. Chapter 55. Return to the mortal realm. Su Yi swiftly led the group to the banks of the River of Oblivion. Gazing at the desolation across the river, amidst the shattered remnants and ruins, his countenance grew increasingly grim. The elderly woman responsible for serving the broth had seemingly vanished. She must have been eradicated. Su Yi guided the ghostly envoys across the river, and it was eerily quiet, devoid of any specters or lost souls. Just then, commotion arose along the path of Huangquan. They stood frozen, surveying the ravaged underworld. What had transpired? The ghostly envoys were bewildered. At that moment, they spotted Su Yi amidst the ruins of crumbled walls, and they could not help but feel a jolt of apprehension as they rushed towards him. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Several ghostly envoys stammered, trembling. Su Ye's expression remained dark as he replied, "You have all worked hard." The ghostly envoys dared not inquire further and stood behind Su Yi, escorting the lost souls. At that moment, Su Yi was formidable, enveloped in a thick aura of murderous intent. His eyes were frigid, and malevolent energy surged around him, exuding an imposing presence. "Your Majesty, please give the order," the Black Ghost King intoned solemnly. Even the ghostly envoys behind him bore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on Su Yi. Despite their grievous injuries, they all awaited Su Ye's command. A ghostly envoy spoke in a low tone, "Your Majesty, please give the order." At that moment, Su Yi gazed upon the severely wounded envoys, each bearing scars and their ethereal forms in tatters. Yet, determination radiated from them, an unwavering resolve permeating the air. Su Yi inhaled deeply. Although these envoys were not particularly formidable, they constituted the very foundation of his underworld. How could he bear to see them venture into the realm of the living in their dilapidated state? With a sweeping motion of his hand, a dense aura of fortune surged forth, enveloping the space in a tempestuous embrace. A mysterious force permeated the void, directly enhancing their forms and mending their wounds. The expressions of the ghostly envoys shifted dramatically Astonishment etched upon their faces as they witnessed their ethereal bodies healing at a remarkable pace. In mere moments, they were restored to their original states. They turned their gazes towards Su Yi, awestruck. His expression was grave. He had just harnessed a portion of the underworld's fortune to aid these envoys in their recovery. "Thank you, Your Majesty," they exclaimed, their spirits lifted and invigorated. "Cui Ju, select some envoys to rebuild the underworld. The rest will accompany me." "As you command," Cui Ju responded. "This individual, Cui Ju, would soon become the first judge of my underworld. Do you all understand?" "We understand," the envoys replied in unison. "We pay our respects to Judge Cui." There was no dissent regarding Su Ye's appointment. In their eyes, he was a divine being, and his decisions were beyond reproach. Furthermore, Cui Ju exuded immense power, a commanding presence radiating from him simply by standing there. "Black King, assemble the envoys. We shall enter the realm of the living together." At this moment, Su Yi exuded an overwhelming aura, brimming with martial fervor. "As you command," bellowed the Black Demon King. Subsequently, under Su Ye's leadership, the group surged toward the Ghost Gate. Simultaneously, within the residence of Zhou Tianxian in the eastern Zhou Manor, the night enveloped the surroundings, yet sleep eluded Zhou Tianxian. Earlier in the day, scouts had reported that Mo Daojin had gathered his allies and breached the Ghost Gate. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Tianxian felt a mixture of elation and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that Mo Daojin's incursion into the underworld would undoubtedly hinder Su Ye's efforts to purge the eastern Zhou Manor. However, the concern arose from the realization that this very act could plunge Mo Daojin into an abyss from which there would be no return. The architect of all this calamity was none other than Zhou Tianxian himself, who had unwittingly thrust Mo Daojin into a perilous predicament. Regardless of the outcome of this endeavor, the eastern Zhou Manor and Qingyang County were doomed. At that moment, Zhou Tianxian sat solemnly within the grand hall, his expression grave as he awaited reports from his scouts. He longed to ascertain the developments in Qingyang County. As he beheld the scout entering the hall, Zhou Tianxuan's gaze sharpened, and he inquired in a low tone, "What news? Has Mo Daojin succeeded?" For if he had, it would grant the eastern Zhou Manor a brief respite. A few days would suffice to await the arrival of those who could quell the ghostly menace. "You have worked hard. Now, go and rest. Inform your subordinates to continue gathering intelligence on Qingyang County and observe the underworld's response." "Understood." With that, the scout withdrew. "Daojin, I am truly sorry," Zhou Tianxian sighed. "If you are indeed held accountable by Su Yi, this manor shall ensure the construction of a grand mausoleum in your honor. Your sacrifice has afforded the Dongzhou Manor an opportunity. After your demise, your kin shall be under this manor's care, ensuring the continuation of the illustrious Mo family legacy." At this moment, a day has passed since the souls of the living ventured into the realm of the dead. The clans of Qingyang County are abuzz with excitement and gratitude, prompting the heads of various families to present lavish gifts to the governor's mansion. Inside the governor's residence, it is a veritable throng, with all prominent figures of Qingyang County in attendance. Though Mo Daojin is troubled in heart, he finds himself compelled to host a banquet for the many esteemed clans. "Governor, your sacrifices on behalf of our families are immeasurable. We raise our glasses in your honor." The clan leaders of Qingyang County proclaim, toasting towards Mo Daojin. His countenance is grave, for these leaders remain oblivious to the underlying truths. At this very moment, his wife and children have departed from Qingyang County. Observing the exuberant faces of the gathered clan heads, Mo Daojin lets out a sigh. He had contemplated leaving. Yet, as the governor, abandoning his post would not only attract scrutiny from Su Yi, but also from the Great Qi, ultimately leading to inevitable accountability. Even if he evaded the reckoning of the underworld, he could not escape the edicts of the Great Qi. After partaking in a few rounds of wine amidst the jubilant cultivators of Qingyang County, Mo Daojin could no longer restrain himself. He spoke, "Esteemed guests, my descent into the underworld has provoked the wrath of King Su, and I fear that he shall not relent easily. It is likely that in the coming days, he may strike again. If you wish to prevent your descendants from being ensnared by the spirits, it would be wise to arrange for their departure from Qingyang County, directing them to places where the ghosts of the underworld dare not tread." Mo Daojin spoke, his expression somber. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the numerous cultivators turned ashen. "Governor, what do you mean by this?" they questioned. Mo Daojin, "Do you truly believe that leaving Qingyang County will spare us from the grasp of the underworld's reapers?" At that moment, a voice, chilling to the bone, reverberated through the governor's residence. Chapter 56. difficult to escape death within the governor's residence. The heads of various families were stricken with fear. An ominous wind swept through, causing the temperature in Qingyang City to plummet. Shadows of spirits began to materialize within the city. As the icy voice echoed within the governor's residence, all present were struck with trepidation. They turned abruptly towards the void, where dark energies coiled and a massive ghostly visage emerged. The face, devoid of warmth, was surrounded by swirling malevolence. Its chilling gaze fixated upon Imo Daojian, who felt an overwhelming coldness envelop him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Su Yi, the king of hell, Imo Daojian exclaimed, his voice faltering. He had previously witnessed the king of hell as formidable power during an incident involving the Mu family fortress. At that time, he had descended in a similar fashion, exerting overwhelming dominance and ruthlessly eliminating Old Mu. Now, he had returned, once again in this terrifying manner. The atmosphere was thick with dread, and the oppressive aura of death weighed heavily upon the many cultivators within the governor's residence, causing their faces to pale in fear. Not only Imo Daojian, but all present wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixed in terror upon the spectral visage that loomed in the void. They had never anticipated that the reckoning from the underworld would arrive so abruptly. Seize them. Draw forth all those souls beyond the law. At that moment, within Qingyang County, the dark ghost king's countenance was darkened, and he uttered in a low tone. Instantly, a legion of ghostly enforcers sprang into action, making their way towards the residences of the prominent families. Meanwhile, some cultivators who had just returned to the realm of the living were reveling in the wonders of the mortal world. Their figures graced the taverns, brothels, and gambling dens. Suddenly, an ominous chill swept through the vicinity of those recently resurrected from the underworld. Cries of alarm echoed throughout Qingyang County. It was a sleepless night, during which those who had returned to life were celebrating. Yet at this very moment, they all met with untimely demise. My lord, trouble, trouble. The young master has perished from excessive drinking. A chorus of tragic voices resonated through Qingyang County, plunging the entire place into chaos. The little ghosts have invaded the city. Quick, light the lanterns, light the lanterns. One by one, lanterns were ignited, illuminating Qingyang County. Beneath the flickering lights, ghostly figures emerged, their expressions grotesque and shrouded in malevolent energy, herding forth a procession of souls. Why do you little ghosts take our loved ones? Leave my father's soul behind. The air was filled with cries of despair, as panic-stricken citizens of Qingyang County were left in shock. Governor, this. Within the governor's estate, the heads of families were in a state of utter disarray, nearly fleeing in terror. They possessed many kin who had returned to life. Should they perish once more, there would truly be no salvation. Yet at this moment, they dared not make a move. Su was overwhelmingly powerful, his might capable of suppressing an entire city. The fearsome aura emanating from the ghastly visage above them rendered them utterly paralyzed. Master, it is dire. The master. At that instant, a cultivator burst into the governor's mansion. Their cultivation was insufficient, rendering them oblivious to the colossal, ghostly face in the void. After the upheaval within their clan, they hastily rushed into the governor's residence. Master. The young master is dead. One by one, the clan members, their faces contorted with terror, exclaimed, "It is finished. The little ghost has returned to Qingyang County." The expressions of the clan leaders shifted dramatically, yet they found themselves unable to utter a single word. You have disregarded the Yin law, trampling upon the order of the underworld. Especially you, Imo Daojian, how dare you enter the netherworld to seize souls and annihilate the ghostly emissaries? Such acts are unforgivable. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, causing all present to pale in shock. Upon hearing this, their faces blanched. Since Su Yi established the underworld, the people of Qingyang County had found it increasingly difficult to prolong their lives, and now they were to have 30 years of their vitality deducted. This was an unbearable notion for them. Suyama, you cannot do this, one clan leader cried out in desperation. Our souls have already been claimed by your underworld. Why must you further diminish our lifespan? Does the underworld require your instruction? Su Yi scoffed. With that, he produced the little ledger of life and death from Qingyang County, locating the names of these clan leaders, and marked 30 years off their lifespans. Instantly, a mysterious force of time enveloped the clan leaders, leaving them feeling hollow, as if their essence was draining away. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically, and they appeared significantly aged. Even some individuals have inexplicably sprouted white hair. This, my lifespan. They gazed in horror towards Su Yi, their eyes filled with resentment. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, for the individual before them was none other than the king of hell, Su. In the future, When their lifespans were exhausted, they would inevitably descend into the underworld. Offending Su, the king of hell, would likely lead to a most unfortunate fate. At this moment, Su Ye's gaze fell upon Mo Daojian. Mo Daojian's expression was grave, his body trembling. Though he anticipated retribution, he never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt a profound dread in his heart. Nonetheless, his son had already departed. Even if the souls of the entire Qingyang County were purged today, his son would not be taken again. What do you intend to do? Mo Daojian forcibly steadied himself and looked towards Su Yi, speaking in a low tone. The ghostly figure, indifferent, regarded Mo Daojian and coldly declared, "You have violated the rules of the underworld, daring to intrude upon the realm of souls, slaughtering the ghostly messengers. You shall be subjected to the punishments of the punishment department, confined within the depths of the underworld, never to rise again." Haha. At this moment, Mo Daojian unexpectedly burst into laughter. "King of Hell Su, you speak with such bravado. Today, I, Mo Daojian, shall refuse to enter your realm." With a hearty laugh, flames began to billow from his body. He had made the choice to incinerate his own primordial spirit. Once his spirit was utterly consumed, he would be liberated from existence. Even if the underworld sought to claim him, it would be an impossibility. He had visited the punishment department and knew well the cruelty of its tortures. Even he might not withstand such torment, and his son had already been rendered incapacitated there. Even if his soul were to scatter, he would never venture to the punishment office. "My lord, you." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, for they had not anticipated that the governor would choose self-annihilation. At this moment, the ghostly visage formed by Siyu coldly gazed at the flames engulfing Mo Daojian, his face betraying no emotion. "Mo Daojian, how dare you speak of life and death before me, the king of hell? Do you truly believe you can dictate your own fate? I decree your demise, and thus you shall perish. I grant you life, and even the desire for death shall elude you." The chilling voice reverberated, instilling fear in all directions. Chapter 57. The Grasp of Mo Daojian's Soul. The king of hell governs life and death. If the king commands you to die at the third watch, who would dare allow you to linger until the fifth? If the king forbids your death, how could you possibly depart from this realm? In the void, the ghostly face remained indifferent, looming over Mo Daojian, a terrifying power emanating from it, shrouding the emptiness. As Su Yi spoke these words, the countenances of all present turned pale. Such arrogance was unprecedented. Mo Daojian erupted into laughter, the flames of his soul intensifying. It would not be long before his essence was utterly consumed. True spirit vanishing, soul scattered. "Suyama, I do not believe you can govern my soul's dispersion." Mo Daojian howled, his face contorted in rage. He was powerless to contend with Su Yi. Yet he refused to yield. "You claim you can control my lifespan. Do you think you can also dictate my soul's departure? I have declared it. If I do not allow you to die, you shall find it impossible to do so." The ghostly face spoke once more, and as it did, a wave of ominous energy surged forth, enveloping Mo Daojian entirely. In an instant, the fiercely burning flames of his soul were abruptly extinguished, as if snuffed out by that very aura. Gasp! Mo Daojian coughed blood, for he had failed to sustain his soul and suffered a backlash. His complexion changed dramatically, turning as pale as parchment. Just as Mo Daojian was about to speak, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, leaving him utterly listless. He could hardly believe that Siyu had the power to extinguish his primordial spirit's flame. One must understand that once the primordial spirit ignites, it can only be quenched by the individual's own choice. External interference is nearly impossible. He could not fathom how Siyu had achieved this. Yet the flame of his primordial spirit had indeed been snuffed out. The numerous clan heads around him trembled in fear. The terror of Su Yen Wang was palpable. His extraordinary might sending chills down their spines. Mo Daojian, you who have descended into the underworld to seize souls, subdue the ghostly emissaries, and trample upon the laws of the netherrealm. Your sins are boundless. Now, I shall summon you to the underworld for your punishment." Siyu spoke once more. And in an instant, a soul-reaping cord shot forth from the void, swiftly extracting Mo Daojian's primordial spirit. His spirit dimmed, suffering grievous damage, and now languished in the void. Its countenance bleak. The ghostly visage in the void gradually dissipated, while Su Yi remained steadfast, his figure towering in the emptiness. The soul-reaping cord in his hand swirled with dark energy, binding Mo Daojian's spirit. "Let it be known. Should you dare to violate the laws of the underworld in the future and trample upon the order of my realm, you shall surely return to the underworld with your soul." With these words, he flickered and vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he found himself within Qingyang County. At that moment, in Qingyang County, ghostly figures flickered about, wielding soul-reaping cords, guiding numerous souls along the streets. From the windows of the buildings lining the streets, heads peered out, their faces filled with horror as they gazed at the ghostly emissaries roaming the thoroughfares, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Surely, this cannot be happening again. They had already died twice. May it be so. They stood solemnly behind Su Yi, enveloped in silence. As commanded, the Black Ghost King intoned. And with a sweeping gesture, a multitude of souls began to drift towards the outskirts of Qingyang County. At that moment, Su Yi and the Black Ghost King remained. As he turned to the soul of Imo Daojian beside him and spoke in a grave tone, the reason you intruded upon the underworld to seize souls was for the sake of your son. Imo Shogue, was it not? The expression of Imo Daojian's primordial spirit darkened, leaving him speechless. You could be considered a good father, but alas, Siyu continued. Now I shall lead you to find your son. With that, Siyu unveiled the small ledger of life and death, his eyes glowing as he focused on the name of Imo Shogue. Those inscribed within the ledger could be traced effortlessly. Imo Daojian. Your son is likely on the journey to the capital, is he not? Siyu spoke softly, his voice carrying a chill. Upon hearing this, Imo Daojian's expression shifted. You, Black Ghost King, we shall depart. Siyu disregarded Imo Daojian further, taking hold of his soul as they moved into the distance. Imo Shogue and his mother had been traveling for an entire day, accompanied by several attendants, all formidable warriors, with the weakest among them being at the primordial spirit level. Leading them was a powerful figure at the true martial realm, a trusted bodyguard of Imo Daojian, tasked with escorting his wife and child to the capital. Given the considerable distance from Qingyang County to the capital, their journey would span several days. Moreover, the pace of the mother and son was exceedingly slow, marked by frequent stops, and by this time, they had scarcely covered any distance. It was now deep into the night, and Imo Shogue called out for a rest once more. Zhang Yang's expression darkened. They had already paused several times on this arduous journey. This was an escape, not a leisurely stroll. My lord, let us persevere a little longer. Once we reach the capital, we can rest properly, Zhang Yang suggested at that moment. Zhang Yang. Let us take a break. Shogue is weary. A moment's respite would do us good, interjected Imo Lisher. Indeed, it is late at night. Is it not time for slumber? Zhang Yang, feeling resigned, waved his hand, signaling the group to halt. Immediately, a servant rushed toward the carriage to draw back the curtains for the mother and son. Fear not, everyone. We have left the boundaries of Qingyang County. I refuse to believe that the underworld can pursue us here, declared Imo Zigue as he plopped down onto a large stone. He stretched his limbs and reclined comfortably. The bumpy journey had left him feeling as though his bones were about to disassemble. Zhang Yang, however, wore a serious expression as he stood guard with the other attendants, vigilant in all directions. Imo Daojian had once saved his life, and this time, he was determined to ensure the safe passage of his wife and child to the capital. The mountain air was particularly frigid in the deep of night, and the distant chirping of insects pierced the silence, shattering the stillness of the night. At that moment, several leaves floated down from the void, landing before Zhang Yang. As he stood beneath the falling leaves, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through the mountains, howling ominously, reminiscent of a baby's wail, sending shivers down his spine in the quiet night. Zhang Yang's countenance shifted abruptly as he cast a wary gaze around him. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, devoid of any movement. An ominous chill drew nearer, causing Zhang Yang to feel every hair on his body stand on end. He sensed something approaching rapidly, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Alarmed, Zhang Yang's expression shifted. He had a foreboding feeling that malevolent spirits were nearing. Madam, we must leave at once. Zhang Yang spoke gravely, his tone heavy with concern. What is it? The governor's wife was taken aback. The spirits may be coming. We must hurry. Zhang Yang's eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing this, the governor's wife's complexion drained of color, and she hastened towards Imo Shogun. Son, we must go quickly, she called out, urging him to awaken and flee. In the nameless mountains, wisps of malevolent energy floated ominously. Imo Lisher shouted loudly, but Imo Shogun remained unresponsive. Suddenly, he jolted upright. Terror etched across his face as he gazed into the void beside him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Son, Imo Lisher cried out. Yet, Imo Shogun appeared oblivious, kneeling before the emptiness. With a visage of fear, he began to prostrate himself before the void, murmuring incoherently. I won't defy you again. I will follow you. Just please do not harm me. Imo Shogun whispered, bowing repeatedly. What are you doing, son? Mo Leisure was in shock. Her son seemed to have lost his senses, prostrating before nothingness. Son, she exclaimed, her face paling as she rushed towards Mo Shogun. Madam, do not approach. Zhang Yang swiftly intervened, grasping Mo Leisure's arm. What has happened to him? What is wrong? Mo Leisure inquired with a piercing tone. Zhang Yang's expression grew grave. He remained silent, instead retrieving a lustrous stone from within his robes. Subsequently, he channeled his energy, infusing the stone with a surge of true qi. Instantly, the stone radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding mountains. At that moment, they were finally able to discern their surroundings. Before Mo Shogun stood 3 figures, a young specter, a malevolent ghost with a visage akin to charcoal, and the final figure, none other than the governor. In this spectral state, the governor was enveloped in swirling dark energy, bound by a soul-reaping cord. To their bewilderment, Mo Shogun was prostrating before the fearsome black ghost, repeatedly bowing in reverence. In Mo Shogun's heart, the dread he felt towards the ghost king far surpassed that of Suyu. Governor! Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that the esteemed Mo Daojian had also fallen victim to the soul snare. Daojian. Mo Leisure's countenance shifted dramatically as he gazed upon the ensnared Mo Daojian. Overcome with despair, tears streamed down his cheeks. I am sorry. Mo Daojian sighed softly. He had done all he could, even sacrificing himself, yet ultimately could not evade the reckoning of the netherworld. No. Mo Leisure shrieked in anguish, her delicate form trembling as she charged wildly toward Mo Daojian. At that moment, a chilling gaze pierced through the air, halting Mo Leisure in her tracks. Su Yi regarded Mo Leisure solemnly, stating, If you take another step forward, you shall be taken as well. How dare you, little ghost? Do you think I fear death? My husband, my son have been claimed by you, leaving me all alone. What purpose does that serve? Come, claim me. Mo Leisure screamed in a frenzied outburst. Governor. Zhang Yang spoke solemnly. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded heavily. Madam, we shall leave. No, I shall not go. I wish to descend into the netherworld. You must take me with you. I no longer wish to live. I too desire to enter the realm of the dead, Mo Leisure cried out, directing her gaze towards Su Yi. Preposterous. Mo Daojian admonished, his voice filled with fury. He turned to Su Yi, this time adopting a humble demeanor, pleading, Suyama, I implore you, show mercy. Su Yi paid him no heed, instead addressing Mo Leisure with a grave tone. The underworld is not a place one can enter at will. Your lifespan has not yet expired. You cannot pass through the gates of the afterlife. As he spoke, he turned to the Black Ghost King beside him and commanded, Proceed. At your command. The Black Ghost King acquiesced, producing the soul-reaping cord from his hands and directly extracting the soul of Mo Shogun. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished amidst the mountains. My son, oh my son, Mo Leisure wailed, throwing herself onto Mo Shogun's lifeless body and weeping loudly. Deep down, she understood that this time, her son was truly gone. With even Mo Daojian taken, who could possibly save her child? After a long while, Mo Leisure rose to her feet, seemingly composed. She turned to Zhang Yang and said in a subdued tone, Zhang Yang, arrange for my son to be buried in this mountain range. Madam, should he not be interred in the Mo family's tomb in Qingyang County? Zhang Yang responded in astonishment. Unworthy descendants have no face to meet the ancestors of the Mo clan, she replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a jolt within him. At that moment, he sensed a shift in the madam's demeanor. Madam, what are your plans moving forward? The governor once saved my life, and now that he has departed, I shall do my utmost to ensure the safety of his wife. Mo Leisure cast a somber gaze at Zhang Yang and said, We must go to the capital. To the capital once more? He inquired. Indeed, for the king of hell has taken my husband and son. I shall not let him rest easy, regardless of the cost. I will summon the gatekeepers of the netherworld to eliminate that wretched spirit. At that moment, Mo Leisure's long hair cascaded around her. Her countenance twisted in fury as she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Zhang Yang felt a tremor in his heart, sensing the intensity of her rage from her words. I shall obey your command, he declared, waving his hand. Instantly, 2 guards emerged to bury the remains of Mo Shogun. Subsequently, the group departed toward the capital. Meanwhile, Su Yi, accompanied by the Black Ghost King and the souls of Mo Daojian and his son, journeyed toward the underworld. Along the way, he utilized the mirror of virtue to observe the soul of Mo Daojian and discern the identities of the numerous cultivators who had followed him into the netherworld. All of them hailed from the eastern Zhou prefecture. The Black Ghost King took hold of the father and son's primordial spirits, delivering them to Ju for judgment. As I still have matters to attend to in the realm of the living. Your Majesty, is there anything else? The Black Ghost King inquired. Those who offend our underworld shall inevitably be summoned, no matter the distance. Upon hearing this, Mo Daojian's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, Su Yi. If you have the audacity, go ahead and summon them. None of those individuals belong to my Qingyang County. I do not believe you can oversee all 12 counties of the Eastern Zhou. Do not provoke me. Anyone who dares to trespass in the underworld, even if they are a prince of the Great Qi, will face retribution. With that, Su Ye's form flickered and vanished without a trace. Mo Daojian was left in utter shock, for Su Ye's arrogance was truly unparalleled. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He yearned for Su Ye to ensnare the souls of those from the county towns. Should he dare to venture into soul reaping, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. If the situation escalated, both the Great Qi and the Guardians of the Ghost Gate would surely intervene. Perhaps he might still have a chance for resurrection. Su Ye departed, heading toward the location of the first cultivator. The Mountain River County, one of the 12 counties of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. This city is quite expansive, rivaling the grandeur of Qingyang County, bustling with the incessant clamor of vendors. At this moment, within a certain estate in the city, a middle-aged man reclined on a chaise longue in the courtyard. He feigned slumber with his eyes closed, while several maidservants kneaded his shoulders and legs. This man was none other than Jia Hu, one of the numerous cultivators who had followed Mo Daojian into the underworld for slaughter. Jia Hu held a respectable position in Mountain River County. Although not belonging to a prominent clan, his status as a true martial realm cultivator afforded him due recognition. Suddenly, Jia Hu's eyes snapped open, fixating on the center of his courtyard. A few fallen leaves fluttered down, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that jolted him awake. His gaze turned piercing as he stared at the heart of the courtyard, where a wisp of ghostly energy swirled, revealing a grim reaper holding a soul-reaping rope. The temperature in the entire courtyard plummeted. Chapter 59. The Divine Weapon Summoning the Soul Banner. Jia Hu's complexion shifted dramatically, and he sprang up from his chair with a sudden movement. Master! Exclaimed several startled maidens, gasping in shock. Who are you? Jia Hu inquired gravely, his expression taut. It's me, Xiao Chui, Master, replied a maidservant who was supporting Jia Hu's arm. Get away. Jia Hu's arm shook violently, casting off her grasp. He fixated on the ghostly figure in the courtyard, every muscle in his body tensed. The ghostly apparition was utterly terrifying, inducing a suffocating sensation within him. The surrounding maidens were paralyzed with fear, trembling in place. Even at this moment, they remained perplexed about what had transpired with their master. He had never anticipated that the spirits of the underworld would dare to venture into Shanhua County to claim souls. After all, even though they had purged Qingyang County, Shanhua County was not within their jurisdiction. You have crossed the line, little ghost, Jia Hu declared ominously. Humph, you are audacious, Jia Hu bellowed. A terrifying aura emanating from him. A radiant beam ascended into the heavens, his intention being to attract the attention of the county magistrate, Yang Shana. However, he was taken aback. Just as his power erupted, a pitch-black soul-hunting noose shot forth, aiming directly for his crown. He found himself devoid of any means to resist. As his primordial spirit was forcibly extracted, it was only at that moment, when his essence was drawn out, that Jia Hu truly comprehended the terror of Su Yi. The overwhelming presence was suffocating. Who are you? He gasped. The underworld, Su Yi. Su Yin Wang. Jia Hu's countenance paled dramatically. He never imagined that the entity before him, claiming his very soul, was none other than Su Yin Wang. In that instant, despair engulfed him. The name of Su Yin Wang resonated in his ears with thunderous clarity, a figure known for his ruthlessness. Once his soul was claimed, returning to the realm of the living would be an insurmountable challenge. Bang! At that moment, Jia Hu's physical form collapsed rigidly to the ground, startling the maidens beside him into a state of shock. Master! Master! They cried out in alarm. Quick, someone! The master has fainted. In an instant, all the attendants in the courtyard rushed to the scene. He is dead, a servant exclaimed, his face drained of color. So he had not departed Shanhua County, rather. He continued his grim task of soul harvesting within its confines. Within a single day, he had ensnared the souls of 3 true martial realm spirits in the Shanhua County, augmenting his merit by 3,000. Coupled with the essence of Mo Daojian, his total merit rose to 4,000. Current merit, 8,500. After claiming their souls, so he gracefully departed from Shanhua County. The sudden demise of 3 true martial realm individuals in a single day inevitably drew the attention of the county's governor, Yang Shanhua. After all, there were scarcely a handful of true martial realm practitioners within the entire city. How long had it been? An hour? And already 3 had perished? Yang Shanhua was astounded. The situation was exceedingly peculiar. Upon conducting a personal investigation and considering the state in which the individuals had died, he reached a startling conclusion. It appeared that all 3 had exhibited unusual behavior at the time of their deaths, muttering to themselves, seemingly on the brink of madness, as if they had witnessed something invisible to others. The specter of soul reaping. Yang Shanhua's expression turned grave, his heart gripped by terror. The malevolent presence had indeed infiltrated Shanhua County. Moreover, the soul-reaping specter did not seem to correspond with the local underworld officials, as all 3 had uttered the same phrase before their demise. "Little ghost, you have crossed the boundary." Who could it be? Yang Shanhua furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Could it be him? Suddenly, a dark spirit flashed through his mind, the king of hell, Suyu. Upon this realization, Yang Shanhua's expression shifted dramatically, and he spoke solemnly. "Prepare yourselves. I must make a trip to the capital." At that moment, Suyu had already departed Shanhua County, setting his sights on his next target. With his formidable strength, now at the level of second chi returning to origin, his speed was remarkable. Within a single day, he had ensnared all those practitioners from the mortal realm who had previously dared to act against the underworld. There are no fewer than 30 individuals, the majority of whom are at the true martial realm, extending their influence across the 12 prefectures of the Eastern Zhou. As these souls are ensnared, the prefectural governors of the 12 regions display grave concern, leading them to the Eastern Zhou capital for investigation. At this juncture, Suye's merits have reached a remarkable 35,000, sufficient for him to exchange for treasures. With the soul snare in hand, he strings together the lost souls, guiding them toward the gate of the underworld. Soon, Suye arrives at the gate, and, upon entering the netherworld, he presents all these souls to Judge Cui for judgment. Thanks to the diligent efforts of numerous ghostly officials, the netherworld has undergone reconstruction. Within the Hall of Yama, Suye's countenance is solemn as he scrutinizes the transparent interface in his mind. Host, Suyu position, King Yama realm, second chi returning to origin treasures, Imperial Edict, Soul Snare, Ghostly Divine List. Merit Mirror Divine Ability, Ghostly Body Cultivation Method, Lunar Scripture Merit, 35,000, available for exchange. Gazing at the transparent panel in his mind, Suyi takes a deep breath. Having been in this underworld for nearly a month, he has truly established a foothold in this domain. After purging Qingyang Prefecture and capturing the soul of its governor, he has compelled those who recklessly breached the gate of the underworld to be brought forth for judgment. At this moment, contemplating his 35,000 merits, Suyi feels a surge of determination and begins to exchange for treasures. The host's last elevation of cultivation occurred less than a month ago. Thus he cannot enhance his realm at this time. Available for exchange, the Soul Summoning Banner. Available Divine Ability, Wailing of Ghosts and Wolves. Suyu furrows his brow. Feeling a sense of aversion upon seeing the dissonant divine ability, it is simply too cacophonous. Consequently, he opts to exchange for the Soul Summoning Banner instead. The exchange was successful. The next exchange would require 20,000 merits. Current merits, 25,000, available for exchange. Suyu blinked, feeling helpless, and decided to exchange for the divine ability Wailing of Ghosts and Wolves. After the exchange, Suyu realized that although the name was unappealing, the power it possessed was indeed formidable. A single roar could shatter an opponent's true spirit, making this ability particularly effective against souls. As for the so-called divine weapons, they were not merely a name without substance. In this realm, there exist deities. It is said that above the convergence of 3 flowers lies another realm, that of the divine. The power of deities transcends the comprehension of earthly beings. By infusing their divine strength into weapons, these can be transformed into divine armaments. Such weapons, imbued with divine energy, possess terrifying might. At that moment, Suyu held the Soul Summoning Banner in his hands. Dark energies coiled around it, and mysterious runes flickered upon its surface, exuding an unparalleled dread. Even merely holding it, Suyu felt a surge of formidable power emanating from it. He sensed that the Soul Summoning Banner would become his ultimate weapon. If wielded wisely, it could yield unexpected results and even save his life. Having exchanged twice, his merits dwindled to 5,000. The next exchange, however, would require 40,000 merits. Without dwelling too much on it, Suyi stowed the Soul Summoning Banner and proceeded toward the entrance of the Yama Hall. He intended to visit the judgment office to observe the trial conducted by Ju. Chapter 60. The Ghost-Suppressing Mountain. The judgment office of the underworld is a court dedicated to the adjudication of souls. At its entrance stand 2 stone statues of malevolent spirits, radiating a chilling light. Within, the air is thick with dark energy, and malevolent spirits are intricately carved into the surrounding walls. Above, a figure sat majestically, exuding an imposing aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression. It was Ju, adorned in an official cap and a crimson robe, surrounded by swirling shadows that evoked fear. Below in the grand hall, Su remained composed, quietly seated. At that moment, Ju wielded a heavy wooden staff and forcefully struck the table before him, intoning in a deep voice, "Bring forth the soul of Mo Daojin from the realm of the living." Instantly, 2 ghostly attendants entered from the grand hall's entrance, escorting the soul of Mo Daojin. "Kneel." The moment Mo Daojin stepped into the hall, the 4 attendants on either side bellowed in unison. Suya's gaze flickered. Although these attendants were not particularly formidable, the intimidation they projected was terrifying, even causing him to feel a tremor in his spirit. Curiosity piqued. Suya turned his attention to Ju above. He observed Ju's authoritative demeanor, who acknowledged him with a nod. In that instant, Suya comprehended that their transformation was indeed a testament to Ju's influence. After all, Ju was a descendant of the ancient underworld deities, and within the court, there may exist secret arts to enhance the intimidation of those attendants. Mo Daojin, you have unlawfully trespassed into the gates of the underworld, slain ghostly attendants, and abducted souls. Are you aware of your crimes? At that moment, Ju's resonant voice echoed from above, captivating all attention. Mo Daojin's spiritual essence dimmed. He cast a glance at Ju, scoffing quietly, refraining from response. He understood that evasion was futile in this predicament, and thus felt no inclination to engage further. This underworld shall inevitably meet its end. Audacious. You disregard the court's authority. Receive 20 strikes. Ju let out a cold snort, casting down a spirit arrow shrouded in ominous energy from above. As commanded, instantly, 4 officials emerged. 2 restrained Mo Daojin's soul, while the other 2 began to deliver harsh blows. 1, 2. The punishing strikes from the tribunal were unbearably severe, rendering most souls incapable of enduring them. After 20 lashes, Mo Daojin's entire essence dimmed. Mo Daojin, do you acknowledge your transgressions? I have committed no wrong. I sought to retrieve my son from the underworld to restore his life. What fault lies with me? Mo Daojin shouted in fury. Humph. The cosmos has its laws, and the underworld maintains its order. Your son, Mo Shogue, along with the numerous souls of Qingyang County, has reached the end of his natural lifespan. To be drawn into the underworld is a decree of fate. You, for your selfish desires, trample upon the order of the underworld. Thus, you are sentenced to the punishment of the oil cauldron, to endure the tortures of the knife mountain and the fire sea, and subsequently to be confined in the depths of the underworld, suffering the fiery tribulations of hell. Ju's voice resounded throughout the great hall. How dare you? What is this underworld to me? Merely a lowly bureaucratic office, yet it presumes to enact judgment upon the souls of the living realm. Truly, you are ignorant of your own insignificance. Mo Daojin bellowed. Take him away, Ju commanded. At once, 2 ghostly officials entered from outside the hall and seized Mo Daojin's soul, dragging him away. Next, Ju intoned solemnly. As Ju presided over the judgment of the souls, Suyi listened intently. Meanwhile, the 11 governors of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture had arrived at the city. Observing the prefect, Zhou Tianxian, within the hall, the 11 governors wore grave expressions. Prefect, the king of hell, Su, has launched an assault on our county. Yangshan has spoken in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxuan's gaze narrowed as he exclaimed, Has your county city also been purged? Why have I not received any news? No, it has not been purged. Rather, within our city, powerful beings have had their souls ensnared by the king of hell. Su Yin, some have even perished without having their lives prolonged, came the reply. Indeed, the king of hell has been exceedingly unscrupulous. He has even claimed those cultivators who had not extended their lives. At these words, Zhou Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief and, surprisingly, offered a smile to the group. You need not worry. The demise of those individuals was anticipated by me. What do you mean, Lord? One of the officials inquired. Those individuals once accompanied Mo Daojin to the underworld to seize souls. Now that Mo Daojin has been accounted for, do you believe those people could escape unscathed? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the several governors shifted dramatically. They had heard whispers of Mo Daojin's incursion into the underworld to seize souls. Yet they had not anticipated that the king of hell would commence a purge at this very moment, in a swift and decisive manner. He had eradicated all who participated in the matter within Xinjiang County. Lord, will the underworld next turn its attention towards us? One governor asked gravely. In response, Zhou Tianquan's demeanor grew serious as he slowly replied, do not fret. Currently, the small ledger of life and death of our Eastern Zhou Manor is in my possession. I shall personally amend the lifespans of those who have altered their names across the counties. Without the ledger from our Eastern Zhou Manor, they will find it impossible to enact a purge. One must understand that the ledger of life and death exists in tiers. Modifications made upon a higher tier ledger are undetectable on a lesser one. Zhou Tianquan's sole concern at this moment was whether Su Yi would recklessly barge into the Eastern Zhou mansion to seize the Book of Life and Death. Consequently, he still placed his hopes on the Ghost Suppression Gate, anticipating that it could directly descend into the underworld to eliminate Su Yi. Considering the time elapsed since the demise of Protector Yun in the underworld, the Ghost Suppression Gate should have made its discovery by now. The wisdom of the Mansion Lord is beyond compare. Indeed, we can rest easy. The several governors were filled with excitement. With the Book of Life and Death in the mortal realm, their future endeavors to alter fate would no longer be fraught with complications. At this moment, they recalled the plight of the truly unfortunate Xinjiang County, which had been thoroughly purged by the underworld. Mansion Lord, the agents of the Ghost Suppression Gate should be preparing to take action soon, correct? Yang Shanhe inquired. Soon, within 3 days, they shall surely make their move. Meanwhile, in the grand capital of the Great Qi, Liangjing. Liangjing City was immense. As the foremost city of the Great Qi, it was naturally magnificent. Within, there were countless high-ranking officials and innumerable strong beings. A practitioner of the true martial realm would scarcely attract any attention. The city gates were grand, imposing, and the walls bore the marks of time, weathered and storied. 300 miles beyond Liangjing City stood a towering mountain, shrouded in ethereal energy, known as Ghost Suppression Mountain. Upon this mountain lay an expansive complex, adorned with flourishing spirit herbs and vibrant blossoms. From the base of the mountain, one could gaze upward through the swirling clouds, where palatial structures appeared to rest upon the clouds, their radiance soaring to the heavens, emanating an aura of sanctity. This place served as the headquarters of the Great Qi's Ghost Suppression Gate. At this moment, within an ancient hall atop the mountain, rows of lamps were arranged. These were soul lamps belonging to significant figures of the Ghost Suppression Gate. Some of these soul lamps flickered to life intermittently, only to extinguish moments later. The guardians of the spirit lanterns had grown accustomed to their duties. Initially, they would report any extinguished lanterns at once, but were later informed that the guardians associated with those lanterns likely ventured into the realm of the deceased. Indeed, just a few days later, the lanterns would inexplicably reignite. Consequently, the guardians became indifferent. As long as a lantern had not remained extinguished for 3 consecutive days, there was no need for a report. At this moment, several guardians sat cross-legged within the grand hall, their expressions grave. One particular guardian's lantern had remained dark for 3 days, showing no signs of revival, which caused them great concern. Chapter 61. The shock of the Spirit Gate. Within the Hall of Spirit Mountain, where the soul lanterns were displayed, the guardians were solemn expressions. Their gazes fixed upon a lantern that showed no signs of reawakening. This was the lantern of Guardian Yun. One of the practitioners spoke up, noting that Guardian Yun was among the more powerful protectors. In the past, his lantern had never extinguished for more than 2 days. Yet now, it had been dark for 3 days, a most unusual occurrence. Even if time were to stretch a little longer, it should not exceed 2 days. The fact that his soul fire had been extinguished for 3 days left the guardians in a state of unease. We must inform the elder, one practitioner whispered. Should Guardian Yun truly have fallen, their failure to report promptly would surely result in punishment. Indeed, let us report at once. Even if we face scolding, it is preferable to facing punishment. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave a few behind to guard the lanterns while one ventured out of the hall. Above the Spirit Mountain stood a magnificent and ancient hall, the domain of Elder Sunday. Elder Sun, holding a position of moderate authority within the Ghost Suppression sect, was responsible for the Soul Lantern Hall. At that moment, he was seated within the grand hall when a disciple of the sect rushed in, visibly flustered. The disciple, in a state of alarm, prostrated himself upon entering. Elder Sun, I have urgent news to report, he exclaimed. What is it? Elder Sun inquired, raising an eyebrow. Reporting to you, Elder Sun, the soul lantern of Protector Yun has been extinguished for 3 consecutive days. I felt it necessary to inform you, as it may indicate impending trouble. Is it not commonplace for a lantern to extinguish? It has only been 3 days. How many days did you say? 3 days. You fool. Why did you not report this sooner? Elder Son erupted, springing to his feet in anger. I understand my mistake. The disciple thought bitterly, cursing inwardly. If I had reported it earlier, would you not have scolded us to death? Elder Son's expression grew grave. He was well aware of the methods employed by Yun Tianyang. It was inconceivable that he would remain in the netherworld for 3 days without returning. Now, with 3 days having passed and the lantern still unlit, 2 possibilities emerged. Either he had encountered a formidable force in the underworld and was unable to escape, or he had perished. Regardless of which scenario was true, it was evident that the soul of Protector Yun was likely trapped in the underworld, unable to return. Elder Son shot a fierce glance at the disciple before striding out of the hall. This matter required immediate communication with the sect. It was not merely about the importance of Protector Yun to the Ghost Suppression sect, but rather the imperative to uphold the sect's dignity. If minor spirits dared to harm members of the Ghost Suppression sect, they must be held accountable. Elder Son hastened towards the palace of the Grand Elder. For the sect leader was often absent, leaving the Grand Elder to oversee the affairs of the Ghost Suppression sect. At this moment, within the Great Elder's hall, the venerable elder Yin Jintian sat regally. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he exuded a powerful aura, with 5 strands of true energy swirling around him. Above his head, a faintly discernible flower of the Tao blossomed, emanating a mysterious radiance. Yin Jintian, a formidable master at the pinnacle of the 5 Qi returning to one realm, was on the verge of a breakthrough to the state of a single flower converging at the top. Indeed, he had nearly coalesced such a flower. Below him gathered several elders, seemingly engaged in deliberations. At that moment, Elder Son arrived in haste, bowing respectfully to the Great Elder. Great Elder, there is a matter of utmost urgency that I must report to you. What has transpired in the Soul Hall, Elder Son? The Great Elder inquired in a grave tone. Indeed, the soul lamp of the Protector Yun Tianyang has not illuminated for 3 days, Elder Son replied, his expression somber. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembled elders shifted with alarm. Particularly, the Great Elder's eyes narrowed, radiating 2 beams of keen light directed at Yun Tianyang. Is this truly the case? Every word is accurate. My disciples have just informed me of this, Elder Son confirmed. The Great Elder's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze towards an elderly man below. Elder Wu, ascertain the whereabouts of Yun Tianyang. Understood. Elder Wu responded, his hand glowing momentarily as a ledger appeared. As the head of the task hall, he maintained records of the whereabouts of the protectors on duty. Elder Wu's brow furrowed as he perused the ledger. After a brief moment, his eyes lit up as he located Yun Tianyang's name. Great Elder, he is at the Eastern Zhou Manor. The Eastern Zhou Manor? What has happened there? Later, the Cloud Protector received word and proceeded to suppress the situation in the Qingyang prefecture of the Eastern Zhou, yet has not returned since. Elder Wu's words enveloped the hall in a heavy silence. How could a mere Qingyang prefecture harbor malevolent spirits so formidable that even the Cloud Protector struggles to subdue them? Elder Yang, have you received any intelligence? A middle-aged man rose and replied, Indeed, I have received some information, though it pertains to trivial matters. According to reports from my subordinates, it seems an organization known as the Underworld has emerged, executing those practitioners in Qingyang Prefecture whose lifespans have expired. Knowing that our Ghost Suppression sect has dispatched enforcers, I refrained from reporting it. Foolishness, the Grand Elder exclaimed sharply. Under our watchful eyes, we shall not permit any organization from the Underworld to take root. Xizhan, investigate this so-called Underworld, regardless of whether the Cloud Protector has fallen victim to them. We must eradicate this underworld, which dares to monitor the realm of the living. Understood. A middle-aged man rose, his body enveloped in 3 currents of true energy, radiating with intensity. As he spoke, he strode towards the hall's exit. Remember, we must not afford the underworld even the slightest opportunity. We shall obey. Soon, 3 days passed. At this moment, outside Liangjing City, several men accompanied a woman. These individuals were none other than the Mo and Li clans, hastily arriving from Qingyang Prefecture. Mo Li Shi, originally named Li Qingxiu, had endured numerous hardships along the way, yet ultimately persevered. Zhang Yang, once we enter the city, instruct them to act with discretion. This is the capital, and a single individual could easily place us in peril, Li Qingxiu directed. Madam, rest assured, I comprehend, Zhang Yang spoke. Upon entering the city, we shall seek a modest inn. Once settled, please assist me in inquiring about the Elder of the Ghost Gate, preferably one with a penchant for indulgence. Madam, Zhang Yang's expression shifted. For Dao Jun and my son, I am willing to endure any hardship. Zhang Qingxiu's gaze was resolute, though not in the prime of her youth. At over 30, she still possessed an alluring charm. Coupled with her years of diligent self-care, she rivaled even the most youthful of maidens, exuding a unique allure. Did you not mention that Dao Jun and Gui Er are suppressed in the underworld and have yet to enter the realm of shadows? That should be the case. Zhang Yang sighed. Then it is settled. Not only shall I strive to bring Dao Jun and Gui Er back to life, but I shall also ensure that Suyu suffers eternally, trapped in a nightmare for all eternity. Chapter 62. The Ghost Gate truly is our sanctuary at the city gates. Li Qingxiu's visage twisted in a grimace, a faint aura of malice lurking beneath. Her words sent a shiver down Zhang Yang and his companion's spines. A chill of foreboding washing over them. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Indeed, this adage held truth. Offending anyone is unwise, but to cross a woman is perilous. Zhang Yang inwardly gasped, gazing at Li Qingxiu with a solemn tone. Madam, I vow to safeguard your safety with my life. With that, Zhang Yang led Li Qingxiu and the others into Liangjing. The city was resplendent, its streets broad and bustling, far surpassing the modest confines of Qingyang County. After entering, they sought a secluded and tranquil inn to make their arrangements. Subsequently, Zhang Yang ventured out with the others to gather intelligence. Do not presume that Imo Daozheng, having served as a governor for so many years, has amassed a considerable fortune. This wealth has all been transformed into spiritual essences. He is acutely aware that he will inevitably face reckoning in the underworld. Most of the spiritual essences have been taken by Li Qingxiu, intended for their future life together. However, to his astonishment, Imo Shogui still faced the reckoning. Despite this, Li Qingxiu is no ordinary woman. Her character is of the highest caliber, which is precisely why Imo Daozheng holds her in such high regard. At this moment, Li Qingxiu is putting these spiritual essences to use, managing the relationship with the ghost suppression sect. Though she possesses no other extraordinary skills, she is imbued with confidence, believing that if she can connect with the elders of the ghost suppression sect, she will find a way to rescue Imo Daozheng and Imo Zigui from the underworld. Meanwhile, the sect's envoy, Xizhan, has arrived at the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, accompanied by a dozen formidable practitioners, all adept in the art of returning to the original essence. He himself has attained the level of the three Qi returning to origin. With such prowess, no one, save for the king of hell and the underworld, can rival him. He does not believe that the so-called lord of the underworld possesses the strength of a city god. Within the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, Zhou Tianxian is filled with excitement. A servant has just informed him that individuals from the ghost suppression sect have arrived and are now making their way towards his residence, which fills him with unexpected joy. The arrival of representatives from the sect signifies the impending doom of the king of hell, Su Yanwang. Finally, peace will return to the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. Once Su Yanwang is dispatched, Zhou Tianxian shall reclaim his status as the sovereign of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. At this thought, Zhou Tianxian cannot help but burst into laughter. Let us go and welcome the esteemed envoys of the ghost suppression sect, he exclaims with glee, striding out of the grand hall and towards the entrance of his abode. At this moment, Xizhan, accompanied by several envoys from the ghost suppression sect, walks within the city of Eastern Zhou Prefecture. They were enveloped in a powerful aura, exuding an overwhelming sense of terror. The individuals from the Eastern Zhou mansion displayed subtle changes in their expressions, gazing at the ghost subduers with eyes filled with reverence. It was precisely because of their presence that the malevolent spirits from the underworld dared not act recklessly. They were the reason for their prolonged existence and longevity. Xizhan, with a gaze as sharp as ice, led the way, closely followed by numerous ghost subduers. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd ahead, and people hastily parted ways. The figure of Zhou Tianxian emerged onto the street. His face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. Upon seeing Xizhan and his companions, Zhou Tianxuan's expression shifted slightly. These individuals were far too formidable. Even he felt a sense of pressure in their presence. Moreover, given his experience, he realized he did not recognize any of them, suggesting they must belong to the upper echelons of the ghost-subduing sect. I am Zhou Tianxian from the Eastern Zhou Mansion, paying my respects to the esteemed ghost subduers, he said, clasping his hands in greeting. Xizhan, exuding an unsettling aura with his long hair cascading like a waterfall, regarded Zhou Tianxian with a chilling demeanor. Speak of the underworld. What is their current situation? He inquired. No need. Let us discuss it here. Duty calls, and we cannot afford delays, Xizhan replied gravely. Zhou Tianxuan's expression stiffened momentarily before he managed to smile, saying, Then I shall heed your words. Everyone, disperse. At that moment, Zhou Tianquan's demeanor shifted as he surveyed the surroundings. Instantly, guards emerged, dispersing the gathered crowd. Certain matters were indeed unsuitable for public discussion, and some issues existed solely as rumors. As the guards cleared the area, Zhou Tianquan's expression grew increasingly solemn. He gazed at Xizhan and spoke in a low voice, "My lord. The origins of the netherworld lie in a minor spirit who vanquished the Lord of the Nine Mountains and subsequently established the realm of the dead. Furthermore, he purged Qingyang County, harboring ambitions to oversee it. Are the guardians of the Ghost Gate destined to remain in the underworld as a result of the netherworld's actions?" Xizhan's eyes glinted with coldness as he replied tersely, "Indeed." Zhou Tianquan hesitated briefly before nodding in affirmation. "Understood." Xizhan, a man of few words, turned and departed, making his way beyond the city. "My lord, perhaps you should rest within the city for a while," Zhou Tianquan suggested respectfully. "There is no need. Until the malevolent spirits are vanquished, I shall find no peace at night," Xizhan stated resolutely before leading his entourage away. Zhou Tianquan trembled slightly and bowed to Xizhan, with the numerous guards behind him following suit. Their faces were solemn, hearts filled with reverence. The guardians of the Ghost Gate indeed contributed significantly to the realm of the living. Who does not wish to preserve their life? Who does not yearn for longevity? Yet, all of this is bestowed by the Ghost Gate. They eliminate those wicked spirits daring to disrupt the peace of the living. Any spectral entities aspiring to oversee the living are swiftly dealt with by them. Otherwise, the underworld would undoubtedly witness the rise of formidable spirits seeking to govern the living. However, the Ghost Gate seemingly seeks neither fame nor fortune. Their sole objective is to eradicate the chaotic spirits without expectation of any reward. Such a force naturally earns the admiration of those in the realm of the living who wish to prolong their existence. Yet, not everyone agrees with the practices of those seeking to extend their lives. Some wise individuals believe that the actions of the Ghost Gate contravene the natural order of the heavens, disrupting the balance of the universe. They foresee that retribution will inevitably come. Nevertheless, despite their thoughts, they dare not voice them aloud. Once spoken, the words would invoke the Ghost Suppression Gate, leading to the demise of those who mislead the masses with their deceitful utterances. Moreover, there exists a faction that opposes the methods of the Ghost Suppression Gate, namely, the impoverished. They struggle to survive, enduring the oppression of the affluent. Yet, these wealthy individuals enjoy prolonged lifespans, with some having tormented the poor for generations, and others leaving a legacy of torment that endures for millennia. They yearn for the demise of these afflictions, yet no one from the underworld dares to claim their souls. The root of all these calamities lies within the Ghost Suppression Gate. It is precisely because they have consistently stifled the underworld that the malevolent forces in the mortal realm continue to wreak havoc through the ages. At this moment, as they observed the departure of those from the Ghost Suppression Gate, Zhou Tianquan and his companions bore solemn expressions. Their sentiments diverged from those of the impoverished. As long as the Ghost Suppression Gate remained, no malevolent spirits would dare to seize their souls. The Ghost Suppression Gate and its enforcers truly serve as our guardians. Zhou Tianquan sighed deeply. "At your command." Xizhan, accompanied by a dozen ghost suppressors, advanced resolutely towards the East Zhou mansion at the gates of the underworld. "Elder C, shall we first visit the TC Yamen or proceed directly to the underworld?" inquired one of the ghost suppressors. "Humph. A faction of the underworld has emerged under Li Ruren's jurisdiction. I shall witness how Li Ruren intends to justify this," Xizhan replied in a low tone. "Let us head to the TC Yamen." With that, they made their way directly to the TC Yamen. Chapter 63. The posture of Li Ruren in the realm of the underworld. The atmosphere was thick with ghostly energy, and spectral figures flickered all around. The individuals from the Ghost Suppression Gate traversed a broad path along the yellow springs, flanked by the fiery red blooms of the other shore flower, which illuminated the swirling specters of malevolence, creating a scene both eerie and formidable. The appearance of several individuals caused the spirits along the road to the yellow springs to change their expressions, hastily retreating. This road is none other than the Yellow Springs Road of the Tissayamen. Beyond the Ghost Gate lies the territory of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. In principle, the city of Eastern Zhou is directly monitored by the Yamen of the Lord of Death, Li Ruren. However, the underworld is now in disarray, utterly incapable of overseeing its affairs. The souls that these ghostly officials are collecting are those unfortunate individuals within the city who lack the means to extend their lives, as well as ordinary people from nearby towns. They possess neither identity nor wealth to sustain their existence, leaving them to be claimed by the underworld. The group moved swiftly, and before long, they had crossed the River of the Dead and entered the Tissayamen. They faced almost no inquiries and smoothly entered the Grand Hall. for their imposing aura was truly remarkable, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent that left no spirit daring to question them. Upon entering the hall, Saizen spotted a spirit seated at the pinnacle of the chamber. This spirit, clad in white, exuded an ethereal grace, were it not for his pallid visage and the swirling aura of death surrounding him. Even the most handsome young noble from the realm of the living would struggle to rival his beauty. Li Ruren, seated at the summit of the hall, regarded the sudden arrival of the group of practitioners from the living world with a flicker of his gaze. Unfazed and unperturbed, he raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying no sign of turbulence, and spoke in a calm voice. "What brings you here?" Deep down, he understood that their purpose was merely to address the matter of King Su Yan's annihilation of the ghostly officials of the Ghost Gate. "Li Ruren, Elder Sitsi is present. What is your attitude in this matter?" At this moment, a ghostly envoy behind Si Zhan spoke in a low voice. "What? Do you expect me to beat drums and welcome you?" Li Ruren cast a cold glance at the ghostly envoy and replied icily, "You seek death." The ghostly envoy roared in fury. As soon as his words fell, Li Ruren abruptly rose to his feet. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth from him, enveloping the ghostly envoy entirely. The envoy's expression changed dramatically, and he felt a chilling sensation throughout his body. Under Li Ruren's gaze, an inexplicable fear gripped him, as if uttering another word would shatter him to pieces. "Try moving." Li Ruren fixed his gaze upon the ghostly envoy and spoke in a deep tone. Ever since he ascended the ghost god ranking, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed, allowing him to swiftly break through the bottleneck of the 3 chi returning to origin. At this moment, exerting the pressure of his 3 chi returning to origin realm upon a ghostly envoy of the 1 chi returning to origin realm was utterly terrifying. The ghostly envoy's face turned ashen, yet he ultimately dared not utter another word. "Hiki." At this juncture, Si Zhan chuckled, waving his hand to unleash a formidable force that shielded the ghostly envoy from Li Ruren's oppressive aura. "Li Ruren, do you truly believe that my ghostly gate dares not to kill you?" Si Zhan spoke coldly. "At the very least, you cannot kill me," Li Ruren replied calmly. "Indeed. I did not expect you to have broken through to the 3 chi returning to origin realm," Si Zhan scoffed. "The events of that year are still vivid in my memory. If it weren't for Cui Ju, you would have been obliterated countless times by now." Recalling that year, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Ruren's eyes. Back then, he had entangled with the son of a prince, and it was Si Zhan who led the pursuit, with Yun Tianyang acting as the vanguard, relentlessly hunting him down. At that time, he was no match for Yun Tianyang and was nearly subdued by him. Eventually, Elder Cui intervened and repelled Yun Tianyang. Unyielding, Yun Tianyang summoned Si Zhan. However, before Elder Cui, Si Zhan could not even withstand a single strike and was decisively defeated. At that moment, Elder Cui did not reveal his true strength. It was only later that it became known he was a formidable warrior at the 5 chi returning to origin stage. The world only recognizes the lineage of ghostly decrees as the civil officials from the ancient underworld. Yet they remain unaware that each member of this lineage is a remarkable figure, endowed with exceptional talent and a long-standing heritage. Li Ruren, another realm has emerged in your jurisdiction. How do you intend to explain this? Si Zhan remarked in a low tone. He held little fondness for Li Ruren, and had it been possible, he would have long sought to eliminate him. However, the Grand Elder had advised against provoking Cui Ju unless absolutely necessary. He was orchestrating a grand plan to cleanse the regions under the jurisdiction of the Ghost Gate, eliminating all malevolent spirits that posed a threat to the realm of the living. Until this grand cleansing commenced, it was prudent to refrain from any reckless actions. Hence, Cui Ju continued to exist, and Li Ruren remained unscathed. Explain? What is there to explain? Li Ruren retorted dismissively. Does the underworld have any organization that requires me to provide explanations to your realm? Are you not concerned about the wrath of the city god Heliantian from Sunluo City? Do you not realize that this nether realm is conspiring against you? As a commander, harboring rebellious spirits under your command carries significant repercussions, Si Zhan coldly scoffed. Is that so? What about your own faction? Because of you, the shattered structure of my underworld can be sustained. Li Ruren wore a face full of mockery, seemingly deriding the world of the living, yet perhaps also mocking himself. Humph. Li Ruren, you still maintain an air of defiance. Si Zhan snorted coldly. One day, I shall seize the opportunity to personally refine you. Then I shall wait. Li Ruren cast him a sidelong glance, then closed his eyes, feigning slumber, disregarding the others. Let us depart. Si Zhan, of course, would not seek unnecessary trouble. Now was not the time to eliminate Li Ruren. If he truly dared to act against Li Ruren, he believed he would undoubtedly not leave the underworld alive. That Chui Ju is also a lunatic. Elder, shall we simply let Li Ruren go? At the very least, we can ascertain one thing. The underworld bears no connection to Li Ruren. How does Elder C know this? A ghostly envoy inquired. Humph. If the underworld were truly related to him, he would never exhibit such a reaction. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, then proceeded towards the underworld. Within the hall of the underworld, Li Ruren wore a smile, gazing lightly towards the outside of the hall. Master of the hall, should we notify the underworld? At that moment, someone entered the hall. It was Li Ruren's trusted aide, Lu Lingji. Notify them. There's no need. These individuals are here to escort souls. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingji's expression shifted, his confusion deepening. After Si Zhan's departure, he made his way directly to the underworld. Meanwhile, within the underworld, ghostly shadows flickered as numerous ghostly envoys gathered, each wielding a soul-reaping cord. Before them stood a spectral figure, Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi exuded an overwhelming aura. Standing before numerous ghostly emissaries, his entire being enveloped in swirling shadows, radiating intense energy. After 2 days of deliberation, the underworld had completed the judgment of all souls from the mortal realm. Now, Su Yi was poised to initiate the grand reckoning against the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, with the first target being the Shanhua County, the region that had prolonged the life of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture the most. Chapter 64. The end approaches. Within the depths of the underworld, phantoms flickered. Su Yi stood before the multitude of ghostly agents, his gaze icy and penetrating as he addressed them in a low, commanding tone. At this moment, we shall commence with Shanhua County. Enshrouded in sinister energy, his cold eyes instilled terror. We shall obey your command. Target, Shanhua County, let us proceed. Instantly, the ghostly emissaries set forth under Su Ye's leadership, accompanied by the Black Ghost King as they navigated towards the Ghost Gate. The punishment department was unlikely to encounter any surprises, having little to occupy their time. They were summoned by Su Yi. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm of Shanhua County, revelry reigned every night. The recent cleansing of Qingyang County had little impact on their celebrations. A few days prior, Yang Shanha mentioned that the life and death ledger of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture was in the hands of the Prefect Lord. He had personally altered the names, rendering any reckoning by Su Yi futile, as the ledger at the level of the Lord of Death revealed nothing significant. To unveil the flaws of those who had extended their lives, one must consult the ledger held by the city god. Moreover, news had reached the prefectural city today, indicating that an elder from the Ghost Gate had personally ventured into the underworld to slay King Su. His demise was imminent. That night, Yang Shanha hosted a banquet for the prestigious families and dignitaries of Shanhua County. Shanhua County was vast, considerably larger than Qingyang County. Thus, the Shanhua County stands as the most critically afflicted among the territories under the Eastern Zhou Prefecture's jurisdiction. At this moment, the governor's residence is ablaze with light. And within the grand hall, numerous heads of families sit regally, their tables adorned with an array of delectable dishes and exquisite wines. The assembly raises their goblets, indulging in hearty libations. In the heart of the hall, elegantly clad dancers draped in sheer silk perform gracefully. The attendees beam with delight, captivated by the dancers' enchanting movements, their hearts brimming with joy. This existence, devoid of concern for life and death, is truly a sublime experience. Esteemed guests, after today, the king of the underworld shall vanish into oblivion, ensuring the tranquility of the 12 counties under the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, particularly Shanhua. Yang Shanhua, seated at the pinnacle of the hall, proclaimed with a resonant voice. He raised his goblet and continued, "Let us all continue to revel in life, free from worries henceforth. Governor, this is splendid indeed. We toast to you." Someone bellowed, lifting their cup high in mirth. "To the governor," echoed the crowd, raising their goblets in unison. "Let us drink together." "Aha." Yang Shanhua laughed heartily, tilting his head back to drain his cup. The hall was filled with joyous laughter as the guests savored fine wine while admiring the dancers' performances, reveling in the merriment. Gradually, the revelers succumbed to inebriation, their eyes clouded and faces flushed with the effects of alcohol. Some, in their intoxication, had already drawn the dancers into their embraces. Meanwhile, outside Shanhua County, spectral figures began to converge, and soon, they amassed on the outskirts of the county. "Commence!" At this moment, with a command from Su Yi, the numerous ghostly envoys sprang into action, each clutching a small ledger inscribed with names meticulously penned by Li Ruren. These are the names of all the life extenders in Shanhua County. A multitude of spectral enforcers stealthily infiltrated the city, commencing their soul reaping. Presently, their powers have grown formidable, and they encountered little resistance in their grim task. Moreover, most of the county's formidable figures were congregated within the governor's mansion, intoxicated and oblivious to the presence of the underworld's emissaries. Many cultivators departed this world in silence, their souls drawn away in slumber. The soul-reaping specters emerged from the city, trailing behind them the spirits of the departed. Siyu stood atop the peak of Shanhua County, his demeanor cold and detached as he surveyed the entire city. With each soul extracted, his merits incrementally ascended. At last, someone, awakened in the night, felt a sudden chill and, upon glancing beside them, discovered their companion had silently passed away. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, rousing the entire household. Suddenly, everyone awoke, realizing with horror that all those who had extended their lives within the mansion had inexplicably lost their breath. Second Master. Could it be that a specter has entered the city? Nonsense. How could a lowly ghost dare to enter? Second Master, have you forgotten Xinjiang County? It was purged overnight. At these words, the man referred to as Second Master paled, as if struck by a thought. He urged, quickly, inform the family head. The family head is still at the governor's mansion, drinking, and has yet to return. Then we must go to the governor's mansion. In an instant, Shanhua County was engulfed in chaos. One by one, cultivators fell, and countless voices cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion, various instruments played, dancers twirled gracefully, and numerous family heads, under the governor's guidance, reveled in laughter and conversation. They remain utterly oblivious to the fact that the entire Shanhua County has succumbed to a state of anxiety. Come, let us drink again. Yang Shanhua laughed heartily. It is a pity for my brother Daojin from Qingyang County. He is indeed out of luck. Having indulged in too much drink, Yang Shanhua's face beamed with joy. Yet he shook his head with a sigh. The governor need not be disheartened. The departed are gone, and those alive must live well. Haha, well said. We must live well. Yang Shanhua laughed again. Drink up. Master of the house, we have a visitor. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the grand hall. The atmosphere within the governor's residence became tense and noisy. Shortly thereafter, the low shouts of the guards could be heard. Allow me to enter. I must see the head of the Mu family. The voice was filled with urgency, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped on. The governor is currently enjoying a drink with the heads of various families. Your lack of decorum is astounding. If you disrupt the governor and the other esteemed guests, do you think you will live to see another day? Still drinking? Their kin are nearly all gone, and yet they continue to drink. The individual, having lost all restraint, could not help but curse. How dare you? Seize him. Master, please come out. They are all dead. They are nearly all gone. At this moment, everyone in the hall furrowed their brows and turned their gaze towards the governor, who was causing such a commotion outside. A guard promptly entered the hall and respectfully reported. Reporting to the governor, it is a servant from the Mu family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Mu family's expression changed, and he clasped his fist towards the governor, saying, My lord, my servant is unaware of the gravity of the situation. I beg your forgiveness. Master, please stop drinking. Your mother has passed away. Just then, the voice of the Mu family member echoed once more from outside. The head of the Mu family's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. His mother had only been granted a new lease on life a few years prior. How could she possibly be dead? This despicable servant truly dared to commit murder. Not only your mother, but your seventh uncle has also perished. Preposterous. The Mu family head erupted in anger, only to quickly realize his loss of composure and hastily offered his apologies to Yang Shanhua. My lord, please temper your wrath. Who dares? Just then, a commanding voice echoed from outside the grand hall. I demand to see the head of the Li family. At this proclamation, the Li family head's expression shifted, and he sprang to his feet in alarm. In that moment, everyone sensed an unusual tension in the air, especially Yang Shanhua, the governor, who furrowed his brow and turned to a guard, murmuring, Go outside and ascertain what has transpired. Why have members of various families succumbed simultaneously? Yang Shanhua's countenance darkened. The loss of a few lives did not trouble him greatly, but the notion of a collective demise was troubling. Chapter 65. Reckoning in Shanhua County within the Grand Hall. An atmosphere of inexplicable anger prevailed. The heads of the families wore grim expressions, exchanging bewildered glances. What could possibly lead to such untimely deaths within the city? 3 families had already sent mourners to report their losses. This unsettling situation weighed heavily upon their hearts. Could it be the work of malevolent spirits? Meanwhile, the dancer continued her graceful movements, her presence only serving to heighten their agitation. Enough. Everyone leave. Yang Shanhua bellowed. He summoned his vital energy. a flash of brilliance illuminating the room as he dissipated the stench of wine that clung to him. Only then did he regain a semblance of clarity. Reflecting upon the mournful announcements he had just heard, a sense of foreboding settled within him. Moreover, the sensation grew increasingly intense, causing his eyelids to twitch. At that moment, the heads of various esteemed families were engulfed in their own intoxication, their expressions grim as they gazed at Yang Shanha. Something was amiss. They needed to investigate. Yang Shanha's countenance darkened, unable to wait for the guard's report any longer. "My lord, it is dire. Something has transpired. Speak." Yang Shanha's expression shifted as he urged. "Our Shanha County is doomed. A pervasive malevolence has spread throughout the city, accompanied by cries echoing from every corner. It appears that malevolent spirits have entered the city." The guard hastily explained. "Impossible," Yang Shanha bellowed. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared outside the grand hall. His keen senses detected an overwhelming aura of darkness permeating the air, intertwined with faint, sorrowful cries, a scene of desolation. It cannot be. How dare the Lord of the Netherworld encroach upon the souls of Shanha County? Could it be that Su Yanwang has returned? Yang Shanha found himself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Su Yanwang supposed to be subdued by those guarding the Ghost Gate? "My lord, what should we do? It seems our entire Shanha County is shrouded in a ghostly presence." Many family heads began to panic. The three heads who had just received the news of their kin's demise hurriedly departed with their attendants. "Follow me. I must ascertain who dares to tamper with the souls of Shanha County." Yang Shanha roared. With that, he led the way out of the estate. "Light the lamps." Yang Dabin transformed, commanding loudly. Instantly, the heads of the families sprang into action, soaring to the rooftops of various buildings within the city to ignite the lamps. In an instant, the city was aglow. Unbridled audacity. Yang Shanha beheld this scene, and a chilling smile crept across his face. Only moments ago, he had feigned compassion, lamenting for Imo Daojian, yet now, unexpectedly, the tables had turned upon him. With an enraged shout, he charged into the street. At that instant, Yang Shanha abruptly trembled, sensing a gaze fixated upon him. In that moment, an icy chill enveloped him, as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. He suddenly lifted his gaze, looking upward. There, atop a towering building, stood a figure shrouded in an aura of malevolence, emanating an ominous presence. The sight was terrifying. A spectral essence swirled around him, filling the air with dread. "Who is it?" "The underworld, Suyi." The voice spoke, cold and devoid of emotion. Suyama? Yang Shanha was struck with trepidation. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree, though he had never encountered Suyi. The mere mention of his name sent a shiver coursing through him. Such a fearsome reputation was enough to instill dread. "Suyama, what do you mean by this?" Yang Shanha bellowed. Despite his fear, certain questions demanded clarity. His jurisdiction, Shanha County, was not under the purview of the underworld's scrutiny. It was utterly irregular for the underworld to intrude upon Shanha County to collect souls. "Collect souls," Suyi replied nonchalantly. "Collect souls? Whose souls are you claiming to collect? Shanha County does not fall within your underworld's jurisdiction. On what grounds do you dare to collect souls?" Yang Shanha was on the brink of madness, inexplicably targeted by the underworld for soul collection. He was well aware of the dealings he had conducted in the realm of the dead, where he had received numerous benefits from the Lord of the Underworld. "Your Excellency Yama, all souls beyond the realm of the primordial spirit have been apprehended." At that moment, a voice resonated from within Shanha County. Suyi nodded, then turned his gaze towards Yang Shanha and the several pallid family heads beside him. These individuals possessed formidable cultivation and had long lifespans, most of whom had not sought to extend their lives. However, a few family heads had exhausted their lifespans and were now surviving solely through life extension. Suyi looked at those family heads, then with a grand gesture, summoned a black chain that flew towards them. Yang Shanha and the others were stricken with alarm, yet they soon realized they could not evade it in the slightest. Their bodies felt as though they were firmly bound. With a faint sound, the primordial spirits of the family heads were directly extracted. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dull thuds, their corpses collapsed to the ground. "Suyama, what are you doing? Cease at once," Yang Shanha bellowed. "Yet." "So you paid him no heed?" "No. How could this happen? Lord Protector, save us." "No, I do not wish to die. I have not yet lived enough. I have just taken a concubine and have not yet consummated the marriage." A few souls struggled, but they found it impossible to escape the grip of the soul-reaping chain. Yang Shanha's expression darkened as he glared at Suyi, shouting, "Suyama, you shall regret this. The underworld has its laws, and you have overstepped your bounds. Prepare for the retribution of the underworld." "Humph." A being of the mortal realm daring to lecture me on the laws of the netherworld? Yi scoffed, fixing his gaze on Yang Shanhe and solemnly stating, Yang Shanhe, think wisely. Suyama, name your price. I am willing to negotiate. Yang Shanhe, realizing Su Yi would not relent, reluctantly resorted to bargaining with wealth. When the lifespans of the beings of the mortal realm are exhausted, they are to enter the underworld. It is the established order. Should you dare to obstruct further, the consequence may be the shortening of your lifespan, or worse, your complete demise. Yang Shanhe wished to voice his thoughts, yet he found himself too intimidated to speak. This Lord Su of the underworld is utterly unreasonable. Su Yi turned away from the onlookers and issued a commanding shout. Numerous ghostly enforcers escorted the departed souls away from the borders of Shanhe County. Yang Shanhe's expression darkened, his anger reaching a boiling point. In comparison to Imo Daojian, he felt even more constrained. The territory of the underworld was previously governed by the Nine Mountains Office, which was responsible for overseeing Qingyang County. Although the cleansing of Qingyang County was regrettable, it nonetheless seemed justifiable. Yet, there was no connection between Shanhe County and the underworld. What soul was being dragged here? This was utterly unjust. Despite Yang Shanhe's fury, he found himself powerless. He was no match for Su Yi, who could easily suppress him with a mere gesture. In that moment, Yang Shanhe resolved to leave the city under the cover of night and hasten towards the capital. The cleansing of Shanhe County was a matter that must be reported to the Lord of the Manor. Chapter 66. The courtroom is my sanctuary. Su Yi, accompanied by the ghostly enforcers of the underworld, had purged Shanhe County, capturing all souls beyond the law. They were now making their way towards the Gate of Ghosts. The cleansing of Shanhe County had conferred significant merit upon Su Yi. Current merit, 4,500. He was one step closer to the coveted 40,000 merit points. However, within the underworld, a great upheaval was unfolding. At that moment, Sijun arrived, leading the guardians of the Ghost Gate, exuding an aura of menace. Yet, the underworld was not as prosperous as he had envisioned. It lay in eerie silence, shrouded in a thick atmosphere of energy hovering over the palatial structures. Occasionally, a ghostly envoy appears within the realm of the underworld, escorting souls from one grand hall to another. Chief Elder, this seems amiss. One of the ghost wardens remarked gravely. Could it be that the underworld anticipated our arrival, leading to the withdrawal of the ghostly envoys? Another warden whispered. Sullenly, Sijun gazed at the numerous edifices ahead, his eyes glimmering with a menacing light. Advance. Should we encounter any ghostly envoy, they are to be eliminated without hesitation, Sijun declared coldly. As you command. The multitude of ghost wardens responded in unison. Instantly, they erupted with a formidable aura of yang energy, charging into the depths of the underworld. Within the underworld, Siyu had taken a significant number of ghostly envoys, leaving only those of lesser strength to maintain its operations. After all, there were still ghostly envoys required to collect the souls of those whose lifespans had expired in Qingyang County. At that moment, sensing the terrifying surge of yang energy from the ghost wardens, the remaining ghostly envoys were visibly shaken. It is the practitioners from the mortal realm. Their yang energy is formidable, one envoy exclaimed in alarm. Quickly flee, they urged, scattering in all directions. The fierce intent emanating from the wardens was unmistakable, and the weaker ghostly envoys knew they stood no chance of resistance. Do you think you can escape, little specters? Sijun scoffed. These minor ghosts were far too feeble. Their subjugation could be achieved with but a mere gesture. What do you intend? This is the underworld, not a playground for your mischief. One of the fleeing specters cried out in desperation. King Su Yin will not let you off lightly. King Su Yin? Does he dare show himself? Sijun retorted, advancing step by step toward the fleeing specters. Hurry, go to the court of judgment. The judge is there. Beseech him to take action. The little spirits cried out, all rushing towards the grand hall of the court. The judge? How utterly arrogant. Daring to pass judgment on the souls of the living. Do you truly believe this underworld is worthy? Sijun bellowed, striding forward alongside the ghostly messengers towards the court. Behind him, the ghostly wardens closely followed. The position of the judge in the netherworld is one of the least favored among the wardens, for they adjudicate the fates of the departed souls from the realm of the living, imposing various sins upon them. The punishments inflicted upon those who enter the underworld are exceedingly brutal. Thus, when the ancient netherworld met its demise, it was the judges who suffered the most horrific fates. At this moment, how audacious it is for this underworld to still establish a judge. They truly do not know the meaning of danger. Today, I shall see who in the underworld possesses the audacity to assume the role of judge, Sijun scoffed. Elder C, the judges of this underworld cannot be directly subdued. They must endure some punishment to appease the souls of the living. As he spoke, the crowd, led by Si Jean, arrived at the entrance of the court of judgment. Upon reaching the gates, an overwhelming aura of solemnity emanated from within, causing an involuntary shiver of reverence to ripple through them. He gazed inside, and his eyes flickered. The air was thick with malevolence, a vast expanse of darkness. Even he could not discern the true nature of the scene within. The wails of anguish cries echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of pounding. Humph! Such pretense, Si Jean sneered, then strode forward, stepping boldly into the court. Once inside, his gaze flickered, a smile creeping into his heart. This judge's abode has been fashioned quite impressively. On either side, a few officers stood steadfastly with their staffs, while above, a judge donned an official attire and a cap sat regally. The surrounding walls were adorned with grotesque carvings of malevolent spirits, their terrifying visages rendered even more horrifying under the eerie glow of the shadows. At this moment, several souls knelt within the court, subjected to the punitive strikes of the officers. The arrival of Si Jean stirred a commotion within the court. How daring, to enter the court in a living body. Seize him, bellowed one of the officers. Si Jean merely smirked, disregarding the officer's outburst, and spoke with a haunting tone. This underworld is destined for destruction. How audacious to judge the souls of the living. You, judge, possess quite the audacity. Upon uttering these words, Si Jean raised his gaze towards the seated judge above. The judge's eyes were imposing, scrutinizing him intently. Suddenly, the judge's expression shifted dramatically, and his body began to tremble. How? Si Jean's countenance transformed in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. How could it be you? Si Jean was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that the judge of the underworld was, in fact, Ju. Though he had only encountered Ju once, the memory was indelibly etched in his mind. During their fateful clash, Ju had merely lifted a hand and subdued him. Such might was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the elder guarding the ghost gate. What brings you here? Si Jean's face reflected palpable fear as he stammered. Si Jean, you have entered the underworld in a living body, transgressing the laws of the netherrealm. You have slain ghostly officials and disrupted my judgment. For these multiple offenses, you shall receive 50 strikes and be cast into the oil cauldron of the punishment department. Ju replied calmly, his demeanor unyielding. You. Si Jean's face paled dramatically. Ju, you ought to be aware of my identity. Should you dare to act in such a manner, you shall surely be extinguished. Execute the sentence. Ju's countenance remained calm, yet emanated an air of authority as he spoke in a low voice. As commanded. With that, 2 officials stepped forward. Ju, you surely overestimate these officials. Without your intervention, they are utterly incapable of restraining me. Ju remained silent, seated majestically at the apex of the grand hall. The 2 officials advanced, reaching out towards Si Jean. A mere child dares to challenge me? Si Jean scoffed, and then, with a surge of inner energy, a wave of terrifying force erupted forth. In his estimation, this energy was sufficient to scatter the 2 officials. Yet, suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. The 2 officials displayed no reaction to the overwhelming energy he unleashed. Instead, the pale hands they extended burst forth with an aura of dread. This was not mere energy. It was an indomitable will, a will that demanded reverence. What is happening? Si Jean was struck with astonishment, and just as he contemplated resistance, his body was seized by the 2 officials. He struggled violently, yet their grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly binding him. No, this is impossible. Si Jean, engulfed in fear, found it incomprehensible how 4 specters of the Yuanshan realm could subdue him, a being of the Sanqi Gui Yuan realm. It is you. At this moment, Si Jean suddenly lifted his gaze toward Ju. Si Jean, within my domain, all living beings and spirits must submit. Ju spoke slowly. This was the legacy of his lineage, the judgment of the divine spirits. In the court, the judge and his officials are beyond reproach. Regardless of who it may be, once one enters the court, one must adhere to its regulations without the slightest infringement. Unless that individual possesses formidable strength, far surpassing others, and can shatter the court itself, then the authority of the court would inevitably crumble. Ju, have you lost your mind? For all these years, the elder of the Ghost Suppression Gate, have not sought your demise. Do you think it is out of fear? I assure you, should you dare to lay a hand on me today, your death is certain. Attack. Ju spoke with a calm demeanor. Instantly, 2 ghostly enforcers advanced, one of whom reached out and grasped at Si Jean's head. Si Jean cried out in agony, feeling his primordial spirit destabilize. as if it were attempting to escape his corporeal form. Amidst his cries, his spirit was gradually being pulled out by the enforcer. This was a forceful extraction, devoid of any specialized tools for soul retrieval, merely accomplished by sheer strength. It is noteworthy that he was a master of the 3 chi returning to origin. How could a mere ghost extract his spirit with bare hands? This is utterly unreasonable, absolutely absurd. What do you intend to do? Cui-ju, what are you planning? At this moment, 2 enforcers held Si Zhan's spirit in place, while the remaining 2 raised their punishment rods, bringing them down with a resounding crash. Bang! The power of the punishment rods was immense, specifically designed to target the soul, and their efficacy varied according to the cultivation level of the punished individual. Thus, when the rod struck, even Si Zhan felt excruciating pain in his primordial spirit, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Cui-ju, you are finished. The ghost suppression gate will never let you go. Si Zhan roared, his face a mask of fury, as an elder of the ghost suppression gate. He had never before endured such calamity. Any mischievous spirit encountering him would invariably submit, as he had always been the one to dominate the ghosts. Yet today, he found himself at the mercy of a spirit. Were it not for his current state of ethereal existence, he would likely be seething with rage. The souls that had just undergone examination stood in astonishment. Si Zhan, clad in attire reminiscent of the legendary gatekeeper of spirits, exuded an aura of formidable power. His yang energy palpable. Upon his entrance, the lingering spirits felt a jolt of hope, believing a savior had arrived. However, it appeared that he too was in peril. Having been forcibly extracted from his essence and left prostrate, enduring blows. Was the underworld truly rebelling against fate? Even the gatekeeper's envoy was not spared. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of punitive rods striking down upon him resonated, causing Si Zhan's spirit to tremble violently in excruciating pain. Outside the court, the waiting gatekeepers sensed an unsettling shift. Si Zhan had been inside for a considerable duration, yet no sign of him emerged. The cacophony of wails intensified, and it seemed to echo his voice, igniting unease among the gatekeepers. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Si Zhan was undergoing punishment? Peering into the chamber, they were met with a hazy expanse, shrouded in malevolent energy, rendering clarity elusive. The harrowing cries emanated from within, and a pall of seriousness enveloped them, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Let us venture inside. One of the gatekeepers declared gravely. I refuse to believe that Si Zhan could be subdued by such a trivial underworld. With that, they advanced towards the inner court, and the first gatekeeper to enter the grand hall was taken aback by the scene unfolding within. Within the court, an imposing elder sat majestically, shrouded in an aura of chilling energy that emanated a palpable sense of dread. The countenance of the ghostly enforcer, Cui-ju, shifted dramatically, nearly compelling him to flee in terror. Chapter 67. Air of the dark moon. The atmosphere in the court was thick with malevolence, as sinister specters loomed around, their visages grotesque and terrifying. At that moment, the ghostly enforcer was rendered speechless upon beholding the spectral figure seated above Cui-ju. His name was well known among the ghostly enforcers of the Great Qi, regarded as the most eccentric of the underworld spirits. Possessing formidable power and eccentric behavior, he could justly be deemed mad. Even the elder of the ghostly enforcers would accord him a modicum of respect, having recognized him from a cataclysmic battle that transpired years prior. Li Ruren had entangled the son of a prince from the Great Qi and was subsequently hunted by the ghostly enforcers. Cui-ju intervened, assisting Li Ruren in evading death. From that day forth, Cui-ju's name echoed through the halls of the ghostly enforcers. Yet, what could possibly bring him to this infernal tribunal? Did he aspire to be the judge of this realm? Such a notion was absurd. With his prowess, attaining the position of city god would be effortless. There was no conceivable reason for him to serve as a mere judge in this modest underworld. The ghostly enforcer's visage turned pale with horror as he cast his gaze upon the spirit being punished before him. The sight was so shocking that it nearly caused him to lose control. The spirit, receiving blows from the enforcers, was none other than Elder C. The ghostly enforcer was petrified, nearly collapsing to the ground. Elder C's spirit was on the verge of disintegration, teetering on the brink of madness. The flesh of this individual shall be stripped away, meted with 50 lashes. At that moment, Cui-ju bellowed from above. No, please. The ghostly enforcer trembled in terror, collapsing onto the ground of the grand hall. Yet, the officers showed no mercy, forcefully extracting the essence of the ghostly enforcer. It hurts. What are you whining about? The battle has yet to commence, one officer shouted. These events transpired in an instant. As waves of yang energy, surged from outside the courthouse. One by one, figures entered the grand hall, mirroring the first ghostly enforcer, their faces pale with shock. "What are you doing?" one of the ghostly enforcers hissed, witnessing the officers restraining the essence of the first ghostly enforcer. "Heh, I never imagined today would be so lively." Chui Ju sneered. "These beings of the mortal realm have violated the laws of the underworld, entering my dominion. All shall be stripped of their flesh, and their essences shall receive 50 lashes each. If they endure, they shall be sent to the punishment department for further retribution." At this moment, Chui Ju shouted, tossing down a decree. "As you command." The 4 officers replied, promptly extracting the essences of the ghostly enforcers. Cries of anguish echoed from within the courtroom, a harrowing sound that sent chills down the spine. Judge Chui is formidable. At this juncture, observing the ghostly enforcers sprawled on the ground under punishment, the numerous ghostly officials were filled with exhilaration. "Cast these bodies into the river of Hades." Yes, the ghostly officials sprang into action, carrying the bodies out of the courthouse. The entire force of the ghostly enforcers was vanquished. Under the command of Chui Ju, the officers extracted the primordial spirits of the offenders, subjected them to punishment, and subsequently brought them before Chui Ju for judgment, ultimately consigning them to the Department of Punishment for the Wicked. For those tasked with guarding the ghostly gates of the mortal realm, Chui Ju's judgments were merely a trivial interlude. After subduing these individuals, Chui Ju resumed his examination of the departed souls. Behind him trailed a cadre of ghostly emissaries, each guiding several spirits as they made their way toward the underworld. As they neared the gates of the nether realm, Su Ye's expression shifted. He sensed a faint aura of yang energy wafting through the underworld. This revelation caused his gaze to narrow. Could it be that a being from the mortal realm had ventured into the underworld? The thought brought a pallor to his countenance. At present, most of the ghostly emissaries were here, leaving the underworld vulnerable. If a being from the mortal realm were to invade at this juncture, the underworld would surely face devastation. "Your Majesty, has something transpired?" The Black Ghost King inquired with urgency. "There has been an incursion from the mortal realm." "What?" The Black Ghost King's expression darkened. "Do not be alarmed, Your Majesty. With Judge Chui present, the mortals should not pose a significant threat. Though he possessed considerable strength, he was ultimately a civil official." Su Yi was unaware of Chui Ju's exact cultivation level, but he surmised it to be above the 3rd phase of returning to origin. After uttering those words, he swiftly moved toward the underworld. Before long, Su Yi arrived in the nether realm and surveyed the scene before him, only to furrow his brow in concern. The underworld appeared unchanged from the time he had left. The air was thick with yin energy, and scattered ghostly emissaries escorted the wandering souls. This sight gave no indication of an invasion from the mortal realm. Could it be that I misinterpreted the sensation? Su Yi pondered aloud. It should not be the case. The presence of yang energy still lingered, indicating that my perception could not have been erroneous. Upon contemplating this, Su Yi made his way towards the tribunal. "Has there been an incursion from the realm of the living?" he inquired, casting a glance at the ghostly envoy, his voice low and somber. "The King of Hell indeed possesses vast powers. There have been intrusions from the living, but they have already been suppressed by Judge Chui." "Judge Chui?" Su Yi echoed in surprise. "Indeed. Who was the intruder? Was it someone from the Eastern Zhou Prefecture?" "Not at all. According to Judge Chui's judgment, the individual in question is an elder from the Ghost Gate, a formidable being who has attained the 3 Qi returning to origin." The ghostly envoy continued with evident excitement. "Your Majesty, you should have witnessed the scene. Judge Chui is truly worthy of his title as the judge of our underworld. He directly captured the elder's primordial spirit and administered 50 lashes in the court, nearly shattering his soul in the process. As it stands, those intruders are likely being subjected to punishment in the Department of Retribution." At this revelation, Su Ye's eyelids twitched. "Chui Ju is indeed quite formidable. You may carry on with your duties," he waved dismissively. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the ghostly envoy departed, Su Yi proceeded directly to the tribunal. Inside the grand hall of the tribunal, Chui Ju sat with authority, gazing down upon the souls that had gathered, his expression one of sternness. At that moment, Su Ye's figure entered from the outer hall, causing the countenances of the gathered spirits to change dramatically. "Your Majesty!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chui Ju looked up, and upon seeing Su Yi, addressed the officials present. "First, escort these souls away. We shall resume the trial shortly." "Understood. You may also withdraw." The officials bowed to Su Yi before exiting. "Your Majesty, please take your seat," Chui Ju urged, rising promptly to show his respect. "Forget it. I shall remain seated here." Su Yi spoke as he settled himself upon a chair beneath the court. This seems inappropriate, Ju murmured. No matter. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Ju gradually took his seat. Has the King of Hell encountered any difficulties this time? Ju inquired, deliberately omitting any mention of the invasion from the realm of the living. The King of Hell has tirelessly pursued the souls beyond the law in the mortal realm. I hold great admiration for such efforts. Ju slowly rose, bowing respectfully to Su Yi. Judge Cui, there is no need for such formalities. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. He gazed at Ju, a faint smile gracing his lips, and remarked, Judge Cui, upon my return, I sense lingering traces of yang energy within the underworld. Yet, has the realm of the living dared to intrude upon the netherworld again? Indeed. A few petty thieves seem oblivious to the rules. Ju responded nonchalantly. At this, Su Ye's eyelids twitched. Petty thieves, in Ju's eyes, were those at the realm of returning to one's origins. Judge Cui, I had not anticipated such depth to your hidden talents. Not only are you adept at adjudicating cases, but your strength is formidable as well. It seems a pity for you to serve merely as a judge in the underworld. You ought to accompany me in expanding the dominion of the netherworld. Upon hearing this, Ju's expression shifted, and he quickly stood, exclaiming, Your Majesty, that is absolutely out of the question. I possess such authority only within this court. Once outside, I would be rendered ineffective. Ha. Su Yi laughed heartily, witnessing Ju's anxiety. I was merely jesting. He would never thrust Ju into the fray. Such tasks are meant for those of brawn. Like the Black Ghost King or Fan Wujiu. The King of Hell's words instilled a sense of trepidation in the old man. Well then, do you believe that the gate of ghost suppression will return? At that moment, Su Ye's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Ju's demeanor also turned serious. In my humble opinion, the gate of ghost suppression will undoubtedly return, and it shall do so swiftly. However, rest assured, Your Majesty, for I am here. You may focus on purging the mortal realm. Even if they return, it will merely be a matter of guiding souls. Yet, I urge you, Su Yin Wang, to act promptly. From what I gather, the Gate of Ghost Suppression is likely planning a significant operation in the mortal realm. This operation may very well engulf the entire domain of the underworld governed by the city of Sanluo. What do you mean by that? Su Yu inquired. My existence has become a thorn in the flesh for the Gate of Ghost Suppression of the Great Qi. It is intolerable to them. Yet, they have yet to take action, not due to an inability to deal with me. To my knowledge, the Gate of Ghost Suppression possesses no fewer than 3 individuals capable of subduing me, yet they have refrained from acting recklessly. Therefore, I deduce that they are likely plotting something. Their scheme, in essence, revolves around a substantial cleansing of the underworld as formidable beings. Ju's expression remained solemn as he spoke slowly. Their movements are elusive, as if they are in search of something. The heir of the Tyrant? Su Ye's countenance shifted. Indeed, this represents the most enigmatic faction in the underworld, said to have originated from Tyrant Mountain, though this remains unverified. Furthermore, the foremost goddess of the underworld, Tyrant Shin Nu, has not substantiated this claim, thus it remains mere speculation. However, the heir of the Tyrant was once the ruler of the ancient underworld, overseeing the mortal realm. However, following the Great War, they were defeated, leading to the decline of the underworld, which fell into a state of despair. What truly transpired in the ancient underworld? Su Ye's heart trembled as he inquired. I do not know. No one knows what occurred back then. All that the later generations of spirits comprehend are mere legends, incomplete at best, Ju replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Su Yi fell into silence. The underworld, it seemed, was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Such a flourishing ancient underworld could not have simply withered away without a hidden truth behind its downfall. There must still be ancient spirits lingering in the world. Chapter 68. The celestial sphere exploded within the tribunal. Su Ye's heart was tumultuous. Although Ju possessed considerable strength, and his presence in the netherworld afforded Su Yi some peace of mind as he ventured into the mortal realm to cleanse it, he was acutely aware that his time was limited. Should the Ghost Gate truly embark on a thorough cleansing of the underworld, his realm would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. This meant he must swiftly bolster the strength of the netherworld to confront the impending crisis. As the two conversed, the Black Ghost King entered the tribunal. Su Yi nodded and instructed, have the ghostly attendants rest first, then set forth to the mortal realm to continue the purification. At your command, the Black Ghost King replied, filled with excitement, before departing the tribunal. Ju, I entrust these souls to you, Su Yi stated. Understood. Ju responded with a firm nod. At this moment, Word of the cleansing in the Mountain River Prefecture swiftly spread throughout the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. All the governors were taken aback, their fears realized. The Mountain River Prefecture had also been subjected to cleansing, marking it as the second major prefecture, following the Qingyang Prefecture, to be purged by the underworld. The 10 governors bore grave expressions, each harboring unease within. A palpable anxiety gripped their hearts. Unanimously, they set their course towards the capital. Compelled to confer with the lord of the estate, Zhou Tianxian, the matter at hand was of such magnitude that it was beyond their capacity to bear. With solemn faces, the 10 governors instructed the prominent families within their respective cities before embarking on their nocturnal journey to the capital, in the realm of the underworld. Just as Su Yi was poised to embark once more into the realm of the living, an unexpected fortuity arose. Within the hall of Yama, Su Yi received 2 individuals. These spectral beings possessed formidable power, with several having reached the true martial realm. Su Yi directed his underlings to accommodate these spirits, and then turned his gaze towards the 2 visitors. What discoveries have you made during your journey? Your Majesty Yama. We bring forth the evidence against the 11 lords and their chief specters, Xie Bian replied, his expression serious. Producing a piece of Xian paper from his person and presenting it to Su Yi. Upon receiving it, Su Yi scrutinized the document, and his eyes turned cold. Letting out a disdainful snort. Are we to take action against the realm of the living? Having previously purged Qingyang County, and now having cleansed Shanha County. It was only a matter of time before the remaining 10 counties faced the same fate. With a chilling gaze, Su Yi declared, within 3 days. I demand that no soul of the lawless remains in the 12 counties of the Eastern Zhou estate. Understood. In that moment, they divided their forces into 4 paths, heading towards the 4 major counties of the realm of the living. Su Yi led one contingent, Xie Bian another, Fan Wujiao another, and the Black Ghost King the last. Accompanied by the soul-reaping specters of the soul-reaping division, they traversed the gates of the underworld. Xie Bian, Fan Wujiao, and the Black Ghost King were all beings of immense strength, their names etched upon the Divine Spirit's roster. Although they currently stood at the true martial realm, none could rival them unless they had attained the level of Qi returning to origin. Unleashing the power of the spectral body can significantly elevate their combat prowess. And with the fortuitous blessings from the underworld, they become truly invincible in the realm of Zhenwu. The 4 ghostly emissaries moved with remarkable speed, unimpeded as they entered the 4 county cities, commencing their soul-harvesting duties as per their list. In their wake, they cast an intimidating presence. And with the absence of the governor, no one could challenge their authority. Within merely 2 hours, all practitioners who had clung to life in the county cities were thoroughly purged by the ghostly emissaries. In an instant, the air within the 4 county cities was filled with anguished cries, and a profound sorrow permeated through the streets. The underworld emissaries did not linger. They pressed onward toward the netherworld, tasked with cleansing the entirety of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. At this moment, in the city of Eastern Zhou Prefecture, dawn broke, revealing a delicate blush in the eastern sky. As the sun began to rise, the malevolent aura dissipated gradually. Outside the governor's residence, a weary figure approached. His face etched with concern and fatigue. It was Yang Shanha, the governor of Shanhua County. I am Yang Shanha, the governor of Shanhua County. Might the prefect be at home? He inquired, addressing the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Please wait a moment. Allow me to inform him, one of the guards replied. Inform him? Nonsense. Yang Shanha's face darkened with a hint of menace as he brusquely pushed past the guards and strode into the residence. Governor Yang, how could you act in such a manner? The 2 guards exclaimed in astonishment, yet in his fury, Yang Shanha was beyond their restraint. His aura was tumultuous, and as soon as he entered the hall, he headed straight for the main chamber. At that moment, Zhou Tianxian lay reclined at the pinnacle of the hall. Having just risen and partaken of his morning meal, he was now indulging in a dance performance within the grand hall. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a contented expression gracing his face. The elder of the Ghost Gate had descended into the underworld yesterday. He must have already subdued Su Yi by now. Lord. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from outside the grand hall. Zhou Tianxian furrowed his brow, a wave of displeasure rising within him. Who, at such an early hour, lacked the decorum to disturb him? At that moment, Yang Shanha strode directly into the hall. Upon seeing the elegant dancers, his temper flared. The entire Shanhua County was in disarray, and yet the lords still indulged in this spectacle. Get out, Yang Shanha bellowed. Within the hall, Zhou Tianxian rose, his expression darkening as he turned to Yang Shanha. Yang Shanha, have you lost your mind? I am the lord here, or are you? Upon hearing this, Yang Shanha's countenance changed dramatically, realizing he had overstepped in his moment of urgency. "My lord, I am utterly deserving of death." He quickly bowed in deference. "Leave at once." Zhou Tianquan's visage remained grim as he waved his hand. The dancers inclined slightly before retreating from the hall. "What do you intend to achieve this early in the morning?" Zhou Tianxian directed a glare at Yang Shanha, his irritation boiling over. Today, he had finally found a moment of good spirits. Yet Yang Shanha's blatant disregard for propriety had soured it. "If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have to consider appointing someone else to your position of prefect." "My lord, I am on the verge of losing my position as prefect." Yang Shanha's face was a mask of despair and indignation as he spoke. Zhou Tianquan's expression shifted at these words. He sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. As he calmed his mind and contemplated, his gaze narrowed with concern. Yang Shanha arrived at this place early in the morning, which implies that he set off from Shanha County at the stroke of midnight. What event could have transpired that compelled him to rush to the capital city in the dead of night? Contemplating this, Zhou Tianxin suddenly turned his gaze towards Yang Shanha and inquired in a grave tone, "What has happened?" "My lord, Shanha County has fallen. All the practitioners who have extended their lives have had their souls claimed by the underworld." "What did you say? This is utterly impossible." Zhou Tianxin's countenance changed dramatically. "The death register is in my possession. The underworld's officials could not possibly know who has extended their lives." Furious, Zhou Tianxin exclaimed, "Moreover, not every office of the underworld possesses the audacity of the netherworld. My lord, it is not the corresponding underworld official of Shanha County. It is the netherworld itself that has come to claim souls from my county," Yang Shanha lamented. "That is even more implausible. The netherworld has been obliterated. Vanquished by the elders of the Ghost Suppression Gate, Su Yanwang has already been reduced to nothingness. How could he possibly traverse into the mortal realm to claim souls?" "My lord, it is undeniably true. He explicitly proclaimed himself to be Su Yanwang of the netherworld." "Nonsense." Zhou Tianxian smashed the table beside him with a slap, springing to his feet in a fit of rage as he glared at Yang Shanha. "Yang Shanha, I perceive you are utterly terrified. Su Yanwang is already dead." Zhou Tianxian could hardly believe it, perhaps out of a desire to remain in denial. After much effort, he had finally welcomed the elders of the Ghost Suppression Gate to enter the netherworld and slay Su Yanwang. How could he accept the notion that Su Yanwang had not vanished? If that were indeed the case, it would imply that the elders of the Ghost Suppression Gate were once again suppressed in the underworld. Who, then, is this Su Yi? Is there truly such an unfathomable power? "My lord, I cannot be mistaken. He is indeed the king of hell, Su." Yang Shanha gazed in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief, as he regarded the furious Zhou Tianxian. "I refuse to accept this." At that moment, Zhou Tianquan's hair stood on end, a tempestuous aura radiating from him, causing the entire hall to tremble. From the rise of Su Yi, beginning with the capture of Zhang Sanfan's soul, it seemed he had embarked on a legendary path. First, he Gong Ming, the guardian of the Ghost Gate in Dongzhou, ventured into the underworld and was eternally trapped there. Subsequently, the protector of the Ghost Gate, Yun Tianyang, also fell victim to the underworld's grasp. Now, with an elder personally intervening, Su Yi still eludes capture. Why is Su Yi so elusive? Zhou Tianxian was on the brink of madness. He had come to believe that it was indeed the king of hell, Su, who was cleansing the Shanhua County. The other officials lacked such audacity. No, wait. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxian raised his head sharply, his eyes blood-red, his aura chaotic, as if a demonic force was awakening. How does the king of hell know the identities of the resurrected cultivators in Shanhua County? "This, I'm uncertain," replied Yang Shanha, his expression shifting. "There is a problem, undoubtedly. I hold the book of life and death. He cannot discern the changes I have made. Yet how does he possess knowledge of the altars? Has he perhaps ensnared the wrong soul? It seems not." Yang Dabin shook his head. "Let us venture to the underworld, to the office of the officials corresponding to Shanhua County, and inquire with those incompetent officials. Has the underworld truly overstepped its bounds, and yet they remain indifferent? Have you transferred all the precious souls you usually manage to the dogs?" Zhou Tianxian bellowed in fury. "Why, yes." Yang Shanha stammered, swallowing hard, fully aware that Zhou Tianxian was now enraged. At that moment, a servant unexpectedly entered the grand hall. Sensing the terrifying aura within, his body trembled uncontrollably. "What is it?" Zhou Tianxian roared. "A master, the cooks in the kitchen sent me to inquire about the celebration banquet prepared for the elder guarding the Ghost Gate. When shall we commence the preparations?" Upon hearing this, a dark cloud seemed to form on Zhou Tianquan's forehead. almost causing him to explode with rage as he shouted at the servant, "What celebration banquet? The man is dead. Prepare a funeral instead." Chapter 69. The truth cannot be hidden. Zhou Tianquan's roar reverberated throughout the hall, his fury surging like a tempest, a chilling black mist emanating from his entire being. Utterly terrifying. The servant, stunned by the shout, stood frozen in place, trembling in fear, before collapsing to his knees. "Please, master, calm your anger," he implored. "Get out," Zhou Tianquan barked. The servant scrambled out of the hall in a panic. Yang Shanhe swallowed hard, keeping his head lowered, not daring to utter a word. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating, silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. "You may leave as well. I am aware of the situation and shall report it to Liangjing for their decision," Zhou Tianquan finally spoke after a long pause. With that, he sank heavily into his seat, as if he had aged decades in an instant, a profound weariness overtaking him. "Master," Yang Shanhe began, but words failed him. He understood well the consequences of reporting this matter to the Liangjing assembly. Regardless of how the royal family of Deqi would handle it, he, Zhou Tianquan, would undoubtedly lose his position as the governor. Moreover, he would also face punishment under the laws of Deqi. "Let us depart." Zhou Tianquan waved his hand. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the great hall, and 10 figures entered. "Governor." As soon as they stepped into the hall, they spoke in unison. "Brother Yang is also here." Yang Shanhe's expression darkened as he nodded slightly. Zhou Tianquan gazed at the group and solemnly inquired, "Have you come regarding the affairs of Shanhe County?" Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, and one of the magistrates, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Governor, the underworld is utterly despicable." Before he could finish, Zhou Tianquan raised his hand. "Step back. Governor, the underworld. Get out." The 10 magistrates' expressions shifted. Disbelief etched on their faces. The usually composed governor had lost his temper today. They all turned to Yang Shanhe, hoping to glean some insight from his countenance. After all, he had arrived first, and only he knew the full extent of the events that had transpired. "Let us go." Sensing their gazes, Yang Shanhe spoke and was the first to exit the hall. The others looked bewildered, offering their respects to Zhou Tianquan before following Yang Shanhe out. "Brother Yang, the governor." After leaving the residence, one of the magistrates ventured to ask, "The governor has collapsed." Why? They were baffled. Although Shanhe County had been purged, it should not have driven the governor to madness. The lord of the prefecture once confided in us that he had entirely transformed the destinies of all the practitioners from the Eastern Zhou prefecture who had undergone fate alteration, leaving no trace discernible to the judge of the underworld. Upon hearing this, several individuals changed countenance, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could the judge of the underworld possibly know of those who had altered their fates in the Shanhua County? This was indeed perplexing. However, this was not the crux of the matter. At this juncture, Yang Shanhua spoke again. "The most critical issue is that the elder of the Ghost Suppression Gate has descended into the underworld to eliminate Su Yi. Yet, not only has Su Yi survived, but he has also ensnared the primordial souls of those in Shanhua County who were granted extended lives." "What? Has your Shanhua County been cleansed by King Su Yin? How could this be? How is he still alive?" At that moment, the countenances of the various prefects drastically altered. They found it hard to believe that even with the elder of the Ghost Suppression Gate taking action, Su Yi continued to thrive. At this instant, their emotions mirrored those of Zhou Tianquan, intertwined with a thread of apprehension. Given that Su Yin could breach boundaries to seize the souls of the living in Shanhua County, would he also extend his reach to their own counties? "Do you think Su Yin has revolted against the underworld?" one prefect remarked gravely. At this, the assembly fell into silence. If this were indeed the case, they would all be doomed. All prior arrangements made with the judge of the underworld would have been for naught. That is unlikely. If he were to rebel, the city god of the underworld would surely not spare him, another prefect reasoned. "He has already rebelled." Yang Shanhua replied somberly. "Brother Yang, is this truly the case? Does he not consider himself as one of the underworld? Is that not clear enough? If he were not in rebellion, would he dare to traverse the official gates of our jurisdiction to ensnare our souls?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically, their hearts sinking with apprehension. Does this imply that their county city is also under threat? The countenances of the 10 governors turned ashen in an instant. Without even the courtesy of a farewell, they hastily departed. Yang Shanhe offered a grim smile, then proceeded directly towards the ghost gate of Shanhe County. Meanwhile, the 10 governors hastened towards their respective cities, their minds unsettled, fearful that the underworld might cleanse their county cities as well. Little did they know that, before their departure to the prefectural city, The major county cities had already been purged. At this moment, in Mashi County, the wails of the grieving echoed throughout the city. The entire settlement was shrouded in white silk. On the city walls, at the grand estates, and along the streets, white streamers hung mournfully. Coffins were being carried out of the city, followed by mourners clad in mourning garments. Their faces were etched with sorrow. Some cultivators appeared as if aged overnight. Their hair turned white. Their plight was tragic. Within a single night, nearly half of a prominent family had perished. Some mourners were burying both fathers and sons. Why has it come to this? Why has this calamity befallen us? The anguished cries of the cultivators pierced the air, struggling to accept this devastating outcome. Beyond Mashi County, funeral processions traversed the mountains. The heavens lamented, the earth mourned. A pervasive sense of sorrow enveloped the entire realm. At this juncture, the governor of Mashi County, Wang Su, bore a grave expression as he rushed towards Mashi County. Even before arriving, he sensed a profound sadness permeating the void. His countenance shifted, prompting him to hasten his pace. Upon reaching the outskirts of Mashi County, he beheld funeral processions emerging from the county, their somber presence a stark reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Su was rendered utterly speechless. Mashi County is finished. Without a doubt, Wang Su comprehended that his Mashi County had been thoroughly purged. Such extensive loss of life could not have occurred otherwise. He felt compelled to investigate whether the underworld's lord was behind this calamity. After all, it was inconceivable that Su Yin Wang could act with such swiftness. Just last night, the purging of Shanhe County had taken place, and now, it seemed, his Mashi County had met the same fate. Moreover, the other counties were no exception. As the majority of practitioners donned white mourning garments, their heads wrapped in white silk, and large buns atop their heads, solemnly following coffins out of the city, the various governors were in a frenzy. In a single night, the underworld had audaciously cleansed 11 counties. Such formidable power could not possibly be wielded by a mere office of the netherworld. In their fury, numerous governors stormed into the underworld, making their way toward the various offices of the lords. At this moment, Yang Shanhe was the first to arrive, radiating an overwhelming aura of vitality. And he charged directly into the office of the lord overseeing Shanhe County. Wu Ertong, come out. Yang Shanhe bellowed from outside the lord's office. Inside, Lord Wu Ertong was indulging in revelry within the grand hall when he was startled by the booming voice that echoed throughout. Yang Shanhe. Wu Ertong's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he gravely commanded, "You all leave." Once the other spirits in the hall departed, Wu Ertong rose and made his way outside. "What brings Governor Yang to my office today?" Wu Ertong inquired with a forced smile. "Where are the souls of my Shanhe County?" Yang Shanhe replied, his tone heavy with dread. Hearing this, Wu Ertong's expression changed, urgency creeping into his voice. "What do you mean by that, Governor Yang?" "Humph. Wu Ertong, over the years, how many precious souls have you taken from me? I never expected you to conspire with the underworld to collect the souls of those who sought to extend their lives in my Shanshan County. Truly, your greed knows no bounds." Yang Daden was aware that Wu Ertong lacked the audacity for such a scheme, yet since he had come to seek justice, he decided to confront him directly. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Shanhe's words, Wu Ertong's expression shifted dramatically. His face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Lord Yang, I did not. Surely you must be mistaken?" "Mistaken? I ask you, who oversees the lifespans of the beings in my Shanshan County?" "Of course, it is I, Wu Ertong. However, Lord Yang, given the bond between us, is it not your word that determines who lives and who dies?" "Humph. Are you implying that the people of Shanshan County are all destined for death?" No, that is not my intention." "Then why have all the cultivators of Shanshan County perished?" I do not know." Wu Ertong's face was a portrait of grievance. "Lord Yang, even if I harbored such thoughts, I would not possess the courage to act." "Humph. At least you are self-aware." Yang Shanhe scoffed. "Now tell me, how could the underworld claim the souls of my Shanshan County cultivators?" Wu Ertong's expression changed once more. "The underworld has insulted me so. I must take legal action against them," he declared angrily. Yang Shanhe studied Wu Ertong, finding no signs of deceit in his demeanor. This realization led him to conclude that Wu Ertong was entirely unaware of the underworld's involvement with the cultivators of Shanshan County. The mystery deepened in his mind. How did Su Yi come to know the identities of those seeking to extend their lives in the 11 counties of Dongzhou? This day was destined to be tumultuous. As various governors approached the gates of the underworld to interrogate the officials of the Netherrealm. However, their inquiries yielded the same result. The officials were utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. This revelation left the governors of the mortal realm astonished. The jurisdictions under the watch of these officials had unknowingly been infiltrated by otherworldly spirits. Such disregard for the authority of the nether officials was shocking. As they faced the questions posed by the mortal governors, the officials felt a profound sense of violation. Enraged, they resolved to lodge a complaint against Su Yi. How dare they bully the spirits? While it was permissible to lure souls from their domain, why encroach upon theirs? A chorus of indignant exclamations erupted from the officials as they rose in unison, determined to seek redress at the office of the underworld. They aimed to bring their grievances against Su Yi to the attention of the underworld lord, demanding justice for this egregious affront. The matter had escalated to alarming proportions. As the 12 counties of the Eastern Zhou Prefecture had been entirely purged, leaving only the prefectural city standing. If the prefectural lord did not act swiftly, the Eastern Zhou Prefecture would face annihilation. Meanwhile, within the city of Eastern Zhou, Zhou Tianxian sat despondently in the Grand Hall. He had received reports confirming the complete eradication of the 12 counties. At that moment, Zhou Tianxian felt as though his very soul had been extinguished. Even the ledger of life and death had been brought to the mortal realm, yet he was dismayed to find that those who had been granted reprieve still faced reckoning. He understood that this matter must be escalated to the Great Qi. It was no longer something that could be concealed. Chapter 70. It is time for me to act at the gates of the underworld. Within the Eastern Zhou Prefecture, in the Grand Hall of the Prefectural Lord, 11 governors stood somberly beneath the vaulted ceiling. Above them, Zhou Tianxian sat in the foremost position, his countenance ashen and devoid of vitality. He gazed down at the assembly and inquired, "Do you have anything you wish to express? Lord of the manor, we are willing to accompany you to Liangjing." At that moment, a governor spoke up. After all, in the years that Zhou Tianxian had served as the lord, he had shown them great care. Yet, they were beset by misfortune, encountering the king of hell, Su Yanwang. He not only obliterated the lord's future, but also devastated their various prefectures. In the days to come, even if they remained governors, witnessing other regions of the cheese cultivators ceaselessly alter their fates while they could only endure the cycles of life and death, they would surely be consumed by frustration. All of this was the consequence of that king of hell, Su Yanwang. If they could vanquish him, they would willingly share in the burdens with the Lord. "You are well-intentioned," Zhou Tianxian sighed. "However, this matter is not so simple. I shall dispatch someone to report this to the provincial governor, and then we shall await Liangjing's decision. As for my own course of action, I shall leave it to fate. My lord, we intend to remain in the capital for the time being. Should a messenger from Liangjing arrive, we shall bear the responsibility alongside you." Zhou Tianxian felt a twinge of emotion, yet he understood that these governors harbored their own agendas. Their presence in the Eastern Zhou manor was merely to await the arrival of the Deqi envoys, so they could inquire directly whether the souls taken to the underworld had any hope of returning to the living. Zhou Tianxian's gaze flickered. Since Su Yi sought to scrutinize the Eastern Zhou manor, he, Zhou Tianxian, would see how Su Yi intended to oversee the Zhou mountain manor. With this thought, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Tianquan's hand, revealing the ledger of life and death of the beings in Zhou mountain manor. He then waved his hand, adding a century of life to each name inscribed within. "Suyama, I am indeed curious to see how you will summon these souls." Zhou Tianquan's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, his heart scoffing in disdain. At this very moment, the various soul-reaping specters of the underworld displayed expressions of bewilderment. They ventured into the mortal realm to collect souls, yet upon arriving before those whose lifespans had ostensibly come to an end, they discovered an abundance of yang energy emanating from them, devoid of any signs of impending death. This was decidedly abnormal. Under ordinary circumstances, when a being's lifespan has been exhausted, a palpable aura of death would envelop them, an occurrence that, while invisible to the average person, was all too evident to the soul-reaping specters. Yet, at this moment, those who were supposed to be at death's door radiated vitality and vigor, leaving the specters in a state of dismay. Upon consulting their small ledger of life and death, their expressions shifted dramatically. The entities they intended to collect were brimming with life force, possessing a surplus of at least 100 years of vitality. Initially, many of the specters believed they had misread the entries. However, a closer inspection of the small ledger revealed that not a single name belonged to a soul at the end of its lifespan. This realization left them aghast. What on earth was happening? The multitude of specters, gripped by fear, hurriedly made their way to the gate of hell. Such a significant anomaly in the ledger required immediate reporting to Suyama. In the underworld's Yama Hall, The atmosphere was thick with an ominous chill as Su Yi sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber. Having cleared 11 prefectures, he had finally accumulated enough merit. Current merit, 41,000. A month had elapsed since his last elevation in cultivation, and he was now poised to ascend once more. Without hesitation, Su Yi expended 40,000 points of merit to enhance his cultivation. The exchange was successful. The host cultivation has ascended by 1 realm. For the next exchange, 80,000 merits will be required, while the current merits stand at 1,000. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from Su Yi. 3 strands of dark energy surged from his chest, swirling around him. 3 chi returning to origin. At this moment, Su Yi felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. With his various supernatural abilities, he could contend against those at the 4 chi returning to origin level. Furthermore, if he were to harness the fortune of the underworld, even those at the 5 chi returning to origin level could be subdued. After all, the vast fortunes of the underworld are immensely powerful. With such fortunes at his disposal, Su Yi in the returning to origin realm would be nearly invincible. At this moment, Su Yi examined the transparent panel in his mind. Host, Su Yi. Position, King of Hell, Realm, 3 chi returning to origin, treasures, Imperial Edict, Soul Snatching Rope, Divine Spirits List, Merit Mirror, Soul Summoning Banner. Supernatural abilities, Body of the Divine Spirits, Wailing of Ghosts and Wolves. Cultivation Technique, Lunar Scripture. Merits, 1,000. Gazing at the data displayed on the transparent panel, Su Yi nodded thoughtfully. His gaze fell upon the Soul Summoning Banner. This was a divine weapon nurtured by a powerful being, unmatched in its might. However, he had yet to find the opportunity to demonstrate its true strength, making it difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, Su Yi speculated that with his power at 3 chi returning to origin, if he were to fully unleash the Soul Summoning Banner, even a 4 chi returning to origin expert would suffer defeat. As for whether he could vanquish a 5 chi returning to origin opponent, that remained uncertain. Perhaps he would seek out Cui Ju on another day to test its power, Su Yi mused. Within the grand hall of the tribunal, Cui Ju was busy judging the souls of the deceased. He wore a weary expression. Throughout the night, Su Yi had managed to purge the extra-legal souls from 11 prefectures. This had left him overwhelmed, with scarcely a moment of respite. At that moment, he suddenly sneezed, his body involuntarily shuddering. As a judge, he possessed considerable skills in divination, often sensing events beyond the veil. This unexpected sneeze sent a slight tremor through his heart, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the grand hall. The voice of the Black Ghost King resonated. Judge Cui, are you present? Cui Ju's countenance darkened. The Black Ghost King always began with this phrase, which irked him profoundly. As the sole judge of the underworld, he was nearly residing within the judgment hall itself, being the busiest soul in the entire realm. If he was not at the judge's office, where else could he possibly be? The Black Ghost King was clearly intent on provoking him. Indeed, scarcely had the words left his mouth when a formidable black visage appeared at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing Cui Ju, the Black Ghost King finally stepped inside, instinctively retracting his neck as he sensed the atmosphere within the office. Judge Cui, to speak frankly, if you were absent, I would have preferred not to enter, the Black Ghost King remarked, as each visit to the judge's office filled him with trepidation. Even the 2 attendants standing on either side exuded an intangible aura of intimidation. What brings you here? Cui Ju inquired. I went to the Yama's hall to seek the King of Hell, but he is currently in seclusion. Hence, Xie Bian and Fan Wuji entrusted me to convey their message to you, the Black Ghost King explained. Why aren't they here themselves? They are waiting outside the office. Claiming they cannot endure the atmosphere within, the Black Ghost King replied. And you can? Cui Ju retorted, irritation palpable in his voice. I have nothing better to do. After all, the Black Ghost King chuckled. Cui Ju cast a discontented glance at him and murmured. It must be Shou Tianxian of the Eastern Zhou Mansion who has altered the Book of Life and Death. How audacious of him. Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King was seized by a wave of fury. The entire Eastern Zhou Mansion had no beings whose lifespan had been completely exhausted. Could it be that Shou Tianxian had the audacity to alter the lifespans of all beings within the Eastern Zhou Mansion? The King of Hell had, in a single night, claimed the souls of 11 prefectures under the Eastern Zhou Mansion, and Zhou Tianxian must have gone mad with rage, likely resorting to some reckless acts. I shall go to the mortal realm to retrieve Shou Tianxian. Do not act rashly, do not disrupt the King of Hell's plans. And, pray tell, are you even his match? The Black Ghost King felt a flush of anger rise to his face, but found himself unable to utter a single word. He truly was no match for the other. With a heavy sigh, he exited the judgment hall. Old Hey, how goes it? As soon as he stepped out of the hall, Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao approached him. Stop calling me Old Hey. Fan Wujiao, how much fairer are you than I? Haha. Black Ghost, do hurry and tell us. Fan Wujiao laughed heartily. In the mortal realm, Zhou Tianxin has altered the book of life and death, changing the lifespans of all beings in the eastern Zhou mansion. This scoundrel is far too arrogant. I shall go and claim him. Fan Wujiao declared angrily. Foolhardy. The king of hell has his own strategies. Do you think it is your place to shout and bluster? Moreover, are you his adversary? The Black Ghost King lifted his chin defiantly. Simple-minded and brawn over brain, I, Old Hey, am ashamed to associate with you. The Black Ghost King scoffed. Old Hey. Why does that sound so uncharacteristic of you? Fan Wujiao inquired, perplexed. Is this not what Judge Cui just reprimanded you about? The dark-skinned Wang, his face flushed with indignation, muttered, Get lost, get lost. Wait outside the King of Hell's hall. With that, the three of them proceeded directly towards the hall of the King of Hell. At the Soul Lamp Hall on Ghost Suppression Mountain, several disciples tasked with guarding the soul lamps gazed in horror at Elder C's soul lamp. It emitted no light whatsoever, shrouded in profound silence, showing not a hint of revival. This lamp had been extinguished for a day and a night, under normal circumstances. As an elder of the Ghost Suppression sect, Elder C should have returned swiftly from the underworld. Yet, the continued extinguishment of his soul lamp filled the disciples with unease. They dared not hesitate and promptly reported the matter to Elder Sunday. Upon hearing the news, Elder Sun was taken aback and hurriedly informed Elder Xiao. At that moment, within the Ghost Suppression Hall, the Grand Elder Xiao Zhentian sat imposingly at the summit, his entire being radiating powerful waves of energy and an overwhelming aura. As he looked down at Elder Sun, who was delivering the report, his expression darkened. Xizhan, an elder of the Ghost Suppression sect, possessed formidable strength. Having reached the realm of the three Qi returning to one, such prowess could be deemed formidable even within the entirety of the Great Qi. How could anyone in the mere speck of the underworld possibly harm him? Xiao Zhentian turned his gaze towards Elder Yang, who was responsible for intelligence, and said in a low voice, Immediately investigate. I want all information regarding the underworld, including its member structure and the background of that Su Yi. The Grand Elder's countenance was grim. The uncertainty surrounding Xizhan's fate filled him with an ominous premonition. The small underworld had unexpectedly unleashed such terrifying power. He had repeatedly dispatched forces from the Ghost Suppression sect to eliminate threats, yet their appointed agents seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind, which ignited his fury. Understood. Elder Yang rose and accepted the command. The grand plan of our Ghost Suppression sect is on the verge of initiation. I have been closely monitoring the movements in the underworld these days to ensure we do not suffer a setback in our endeavors. We shall comply, especially concerning those disciples of the lunar sect. Reports from our spies in the nether realm indicate their recent frequent appearances in the territory of the city of Sanluo. I instruct our agents operating in the underworld to remain vigilant. Upon discovering any trace of them, they are to eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, Xiao Zhentian's eyes were profound, shimmering with an intimidating brilliance. Our Ghost Suppression sect spans the 9 continents of the mortal realm, wielding immense power. The mere city of Sanluo is long overdue for a thorough cleansing. Nowadays, even the most insignificant beings dare to emerge, aspiring to oversee the mortal realm. Have they forgotten the fate of the lunar sect's disciples in the ancient underworld? It appears our Ghost Suppression sect has remained dormant for too long, and the spirits of the underworld have begun to forget our might. Xiao Zhentian's voice resonated throughout the grand hall, invigorating the many elders present. Indeed, it had been quite some time since the Ghost Suppression sect made any significant moves. It is time to demonstrate our strength to the spirits of the underworld. Chapter 71. I shall restore the underworld to the mortal realm in the Hall of Yama. See emerged from seclusion, his aura thick with dark energy. 3 streams of ghostly essence emanating from his chest, swirling around him. Upon exiting his chamber, he was met by the Black Ghost King, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiao, who awaited him in the grand hall. Xie was taken aback and inquired, Do you 3 have matters to discuss? At this moment, Xie appeared to have grown immensely powerful as the 3 faintly visible strands of ghostly energy emanating from his chest startled them. Lord Yama, have you achieved a breakthrough? They exclaimed. Oh, just a minor advancement. Xie replied nonchalantly. The trio was taken aback. What could possibly be considered a mere minor advancement? Transitioning from 2 strands of energy to 3 often took many individuals decades to accomplish, yet Xie had managed it in just a month. Truly, Xie was a remarkable being. remarked the Black Ghost King. Very well, speak your mind. What brings you here? Sui approached the summit of the Grand Hall and settled down. Lord Yama, there is indeed a matter of concern, Sui said, his expression grave. Speak. Sui urged. I have received reports from the ghostly messengers indicating that all practitioners within the Eastern Zhou Prefecture possess ample lifespans. Not a single one has exhausted their vitality. Previously, when I encountered Judge Cui, he mentioned that it is highly probable that Zhou Tianxin has altered the lifespans of all beings in the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Suye's gaze sharpened. It seemed Zhou Tianxin was indeed in a state of desperation. However, it was understandable. In a single night, all the souls beyond the law within the Eastern Zhou Prefecture had been claimed by the underworld, and it was no wonder he would be driven to madness. Suye's eyes gleamed as he summoned the small ledger of life and death that monitored the beings of Qingyang County. As he surveyed the pages, he found an array of names, each radiating with vibrant light, resplendent and dazzling. Not a single name was dim, signifying abundant lifespans. It appeared to be true. Zhou Tianxin had indeed recklessly altered the destinies of everyone. Subsequently, he peered at the ledger through the lens of merit, observing that each name of the practitioners from Qingyang County had been appended with an additional century of vitality. Such audacity to grant them all an extra 100 years. Subsequently, he waved his hand dismissively, erasing the additional years of life that had been granted. He then turned to Xie and Fan Wujiu, instructing them to proceed to the Soul Reaping Bureau and allow the ghostly officials to commence the collection of souls from Qingyang County. The two were momentarily taken aback, responding with a resolute, as you command. With that, they departed from the Grand Hall. The Black Ghost King then turned to Sui, urgency evident in his voice. And what of me, your Majesty Yan? Upon hearing this, the Black Ghost King seemed to wilt. He yearned to venture into the mortal realm to reap souls, for it was a position of immense prestige. What? Are you reluctant? Shall I relieve you of your duties as the head of the punishment department and assign you to the Soul Reaping Bureau instead? No, I am willing. I am willing. The Black Ghost King grinned widely, hastening out of the Grand Hall. Suye's gaze flickered. Zhou Tianxin had gone mad. Initially, he had intended to allow him to live a few more days, but it now seemed unnecessary. The Eastern Zhou Prefecture required the little life and death ledger in Zhou Tianxuan's possession to alter fate. With this thought, Sui rose and strode toward the exit of the Grand Hall. He intended to enter the mortal realm and confront Zhou Tianxin. Just as he stepped outside, a ghostly envoy approached swiftly. Upon seeing Sui, he promptly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty Yan. The envoy spoke with utmost respect. What brings you here? Sui inquired, raising an eyebrow. The messenger from the punishment department requests an audience. At this, Suye's eyes glimmered, his mind racing. Li Ruren had now become one of his underworld subjects. Why would he send a ghostly envoy at this juncture? Admit him, Sui commanded, turning back into the Grand Hall. Yes. Shortly thereafter, a ghostly figure entered the Grand Hall. It was none other than Lu Lingji. Lu Lingji. Pay my respects to the King of Hell. Lu Lingji performed a bow. Li Ruren inquired whether you had been summoned for a matter of significance. Sui waved his hand and queried. Indeed, there is a matter. Lu Lingji's expression turned peculiar. The 11 judges under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice have united to enter the Department of Justice and file a complaint against the King of Hell. The department head requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled. These judges are rather intriguing. It seems that the reckoning concerning Zhou Tianxin shall be postponed for the moment. We ought to first address these judges from the underworld and their accompanying specters. Understood. Lu Lingji departed swiftly, well aware of the relationship between the King of Hell and the department head. Strictly speaking, the current department head is indeed subordinate to the King of Hell. Those judges filing a complaint against the King of Hell seem to have gone to the wrong place. He proceeded directly to the tribunal, informing Cui Ju of his intended visit to the Department of Justice. What course of action do you intend to take, Your Majesty? Cui Ju's expression grew solemn. His thoughts were meticulous, and in many respects, more comprehensive than those of Sui. This visit to the Department of Justice shall serve to purge those 11 judges, thereby assuming control of the entire Department of Justice and effectively monitoring the Eastern Zhou Prefecture. Sui spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing this, Cui Ju's eyelids twitched. He gazed at Sui gravely, stating, if so, our realm shall be entirely exposed to the interplay between the realms of Yin and Yang. In that case, not only will the Ghost Gate in the Yang realm contend with us, but the Great Qi dynasty, the Luoshan Daoist sect, and even the city god of the underworld shall direct their efforts against us. Our realm will find itself at the eye of the storm. beset by peril at every turn. Cui Ju's expression was grave as he turned to Su Yi and continued, "Has the king of hell truly considered this? What is the origin of the Lu Mountain Dao sect?" Su Yi inquired. "It is an organization in the mortal realm with influence spanning across various states, collecting wealth and extending life for others. It turns out that those who assist in prolonging life in the mortal world are all affiliated with the Lu Mountain Dao sect." A murderous intent began to spread in Su Ye's eyes. These individuals deserve their fate, consuming the fortune of the underworld for their own selfish gain. Alas, the underworld is now in ruins, and if the mortals are like this, how can the officials in the underworld be any different? Cui Ju shook his head in lament. Therefore, this corrupt institution in the underworld must undergo a transformation. Su Ye's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as a formidable aura radiated from him. He gazed at Cui Ju and spoke in a deep voice. "This matter is thus resolved. Even if the world stands against us, our underworld shall raise its banner high. Only in this way can those spirited souls in the underworld perceive a glimmer of hope. Only then shall the valiant spirits of the netherworld come to ally themselves with us. If we wish for the underworld to flourish, we must not cower in fear, forever remaining in the shadows. I intend to convey to both the great Qi dynasty in the mortal realm and the city god of the underworld that our actions are in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth, and are indeed legitimate. I shall make it clear to both realms that the underworld will once again grace the mortal world." Su Ye's voice resounded like thunder, his presence overwhelming. In that moment, an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers emanated from him, moving Cui Ju deeply. Though he was meticulous in thought, this only rendered him more cautious in action. He lacked the bold spirit and audacity that Su Yi possessed, the kind of formidable presence that could overshadow the heavens and earth. Cui Ju shook his head. He understood that his own temperament destined him to be merely an adjudicator. Su Yi departed, making his way towards the Tisi Yamen. His pace was swift, and within half a day, he arrived at his destination. At that moment, within the Tisi Yamen, Li Ruren sat majestically at the pinnacle of the grand hall, while below him stood a number of officials, their expressions grim and filled with indignation. "Tisi Yi, you must take action regarding this matter. We, diligent in our duties, oversee the realm of the living from the underworld. Yet that Su Yu has gone too far. He has ensnared the souls of beings within our jurisdiction. Many of them are souls whose lifespans have not yet been exhausted." The officials voiced their grievances, each more agitated than the last. Li Ruren maintained a serene demeanor, his expression composed as he regarded the assembly of officials below. He remained silent, fully aware of their true character. Not one of the 11 officials was innocent. Each was entangled with the living world, altering fates without authorization, disregarding the laws of the underworld, and lining their own pockets. Yet, as Su Yi had not yet arrived, he refrained from saying much, merely responding with non-committal utterances to their complaints. Reporting to Tisi Yi, "King Su has arrived." At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the hall. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The name of King Su was thunderous in its renown. Although none of the 11 officials had ever laid eyes on King Su, they had heard his name so often that it had become ingrained in their minds. Now, upon learning of Su Ye's arrival, they found themselves instinctively rising to greet him. However, upon reflecting that they had come to accuse Su Yi, they shifted uncomfortably in their seats and settled down. Li Ruren could not help but smile inwardly. The reactions of these individuals indicated their profound trepidation towards Su Yi. It was indeed understandable, for in a single night, he had purged 11 prefectures of the Eastern Zhou, an extraordinary accomplishment that even left Li Ruren astounded. At that moment, a figure entered the grand hall. It was Su Yi. Dressed in black, he possessed an exceptional handsomeness, with an aura of dark energy swirling around him, exuding an imposing presence. As Su Yi stepped into the hall, a powerful wave of energy surged throughout the space. The expressions of several officials changed dramatically, and they could not help but tremble. In truth, Su Yi did not deliberately release his aura. Yet the strength of his 3 Qi returning to origin was beyond what these officials could withstand, even in silence. Li Ruren gazed at Su Ye's entrance, his expression shifting slightly in surprise. The king of hell had broken through again. Li Ruren's mind was shaken, yet his face remained composed. He looked at Su Yi and remarked, "Lord Su, today these 11 officials have come together to accuse you. What is your perspective on this matter?" Su Yi responded, "Pray tell, Li Tisi, what exactly are they accusing me of?" He then turned his gaze towards the officials, whose faces paled, eyes darting away, unable to meet Su's gaze. "Su Yi, do you intend to use force against us here in the Tisi office?" One of the officials stammered, his voice trembling despite his bravado. "Use force? What force? I am here to discuss reason. Very well, since that is the case. May I inquire why you seek to claim the souls of those from the mountainous regions corresponding to my jurisdiction? Wu Eryong questioned. When one's lifespan is exhausted, it is only fitting that they transition to the netherworld. This is an act of shamelessness. Even if their time has come, the souls should be reaped by my underlings. By what authority do you seize them? Chapter 72. Purging the various lords of the underworld within the Grand Hall. The countenances of the various lords were grim. They were infuriated. Siyu consistently professed his adherence to reason. Yet he had audaciously ensnared the souls of the deceased from numerous cities without consent. Is this truly the embodiment of reason? As Wu Eryong's inquiry echoed, all the lords turned their gazes towards Suyi. Are you claiming that we are incapable of reaping souls? Siyu scoffed, his voice echoing ominously throughout the hall. You, King of Hell Su, why are we unable to reap the souls of those whose lifespans have come to an end? One of the lords retorted. It is evident that you have violated the rules and overstepped your bounds in claiming souls, and now you dare to cast blame upon us? Are you suggesting that the souls from the eastern Zhou prefecture that have been claimed by my realm are still within their lifespans? Su Ye's gaze was icy as he regarded them. On the death ledger, they indeed appear to have their lifespans intact, one official conceded, albeit with reluctance. What a fine ledger we have. If you were to alter the fate of every individual, would that not imply that no one in the mortal realm would ever perish? Su Ye's eyes glinted with a chilling intent, fixing upon the assembly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all lords shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of the truth regarding the soul's lifespans. There was no need to lay it bare. The entire underworld bears this visage. Do they not deserve a chance at rebirth? Lord TC, this King of Hell, Su, has gone too far. These matters are merely the unspoken rules of our realm, consistent across various regions, handed down through generations of rulers. Do we possess the ability to alter them? The multitude of rulers, their faces etched with grievance, turned to Li Ruin in earnest lamentation. The actions you have taken over the years have left me disheartened. Those who perpetrate injustice shall inevitably meet their downfall. Take heed of your own conduct, Li Ruin spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the numerous rulers shifted dramatically. What did Lord TC mean by this? Was he indicating an intention to withdraw from their affairs? Wu Ertong, for 2 centuries you have served as a ruler, engaging in corruption, colluding with the living, illicitly altering the ledger of life and death, seizing the spirits of female ghosts, and mercilessly slaughtering the loyal and righteous. Do you believe these transgressions can simply be overlooked? In your 3rd year of service, you began to act with impunity, conspiring with a governor from the living realm to extort wealth and assist in altering fates. In your 17th year, when a ghostly envoy under your command sought to advise you against ensnaring the souls of those seeking to prolong their lives, you not only disregarded his counsel but also suppressed him into the river of Hades. In your 35th year, you engaged in clandestine affairs with a living governor, siphoning away the lifespans of an entire family, resulting in the demise of 36 souls. In your 75th year, in your 103rd year, Su Ye's voice was cold as he enumerated the egregious crimes committed by Wu Ertong over the years. Indeed, there were many lesser offenses that Su Yi did not even mention. As Su Ye's voice reverberated through the Grand Hall, Wu Ertong found himself utterly dumbfounded. How could Su Yi possibly know of these clandestine deeds? Moreover, he firmly believed that the other 10 judges were undoubtedly tainted, having undoubtedly committed similar transgressions. Yet, weren't these matters already common knowledge among all? Now, Siyu has the audacity to voice them openly. What could his intentions possibly be? Does he aspire to usurp the position of the chief judge and exact punishment upon them? Su, King of Hell, how can you be so oblivious to the rules? You shall eventually face retribution for this. Humph. Wu Ertong, since when has corruption become the norm in the underworld? Just reflect on the heinous deeds you and your subordinates have perpetrated over the years. Even 100 lifetimes of torment would not suffice to absolve your sins. Su Yi bellowed, then waved his hand, causing a document to soar forth, landing directly in Wu Ertong's grasp. Upon glancing at it, Wu Ertong's expression shifted dramatically. The document was densely filled with a litany of his misdeeds accumulated over the years. Not only his own transgressions but also the crimes of several of his trusted subordinates were enumerated within. What do you intend to do? Wu Ertong's countenance paled as he looked towards Su Yi. The other judges were equally aghast. Su Yi was truly terrifying. He had actually conducted an investigation into Wu Ertong. Was he about to hold Wu Ertong accountable? Yet, what right did a mere judge of the underworld have to demand accountability? A sense of dread crept into their hearts. If he had investigated Wu Ertong, could he possibly have scrutinized them as well? Their own misdeeds were not any less grievous than Wu Tong's. What am I to do? You have violated the rules of the underworld and trampled upon order. What do you think my course of action will be? The king of hell, Su, commanded calm. At that moment, another magistrate hastily interjected. Our visit to the Yamen today carries no ulterior motives. We merely seek to inquire about the affairs of the souls in the mortal realm as overseen by the king of hell, Su. Since the king of hell wishes to assume authority over the earthly realm, we acquiesce. Now that matters are laid bare, we shall take our leave. With that, the official inclined his head respectfully to Li Ruren, hurriedly seeking to exit the grand hall. We shall take our leave as well. The other officials quickly followed suit. Bowing in deference, they dared not linger any longer. Su Ye's contempt was unbearable, for he had brazenly revealed the sordid deeds of Wu Tong in the presence of the magistrate. Given the magistrate's propensity for decisive action, it was likely that Wu Tong would face repercussions. In truth, none of them were without blemish. Had the truth remained concealed, they would have faced no consequences. Even the magistrate was aware of the undercurrents of the netherworld. However, with the matter exposed publicly today, it was improbable that the magistrate would let it slide. Wu Tong was destined for downfall, yet they still held a glimmer of hope. As long as they could vacate this place, they would remain unscathed. Thus, they resolutely made their way towards the exit of the grand hall. Did I permit your departure? Su Ye's voice rang out. Instantly, a wave of terror surged forth, enveloping the individuals present. Their expressions shifted dramatically as the overwhelming force pressed down upon them, causing their very souls to tremble. They sensed that any further movement would surely lead to their obliteration. King Su, do not overstep your bounds. This is the Yamen, and the magistrate has yet to speak. How dare you usurp authority? With a grand gesture, the officials were abruptly drawn back to their seats. Their faces paled. They found themselves unable to control their own bodies. Take heed. After today, you shall no longer have the chance to sit here. As she spoke, Su Ye's hand trembled, sending a flurry of documents flying into the hands of several individuals. Their faces turned pale. Without a doubt, they understood the nature of the contents within those papers. Open them. Discover which piece of evidence falsely accuses you. Su Ye thundered, her gaze piercing. The individuals shuddered, quickly unfurling the documents before them. As they perused the pages, their hearts sank in terror. Every account was irrefutably true, with not a single fabrication among them. In fact, there were numerous deeds yet unrecorded. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please, Master TC, show us mercy. One of the officials exclaimed urgently. Upon his utterance, the others fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing toward the summit of the grand hall where Li Ruren stood. Master TC, grant us clemency, they pleaded. Li Ruren's expression remained icy, his lips sealed. With Su Yi present, he had no need to interject. Li Ruren, you shall handle the ensuing matters. I demand a complete cleansing of the TC Bureau. Leaving no corrupt officials behind, Su Ye's voice resonated solemnly. I shall obey your command. Li Ruren rose, his voice booming. At these words, the officials were left in a state of bewilderment. The dynamic of the dialogue in the grand hall felt decidedly skewed. It appeared that Master TC had become a subordinate to Su Yi, the king of hell. At that moment, the realization dawned upon them. Ever since Su Yi entered the TC Great Hall, she had been the one orchestrating the proceedings. They had previously believed Su Yi to be domineering, overshadowing others, but now, hearing her issue commands to Master TC, they finally grasped the true nature of the situation. In truth, the true master of the TC Yamen is Su Yi, while Li Ruren, the TC, serves merely as Su Ye's subordinate. Who is Li Ruren? He is a formidable individual who dares to entangle even the heir of a royal house from the mortal realm. His willingness to acknowledge Su Yi as his superior suggests that Su Yi is far from ordinary. At this moment, regret fills their hearts. By some twist of fate, they have come to the TC Yamen to accuse the superior of the TC. Is this not akin to courting death? Even if today, King Su does not enumerate their transgressions, the TC will undoubtedly not let them off the hook. At this juncture, Li Ruren cast a frosty glare upon the various Si Jun, his eyes radiating a chilling light. You few shall cease to be Si Jun after today. And even those ghostly subordinates under your command who have violated the laws of the underworld shall face consequences. TC, no. You cannot do this. We have diligently followed you in the soul-collecting duties. When I ensnared the soul of that heir from the mortal realm, if it were not for your cowardice and betrayal, they would not have pursued me the moment I arrived at the gates of the underworld. Do you still dare to claim diligence? Li Ruren's eyes bore down on them with an intimidating intensity. Upon hearing his words, Their expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, they had secretly informed on him back then, but it was a matter of survival. Otherwise, the wrath of the royal family would have led to the downfall of the entire TC Yamen. Under Li Ruran's cold gaze, they dared not utter a word. Over the years, my withdrawal from the affairs of the TC Yamen was intended to observe just how shameless you could become. Indeed, you possess no limits. TC, we shall not dare again. Please grant us another chance. Slap. Li Ruran delivered a resounding slap, causing the governor to nearly shatter into fragments. His spirit on the brink of dissolution. I offer you a chance. Do you even deserve it? A dark aura enveloped Li Ruran, his face marred by an ominous frown that spread across his pallid visage, rendering him somewhat fearsome. For many years, he had suppressed his emotions. The state of the underworld left him feeling powerless. Upon encountering these officials, the pent-up anger that had brewed within him for years erupted violently. The bleak reality of the underworld was a direct consequence of the inaction of officials like you. With a thunderous roar, Li Ruran struck again, sending another official sprawling far from him. The officials were on the verge of tears, each one having endured the brunt of his wrath. Their spirits nearly crushed to the point of dispersal. It seemed as though all the years of his repressed fury were unleashed upon these officials. Please, stop. Lord TC. We are about to disintegrate. The 11 officials cried in unison. Yet, Li Ruran remained unsatisfied, delivering another round of blows. At that moment, Siyu quietly departed. The matters ahead were to be handled by Li Ruran. All he needed to do was relocate the underworld's offices to this place and appoint competent spirits to oversee each office, monitoring the mortal realms. Chapter 73. The Lord of Tyne Mountain. At this juncture, Siyu exited the Grand Hall, traversing the precincts of the TC office. The officials had already faced his reckoning. Now, he awaited the arrival of Cui Ju and others to assume their positions, ready to face judgment. As Siyu walked, he stepped out of the TC office and found himself amidst the desolate expanse of Yin Mountain. The distance to the River of Oblivion is now but a mere whisper away. Beyond its waters lies the path to the eastern Zhou Prefecture, a journey fraught with peril. This desolate land is barren, devoid of any spectral flora or ethereal grasses. Oddly shaped mountains loom in every direction, resembling fearsome beasts lying in wait upon the earth, shrouded in an ominous aura that renders them grotesque. At this moment, Siyu came to an abrupt halt, his countenance grave. Throughout his journey, an unsettling sensation had gnawed at him, an unshakable feeling of being followed. He paused to attune himself to his surroundings, yet the disquieting sensation persisted. Only the aimless spirits, devoid of consciousness, drifted amidst the encircling mists of the mountains. These were the remnants of souls shattered and lost, lacking true essence. Su Ye's expression tightened as he continued to reach out with his senses, but clarity eluded him. Still, the feeling of being watched clung to him relentlessly, inescapable. As the oppressive mists thickened around him, the landscape began to transform. The air was rent with the cacophony of battle cries. Shadows of conflict enveloped him as the mingling energies of yin and yang surged violently, suffused with an aura of brutality. He glimpsed spectral warriors clashing with the living. The scene awash in blood and flames, with phantoms dissipating and the living collapsing into pools of crimson. This place was an ancient battlefield, steeped in a palpable air of slaughter, a haunting sorrow permeating the very fabric of existence. The void seethed, and strange phenomena erupted, as if the heavens and earth themselves were on the verge of collapse. A wave of terror washed over Su Yi, his face paling in horror. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, as if he had been ensnared in a phantasm. Awaken! He bellowed, and in an instant, clarity returned. Though the bizarre occurrences around him remained intact, yet the sense of loss and sorrow had dissipated entirely. Who is scheming against me? Su Yi was oblivious to the presence watching him. He glanced around and spoke in a low tone. Surely, someone was observing him. Otherwise, such anomalies would not manifest without reason. As he raised his voice, several figures approached from a distance, traversing the desolate battlefield with a deliberate pace. Upon seeing them, Su Ye's heart sank, and an overwhelming surge of power emanated from within him. 3 specters of malevolent energy erupted from his chest, swirling around his body. As a ghostly silhouette gradually materialized behind him, standing resolutely in midair. The newcomers maintained a calm demeanor as they approached Suyu, clad in blood-red robes. Their formidable presence was palpable, even from afar, so you could sense an intense aura of murderous intent. Surrounding them were countless ethereal spirits, their murderous energy spreading, casting a pall over the void. Suya's gaze narrowed. These individuals were undoubtedly those who had endured countless trials of slaughter. Who are you? Suya inquired. his expression grave. He could discern that these beings were not of the mortal realm, but rather spirits from the underworld. Yet, when had such formidable entities emerged within the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice? Even with his cultivation, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, the terrifying phenomena surrounding them likely originated from this spirit's domain. "Fear not, King Suyen, we harbor no ill intentions," spoke the leader among them. This individual was a middle-aged man, his long hair cascading like a waterfall, with striking features and an imperceptible air of authority in his gaze. "Why are you following me?" Suyu questioned. "We wish to invite you to a certain place," the middle-aged man replied. "And what if I refuse?" Suyu's eyes grew cold. With their identities shrouded in mystery, he could not possibly accompany them. "Suyen Wang, you have no choice." As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out with one hand, directly grasping towards Suyu. A surge of power emanated from his being, and torrents of dark energy erupted, coalescing above his head into two blossoming flowers. From his palm, the dense shadowy essence transformed into a black net, descending upon Suyi. To avoid causing a stir, he spoke slowly. Two flowers converge at the apex. Suye's eyelids twitched. He had not anticipated the formidable presence before him, a true master of the two-flower pinnacle. How was he to contend with this? He contemplated harnessing the energies of the underworld and summoning the soul banner, but suddenly felt his true spirit tremble, and soon thereafter, he lost consciousness. The enormous net from the middle-aged man enveloped him, ensnaring him completely. Indeed, the net gifted by the goddess proves most effective. Otherwise, I would have had to exert considerable effort, the middle-aged man chuckled. Though this lad's realm is not high, his perceptive abilities and combat prowess are quite formidable. Should he manage to harness the energies further, the underworld may tremble once more. With that, the middle-aged man departed with his companions. At the border of Sanluo City, there lies a mountain. It is a rather ordinary underworld mountain, adorned with ghostly flowers and grasses that sway and emanate light. Until recently, this mountain was unremarkable. However, just days prior, a woman arrived, transforming the entire mountain into something extraordinary. Even He Liantian, the city god of Sanluo, along with several neighboring city gods, hastened to this site, standing guard at the mountain's base. At this moment, several powerful specters stood respectfully at the foot of the mountain, each one a formidable figure, including He Liantian among them. They remained vigilant, their faces etched with reverence, unwilling to let their guard down for a moment. A few days ago, He Liantian was still within the confines of Sanluo City when he suddenly received a summons from the god of the underworld. It was conveyed that the Lord of Tyne Mountain had entered a shadowy peak on the outskirts of Sanluo City, instructing him to hasten there and stand guard. The Lord of Tyne Mountain is among the most esteemed figures in the realm of the dead that would not dare to show any negligence. Even the god would approach him with utmost reverence. He Liantian promptly set aside his affairs and hurried to the foot of the mountain, where he stood vigil, refraining even from ascending to pay his respects. At that moment, several phantoms approached from the distance, their presence suffused with an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy. Above their heads, ethereal flowers materialized, and the foremost among them bore two such blossoms. The countenances of the city guardians shifted, and they quickly bowed in deference to these formidable beings. Their might reached only the level of 5 chi returning to origin, which paled in comparison to these powerful entities. Any one of them could easily sweep away their defenses. "Greetings, esteemed ones," He Liantian and the others addressed with reverence. The returning figures were none other than the phantoms accompanying Wang Zhou. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "You may take your leave. The goddess has decreed that you need not be so formal." "Understood." The city guardians nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man did not speak further, leading his companions up the shadowy mountain while the guardians observed with respectful gazes. Although He Liantian and the others acquiesced verbally, they dared not truly depart. Even merely standing watch at the mountain's base was a privilege. For the Lord of Tyne Mountain is indeed one of the few great figures in the underworld. On the mountain, the air was thick with ghostly energy, surrounded by spectral flowers and grasses swaying in the chilling winds, emitting a faint glow. At the summit stood an ancient and imposing hall, exuding a sense of timelessness and grandeur. The grand hall is not situated atop this mountain. It serves as the personal palace of the Lord of the Tyne Mountain. Wherever she travels, this palace shall accompany her. Within the palace, tranquility reigns, devoid of the ominous atmosphere one might expect. In fact, there is not a trace of dark energy. Ethereal melodies linger in the air, creating a sanctuary amidst the eerie realm of the underworld. Atop the grand hall stands a figure clad in white, a woman of exquisite grace. Her pristine white attire remains untainted, her form elegantly proportioned. and her long hair cascades down to her waist, embodying an otherworldly beauty. At this moment, she faces away from the hall, gazing at a map of mountains and rivers displayed at its pinnacle. This map depicts the 9 capitals of the underworld, with 9 ancient and majestic cities rising upon its surface, surrounded by various ancient towns. As she examines this map, her expression remains serene. Yet a ripple of emotion stirs within her deep gaze. Divine Lady, he has arrived. At that moment, the figure of an elderly woman materializes beside her, enveloped in swirling dark energy. However, as the energy disperses, it is swiftly extinguished by the aura emanating from the woman. Upon hearing the words, she nods and softly replies, "Allow him to enter." Her voice is cool and melodious. Understood. With that, the elderly woman departs from the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man enters, his face etched with reverence as he bows before the figure at the pinnacle of the hall. "Divine Lady, he has been brought forth." As he speaks, a flash of light appears beside him, revealing a large net. The net then dissipates, and Suye's unconscious form materializes within the hall. "Go now." The cool voice resonates once more. "Yes." The middle-aged man respectfully spoke before slowly retreating from the grand hall. At that moment, the woman turned, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was fair and smooth as jade, her features exquisitely crafted, devoid of any blemish. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, fixed intently on the figure of Suyu lying within the hall. "Is it him?" she murmured softly. Then, with a delicate gesture, she pointed her slender finger at Suye. Instantly, Suye's body trembled, and he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed as he beheld the beams of the hall, devoid of any traces of malevolence. The realm of the living? A change flickered across Suye's expression before he sprang to his feet. Before him stood a woman of ethereal beauty clad in white, her face pale as porcelain, skin as smooth as jade, and her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. Dressed in white garments that transcended the ordinary, she seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, incomparable in grace. Gazing at her, Suyi found himself momentarily entranced. He sensed no fluctuations from her, yet an aura of inviolability surrounded her, stirring an irresistible longing within him. This was not the realm of the living. It remained the realm of shadows. He could feel the oppressive darkness swirling outside the hall. Yet, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere within the hall was so remarkably clear. Shaking his head, Suyu inquired, "May I ask where this is?" "The palace of the Great Een," the woman replied, her voice cool and melodious, evoking ripples of emotion in the listener. The palace of the Great Een. Suyu's heart jolted. The term resonated within him like thunder. In the underworld, there lay Mount Tyne, and he had also cultivated the Tyne scripture. And now, at this very moment, he found himself within the palace of the Great Een. Could this all be mere coincidence? "Why have you brought me here?" Suyi continued to question. Since his arrival in the underworld, he had never felt so passive. Yet today, he truly sensed his own passivity. The woman remained silent, merely gazing at him. This unnerved Suyi. Her gaze was profound and enigmatic, instilling in him the sensation of being utterly exposed, as if all his secrets were laid bare under her scrutiny. Chapter 74. Deceiving Jiang Xian into the underworld within the Tyne Palace, Suye's expression was grave. The woman before him was shrouded in mystery, and he could not discern even the slightest hint of her intentions. Not even the fluctuations of her aura were perceptible to him. A tremor of anxiety coursed through his heart. Fortunately, he sensed no malice emanating from her. Otherwise, with her formidable strength, she could easily suppress him in an instant. Time passed slowly, and the two exchanged no words. The hall was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the howling winds outside. The woman remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Although Suyi harbored numerous questions, he refrained from voicing them, unwilling to make a fool of himself in her presence. "Leave." At long last, the woman spoke, uttering a mere 4 words. Suyi's mind was engulfed in frustration. After bringing him all this way, she said nothing, merely fixated on him. Before dismissing him? What did this mean? "Jiang Xian, see him off." The woman turned her gaze away from Suyi, slowly redirecting her attention to the grand map of mountains and rivers that adorned the ceiling of the hall. "Jiang Xian?" Suye's expression shifted in surprise as he abruptly glanced towards the entrance of the hall. At that moment, a spirit entered, the very one that had ensnared him earlier. "Please." Suyu nodded. Since she had issued an order for him to leave, he had no choice but to comply. "Are you Jiang Xian?" Upon exiting the grand hall, Suyu inquired. "Indeed." At these words, Suyu could not suppress his excitement. The foremost of the 10 kings of hell, Jiang Xian. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Fixed upon Jiang Xian, with a glimmer of green even flickering within. Jiang Xian felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of Su Yi, whose eyes shimmered with an unsettling hue. A slight unease creeping into his heart. "What do you intend?" Jiang Xian asked, his face betraying a sense of wariness. Su Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. "My young friend, I strive to maintain decorum. Please do not harbor any improper thoughts," Jiang Xian replied in a low tone. Taken aback, Su Yi realized his breach of etiquette and promptly stated, "You have misunderstood. Would you be interested in visiting my realm of the underworld?" Jiang Xian was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Su Yi. Good heavens! Has he truly attempted to sway the Lord of the Dark Moon? Within the hall, a woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, tracing a graceful arc oblivious. Su Yi continued his pursuit of Jiang Xian. Given Jiang Xian's formidable strength, should he choose to join the underworld now and take command of a hall, it would undoubtedly elevate the realm's power exponentially. With earnest persuasion, Su Yi conveyed the current state of the underworld and his visions for its future to Jiang Xian. The latter listened, his spirit stirred. His identity was shrouded in mystery, as he was the heir of the Dark Moon from the ancient underworld, having endured a great battle of yore. Thus, he was deeply intrigued by Su Ye's plans for the underworld. "Your grand aspirations are commendable. I am impressed," Jiang Xian remarked. "What say you? Are you inclined to join my underworld?" Su Yi inquired once more. "There is no rush. Allow me a moment to ponder," Jiang Xian smiled. "No worries. I shall reserve a position for you." With a flicker of dark radiance, Su Yi produced a token, the very emblem of King Qingguang. "Brother Jiang, take this token. Whenever you wish to visit my realm, you are always welcome." With that, Su Yi handed the black token to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's gaze flickered as he looked at the black token in Su Ye's hand, and an inexplicable thrill surged within him. It felt as though this token was destined to be his. This revelation sent a shock through Jiang Xian's heart, for he was certain he had never seen this black token before. Yet, he could not fathom why such a feeling lingered. Initially inclined to refuse, he found himself, almost against his will, extending his hand to accept the token. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this item. As he grasped it, he felt an inseparable bond, as if the token had become an integral part of himself. Jiang Xian was taken aback. He understood fully who Su Yi was, and he knew that the inheritors of the Tyrant had come to the realm of Sinluoqing under the divine command of the goddess to seek a particular spirit, one capable of influencing the fortunes of the underworld. Fortunately, his subordinates had located this spirit. Ultimately, the goddess herself intended to visit Sinluoqing to meet this spirit. With her departure from Tyrant Mountain, it was only natural for them, as her followers, to accompany her. In the end, he had personally brought Su Yi to this place. Su Yi, the king of the underworld, was indeed the individual the goddess sought. Although he remained unaware of her reasons for searching for Su Yi, they understood that Su Yi held a position of immense significance in the realm of the dead. Furthermore, from Jiang Xian's understanding, the underworld established by Su Yi was in the process of purging a city from the mortal realm. While one city may appear insignificant in the vastness of the mortal world, it was nonetheless a promising sign, demonstrating that the denizens of the underworld still possessed a fighting spirit. Moreover, this Su Yin Wang is indeed a person of great fortune, one capable of mobilizing the immense energies of the underworld. He is likely to be the sovereign of the nether realm. Therefore, Jiang Xian possesses a certain degree of confidence in Su Ye's dominion over the underworld, coupled with the identity of a divine maiden. It is presumed there exists a significant opportunity to establish a legitimate authority in the underworld and achieve the monumental task of overseeing the mortal realm. Brother Jiang, since you have accepted the token, may I interpret that as your agreement to join my underworld in the future? Su Yi inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression darkened. This audacious young man was indeed laying a trap for him, although he was uncertain of the token's implications for him at that moment. An incessant voice in his mind insisted that the token rightfully belonged to him. Before Jiang Xian could respond, Su Yi's hand shimmered with light, and another object materialized, the ghostly deity list. Gazing at the ghostly deity list in Su Ye's hand, Jiang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The list was entirely black, adorned with enigmatic golden patterns resembling the veins of a great path, exuding profound mystery. As Su Yi unveiled the ghostly deity list within the summit of the Tyrant Palace, a tremor coursed through the figure of the woman, her eyes suffused with a deep, ethereal glow. At that moment, Su Yi swiftly inscribed Jiang Xian's name upon the ghostly deity list. Instantly, a vast tide of fortune descended, enveloping Jiang Xian. This Jiang Xian's heart raced, and his face paled in astonishment. In that instant, he had seemingly inherited the fortune of the underworld. Su Yen Wang, what? What have you done? Jiang Xian exclaimed in shock. Nothing much, since you have agreed to join my underworld. I merely inscribed your name on the ghostly deity list. Su replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was left even more astounded. In this fleeting moment, Su Ye's astonishment surpassed that which he had experienced over the past century. Merely inscribing his name upon the roster of the netherworld granted him the essence of its dark fortune. Was the underworld truly the epitome of the realm of shadows? Wait, when did I ever consent to enter his nether domain? Jiang Xian's mind was engulfed in confusion, wishing fervently to kick Su Yi down the mountain. This fellow was exceedingly cunning, leading him step by step into his own snare. Observing Jiang Xian's expression, Su Yi chuckled. Brother Jiang, let us part ways here. I shall await you in the underworld. Farewell. With a clasp of his fists, Su Yi began his descent. Jiang Xian contemplated unleashing a barrage of curses. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. Keep heading east after descending, and you will reach your underworld. Understood. Su Yi waved dismissively. The journey is no small matter. It's a full 300,000 miles. At this revelation, Su Yi nearly stumbled and fell from the mountain. He had been led a staggering distance of 300,000 miles away from his intended destination. He had thought to deceive Jiang Xian into entering the underworld, believing he had outsmarted him. Little did he expect that Jiang Xian would retaliate with an even bolder move, sending him 300 miles away instead. Su Yi descended the mountain, clad in dark attire, his presence remarkable as he strode forward. Below, several city gods observed the ethereal figure descending from the peak and hastily paid their respects. We humbly escort you, esteemed sir. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement, his heart secretly astonished. The Palace of Darkness indeed possessed profound depths, as even the guardians of the mountain were so formidable. While he assessed the city gods, they too scrutinized him in turn. Once Su Yi had departed, the city gods began to murmur among themselves. The young spirit was indeed fortunate to receive the summons of the Lord of the Tying Mountain, a sign of exceptional fortune. Envy would be futile. Henceforth, one must tread carefully upon encountering him, for to offend him would be tantamount to offending the Lord of Tying Mountain himself. Should that unfortunate event arise, there would be no need for the Lord to intervene, as the celestial monarch would swiftly bring about our demise. Where's the Tying Palace? At this moment, a city goddess' expression changed dramatically. Upon hearing this, they lifted their gaze towards the summit, only to find the peak eerily silent, with the grand hall vanished without a trace. Finally, it has departed. The group straightened their posture. They had endured considerable torment over the past few days. As city gods, they had been forced to humbly remain at the mountain's base, though the other party's status was formidable. Yet, they had never experienced such humiliation. As soon as the spirit descended the mountain, the Tying Palace disappeared. Could it be that the Lord of Tying Mountain had come specifically to meet him? Suddenly, one city god's countenance shifted, urgency in his voice. It is highly probable. In recent days, it seemed the Lord of Tying Mountain had not encountered anyone. Was it truly to meet him? In an instant, the city gods were filled with trepidation. That young spirit is quite remarkable. The Lord of Tying Mountain had personally ventured into this region to meet him. Such honor is indeed coveted among spirits. It is well known that the Lord of Tying Mountain holds a prestigious position. Even the celestial monarchs of the 9 great capitals of the underworld show her utmost reverence. Now, she has taken the initiative to meet a mere spirit, highlighting the significance of this young entity to the Lord. We cannot provoke him. We cannot provoke him. The city gods shook their heads in resignation and subsequently departed from the site. Could it be that upon my arrival, this grand hall vanished? Su Yi shook his head, a persistent gloom lingering in his heart. Who, indeed, was that enigmatic woman? The fact that Jiang Xian, a figure of considerable stature, displayed such deference in his presence indicated her status was undoubtedly high. Her cultivation likely reached at least the pinnacle of the 3 flowers. Su Yi sighed, dismissing further contemplation. The intricacies of this matter eluded him. The other party had brought him out of the underworld for 30,000 miles, yet upon seeing him, offered not a single word of significance before allowing him to depart. Everything felt profoundly peculiar. He continued his journey eastward. A distance so immense, 30,000 miles, he could not fathom how long it would take to traverse. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the underworld. Their King Yin had vanished. Chapter 75. The city god of Sunluo within the halls of the TC Yamen. Li Ruren sat gravely in the grand chamber. Alongside him were Cui Ju, Xie Bian, Fan Wujiao, and the Black Ghost King. After Su Ye's departure, Li Ruren dealt with 11 officials, dispatching personnel to purge their respective offices. He meticulously accounted for those ghostly officials who had conspired with the earthly realm, violating the laws of the underworld. Subsequently, Cui Ju led numerous underworld officials into the TC Yamen, presiding over the adjudication of the 11 officials and their subordinates. Thus, the TC Yamen was thoroughly cleansed of its corruption. Initially, they had presumed that King Yin had ventured to the earthly realm to confront Zhou Tianxian. However, upon sending ghostly officials to the eastern Zhou prefecture to gather intelligence, they discovered that King Yin had not traveled to the earthly realm, and Zhou Tianxian remained very much present. This revelation sent shockwaves through the underworld officials, who were now deeply troubled by the silent disappearance of their king. At this moment, the assembly gathered within the grand hall bore solemn expressions. Fan Wujiao, his countenance grave, spoke in a subdued tone. They were well aware of Su Ye's capabilities. He was the architect of the underworld and would undoubtedly not allow matters to slip from his grasp. Such thoughts filled them with trepidation. Could it be that King Yin had encountered some misfortune? Was it possible that the Gate of Ghosts had intervened, abducting their lord? At this juncture, Li Ruren voiced his concerns. Impossible. Unless their leader intervened personally, there is no way that King Yin could be taken away silently, given his formidable strength, countered Cui Ju. Yet, that does not explain the situation. Where could King Yin possibly be? The irascible Black Ghost King interjected, his voice low and troubled. I shall attempt a divination, declared Cui Ju, his eyes alight with determination. Before him, a celestial astrolabe emerged, shrouded in swirling dark energy and adorned with intricate runes. At that moment, he began to perform his calculations, seeking to trace Su Ye's whereabouts. However, the vision remained obscured. He beheld only a vast expanse, devoid of any discernible clues. What have you disowned? The others inquired, their expressions laden with concern as they turned to Cui Ju. He shook his head, letting out a long sigh. The fortunes of King Yin are vast and enigmatic, rendering any attempts at divination nearly impossible. Yet, one certainty remains: King Yin is still within the Netherrealm. Though he could not pinpoint Su Ye's exact location, Cui Ju was at least assured of his presence, free from any unforeseen calamity. Elder Cui is correct. Our impatience serves no purpose. It is likely that King Yin has encountered an urgent matter, departing without the chance to inform us. The others nodded in solemn agreement, recognizing that they had no alternative but to accept this explanation. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, within the Hall of Ghost Suppression, the Grand Elder, Xiao Zhentian, sat regally at the pinnacle of the hall. Below stands an elder radiating vitality. Elder Yang, have we received any news from the underworld? Reporting to the Grand Elder. There is none. As Elder Yang's words fell, a commotion arose outside the Great Hall, followed by the entrance of several disciples from the Ghost Suppression sect. Each of them emanated a chilling aura, their cultivation remarkable. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder and to all esteemed elders. The eyes of those present in the hall narrowed, turning towards the disciples from the Ghost Suppression sect. Particularly, the Grand Elder and Elder Yang both exhibited a sudden change in expression. These individuals were the liaisons for the numerous spies from the underworld. Is there any news? Elder Yang inquired in a low tone. Indeed, the underworld spies have diligently sought information and have finally uncovered news from the netherworld, one of the cultivators stated. Please elaborate. The Grand Elder urged, his gaze flickering. The king of the underworld was originally a soul-reaping ghost officer, who later usurped power, suppressed his superior, and declared himself the ruler, thus establishing the underworld. Beneath the underworld are the soul-reaping division, the judgment division, and the punishment division. The soul-reaping division is overseen by ghost officers Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao, while the punishment division is commanded by the Black Ghost King. As for the judge of the judgment division, it is Cui Ju. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. You speak of Cui Ju? The Grand Elder's expression hardened. Indeed, Cui Ju. Humph. What a bold move by Cui Ju. Years ago, I refrained from taking action against him. And now he dares to judge the souls of our realm. Truly courting death, Xiao Zhentian scoffed. At this moment, they comprehended why the Ghost Suppression sect's emissaries sent to the underworld had remained forever ensnared in the realm of shadows. There is one more thing. At this juncture, the cultivator below continued. Li Ruren, corresponding to the East Zhou Prefecture's TC Yamen, has conspired with the King of Hell, Su Yanwang. He has now accounted for the 12 districts of the TC Yamen and has become a subordinate of Su Yanwang. Boldly Ruren, roared Xiao Zhentian in fury. Both Cui Ju and Li Ruren are among the prime targets of the Ghost Gate. However, it was unexpected that both individuals are linked to the underworld. Immediately, he commanded to send people into the realm of shadows to eradicate the underworld and subdue Cui Ju and Li Ruren. Xiao Zhentian's face was ablaze with anger as he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was taken aback. At that moment, an elder stood up and said, "Elder, this cannot be done. The great cleansing is about to commence. Our objectives extend beyond just the underworld and Cui Ju, encompassing all the unruly spirits of Sanluo City. If we provoke the Ghost Gate now, it will undoubtedly alert the snakes in the grass." The Elder Wang is correct. It would be wiser to let the underworld remain active for a few more days. Great Elder, I have a plan. At this moment, another elder in the hall spoke. Please, Elder Wu, share your thoughts. The Great Elder calmed down, his gaze formidable, and spoke in a low tone. Since T.C. Li Ruren has become involved, this is no trivial matter. He holds the position of T.C. in the underworld, currently entrenched within the underworld as hierarchy. His participation in the underworld is sufficient to substantiate the charge of treason against him. If he is guilty of treason in the underworld, why should we in the mortal realm seek to absolve him? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly brightened. They were all astute individuals. Now that Elder Wu had articulated this, if they still did not grasp the implications, they would be unworthy to stand in this grand hall. Elder Wu intends to summon the city god of the underworld, a brilliant scheme that serves two purposes. The Ghost Gate of the Yang realm will not need to dispatch a single soldier to bring about the downfall of the netherworld, all while ensuring the continuity of its own plans. Elder Wu, you are to venture into the underworld and meet with city god He Liantian, the Grand Elder declared. Understood. Elder Wu nodded in response and subsequently departed from the Grand Hall. He journeyed westward, making his way directly to the Ghost Gate. This Ghost Gate, grand and imposing, serves as the bridge between the capital of the Great Qi, Liangjing, and the underworld. As Elder Wu entered the Ghost Gate, he proceeded straight towards Sanluo City. This city, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, stands as an ancient stronghold of the underworld, its legacy stretching back to the earliest days. The walls are weathered, enveloped in a mist of ghostly energy, while squads of spectral soldiers march past the city gates, escorting restless souls toward the outside world. These souls, drawn from the Yang realm, are directed to Sanluo City, where they are subsequently allocated to various regions, becoming citizens of the underworld. At this moment, Elder Wu entered the Grand Hall. The air within was thick with a chilling energy, and upon seeing Elder Wu, He Liantian's gaze narrowed. As the city god, he felt far from at ease. Not only was he under the influence of the Ghost Gate from the Yang realm, but he was also beholden to the imperial family of the Great Qi and the Lu Mountain Taoist sect. These three formidable forces from the Yang realm were not to be trifled with. They were entities he could not afford to offend. Now, the Ghost Gate had sent someone, causing a weight to settle in his heart. Elder Wu, your Ghost Gate does not make appearances without cause. What do you seek from me? He Liantian inquired, his voice low and serious. I have come to offer my assistance, Elder Wu replied, stroking his beard with a smile. May I assist you? Chuckled Elder Wu, who spoke with a hint of jest. He Liantian, are you aware that rebellion has begun to fester beneath your jurisdiction of Sanluo City? Elder Wu's tone turned somber. Upon hearing this, He Liantian's expression darkened, and he replied gravely, What do you mean by that, Elder Wu? Li Ruren has defected and allied with a ghostly envoy named Su Yi, escaping from your Sanluo City. They have established a realm in the underworld, clandestinely seizing the soul of a city dweller from the mortal realm, Elder Wu disclosed. What did you say? He Liantian's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that anyone would dare to act so boldly under his reign. While it was permissible to extract souls from the mortal realm, certain souls were forbidden. To tamper with such souls could unleash calamity upon the entire domain of Sanluo City. For instance, when Li Ruren once extracted the soul of a prince from the mortal realm, had he not acted swiftly to restore the princess essence, the wrath of that nobleman would have surely engulfed the city in turmoil. He Liantian, I have conveyed the message. How you choose to respond is beyond my concern. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Cui Ju has also joined this so-called underworld, Elder Wu stated before taking his leave. He understood that his words had struck a chord, compelling He Liantian to take action. He Liantian was profoundly shaken. Cui Ju, a descendant of the ancient deities of the underworld, was not someone to be trifled with lightly. Yet now, with his allegiance to the underworld, should he conspire against them, the entire Sanluo City would be swept into chaos. If he failed to quell this insurrection, he would surely incur the wrath of the divine sovereign. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him as he murmured, "Sun Shozheng." As the sound echoed, a figure entered the grand hall. "I pay my respects to the city god," declared Sun Shozheng in a solemn tone. "Has a rebellious force known as the underworld emerged in our Sunluo city?" "Indeed, there exists such a faction," the subordinate replied. "They have purged the eastern Zhou prefecture. I intended to report this to you after you had a day's rest." "My lord." "Foolishness," He Lian Tian retorted sharply. "How could you neglect such a significant matter?" "I acknowledge my mistake." He Lian Tian fell silent, realizing that the intelligence from the mortal realm regarding the Ghost Gate was indeed accurate. The underworld was genuinely aspiring to gain power, having eradicated an entire prefecture in the mortal realm. At this moment, his greatest concern was Cui Ju. It was said that he had once defeated an elder of the Ghost Gate who had reached the 3 Qi returning to origin stage with just a single strike. Yet, even that was insufficient to match him. Now, he had ascended to the 5 Qi returning to origin level, and with further advancement, he would soon condense the 3 flowers atop his head. What troubled him most was Cui Ju's lineage as a descendant of the ghostly deity's judgment. As for Su Yi, he was of little concern, merely a ghostly envoy. What prowess could he possibly possess? Although the ancient netherworld had been obliterated, many remnants of spirits from that era still lingered, hiding in various secretive places, seldom revealing themselves. He Lian Tian feared that should he take action against a descendant of the ghostly deity's judgment, it might incite the wrath of those ancient spirits. If they were to strike, he would stand no chance of defense. However, the likelihood of such an event was not excessively high. Contemplating this, He Lian Tian's eyes turned icy. "Humph. Even if you are a descendant of the ghostly deity's judgment, what does it matter? The ancient netherworld has perished. Since you dare to tread the path of rebellion, your demise is inevitable. In the era of the 9 divine lords, they embody the true essence of the underworld." He Lian Tian's countenance darkened. Once he made up his mind, he was unencumbered by hesitation. "Sun Shozheng, issue the command to assemble the spectral soldiers and generals. We shall march against the netherworld," He Lian Tian intoned somberly. Chapter 76, The Deployment to the Netherworld within the city of Sunluo, in the Hall of the City God. He Lian Tian's expression was stern. At this moment, an aura of terrifying energy emanated from him, as 5 streams of ghostly essence surged forth from his chest. Swirling around him, he gazed down at Sun Shozheng, issuing orders with authority. "Understood," Sun Shozheng replied, his demeanor shifting with urgency. Subsequently, the entire Sunluo city came alive, as spectral soldiers began to assemble. Clad in battle armor, their ghostly energy billowed forth as they wielded long spears, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Before them stood numerous war generals, each a formidable presence beyond the realm of unity, exuding unparalleled terror. These spectral soldiers and generals gathered outside the city, standing at attention, well-trained and silent. At this moment, He Lian Tian's figure appeared atop the city walls. His eyes glinted with icy resolve, and an overwhelming wave of ghostly energy enveloped him, manifesting a terrifying presence in the void. "Esteemed warriors, we face insurrection from traitors. As the city god, it is my duty to uphold the peace of the underworld. Today, we shall raise our arms against the netherworld. I implore you, valiant soldiers, to fight fiercely and eradicate the underworld. Kill, kill, kill." The spectral soldiers roared in unison, as a torrent of ghostly energy surged into the air, coalescing into dense clouds that obscured the heavens. "Advance," He Lian Tian commanded, and immediately, the generals gestured with sweeping motions, revealing a fleet of black warships materializing in the void. These are the flying vessels, and with their emergence, the entire void has become densely populated. Board the ship. A commanding voice of a shadow general resounds. Instantly, shadow soldiers leap into the void, standing atop the warships. Their formation is impeccably orderly, exhibiting the hallmark of well-trained troops. As numerous shadow soldiers ascend onto the warships, He Lian Tian leaps forward, soaring towards the largest vessel at the forefront. Upon the warship, there stands a majestic palace, into which He Lian Tian strides with solitary grace, taking his seat within. Behind him, several shadow generals remain on the deck, gazing steadfastly ahead. The warships, shrouded in a ghostly aura, traverse the void, sweeping past with formidable power. Where they pass, the vastness of the shadowy essence obscures the heavens, dark clouds rolling ominously. On the underworld's terrain, some areas tremble with fear as the spirits shiver. The sight of those terrifying warships in the sky is overwhelming, their oppressive presence suffocating. These are the warships of Sanluo City. What mission do they embark upon? At this moment, some spirits exclaim in alarm. Such a formidable fleet. Has something transpired within Sanluo City's territory? Uncertain, yet the mobilization of so many warships by the city lord suggests that their adversary must be extraordinarily formidable. The faces of the spirits are etched with horror as they watch the thunderous vessels roar past in the void, their hearts weighed down by dread. Meanwhile, Su Yi continues his urgent journey towards the underworld, unleashing his full cultivation prowess to hasten his pace. The underworld is still in its nascent stages, unstable as of yet. He must take command. At this moment, an aura of shadow envelopes him, reverberating around him with an air of terror. Even the void is cloaked in dense ghostly energy. Nearby, a black Dao ship glides through the void, bearing two shadow spirits, one elderly and one youthful. Grandson, as you journey to Tying Mountain, you must remain vigilant. If you manage to grasp even a fragment of the inscriptions upon it, your fortunes shall soar. Rest assured, grandfather, I am fully prepared, the grandson replied. Oh, my dear grandson, you truly are perceptive, the old man chuckled. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He sensed a tempest brewing in the void ahead. A formidable aura of ghostly energy surged forth, wreaking havoc in the emptiness, as a massive vortex moved rapidly. Alas, grandson, turn back quickly. Hurry, you reckless lad. Stop at once, or you'll be drawn in. The young specter also changed countenance, hastily maneuvering the vessel to bring it to a halt. Yet, the craft's speed was too great to halt instantaneously. Turn around, the elder bellowed. The youth snapped to attention and swiftly pivoted. At that moment, a terrifying power emanated from the swirling vortex, engulfing their vessel in an instant. Oh my ghostly mother, a deity is racing below. What could provoke such a dreadful disturbance? The elder exclaimed, peering downward. In the very center of the vortex, a youthful specter was striding swiftly. What an awe-inspiring spirit! So young yet possessing such might. The elder gasped. The vessel spun precariously in the void, akin to a drifting leaf upon the ocean, utterly unstable. Suddenly, the young specter lost control, and the vessel spiraled uncontrollably into the vortex. At that moment, Su Yi was hastening along his path when he suddenly perceived a small black vessel hurtling through the void, crashing into the realm he had rapidly created, instantly losing its balance. Su Yi blinked in surprise, never anticipating that his journey would inadvertently harm the innocent. As he observed the small boat darting erratically within the vortex above him, he had no choice but to come to a halt. With a resounding thud, the moment Su Yi ceased his movement, the anomaly in the void vanished, and a small vessel plummeted from the ether. Accompanying its descent were two figures, one aged and the other youthful. Are you both all right? Su Yi inquired. The duo, their expressions grave, nodded repeatedly. The elder bowed respectfully to Su Yi and said, Young sir, I apologize for interrupting your run. No need for concern. It was I who inadvertently involved you, Su Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze to the fallen vessel before the two. I am in a hurry. May I borrow your small boat? Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically. While the boat was not overly precious, it certainly held considerable value, and he had not anticipated that this young spirit would request their craft. Given your strength, why not procure one for yourself? Time is of the essence. I must borrow it now, Su Yi insisted, sensing their reluctance and growing anxious. He promptly boarded the vessel, channeling his ethereal energy to propel it swiftly into the air. Wait, the elder exclaimed. But there was no way to pursue the departing boat. Is this truly an encounter with highway robbery? The young spirit lamented bitterly. Forgive me, my friends. I am truly pressed for time. Please accept these essence orbs as compensation. If they prove insufficient, feel free to seek me in the netherworld. And I shall make amends later, Su Ye's voice echoed from the void. Shortly thereafter, a bag materialized and fell from the ether. The elder caught it and, upon opening it, his expression shifted in astonishment. So many, the young spirit stammered. The value of these essence orbs far surpassed that of a mere vessel. Are we encountering a significant figure? The elder exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. The underworld. My grandson, have you ever heard of this place? No. The young spirit shook his head. It matters not. These essence fragments are ample for our expenditures. Even if we allocate some for cultivation, it will suffice. Su Yi was far from lacking essence fragments, having eradicated numerous practitioners from the mortal realm who intruded upon the underworld, in addition to eliminating several officials of the underworld. Their wealth had been confiscated. It is worth noting that both the ghost wardens of the Ghost Gate and those officials of the underworld were extravagantly affluent, having plundered countless resources from the populace. At this moment, Suya navigated the Dao vessel, forging ahead with remarkable speed. One must admit, the vessel moved with astonishing swiftness, as if traversing vast distances in an instant. Yet, from his perspective, a journey of 300,000 miles could be accomplished in a single day. He mused that he should prepare such a flying artifact for future endeavors. Previously, his activities had been confined to the 9-mountain yamen, rendering the Dao vessel unnecessary. However, with the impending expansion of the underworld's territories, it would likely become indispensable. Meanwhile, within the underworld, the atmosphere was heavy with gravity, as there had been no news of the King of Hell. In the office of the chief, several grand halls were being renamed: the Hall of the King of Hell, the Hall of Soul Harvesting, the Hall of Judgment, the Hall of Punishment. Within the Hall of the King of Hell, Cui Ju and others gathered. Reliable officials had been reassigned to oversee the various districts of the mortal realm, and the core of the underworld now resided within the office of the chief. Outside the underworld, a Dao vessel approached swiftly, streaking through the void. Numerous spectral envoys of the underworld raised their heads in unison, their gazes fixed upon a figure draped in black, standing resolutely upon the Dao vessel. This silhouette, shrouded in an aura of ghostly energy, exuded an extraordinary presence. Upon closer inspection, the countenances of the envoys lit up with unrestrained joy. It was none other than the King of Hell. Quick, hasten to report. In that moment, a ghostly envoy swiftly entered the depths of the underworld, dashing towards the Hall of Yama. Inside the hall, several figures bore expressions of solemnity, their hearts tinged with an unshakable unease. Days had passed since the purging of the Eastern Zhou estate, and it was highly probable that news had already permeated the realm of the living, likely reaching the royal court of the Great Qi. Although the royal family of the Great Qi boasted numerous estates, they would never condone the eradication of any significant domain by the underworld. Furthermore, the Gate of Spirits and the Lu Mountain Path might also take action, rendering the underworld a perilous place. Though the present moment appeared deceptively tranquil, they understood that it would not be long before the living would mobilize. Rest assured, the King of Hell shall certainly return, Cui Ju declared with unwavering determination. At this critical juncture, he must stabilize the situation in the underworld. He held an unwavering belief that the King of Hell would not emerge into the world of the living, for he was the embodiment of the underworld's grand fortune, destined to face no mishap. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the Grand Hall as an excited envoy burst in. Where is he? Just beyond the underworld. He is nearly here. Upon hearing this, everyone within the hall sprang to their feet in unison, swiftly making their way outside to gaze into the realm beyond. It was indeed the King of Hell. A wave of exhilaration washed over them, and a weight was finally lifted from their hearts. With him present, the numerous envoys of the underworld could rest easy. We welcome the King of Hell. At that moment, Suya's Dao vessel hovered gracefully above the underworld. Under the guidance of Cui Ju, numerous spectral figures bowed respectfully towards the void. Suyi nodded, leaped down from the Dao vessel, and with a wave of his hand, retracted the boat. Judge Cui, procure more of these small vessels, he commanded. Cui Ju, momentarily taken aback, replied, Lord Yama, why bother with such trivial crafts? If we are to acquire, let it be grander ones. Suyi fell silent, having spent little time in the underworld. He had yet to witness the grandeur of larger vessels.